Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Nullform No. 2 by Dem Mikhailov, translated by Colin Parker, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. "Blow up and die," I said resentfully through gritted teeth, carefully massaging the soles of my feet, all the while listening in to the sensations in my head. What nonsense. My feet hurt, but my head doesn't. You can tell what I do for a living. Still, it's nice not to have even a hint of a hangover, especially considering yesterday we each had 3 doubles of that really strong moonshine. We had known how good the product would be, but the Lamers Brigade, a.k.a. Solar Flame, hadn't pulled any fast ones on us, and the booze hadn't left us hungover. Current time, 0550. I had crawled out of my capsule 5 minutes ago, hissing silently and hobbling on both legs, made it to a warm wall ledge, and was now simultaneously inspecting my whole body, massaging my limbs back into shape, and running through yesterday's events in my head. I spent 5 minutes processing memories and impressions, and the next 5 checking my interface and contemplating the dawning day. I'd only had 5 hours sleep and would have loved to chill for a while on a warm but not too soft bed in a safe capsule, but something had woken me 10 minutes early, making me emerge into the drafty corridor and perch myself next to a dozen snoring worker orcs. They'd not managed to find a capsule and were forced to spend the night on benches. A guard had even been posted, and there he was, snoozing, slumped against the wall. If I were his commander, I'd wake him with an awl stab. What had gotten me out of the capsule? Definitely some past event. Something I missed yesterday had disappeared, but later returned quietly and stolen into my dream. And that night's dream I could remember vividly, a replay of the evening in the Jolly Plucks. An almost exact replay of real events, except we were drinking red wine instead of moonshine. The meat we ate was raw and bloody, and we laughed as we wiped our red-stained lips with napkins made of tattooed human skin, while at the next table a group of worms were celebrating something, growlingly lapping red slop from enamel bowls and producing drawling belches. That's it. Continuing my foot massage, I drew myself up slightly and squinted. That's it. The tattooed skin napkins, or rather the tattoos themselves. Somewhere here, something here, there was a clue here. That was why the dead tattooed skin had floated to the surface in an otherwise unremarkable dream. Yesterday at supper we drank our second shot and returned greedily to devouring fried meat. And at that moment, closing my eyes in bliss and chewing, I had sensed something. No, I had seen something. Definitely. I lowered my fork, still chomping ravenously, turned my eyes toward the entrance, assessed the waitress's wiggling butt, 3 out of 5, looked a bit further, found a new object of attention, mechanically appraised that without attaching too much significance to it, and turned away. Definitely. All I had to do was remember that moment, and I immediately recalled everything else. Nothing special. Trifles. My memory had obligingly begun to throw out details and trifles, and the most lucid-colored picture appeared before my eyes. I saw the company at the next table, and no, they weren't worms banqueting. They were orcs and halflings sprawled around a low table. 4 men aged somewhere between 35 and 50, and 2 girls who were a tad younger but didn't look like paid table or mattress decorations. They looked like they owned the place, elbows on knees, one lazily picking her teeth with a knife, the other poking a piece of meat with a huge cutlass. She had already eaten her fill, but was clearly enjoying poking the firm fried flesh with her sharp point. The table was richly spread with glasses, bottles, and piles of fried meat. These were prosperous Nullforms, one might even say wealthy, since the meat alone would stretch to 300 sol at a rough guess. They had shelled out at least 500 sol for the whole feast, an insane amount by Outskirts standards. Judging by the fact they were all sated while there was still plenty of meat left, they were not used to going hungry, if they had ever been hungry at all. What else? They were wolves. All of them, the men and the girls, looked like fighters, not workers. They were dressed decently, but inconspicuously. Coats or cloaks, pants, boots, heavy backpacks. I saw no big weapons. They were doubtless hidden among the pile of overgarments by the wall, but the company kept their knives with them and had awls at their belts. Not just any old awls, but high-quality DIY awls fashioned from standard shanks, the kind that run through the middle of clubs, sharpened and furnished with rubber handles and straps. Convenient, beautiful, practical, and respect-commanding. Sitting by the entrance was a broad-shouldered fellow of around 50, whose right cheek was liberally pocked with small round scars, as though someone had tried to perforate it with a thick awl. The brim of his baseball cap obscured his eyes, but just then he looked up to answer the girl sitting next to him, and I saw what he was looking at. Yorka, who sat with her back to him. To be more precise, he couldn't stop staring at her right arm, which was partially covered by the sleeve of her black T-shirt. To be even more precise, he was staring at Yorka's distinctive new arm, which was thickly covered with incomprehensible tattoos. Oddly, the guys themselves are dressed so that their arms and legs are not visible, though needless to say their faces were. But I saw no tattoos, meaning none of them bore even the slightest tint of indelible ink blemishing the skin. The man's unfaltering stare, with its glimmer of recognition, was what I'd noticed the day before but paid no heed to. Idiot. Had I exerted myself earlier rather than several hours later, I would have spotted a load more important details. Either I was wildly mistaken or he recognized Yorka's new arm. So what now? Nothing. Although I would now be watching Yorka's back twice as closely, just in case. Current time, 05:55. I tried to turn myself to today, but images of yesterday and flashes of my dreams swam obstinately up in my mind. Checking my interface was the only way to motivate myself. Status, physical condition, finances, jobs, status. Number, 11. Rank, Nullform volitional. Current status, NWL-B, 3 enhanced meals a day, standard water ration, standard additional supplies. Now that's interesting, I snickered, feeling my good mood return. NWL-B? Fighter orc? No, thank you. I'll stay goblin for now, enhanced meal, etc. I studied every line, thoughtfully scratching my lightly stubbled cheek. I was not going to try or probe just yet. It was too early to celebrate, but what I saw didn't look bad. And once again, everything had a machine-like logic to it. Fighters walk at least twice as far in a day as normal workers. Where do normals need to go? They wake up, have breakfast, show up at the day's work location, fulfill their normal load, and return to their cluxes. Lunch, idle chatter, supper, idle chatter, sleep. Standard feeding and injections is quite enough to cover energy spent, and earnings go toward personal needs, if you're an orc as opposed to a wretched goblin. And fighters. First they have to complete the job, including getting to the location and back, then drag themselves through 2 or 3 kilometers of patrolling, for example, and then another urgent combat mission might appear. All this requires strength and vigor. Increased recovery speed is also desirable. I wonder what my vigor and recovery are looking like. Overall physical condition, normal. Limb condition and status. URL, normal. ULL, normal. LRL, normal. LLL, normal. Additional information. Body fighting consequences of acute intoxication. Mild toxicosis. At first I was worried, but after a second I breathed a sigh of relief as I realized the information had not been updated. The body cannot do its own diagnostics, and in order to be updated, you need to drop into the nearest med block and pay a soul to receive fresh data. Balance, 38. 4 souls had been taken for today's rent of my set of limbs. Another 2 for accommodation and a shower. I wasn't going to sleep caked in dried blood. Out of the 9 shots, the first 3 had been free. The other 6 cost 4 soul apiece. That's where all my money had gone. But I didn't panic. There would be jobs and there would be money. Job. Patrol. Important additional details. Be at the location no later than 12 o'clock. Upon the double signal, relieve the previous patrol. Description. Patrol main hallway 29 from Section 80 to Section 110. Eliminate any pluxes on site. Upon receiving a system indication, destroy the target indicated. Location. Main hallway 29 from Section 80 to Section 110. Deadline, until 1500. Hand over duty to an incoming patrol upon the double signal. Compensation, 45 sol. The combat task came first, a priority clearly indicated by the system. And main 29 again. Evidently, it was the most problematic part of the outskirts. If I understood correctly, 29 ran in a gigantic arc, past Cursed Bridge and the stench, and extending further to places even Bask knew next to nothing about. He said only that somewhere around Section 70 was Cluck 16, and if he went another 5 kilometers, he came to Clucks 15, nicknamed the Plague Clucks. Many years ago, it had been home to an epidemic which claimed the lives of several hundred goblins. It took the system quite some time to bring the situation under control, but it stopped the spread of the infection by blocking passages with armor-plated partitions, and combat squads were ordered to fire at anybody approaching to a distance of less than 30 paces. Every day I discovered more about local places, and I was prepared to give credit where credit was due, for these sobriquets stuck fast in the mind. Perhaps Clucks 15 was not instantly memorable, but just try forgetting the moniker Plague Clucks. The names of population centers did not mean much to the inhabitants of this part of the outskirts, since they didn't travel far. Work tasks were assigned so that workers did not have to walk more than 3 or 4 kilometers, 5 at a stretch. And a goblin nicely settled in Cluck 17 was unlikely to suddenly undertake a long journey just to gawk at Clucks 15, which looked absolutely no different from the outside. Although everyone had probably been to Cursed Bridge at least once, for it was an impressive sight. Job: delivery and installation of blocks. Important additional details. Take a block from number 63 at Section 1 of Main Hallway 30 between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Proceed with delivery of block. On the way, keep an eye on the block, protect the block, do not lose the block, do not trust the block. Upon arrival at the location, before installing the block, no earlier, this is extremely important, remove, extract, pull out the plastic safety tab from the block. Insert the block, correct red side first, into receptacles 22-5, 22-6, 22-9, hallway 214. Description: delivery and installation of blocks. Location: Zone 27, hallway 214. Deadline: 12 o'clock. Compensation: 15 sol. Now then. I read the information, shook my head, and read it again. This was clearly spoon-feeding for the idiots. The system tried to make its texts as understandable as possible, although the result was quite the opposite. There was no damn way to make sense of it, but you had to take it extremely seriously. A new kind of job, unlike anything we'd done before. I was confident the other members of the group would have exactly the same job. 3 blocks in total, and a disturbing number of reminders concerning them. Keep an eye on them, protect them, don't lose them, be wary of them. Protect the block, be wary of the block. Protected from who, for fuck's sake? The obvious first question was, what kind of blocks are they? But no one was going to tell me that. How heavy were they? No info, but probably not light. Yorka and I had backpacks. We had to quickly find a backpack for Bask the zombie, grab a quick something to eat, do some diagnostics, get our jabs, and move out. Both today's tasks were time-limited. I had already begun to yearn for that sweet-sounding until evening end-of-work alarm. The first section of Main 30 was right by Cursed Bridge, the place where 4 combat orcs were slain yesterday. Current time, 5:59. The zombie crawled out of his capsule, sat on the ground, yawned loudly, and pulled his baseball cap down to cover his disfigured face. He leaned his head to one side and listened. I knocked on a bench 3 times, a pause, another 3 times. Rising softly, Bask felt himself and, sliding his hands along the bed in the capsule, began to move toward me. The capsule shut behind him. If he'd left anything in there, he would now have to pay 1 sol. Bask took a seat next to me. "Morning, Commander." "Morning," I replied to his greeting and turned my gaze on the 3rd capsule. Current time, 6:01. "Well, shoot. I'll do it. Go wake that slug a bit pitilessly," I ordered. "On the way, check your interface. Today's jobs are a bit unusual." "I'm on it." After reading both tasks again, I sniffed and turned to examining my wounds, thoroughly inspecting and feeling every patch on my legs, and not forgetting to have a sniff. Was it just me, or did the wounds reek of fresh pork? Are you afraid, Goblin? So you should be. Be afraid, Goblin. Put some effort in, Goblin. Turn into a worm and you turn into a potential suckling pig. Without being able to speak, all you'll be able to do is oink in your sty. Satisfied everything was in order, I stood up, stretched unhurriedly, and tuned in attentively to my sensations. Normal, to use the language of the system. My hammered muscles were stiff, but they would loosen up on the way to the trade points. The third capsule opened, and Yorka tumbled out onto the floor with a protracted sigh. Blow up and die. Too early. Maybe just another min. We move out in 2 minutes. I gave her no room to negotiate. Read the tasks and let's go. Time is running out, fighters. If anybody is disinclined to work, grunt 3 times and picture yourself as a steak. You'll soon change your mind. Elb, gross. That's not sporting, Goblin. I'm ready. Check the capsule. Bask the zombie advised quietly. Oh, damn. Yes, I forgot my all. Okay, now I'm definitely ready. Move out. Breakfast left us dumbfounded, all 3 of us. Yorka and I gawked in astonishment, while Bask incredulously prodded the ration served up by the system and rolled it around in his palm. New food briquettes. They're around 30% bigger than the usual breakfast doled out to worker zombies, goblins, and orcs. But most importantly, the briquettes were heavier, tangibly heavier. You could immediately tell they had a lot compacted into them. They were bigger, heavier, and had a stronger aroma. Although the price remained the same, 1 soul. Strange. Previously, for the same money, you'd be given a stale piece of bread, but this was hot buttered toast with sausage. I wish life was always like this, said Yorka in an uncharacteristically low, soft voice, gently rocking the briquette in her hands. I felt compelled to bark. Perhaps you'd like to sing it a lullaby? Now look lively and tuck in. Leading by example, I bit off a sizable chunk of my own breakfast. While I was chewing, I mentally ran through the product assortment of the food trading points. It occurred to me that I'd seen larger food cubes in them and at the same price, 3 sol apiece, 3 times what had been deducted from my account. The briquette had a much richer taste to it, although I couldn't understand what it was. Just a pleasant, salty something. Finishing up, I scowled at the fighters and growled like a cranky orc. What are you doing with that? Eat every last crumb. Elb, that's for later, Yorka objected, caught red-handed and continued to tuck a good half of the briquette into her belt bag. Pack it in with your goblin habits, I said. Enough bearing bones and corners. Bask, that goes for you too. What are you doing with that quarter? Same habit, the zombie replied sheepishly. I didn't always used to get food every day. I deliberately wouldn't go pick up my ration so as not to increase my debt. I just nibbled off a gram's worth of briquette and let it dissolve under my tongue. They say that way everything goes straight to your bloodstream and brain. Nothing of the sort, I retorted. Those times are gone. I'm not advising you or requesting you or even demanding of you. I am giving you a clear and mandatory order. Breakfast, lunch, and supper will be eaten to the last crumb on the spot. Each crumb is a certain amount of calories, and that means recovery time, vigor, and energy reserves, which means we can walk or run further, finish jobs quicker, and, if necessary, withstand a lengthy fight or flee from a stronger enemy. We can't do that without energy in our blood, so chew. Yeast. Come again? It's the words yes and eat together. Cool, huh? Yeast eat every last crumb. If only I knew what language we were speaking. I sighed, looking on approvingly as my fighters finished off their briquettes. Hours, Yorka said, shrugging her shoulders. Bask nodded his agreement. Hours. What kind of answer is that? I thought, although I couldn't answer the question myself. After finishing breakfast, we set out. I held back a bit to observe the team, and sighed even harder now, shaking my head ruefully. There they freaking went, all hunched over, hands in pockets, heads down, feet dragging, yawning every 3 paces, greedily eyeing every bench they pass, wanting to sit down or even better lie down and slowly digest breakfast. These weren't fighters. These were precisely the kind of zombies who gathered at Intersection 17 every day and lounged about like walruses in expectation of a random job. Yorka, grab your club, I said gently, in your left hand. Practice a simple move every 10 paces. Elb, quiet. Yeast. Take this all, it's yours now. Always keep it in good condition and close at hand. Look at it. What do you see? It's clean and shiny. Exactly. Let it remain that way. Bask, that goes for you too. Yes, sir. Yorka, tuck it into the belt of your belt bag in such a way that you don't spike yourself in the stomach when you bend over. Otherwise, what happens when you're suddenly forced to sit or bend down? You'll commit olikari. Blow up and die, you'll do what? Shift the awl slightly to the side, but make sure you can whip it out quickly with your right hand. Have a go. See what I mean? It's awkward, too long a maneuver. It needs to be as short as possible. That's better. Let me explain in words first, and then I'll show you a few times. You know part of the combination, but I'm going to add some new elements. Take the club from your belt with your left hand and the awl with your right. Step drag forward, raising the club, and swing sharply down. The plux is held fast. Holding the club tight, kneel down on your left knee and stab hard and fast with the awl. 1, 2, 3. Everybody's going to be looking at me like a what? I asked softly. Like somebody to be envied. That's more like it. Give me the club and the awl. It goes like this. He tucked them into my belt and turned to Yorka. Did you catch that? Of course not. Too quick. Quick? That was slow, I said. That's all physics will allow at the moment. Physics? Bask inquired. The physical condition of the body, I explained. The combination of flexibility, strength, and coordination. So be ready, fighters. From today on, the workload increases. What for? So you don't die in a difficult situation. To extricate yourselves, survive, triumph, and proudly return. Take it away, Yorka. Yeast. Bask, your turn. You're blind. Did you know that? I guess I might be. The zombie coughed. Almost blind. But you always hide your handicap, pulling your hat down so only your chin is visible. That's no way to go about things. But it's easier for him like that, Yorka retorted. Combination every 7th step. I'm gonna die in burst, Elb. Sorry, do what you want with the zombie. Bask, you have the wrong attitude to your limitations. You conceal them when really you need to flaunt them proudly and turn your disadvantages into advantages. Turn blindness into an advantage, Commander? A difficult task, I agreed. But for now, we're only talking about your terrible scars and empty eye socket. It would be stupid to show them off, but you need to make every sighted person you come across see instantly that they're looking at a blind man. A blind, helpless zombie. What does that give us? Well, lots. In case of an altercation with goblins or orcs, though not with pluxes, if an attacker sees you're blind, he'll either ignore you as an insignificant threat and pass on by, or quite the opposite, decide to slap the easiest target first. In either case, you have huge tactical breathing space with a wide variety of potential actions, the likes of which are usually only seen in fairy tales. Huge tactical breathing space with a wide variety of potential actions, repeated Bask in fascination, nodding the brim of his baseball cap up and down repeatedly. I'm all ears, Commander. Huge tactical breathing space with a wide variety... You're goblins, Yorka said, and not waiting for me to bark the order, resumed practicing her combination. Observing her, I corrected a couple of mistakes and returned to my conversation with Bask. Now I'll show you the first all stab. It's mean, fast, imperceptible, and ideal for use with an opponent standing right next to you. It's a 2-part move, I warn you. Draw and stab, and no stabbing and smiling gleefully thinking it's all over. Yes, sir. We shall call this stab, Who's There? Genius, Yorka said, chuckling, having run through her combination 3 times. Her recent apathy was gone, replaced by a wave of vivacity, shoulders back, arms tensed, eyes sparkling. Ignoring her sarcasm, I began to explain, taking Bask's left hand and guiding it. You're approached by an obviously dodgy character. Let's suppose he approaches loudly, laughing, cocksure, because you're blind and impotent. What do? Simple. When you realize he's a step away from you, you timidly and falteringly raise your trembling left hand and attempt to grab any part of his body. Who's there? Is anybody there? Hello? As soon as you feel his shoulder, for example, you immediately form a picture of his body, his rough body type, and his position in space. But don't be hasty. Slide your hand quickly down his shoulder, his chest, his other shoulder, depending on your choice of target. The second you understand he is not wearing protection, grab the same shoulder hard, pull him toward you, move forward yourself, and stab like this. Taking hold of his right hand, I pulled it and delivered a stroke. That's if you're aiming for his stomach. If it's the neck, go like this from right to left. Practice those two moves. The essence is speed, not force. Do it. You'll make mistakes, but that's not a problem. You'll learn. Be aware of your expression. It shouldn't be aggressive, but a touch scared and helpless. Facial muscles relaxed, mouth slightly open. Your enemy must see clearly that he can fuck this blind fool up good and proper without him even noticing straight away. Yes, sir. Bask's baseball cap rose by a centimeter. The dreadful scars lashing his face could be seen in all their glory, as could the gaping emptiness of one eye socket and the white of the second eyeball, half concealed by a mutilated eyelid. Keep it like that, I said approvingly. If it gets too uncomfortable, we'll make you a blindfold and raise it slightly at one side. It'll still cover the eyes, but unlike the baseball cap, it won't conceal the fact of your blindness. It might even emphasize it. I'll do it, our sister-in-arms offered. Excellent. Now let's continue training, myself included. I wasn't satisfied with my knees and feet, the general shape of my legs, in fact. A wolf can't survive without its legs, and I seemed to be nothing more than a lame snail. My legs barely supported me during a lunge or a deep squat, not to mention more complicated movements, which would fell me. I would work on my legs. Fortunately, a diagnosis gave me a concise yet optimistic prognosis. Overall physical condition, normal. Limb condition and status, URL, normal. ULL, normal. LRL, normal. LLL, normal. Additional information, mild toxicosis. Mild toxicosis. Yesterday's moonshine libation was to blame for that, although it's possible the remains of the Plux poison were still ambling through my veins. Overall condition, normal. The system couldn't give a toss about the wounds on my feet and my nigh-on useless elbow, though I had received a medical injection. The system had also begun to issue the inventoried additional supplies due to us according to our status as fighter orcs. The first gift, additional vitamins, was administered intravenously. For the second, we were ushered in the direction of the nearest vending machines, which is where we headed, the zombie thrusting his awl, the lady goblin puffing away with her club, and me doing deep lunges. A fighter without strong, resilient legs is simply meat, a piece of pork to be briskly tenderized, flash-fried and wolfed down heartily, leaving beclawed fingers to be licked clean. At the weaponry trade point, I spent 19 sol, 10 on a club, 4 on spikes to go with it, and another 5 on an awl. Not forgetting to snap off the injurious handle on the club, I fitted the spikes to it and hung it on my belt bag. I drew and tried swinging it a couple of times. I hung the awl on the other side. I was now relatively well armed. I cast an eye over the electro-shockers and smacked my lips greedily at the knives, the cheapest of which cost 75 sol. The cheapest shocker was 120, and it didn't look all that powerful. The prices were insane. I had no idea about the shockers, although I could use them competently enough, but why were the knives so expensive? How could a medium-sized knife with a plastic handle cost 75 sol? A goblin would never buy such a toy. At best he'd save up for an awl or a club. An orc, on the other hand, by working hard and scrimping, could afford one, although he would be in constant fear of losing such an expensive toy. And anyway, the blade didn't look particularly solid, nor the stamp particularly professional. It was fine when all trade was concentrated in a single pair of hands, for the system could set its own prices and not worry about competition. Once again I remembered the company from the next table yesterday. The girl had been prodding her meat with a huge knife, a hatchet that was too big for her hands and build. She was just showing off, putting on a show, but how much could a hatchet like that cost? I surveyed the assortment in the weaponry trade point, but couldn't find a knife that big. The dearest cost 300 sol and was smaller. I'm essentially a nullbie again. Oh well, let's spend some more. I bought 4 nuts tablets and immediately gave 1 to each of the team. I continued to scroll down the Trademats window, spending my remaining 10 sol on 2 small packets of BF22M medicinal glue. 1 I gave to Yorka, ordering her to immediately seal all her open cuts and scratches, and not sparingly. She was also to examine Bask. I immediately regretted saying this, as she began enthusiastically spinning the poor zombie like a doll, lifting up his t-shirt, and inquiring with schadenfreude whether everything was in order inside his pants. The embarrassed Basque was forced to resign himself to the inevitable and consented to being smeared in glue. I also gave myself the once-over, sealing a number of grazes I'd noticed. I weighed the packet of BF-22M thoughtfully. 5 sol. A square white 50-gram packet with a twist-off lid. Convenient to carry, studiously designed. Why are you looking at it like that? Said Yorka interestedly. By all accounts, it burns well, I replied, putting the glue in my belt bag. Balance 0. After tinkering for a short time at the vending machine, Yorka extended a hand to me and demanded, "Give me your goblin hand." Surprised, I did so, and she put 5 nuts tablets and 5 red KRFR tablets on my palm. Red is red fruit, the girl explained. They're all yours. And here, Basque said, stretching out a hand bearing 4 tablets and 2 pairs of gray gloves. That lightly trembling hand, that plaintive and pathetic expression on the wretched blind man's. Excellent, I said. Your facial expression is perfect. I try. Take them, Commander. Yorka, you too. I took 2 nuts tablets and a pair of gloves. As I put the gifts in the outer pockets of my backpack, I shook my head. What? Said Yorka, immediately on the offensive after noticing my disapproval. Are you the only one who has to put themselves out for everybody else? We shall help in any way we can. Basque and I have already decided. Absolutely, the zombie confirmed. Don't insult us. We're a team. Very well, I sighed. So this is what happens as a result of democracy and racial tolerance of zombies. To the reservation with the undead. Exile the goblins to the plague clucks. And while you're at it, get some additional supplies. Where are they, by the way? The trade amount we needed was a featureless gray box adorned with a sign reading ORLB, a square sensor and a closed delivery hatch. No window. Another machine stood flush next to it, slightly larger, blue, and bearing the legend HFLB. I fancy the gifts in there will be better. I touched my finger to the first machine. Additional supplies delivered, ORLB. The message was unexpected and, as usual, concise. The hatch clanged and the machine spat out 2 pairs of long black socks and a large orange tablet. I accepted the gifts and stepped aside to make way for Basque. Let's see. Socks, I get that. A fighter orc can't survive without his legs. Tablet. I twirled the orange disc in my hand. One side was labeled Energy, ETM2 in tiny black print, while the other, also in black but written large, read, Suck. What a fantastic instruction. I couldn't contain myself, sniffling and wiping away a tear of laughter. How clear and succinct. Stunning. Hey, who got what? Zombie? A pair of socks, a pair of underwear, a tablet of some sort. I can't see, can I? True enough. The system doesn't explain, and the obvious thing to do with a tablet is suck it, but it turns out what you really need to do with it is wipe Plux's asses. You've got nuts, Yorka said, coming to the zombie's aid. I've got underwear too, top and bottoms. Sporty. And an energy tablet. Well, whatever's written. Not bad, I said. And apparently the gifts are chosen every day using random number generation, to a total value of somewhere from 3 to 6 sol, give or take. That would be about right, said Basque, nodding. Right then, we move on for main 30. We practice along the way every 100th step. I can do it more frequently than that, said Yorka in surprise. Maybe every 50th? Me too. Every 100th. I shook my head and explained. The day has only just begun, so we must preserve our strength. Otherwise, by evening, we'll be following the instruction on the orange tablets just to get to our capsules. We're going to walk and together... Do what? The zombie asked quizzically, and without waiting for an answer, continued. What are we going to do together according to the instruction on the orange tablet, huh? Elb, Yorka, why aren't you saying anything? What are we going to do together at evenfall? Job. Delivery and installation of blocks. Important additional details. Take a block from number 63 at Section 1 of Main Hallway 30 between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Current time, 7:04. We walked along 29 as far as the intersection with 30. Another 200 meters beyond lay Cursed Bridge. We were 20 paces from the scene of yesterday's fight, and I brought the group to a halt just before the turn into 30. Something wasn't quite right. A second passed. Another. I moved ahead, gesticulating to Yorka that now was not the time for questions. The clever girl nodded her understanding, corrected Basque's course with a jerk of his shoulder, and continued calmly alongside him. In triangle formation, me on point, we reached the turn at the speed of lazy workers. But it was our legs that stepped lazily, while my eyes roved all around with the insatiable curiosity of an adolescent opening the centerfold of a special issue adult magazine for the first time. There was so much of interest to be seen. My eyes focused, while my brain sorted, quickly attaching a label to each individual or group I saw. A group. Sectarians, gloomy halflings appointed by the system as detectives in the investigation of Fat Johnny's murder. They stood in the middle of the intersection, staring glumly into the depths of Main 30, their displeased faces convulsing in severe and unapproving grimaces, hands on clubs, but idle, just standing there. A crowd, around 40. Some standing apart, others bunched together. Judging by their curious expressions worn over a general air of indifference, they were just rubbernecking. Zombies, goblins, orcs, and from their attire, 2 small groups of halflings. They stood at the far wall of hallway 29 behind the halfling sectarians, and like them, also peering into 30. Nobody was doing anything. They just stood there chatting. A big group. Some standing apart, others bunched together. Up to 15 of them. Orcs and halflings, clearly divided into 4 or 5 smaller groups. What caught the eye immediately was who clustered with whom and the identical elements of their various accessories and the colors of their clothes. I estimated there were 5 groups. 5 groups of 3. Interesting. There are 3 of us, too. The main impression they gave was of being scared. They were marking time, straining toward Main 30, yet unable to cross some invisible line. They were impatient and glancing up at the ceiling as if in hope of protection. The second impression was that of diligent workhorses. There wasn't a single individual lower than orc, and most had obviously been halflings for some time already, not badly dressed, shod, or equipped. Now then, what have we here? Were you to take all 3 groups and draw them up in a line toward main hallway 30, you would see a bizarre range of emotions and qualities. A crowd of curious yet simultaneously nonchalant onlookers. A foursome. 3 old acquaintances plus 1 new face, of halfling detectives and mother-botherers. Very angry, ostentatiously angry, yet at the same time passive. 4 or 5 impatient but frightened groups of workers. So what does this composition, curious, angry, and frightened, mean? We'd almost reached the frightened mob when 3 halflings broke hesitantly away, took a few steps, and turned into 30. The bravest of the cowards had detached themselves and were moving in the direction of... what? Then the angry mob perked up. Their leader raised an arm and announced in a loud and ceremonial bass, "Mother's path must not be blocked. She must not be impeded. She looks out for us." Man, are you serious? Where do you think you are, on stage? Or do you consider yourself some kind of preacher? No sooner had the sectarian raised his voice than the curious mob became agitated, shifting forward and gawping keenly into 30. I was by now also uneasy and also very curious. We quickly overtook the frightened ones who stared at us, asking each other questions. "Do they also have a delivery to make?" "Ask them." "Stop them, they don't know." "Orcs, that's Elb." "And that one's blind." "And they have a delivery?" We turned. Inching forward, I fixed my ravenous eyes on the space of the hallway. What is going on here? Ahead of us, about 7 paces, the trio of halflings stepped slowly and faint-heartedly. Female, all 3. My gaze happened upon an insignificant detail. They all wore their neatly brushed hair in a ponytail. In front of them, a burly, square-shouldered man peeled himself lazily away from the wall, spat at their feet, and put his hands on his hips. "Where are you off to, bitches? Delivering blocks? Speak quickly," he demanded politely, before flicking the mound of his member through his pants in a startling gesture and continuing, "Otherwise the 3 of you will be pacifying my beast with your caresses." How beautifully worded. One of the threesome began timidly. I stopped and pressed myself to the wall, squatting slightly. I sensed Yorka behind me, following my lead and pulling Basque with her. What the hell is going on here? The meathead was none other than Tiger, and Buxa skipped out from behind him, too. She glanced at the ceiling and, in the next breath, punched the speaker in the throat. The punch was weak, it didn't land properly, but nevertheless the halfling recoiled, staggering back a step, clutched at her throat, nodded and croaked, "Yes, delivery." "Delivery, huh?" Tiger nodded. "You're not delivering any blocks, bitches. They'll be taken from you on the way. If anyone asks, you say you lost them and you don't know where. Got it?" "You can't do that." The thug glanced at the ceiling, and a moment later we became witness to an act of savage barbarity. Buxa spat right in the face of the sniveling girl and punched her in the throat again, before Tiger grabbed her head and clanged it hard against the wall. Bam! A shriek, a punch to the belly, and the halfling collapsed backward into the arms of her girlfriends, who turned around and hightailed it past us, dragged her behind them. I lowered my head to hide my face. Not from the girls, from Tiger. "It's my way or the highway, bitches!" Tiger shouted, leaning back against the wall. Buxa turned to face him, and they both burst out laughing, before embracing in a long smacker of a kiss. I couldn't see from behind, but it probably involved tongues. 2 steps, and I was behind Buxa. "Your head-smacking technique's not quite right, Tiger," I said with a deep sigh. The shuddering couple parted with a wet slurp, and Buxa began to turn around. A wad of phlegm to the face, a hand on the head, and a sharp jerk. Bam! Short, hard, and with feeling. And again, now the face. Bam! The beast collapsed, and I smiled gleefully. "That's how it's done, kitten." "You!" "Uh-huh." I lowered my hand to my club, and without drawing it from my belt, simply pressed sharply on the handle. The spiked end flew upward in an arc, landing neatly between Tiger's widely spread legs. Almost simultaneously, my awl spiked his face, ripping his cheek apart and piercing the cartilage of his nose a centimeter beneath his eyes. As I applied pressure on the club, the spikes entered the soft, soft flesh. I pulled the awl toward myself. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" The doubled-over yet tiptoeing Tiger was a sorry sight. He danced, putting one foot in front of the other as the first drops of blood splashed the floor. "Shut up," I ordered, giving the awl another jerk. "Ugh!" "Shut up," I repeated, pressing on the club. Silence. Such a pleasant silence. "Stand still," I told Tiger, eyeballing him and remembering something spat in his face. "I totally forgot. That's how you greet each other, right? Well, hello there, louse." Silence. Blood dripped from his spiked crotch. And evidently not just blood, for this liquid was painfully thin, mixed with urine. The kitten had pissed itself. I turned my head back and looked toward the intersection past my team, frozen in their readiness. My gaze rested on the chief sectarian. Our eyes locked for a second before he crossed his arms demonstratively behind his back and announced thunderously, "I see nothing. We see nothing. Mother's Eye will be here in 4 minutes." Nodding, I turned back to Tiger, continuing to hold him steady on the awl and the spikes of the club. "We still have 4 minutes of fun left, kitten. Would you like me to stroke your Tiger a little more roughly? You so wanted to canoodle with him, didn't you? To pacify your beast with your caresses? I'm scared, you see. What if he suddenly roars and pounces on me? Let me caress him gently. You might even like it." No, please. Take it easy, take it easy." The beast's blood began to flow faster. "What strange words to hear from a guy," I said. "And you're so close." "Listen, we were just offering you a chance. That's what Johnny the Lion used to do." "The past is of no concern to me," I said, interrupting him, pulling a face and looking down. "Wait, you don't mind if I give your girlfriend a thwack on the ear with my heel, do you? It's just that she's beginning to stir, and I just really want to hurt somebody." "Don't, 11, don't." "Then you won't mind if I shove the club in a bit deeper, will you?" His mind was made up in a flash. "No, kick her." "Thanks for your permission," I said, and cracked my heel down on Bux's ear as she began to wriggle. A kick and her head clashed with the floor. Knockout. I raised my eyes and asked, "Who made you the offer?" "Listen, who made you the offer, beast?" The clang of steel in my voice made Tiger shrink back, and he gasped in pain. "Speak. I have your dick skewered on my fork. One tug, one fucking tug, and your stinking beast will find itself hanging caress-free from my club. Then I'll feed it to you, straight from the club, and then you'll lick the club. Who was it?" I don't know. They were townies, just arrived yesterday. They showed up drunk last night looking for Johnny, and he didn't come to meet them. But they found me. They told me what to do, batter and scare and check numbers against a list they gave me. I still haven't read it all. You're on it, yeah? Yeah? Fuck, if only I'd known. You would have called your friends with their clubs? I suggested, and the fuckwit blinked in agreement, his lips quivering. Uh-huh. Ah! The list, give it to me. Here, take it, he said, handing me a tiny plastic rectangle embossed with a column of figures. Yorka, I said, and jumped slightly as she reached her hand over my shoulder to take the rectangle before stepping back. Righting myself, I asked, how many townies? 6 men and 2 girls, dangerous girls. Shit. With knives? I guessed. Yes, one of the girls spins a knife all the time, and they said scare and batter. The most important thing is not to let the whole crowd through at once, just in 2s and 3s. They take blocks and leave. Let the next lot through after 20 minutes. We have to hammer out an agreement to get blocks. If they don't agree, hammer harder, then let them through. That's the agreement. We were only promised 100 soul and 2 heavy alls. Okay, I nodded. Did they ask anything? No. His eyes shifted to the side. Jerk. Ah! Next time I crank the club, I hissed, and I'll crank it so fucking hard it'll wrench out your balls and bladder. Don't lie to me. What did they ask? About the girl in the black t-shirt with the tattooed right arm. Who is she? Where can we find her? Is she a loner or working for somebody? Her number, where she usually sleeps, her level, any distinguishing features. And what did you say? I don't know anybody like that. We promised to find out. Anything else? No, I swear. Are you going to give me your bint? I asked, looking at Buxa, who had nearly come round. The girl blinked and began to tuck her legs under her body. She crouched, trying to overcome the pain and dizziness. Tiger's blood and urine flowed onto her face and neck. I'll play with her for a couple of nights and give her back, I continued. You're not going to be able to use your beast for a long time anyway. What do you say, Tiger? Take her, he sighed. Thank you. I smiled and pulled out my club. Lowering the handle of the awl slightly, I wrenched that out too, adding to his pain. Then I struck again, with the awl, into his liver. A short, sharp strike. Take that, and withdrew it. The grunting tiger bent double, clutching his belly with one hand and placing the other delicately over his punctured groin. Leaning over him, I whispered, I'm going to kill you. You can bet your ass on it. Now run, rat. I was aiming to skewer your liver, but I may have missed and caught your hepatic artery. Run, rat, run. And Tiger ran. It was hard, doubled over and screaming as he was, but he made it to the intersection, turned, and disappeared from view. I looked down to see Buxa crying and smearing her face with blood and piss. Her tears trickled down her nose and left white tracks down her cheek. Squatting down, I smacked my lips thoughtfully and said slowly, beating heads against the wall is possible and necessary, but not without a truly compelling reason. And the most important thing is to choose your tiger wisely. Don't go confusing cowardly sewer rats with noble predators. A beast will give his life for you, but a critter like that will sell you and not even haggle for a good price. You're concussed. It's not too serious. Your ear will be okay. It was a sharp kick, but not hard. When you get up, go find a med block. Then think long and hard about how to live in the future. Not waiting for a response, I rose and walked on toward Cursed Bridge. The group followed me quietly until the silence was broken by Basque. How I rue not being able to see that. I rue seeing it, Yorka said. Spikes in the balls, I said, and deep, beneath that tiger's hide lies a feeble slug. Pathetic. I hear multiple footsteps, the zombie warned us. I didn't bother turning around, but Yorka did. Uh-huh, we've got company. That crowd we passed, have they got a job too? Yup, I nodded grimly. Elb, I remember. What did that scumbag say about my tattooed arm and the girl in the black t-shirt? That's creepy, and the townies were asking about me, but I didn't do anything. You didn't do anything, I agreed, but the system did. It seems to have given you an arm it shouldn't have. Relax, Goblin. Blow up and die, so what now? Now we do everything in due order. First we have a scout around. Then we take a job. Then we return to the intersection and think long and hard about how to avoid the townies. Will they cut off my arm? Your arm isn't important at the moment, Goblin. They came here to get blocks. Fuck knows what they want them for, but they'll do anything to stop us completing our job. So maybe to hell with it? We'll figure it out, I replied. We'll figure it out. The main thing is not to make a fuss. What's with those numbers? Here, Yorka said, handing me the tablet. We're at the bottom. The numbers were unfamiliar. I looked down the list. The last 3 numbers were ours. How did the townies come to have this information? Does the system tell them? I doubt it. Who else could know what numbers have block-delivering tasks? Obviously, whoever doles out the blocks must know our numbers. Whoever's number is indicated in the description of our job. Important additional details. Take a block from number 63 at Section 1 of Main Hallway 30 between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock. 63. Are you the fucker who's been giving out information illicitly? You're the most obvious suspect. I was just thinking this as we exited Main 30 and found ourselves at the beginning of Cursed Bridge. So, here we are. We didn't have to look hard for 63. On the steel strip of Cursed Bridge stood something that at a huge stretch might have been called a self-propelled wagon. It was brutally vandalized and adorned with wacky graffiti. The glass was all smashed, the lighting dismantled, and the piteous remains on their 8 steel wheels were covered with a thin layer of plastic. In front of the wagon, legs spread wide and left hand behind his back, stood a man in a long orange leather trench coat. Black pants, red t-shirt, red bandana, ruggedly unshaven, and a thick chain with a gold medallion bearing the legend 63. The bridge of his nose supported metal-framed sunglasses. His right hand was moving up and down as he dexterously threw and caught a couple of large tablets, red and blue. "Delivery task?" he asked in mock boredom. "That's right." I nodded and cast a short look at the tablets. "What's all that about? Are you offering a choice or something? I eat the blue one, you give me the blocks, and we part company. I eat the red one, and before giving us the blocks, you confess to giving our numbers to those animals who are going to come hunting for us?" His hand twitched. The tablets missed it and fell to the floor. The blue one lay there, but the red one landed on its edge, rolled off the bridge, and fell into the stagnant cesspool. "Now there's no choice left," I smiled. "What are you talking about, huh, Goblin?" There was so much rage in his bellowing voice, and so much fright, unexpected and shameful. The embarrassed fright of a grown man spooked by a small dog suddenly jumping out from round a corner. "What are you so scared of?" I inquired, continuing to smile. "You're like a gray-haired grandpa caught masturbating by his granddaughter while watching elderly ball-busters in paradise." "What are you chatting about, huh?" "Give me a block," I barked, dropping the smile and pulling on the neck of my t-shirt. "Number 11, give me a block." "Are you not being a bit too boss? Give me a block!" I roared, staring the man down with undisguised repulsion, the repulsion you feel when dog shit falls out of a bag. Are you refusing to give me a block?" I cut him off and raised my face to the ceiling. Directly above us hung an enormous rickety system dome. "Fuck! I remember you. I'll just go get it." 3 blocks, I added as Yorka and Bask displayed their numbers. 63 looked at them, about-faced sharply, and stamped off, embossing the floor with each step of his black boots. He comported himself menacingly and seriously, but something wasn't right. He was just another pawn in a bright orange trench coat. A pawn making a surprisingly fair living judging by a goodly number of signs, and well regarded by the unsuspecting system. The system would do well to develop a bit of suspicion, because this skank in his bright trench coat was doing the dirty on it, as well as on the simple workers trying to survive and put aside a soul for a rainy day. Shitty 63 couldn't not know. The system didn't forgive lapses in knowledge. If you didn't deliver blocks, you got knocked down in status. If you were a halfling, you returned to being an orc. If you were an orc, you became a goblin. If you were a goblin, you got light work, which would pay next to nothing. It was certain that no small number of honest workers had had their plans screwed up by this bloodsucker, some of them being crippled for nothing, or even killed. What was the life of a goblin worth in the outskirts? Squat. If this is just a brightly dressed punk, where are all the serious characters? They were behind us. It wasn't too hard to guess. Those 6 townies we'd seen before, throwing their money around and feasting in the jolly plucks. After which they'd gone looking for Fat Johnny but found only the remnants of his stink and a couple of no doubt unpleasant posthumous words like, "Somebody slit that bastard's throat at last," or "Nature abhors a vacuum." And Tiger was keen to take Johnny's place, dreaming of a career alongside his faithful girlfriend, Buxa. He'd coped quite adequately with his role, instilling fear, threatening and remonstrating, and creating a reliable checkpoint in 30, letting through the particularly stubborn at previously agreed intervals. Intervals. A critical moment in this surefire old plan. A small group would take 3 blocks and quickly drag them several kilometers along roads and paths. Part of the journey would definitely take them through twilight zones. Why? Because of the time limit which was set by the system and reduced significantly by these wily and voracious vampires. The system was shitting on itself by fixing a time limit for the job. The opportunity to collect blocks at 7 in the morning and have 5 whole hours to deliver them? Screw you, Goblin. That ain't happening. Johnny and his recent successor, Tiger, would detain the mules for 3 hours at the intersection, checking them against a list of numbers held in a sweaty paw, before harassing certain of them, both morally and physically, forcing them to take blocks and relinquish them just around the corner. Not everyone would agree to it, fearing the system and unwilling to lose status. Some would always resist, say about 50%. Not a problem. Tiger would do what he could and then begrudgingly let everybody through, but at intervals. And thanks to all these holdups, you got your block at 10 in the morning and only had 2 hours to deliver it, so you wouldn't be able to choose your route and stick exclusively to the illuminated and safer paths. Like it or lump it, you had to take at least one death path, and there, my friend, evil townies with big knives lay in wait for you. Kill? Why? You see a knife, and soiling yourself noisily, you surrender your block and ask but one thing: to be released. Please. The fear of losing status does not compare to the fear of death. The latter will always win, for it is final, and status can always be regained by long, hard toil. And that was the whole plan. After gathering the maximum number of mysterious blocks, the townies would return, taking a good haul with them. Knowing how generously they'd flash the cash and the plucks, you wouldn't disturb them for a cheap trinket. The blocks were worth a pretty penny, maybe even a very pretty penny, and that was interesting. Also, for the first time in the Outskirts, I felt a hazily familiar cold sensation under my eyes, as though 2 chunks of dry ice were being held to my cheeks. The sensation was bracing and warned of danger afoot. The asshole in the orange trench coat returned looking like a barge hauler, dragging a plastic sheet loaded with 3 hefty rectangular blocks. The tops were red and a thick, wide plastic safety tab projected from one side. I stepped closer to 63, looking him up and down with as disgusted and derisive an expression as I could muster. I bent down and picked up a block. About 25 kilograms, a reasonable weight for a single individual, as long as the individual was in possession of a backpack, which all 3 of us were. "Load them into your backpacks," I said calmly and succinctly, glancing behind. The other groups were approaching slowly. "Excellent." Waving a hand at them, I shouted, "Quicker, goblins! The train is about to leave. Step lively. Andiamo, orcs, andiamo." "You're a doofus," 63 said, recovering his senses. "You're a dumb goblin. You have no idea whose business you're meddling in, whose game plan you're disrupting, and you shouldn't have offended me, you douchebag. I'm gonna make you regret that." "Are you talking to me?" I laughed, stepping right up to him. "Do you know the difference between you and me? No? I'll explain. You're someone who tries to look all serious and hard-boiled. You're careful with your words and how you dress, and you walk with a swagger. But me? I'm just a rabid goblin, whom you would do well not to upset, you piece of shit, because unlike you, I don't give a damn what happens next. If you impale me with 5 spears, I'll still come tearing at your throat. And before I die, I'll chew right through it. Game plan? I'm disrupting someone else's plans. It's you who's disrupting the system's game plan. And the system is the only one in this putrid world who, as I see it, doesn't act exclusively for personal gain. You're a freaking towny bitch trying to hinder the delivery of a bunch of important blocks to the Outskirts. And in doing that, you and whoever fucks you in the ass every day and slaps your chubby cheeks are creating a massive calamity. And when something really bad happens in the outskirts as a result of your fucking plans, it won't affect you lot in the town. Only the outskirts will suffer. Isn't that right, you piece of shit? By the way, that trench coat makes you look like a big gold-plated piece of shit. Is that your style?" "You'll regret this," the man croaked. "No, I won't," I said, shaking my head. "I won't regret it, but you will. Now, you fat bastard, you're going to give everyone their blocks quickly and silently. Don't forget the system is watching and gauging your urgency. If you fail it, next time the profitable jobs will go to someone else, so step lively." "You shut up," I barked, and he checked himself, choking on his next word. Turning to the other groups, I said, "Take the blocks and put them in your backpacks. Those who do not want to carry them to the destination and complete the task, be at the beginning of main 30 in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. We will wait for nobody. If this piece of shit in the piss-colored trench coat tries to hold you up, wave at the dome above you and indicate that you're being hampered. He will try to frighten you with his hoarse, booming voice. Do not listen to him and do not be afraid. He's a nobody." Loading a block into my backpack, I hoisted it onto my back, did a couple of shallow squats, and bent forward. No worries. A few kilometers was perfectly doable, although the backpack straps were too narrow. That would have to be sorted, and it was a pity we hadn't done it earlier. Pushing my way through the sluggish goblins, I led my group to the beginning of hallway 30. I looked in anticipation at my team and counted to 3. Yorka couldn't contain herself. "Elb, I don't want to say anything, but—" "Yorka." "Yes?" "We can't have meek little voices in the group when everybody is concerned. No sheepishness or inhibition. No hemming and hawing and beating around the bush. It only leads to trouble. You start mumbling, then you have strange conversations behind my back, followed by distrust, conspiracy, and the collapse of the whole group. And at the most inconvenient time. As a result, we all die a painful death. So if you have something to say, spit it out. And to make it easier, begin with a resounding invective and let it evolve into a question. Like this. 'Elb, you freaking goblin, what do you think you're doing?' Try it." "Elb, you freaking goblin, what do you think you're doing?" "What's on your mind?" I inquired. Yorka motioned toward the man in the orange trench coat, now hidden behind the crowd. "Why did you pick a fight with him like that? He's a townie. Badass. If he gives the word, we're done for." "He's badass? Nah, he's just a drayman. He's got the same job of delivering blocks as we have. He's been whipped into line and thrown a bit of moolah, and he's suddenly begun to see himself as badass. If I slay the fuckwit, they'll simply replace him, and no one will even bother heading to the outskirts in search of the murderer goblin. It would be different if he was someone worth worrying about. The ones we need to be wary of are those 6 wolves who've ensconced themselves somewhere in the twilight paths and are lying in wait." "I agree," said Bask. "I didn't see, but I heard. That guy with the wagon has the voice of a sheep. He's trying to be badass, but it's not happening for him. Elb's right. Forget about the sheep, Yorka. Think about the wolves." "Elb?" "I don't know those paths. I can take us about another 2 kilometers, but I've never been further than that. And I've never asked about those places. No reason to. And I don't know the schedule of the dome." "We don't need to know that," I said. "Of course, we can ask around the goblins, the ones with the same jobs. Someone must know." "They don't need to know either." "Why not?" my now calmer partner asked in surprise. "Nobody needs to know," I replied, and not wishing to confuse the issue, suggested. "Look at the ceiling, Yorka. Bask, don't worry. Well, what can you see above Cursed Bridge?" "Well, Mother's watching. The big dome's a bit lopsided." "It hasn't moved since we've been here," I said. "And yesterday there was a dome cruising around over the canyon. See what I'm driving at?" Silence. "The success of this job is really important for the system," I explained. "Judge for yourselves. There's an old game plan at work here. Time after time, those towny bloodsuckers show up here, advance their own game plan, and demolish the fates of others in passing. And the system doesn't get the blocks, or nearly doesn't get them. After all, somebody has to pass through their screens with a load, maybe 2 or 3 blocks out of every 20. But that's a critically low number. And here's the result. The system can't take its eyes off us. For the same reason, the towny wolves roping us into their plan are trying to split us up into smaller groups. And why? Easier to handle? Bask suggested. No, handling goblins is a cinch. Raise your voice and they give you everything. The system? Routes and domes. Bask, you have a map in your head. How many different routes could we take from here to home clock 17, at a rough guess? 20, 25, the zombie replied confidently. It's a network of roads and paths. The important thing is to know which hallways lead where. And that's what they're playing on. I smiled. They're wolves, and their behavior is wolfish. Do you know how wolves attack a herd? How? They don't. Wolves aren't fools. They separate the herd first. Then they select the weakest and slowest and attack altogether. They polish that one off and set off after the herd again. If the herd doesn't want to be separated, they chase it until one gets left behind. It's the same story here. The wolves put the frighteners on the sheep in advance and separate them. Then they organize sheep runs. Goblins with blocks race to the destination by various routes, and all the wolves have to do is intercept them in such a way that they can take the booty from one group and still have time to intercept the next. That's where the intervals come in. They release the goblin sheep at intervals of 15 or 20 minutes, and they don't begin their attack straight away. They wait until all the groups have wandered off down the various paths. This is a key moment because the system can't keep an eye on them all at once. Each group will at some point become immersed in the gloom and find itself on a death path, with the odd exception. Some might get lucky after all, but from today that game plan won't work anymore because I pretty much destroyed it, and in about 10 minutes we're going to finish it off for good. What do we have to do? The zombie inquired in a businesslike manner. Round them all up and direct them, I replied with a smile. A herd stampeding together is a powerful force. Catching my drift, Yorka looked around. A crowd of workers, already laden with blocks, was slowly trickling toward us. All present and correct. Including my group, there were 20 of us, with a total of 20 blocks. Excellent, I said, smiling widely at the herd. Now I'll explain what you must do to deliver the blocks and complete the task. There is one rule. I speak, you act. Anyone who has a problem with that should leave right now. I waited. Nobody moved. Fantastic. My smile widened. Let's do this. I would request you all stand closer to each other and move faster. Dispatch of freight train in T-minus 2 minutes. So far, so orderly, Yorka whispered, drawing level with me. Blend in, monkey brain, I growled angrily. Don't stand out from the crowd. What about you? I'm a deer holding my splendid branching antlers aloft for everyone to see. And you're leading the herd? The girl snickered. I'm acting as bait and target, I corrected her. Get back in the crowd. Okay, hang in there, Elb. Not far to go now. She slowed her step and a moment later was swallowed up by the small crowd following me. We were into the second hour of an unhurried journey, less than a kilometer to the destination if the wall signs were to be believed. Someone else's game plan smashed. My bark at Yorka had been by way of warning. There was now not the smallest advantage to be gained from attacking us, except out of revenge. But what was the point of endangering yourself for the sake of revenge? It was a huge risk. As a dense crowd, a heavily loaded cannonball, we were able to take the shortest route from Main 30 to Hallway 214 of Zone 27. For the first hour, I had driven the group forward by shouting to make them step faster, 1.5 or 2 steps per second. We covered the first third of the journey at that speed, slowed the pace a touch for the second third, and then a touch more before calmly putting the squeeze on for the final leg. All this time, the eye of God followed us obsessively, the system not relaxing its surveillance and keeping the dome dead above the center of the block-laden cohort. A new dome lay in wait for us at the end of each hallway, and in this manner we were passed down a chain from eye to eye. And that wasn't all. There were chandeliers hanging on all the adjoining corridors. In a situation like that, there was only one way to steal the blocks, by donning masks and attacking. Control was total here, however, and I wouldn't be surprised if one day it came to light that each of us had not 1 or 2, but even 3 or 4 ID chips in us. Personally, I would put a chip in every limb since they belonged to the system, and it kept close tabs on its property. Just try guaranteeing a signal block for every chip without wrapping yourself from head to toe in tinfoil. Then again, any signal can be suppressed. If only we had the technical means. The question was, would the wolves be prepared for such a turn of events? Were they equipped with all the necessary? Unlikely. They wouldn't be expecting such insolence and cohesion from a bunch of sheep. Today the wolves had gotten the short end of the stick. It was even curious that there was no disgruntled, hungry vulpine howling to be heard from the more distant hallways. Here was an arrow pointing us toward 214, the final 100 meters. An extra dome arrived above our heads with a hum, and under double scrutiny we turned into the highly unusual corridor. It was short but very wide, had a couple of walls, and it would be a hall. With a heavy clanking sound, apertures opened one after another in one of the walls. Unshouldering my backpack, I took out the block, trying not to put stress on my left elbow. Lowering it to the floor, I pulled out the surprisingly long safety tab. I picked the heavy block up again and felt it had begun to heat up, and very rapidly beginning to burn my hands through my gloves in just a couple of seconds. Stepping quickly to the wall, I inclined the block and inserted it red side first into the opening. There was no need to push it all the way, as it was sucked in by itself. The system swallowed the gift hungrily and snapped the door shut. I stepped away, and 30 seconds later I was joined by the remaining members of the group. Paying no heed to the increasing cheery hubbub of the crowd and not waiting for any gratitude, I poked my guys in the shoulder and motioned toward the next hallway. I led them 10 paces away before looking around. An important job had been done. The system was swallowing one block after another and banging its doors shut. "Where to now?" Bask wondered, not concealing his pleased expression. "Clux 16 isn't far," I replied. "We can take a breather there." "Wise," the zombie said, nodding. "Phew," Yorka said crossly, yet with relief. The wolves had comprehensively lost today's exhilarating show, 20-0 in favor of the sheep. The wolves would definitely now be working themselves into a frenzy. Balance 15. Chapter 2. Current time, 10:40. News travels fast. We made it to Clux 16 and took seats at the nearest free table. Hardly had we managed to stretch out our legs than we jumped at the loud and extremely overexcited shouts of a panting goblin running into the hall. Listen, an orc's been killed next to the Jolly Plux. Went by the name of Tiger. His own girlfriend clipped him. He just come out of the med block and bam, an eyeful of all. In front of everybody. In front of Mother. He's screaming and the girl keeps on stabbing him with the all over and over again and again. He falls over, she screams something and carries on stabbing him. Then she gets up and runs toward Main 30, all covered in blood. Scary stuff. She definitely made it as far as Cursed Bridge, but where she went after that, nobody knows. Maybe she headed for Drainage Town. She wouldn't have gone into the stench, or the cesspool, although they say she looked so hysterical she might have done. That's the latest news hot off the press. I ran 2 kilometers to tell you. Goblins, orcs, break me off a few crumbs of your food cubes. Be generous. Holding Yorka's intense stare with ease and unblinking at the mute reproach of Bask's empty eye socket, I asked casually, "Shall we have a bite to eat before patrol?" "We should do. This time we have 3 whole hours to prowl around 29, and I'm already a bit peckish, to tell the truth." Bask began, taking the hint. "Yes, we should do. A food cube each, and we need to fill our water bottles and dissolve salt tablets in them. That'll be ideal mixed with the red fruit. I know a recipe. 1 salt tablet and half a fruit tablet. Not too sweet." "Now then," Yorka said gloomily. "Elb, are you playing the whacked-out goblin again?" I suggested amicably, slowly surveying the tables around us and the folk sat at them. A Clux like any other, no different from ours. The goblins even seemed to be the same ones. They just got here before us. "No, blow up and die. I shall ask simply and calmly. That supreme bitch who was smearing blood and tears all over her cheeks. Tiger kind of lent her to you after your friendly request." "A friendly request and a spiked club to the balls is better than just a friendly request," Bask added, perking up. "After all, she did hear you," Yorka continued, punching the zombie's shoulder. "Demand her for yourself, and Tiger gave her up. He gave her up. Then you said something to her quickly and we left. And here's the result, the deadly result." "What are you accusing me of?" I asked, openly surprised. "A supreme bitch, your words, not mine, ruined her own life by killing a supreme jackass, and we didn't get blood on our hands. Surely that's a good thing, no? Let them slice and gnaw at each other, partner. Let them spill their own blood, not ours. Don't pity them. Don't be concerned for them. You must always remember the most important thing." "And what's that?" Folks such as they forget nothing and forgive nothing, and you pity them? No, I wanted to spit at them. It turned out bad, that's all. Your words had an effect. She killed Tiger because of what you said. No, I shook my head. You're wrong. Tiger simply turned out not to be a real man, but a wimp with a low pain threshold. Get it? Buxa is a chick, animalistic and fierce, but a chick nonetheless. And first and foremost, what a chick sees in her man is a rock, a cliff protecting her from inclement weather and misfortune, a cliff she can hide behind at any time and feel completely safe. She believes her man will give his life for her in a heartbeat. With his balls spiked on my club, Tiger should have spat in my face and roared, "Fuck you, that's my woman and mine only. Go ahead, kill me, rip my balls off, I don't care, but I will not give her up. She's mine." Those are the words of a real man, and had I heard those words, I would have calmly and carefully removed the spikes from his punctured balls, given him a quick stab in the liver with my awl, and walked quietly away. But what actually happened, huh? Yorka, why are you staring at the table? Nothing to say? What actually happened? What did Tiger whimper back there, juggling his ball sack around on my club? Silence. Dejected, Yorka was strangely hunched over and staring at the tabletop. Bask answered for her. He said, "Take her." Yes, I nodded. He just gave up his own woman. That's why she killed him, because her cliff turned out to not be a tall precipice reaching for the heavens, but a deep pit full of acidic shit. Pathetic. Taking a few deep breaths, in through the nose, out through the mouth, I soon recovered my temper. Removing the grisly notes from my voice, I addressed my partner again. Yorka, why have you clammed up? She remained silent, and once again the zombie replied for her. She's crying. I can hear her. Okay, I said after a short pause. I fancy it's not my words making you cry, hey, shrinking violet. The fighter remembered something and had a minor meltdown. Not raising her head, Yorka nodded. Should we leave you alone for a couple of minutes? We can go and get some food. Another 2 nods, and her shoulders began to shake. She wrapped her arms tremblingly around her knees and blubbed, letting go completely. Women, why are you always so emotional? I'll sit with her, Commander. I nodded, remembering he couldn't see, and said, Okay, I'll go get it. I shan't hurry. You chill her out. I will. And don't forget to tune into everybody's conversations and gossip. That goes without saying. That's how I survived before. I'd hear something, and occasionally it would come in handy. Sometimes I would spread news for a crumb of food cube, although it did happen that folks would spit on my palm or spill what I'd already collected. Do you know exactly who did that to you? I asked, curiously as I rose. Yeah, I know. Ever heard the expression forgive and forget? Uh-huh. It's total bullshit. Don't ever forgive evil. Pay it back in double. Good for good, evil for evil. Got that? Hell yeah. If I'm honest, I can't forget. It's hard to forget when you're crawling around the floor gathering up spilled crumbs and they start kicking you and saying it's dangerous for a man with a butt like that. You might get fucked around the corner. I didn't forget, Commander. I applaud and encourage your lack of charity. Back in a tick. As I was leaving, Bask put an arm around Yorka, and side by side they sat there in silence like mournful birds. And why not? Nothing wrong with it. I knew they were strong and would soon pull themselves together. If they were allowing themselves a short plunge into the bitter past, it was only for the best. They would be all the more malevolent now and in the future. After buying 3 standard nutrition briquettes and 2 bottles of water, parting with 5 soul in the process, I turned my attention to the high ceiling of the Klux and to the sizable dome strolling around haughtily under it. Why? Hey, system, why does all this happen here? Why do you limit yourself most of the time to the role of virtually helpless observer? It isn't right. Nothing is right in this world. Putting my purchases in my backpack, I acquired 2 black neck scarves. Then my 6th sense told me something, and I searched diligently through the trade point's assortment of clothes. No black t-shirts there, either. Although it did have a burgundy t-shirt, which we didn't have. It was either a very odd selection of gear or some kind of lottery with a game element. How often is the assortment updated? Balance, 8. I wound the neck scarves around the straps of my backpack and reinforced them with the plastic safety tabs from those mysterious blocks folded in two. I wound quickly but meticulously, smoothing down each turn with my fingers. When I'd finished, I admired my handiwork and threw the straps over my shoulders. Fantastic. That's more like it. We had plenty of the safety tabs. I'd managed to collect 8 from the floor when the crowd of workers had been feverishly finishing off the job. Later I'll make Bask and Yorka upgrade their backpacks too. It seemed trivial, just a narrow strap, but if you touched my shoulders it would hurt where they'd been rubbed and dug into by those narrow straps. It was no trivial matter. I took a different way back. I walked around the perimeter, stressing my already tired legs, which hadn't had time to recover and weren't in great shape yet. It was silly, but my curiosity drove me forward. It's always useful to learn something new or search for some new discovery. I looked around, listened in, appraised. A typical klux. The entirety of the outskirts was divided into hallways, zones, blocks, and kluxes. Everything was standard. Even the tables here were positioned just like those in Klux 17. Walking past the accommodation spines, I saw a security guard kicking his heels at the entrance to just about every one of them. Squads, brigades, 2 or 3 groups living side by side. Everybody was trying to isolate themselves, fence themselves off, stake out their own territory. Everything was the same everywhere, aside from the ceiling here being a touch higher. Or was it just me? No, it was actually 1.5 meters higher. Klux 16, judging by the rooms and the difference in design, had been built earlier. The height of the ceilings was testament to that. We were now in an older part of the outskirts. What if we make it as far as Klux 1 and the hallway surrounding it? What do they look like? And what's going on here? This part of the Klux contained beds, separate warm platforms rising from the floor. Oddly, they looked to have elastic surfaces. They were all occupied by zombies. Some armless, some one-legged. They lay, sat, or stood, chatting idly, laughing hoarsely, and scratching. And from time to time they kept glancing at a strangely concave section of the wall opposite. Between the beds and that part of the wall were more ledges, all in a row, but longer and thinner. I stopped and looked around intently, and nobody paid me the slightest attention. Everyone was doing what they usually did, which was nothing. A couple of minutes later I realized what my eyes were actually seeing. Beds, benches, and a stage. Sometimes I have no idea how many decades ago a reasonably spacious stage had been sunk into the wall. Declaim, dance, put on a show, whatever took your fancy. At the back of the stage were 2 side doors welded firmly shut. Exits to the dressing rooms. The backdrop was a typical metal wall, with a picture. Or to be precise, the remains of a picture, but the remaining colored fragments were sufficient to understand what had previously been depicted. A surprising picture, surprisingly well preserved. A large group of men and women smiling white-toothed smiles and waving their arms. The men were closely cropped and cleanly shaven. The women's hairstyles varied from very short, boyish cuts to flowing waist-length locks. They were dressed distinctively, approximately half of them in multicolored workers' overalls and holding wrenches, hammers, other basic tools, and those already familiar steel blocks. The remainder wore everyday civilian clothes, pants, flip-flops, running shoes, sneakers, T-shirts and vests, brightly colored baseball caps, ribbons in the ladies' hair, and cute little tops. Everyone was holding something. There were books, tennis rackets, volleyballs, footballs, basketballs, mini golf clubs. A sign. Beneath the picture was a long sign, which had suffered the most. Not one legible word. And what's that on the wall under the picture? A black triangle. A sensor? Unlikely, too big, and too low. The stage was as good as empty. Approaching and touching it, I understood why. It was freezing. Metal will be metal, I suppose. I recalled how my feet had been cold and painful until I'd gotten myself some flip-flops. That was why there were so few takers to sit on the stage, only those who couldn't find a space on the warm ledges. I jumped onto the stage, went over to the picture, and squatted down. The black triangle wasn't a sensor. It was a plate, welded on and engraved barely distinguishably. Reproduction of the mural in Klux 1. Volitional null forms. Be happy in your work and play. I snickered, stepped back, jumped down from the stage, and looked at the nearest zombie. He had a single limb, a left hand. He fixed me with a displeased stare, licking his cracked lips. Happily, I asked him, "Are you happy in your work and play?" "Fuck off, louse, drop dead." He spat, but it went nowhere and just dribbled onto his hollow belly. "Drop dead." "Not much happiness around here," I concluded. I glanced once more at the stage before continuing my excursion. Volitional null forms are happy in their work and play, yeah? What the hell is going on around here, then? The croaky voice of the spittle-covered zombie came from behind me. "Hey, give me something. A sip of water, a lick of a food tablet. Hey!" I turned around, gave him a long, hard stare, and continued on my way. A few steps later, I turned back again when I heard the wail of a woman. A bedraggled, one-legged, one-armed woman was hopping toward the one-armed and legless man. "Don't you worry, Pipkin, I'll find you something today and earn us a crust. I'm still not half bad-looking. The men still give me the eye. I could do with a wash. Some get all squeamish, but I'm earning, don't you worry." I turned and walked away. What could this unfamiliar klux possibly surprise me with apart from the picture? 200 yards later, I was convinced. Nothing. The same old zombies, goblins, orcs, and halflings, all occupied with the daily business of survival. No one even vaguely resembled the smiling, happy, volitional null forms from the reproduction. Returning to my team, I found them smiling, almost like in the picture. And they greeted me with smiles. Assessing their frame of mind, I gave a satisfied nod, handed them each a food cube, and set down one bottle of water for us to share. "Sorry, Elb," Yorka said, once more lowering her gaze. "I guess I felt a bit out of sorts, lost it a bit." "It can happen to anybody," I replied calmly, tucking into my lunch. "Eat up, we have to move out soon for patrol, and also—" "Continue," the zombie said, raising his head and biting into his briquette. "Tomorrow we'll take a walk around Cursed Bridge and pay a short visit to Drainage Town," I announced as matter-of-factly as I could. "Tomorrow after lunch, as soon as we finish all our jobs. We shan't return to Clock 17 so that the system gives us our next jobs as close as possible to the area around Main Hallway 30. "What's in Drainage Town?" Yorka asked gingerly. "No idea," I replied, shrugging. "I simply want to broaden my horizons. I hear the local halflings and richer orcs frequent the upper quarter of Murkwaters. Isn't that right?" "Whorehouses," the girl stammered sonorously. "There's loads and loads of them there, and places like the Jolly Plucks. I haven't been there myself, but I heard a lot of bogus stories." "Me too," Bask said. "We'll make a sortie, check it out, reconnoiter the ground. We can inquire about the wonders of ophthalmic surgery, weigh up the assortment in their vending machines, and get a general feel of the place, how they get by, how they breathe, what they dream of." "They breathe shit," Yorka said, frowning. "It's Drainage Town, Elb. The first thing you hear from anyone who's been there is the stink, the revolting stink. The second thing you hear is half-masks." "Half-masks? The ones that filter out dust?" I asked in clarification. "Workers' protective masks? What do they call them? Respirators?" "Yeah, probably. They all wear them, and all of the time. But not because of the dust. They're protecting themselves from the stink. Apparently they have special filters in their respirators, air fresheners, and other stuff. Many of them wear goggles along with their respirators. Some even wear gas masks, but without at least a half mask. Gross. It's not worth going there without respirators, and it's best wear clothes we're not concerned about throwing away. Otherwise, we'll smell just a touch cleaner than worms. But we must look presentable. We'll have to go in our black t-shirts and pants. Then we can wash the stink out." "You've perked up," I noted. "It's the town, I guess," replied Yorka, throwing up her arms. Bask and I nodded in tandem. Town. How much there was in that one word, especially if you were a goblin from the outskirts. "All done eating, fighters?" "Yeast." "Yes, sir." "Then let's move out," I ordered, rising first and screwing the lid back on the unfinished bottle. 3 hours of patrolling, I warn you straight away, be on your guard. Today we left a lot of wolves without their meat, so keep your eyes peeled to the sides. Bask, you know what I mean. Yes, keep both ears peeled and echo sounder on full. How's your stomach? Itchy. That's good news. Let's move out. Oh, one more piece of news. The system has slipped us a little job." "What job?" "What do we have to do, Commander?" "I didn't even look yet," I said, pulling a tired face. "Let's finish patrolling first, then we'll have a look. I ask only one thing, and I don't even know who to ask. Anything but collecting gray slime." "There are dirtier jobs," Yorka assured me, shuddering at the thought. "I can confirm that," Bask sighed bitterly, also shuddering. "I'm not even gonna ask." "Quite right. Blow up and die. It's better not to know." Our patrol passed without incident, while not also being a total waste of time for the team. Those hours were fruitful for each of us, and not just in terms of soul. Yorka worked rigorously on her strike combination, and Bask practiced his pitiful expressions and all stabs during short stops on narrow, deserted paths. After all, you don't want to lead with all your trump cards. Yorka's training with her club was attracting next to no attention. At first I was curious about everyone's indifference to the puffing girl twirling her spiky club in a corridor, but then I realized there were plenty of combat groups in the outskirts that would have regular encounters with pluxes, and they were not unused to training as an obligatory daily routine. If you didn't train, you didn't survive. However, it was one thing to practice your strikes against the ubiquitous pluck silhouettes. That was normal. But a blind guy stabbing an awl into the neck or stomach of an imaginary sentient biped, having first felt him up with a trembling hand, that would definitely give the goblins pause for inquiry and suspicion. Which is why the zombie was training in gloomy obscurity as befitted a classic ghoul. They trained, and I was no slouch either, working out my legs and arms. So far, it was about 80% crude physical stress, and of a nature not every goblin would understand. Take, for example, walking. All goblins could walk easily if they possessed two efficiently bending lower limbs. Ask them to run, and they would do it half-heartedly. But put some candy at the other end of the hallway as a reward, and they would sprint like their lives depended on it. They would get there if they had to break into a skip or a jump. The question was how they did it. Could they walk briskly, almost running for 10 kilometers with approaching 30 kilograms on their backs without being totally exhausted by the finish line and with enough resources left for a fight? No way could they. In any event, my group and I definitely couldn't, and that's just an example. I didn't push them too hard, sensing that the morning's nerve-wracking, backpack-laden journey had been quite enough for one day. We still had a patrol job to do, which would also deprive us of no small amount of strength and energy, loading down and beating up our muscles and striking pain into our knees and ankles. They would move on to running and true fast, proficient walking later. As for myself, I needed a challenge. I walked and walked, observing my fighters at their practice and trying to make all my steps different from each other. Short and quick, and a tick pulling me up close to an opponent. 3 short off-center steps to get out of the enemy's line of attack, press myself flat to the wall, immediately crouch down and jump up parallel to the floor and relax. 20 yards worth of regular paces. That's good. Now turn sideways and take 10 quick side steps. Other side, another 10. Relax. Listen into your body. How's my physical condition? How are my alien limbs reacting to the unfamiliar stress? How well do the medicines help? How is my left elbow feeling and behaving? How will it react to a really sharp movement? Evaluate, Goblin, evaluate. If you knew precisely your current capabilities, you knew your current possibilities. And the worst thing was to overestimate them. It was the source of many woes. Woes also cropped up through carelessness, fearing which, like the plague, I scanned every hallway and every passerby, not omitting to check on the domes. Are they here? Are they monitoring closely? I saw nothing dangerous, but I didn't relax and remained on the lookout. Yorka pointed out an info point standing in a dark recess on Main 29. In the same recess, evidence of large windows, welded shut, could clearly be seen, and there were 2 long, warm benches. I nearly jumped in surprise at the sight of the windows, distinctive in their height and size. But then I deciphered the signs above them, and my surprise waned. Hot dogs. Hamburgers. And above the second, fresh pastries, coffee, tea, beverages. Yet another open indication that the local inhabitants used to live differently. They worked, rested, and traveled around the outskirts. There was plenty of space for walking. Main 29 seemed endless, stretching on and on. I had a strong suspicion that it was an incredibly long circular corridor orbiting the whole of the outskirts. At regular intervals, I came across the remains of fastenings removed from the floor and walls, even the ceiling. Everything around screamed silently of the hallway having previously been a hive of activity. Some form of hanging transport had run along the ceiling and one of the walls. Walking along the wall, I noticed under my feet what was left of some old markings and a picture of a bicycle. I stepped to the side and stood on a picture of a skateboard, while a little further was a scarcely discernible image of a scooter, followed by something very sketchy, but just possibly an electric unicycle. The goblins shuffled their shuffle, wiping away the remnants of the past, but it was still easy enough to see from the colored markings that long ago the hallway had been divided into unequal lanes. This had been a transit route for pedestrians, electric cars, wall transport, bicycles, segways, unicycles, and scooters. It had been a track for joggers and a pathway for elderly folk out strolling. And when they tired and fancied a rest or a bite to eat, at their disposal were frequent niches with windows carved into the walls. You took your hot dog and your coffee, sat on a bench or at a table, and gazing at the traffic on 29, chewed unhurriedly. Should you want something to read, nearby would be an info point where for a small charge you could download to your device a fresh edition of the newspaper, no doubt called something like Outskirts Life. Chuckling, I gave my head a good shake to free it of silly dreams of a long-lost past. It worked, and my eyes immediately clapped on something they'd nearly missed. Nestling close to the wall, my nose almost touching it, I studied some very faint white lines. The legend 29M stood out. Main 29. Stepping back, I looked. Another step, and I raised my hands in front of me, separating off a large part of the wall and focusing on it. A time-eradicated information panel. A map. Showing the outskirts, the adjoining drainage town, and another outskirts. Between two large circles was squeezed a smaller one, 4 times smaller. Ours, if the label 29M was anything to go by, was the left-hand one. This was absolutely consistent with the data in my head. All correct. We are approximately here. If we head down southward in a few kilometers, we'll come to 30M, which looks like an arrow leading from our circle, going right through the central one and ending at the edge of the third. Cursed Bridge, according to the map, is part of Main 30. Elb. Coming. Tearing myself away from the map, I stepped quickly toward the info spot and touched a finger to it. What gives? Nothing. The machine didn't react to my touch. It was either broken or switched off. Current time, 14:54. The end of the fighter category mandatory job. A few minutes left. Just over 5 hours remained until the evening end-of-work alarm. The system was unlikely to offer an additional work task, but a combat task was entirely possible. Just please not an extreme one. We're not ready for serious altercations yet. I touched the info point screen again. No reaction. The sensor was silent, the large shop window impenetrably black. It didn't want to react to the touch of a contemptible goblin. Pitifully, I about-faced and stepped toward the exit from the recess. And then it all kicked off. And it kicked off with kind words. Still deep in the recess, stepping away from the wall, I saw a young boy come to an abrupt halt on the main hallway. A radiant, smiling face, sparkling eyes, clean white t-shirt, dark blue neck scarf, blue pants cut off below the knee, and blue flip-flops. Cleanly shaven, neat haircut. Definitely not a goblin. At the very least an orc. I tensed. Why did he stop? Lowering my hand to my club, I slipped softly forward. The boy continued, entering the recess, and with a smile gave Bask a friendly punch on the shoulder with his right fist. "Hey, brother, glad to see you. How's tricks? Hanging on in there?" The stranger's voice was full of emotion, comradely sympathy, mild worry, sincere concern. Was that punch not a tad too hard? It had spun Bask around, and I distinctly caught a wave of muscle spasm as the zombie convulsed from head to toe as though he'd been electrocuted. Bask extended a trembling hand. He prodded the shoulder of the convivial kid, and the latter assisted him, rocking forward and letting himself be touched. Shit. I shivered with the dawning realization of what was about to happen. Bam. The awl entered the stranger's neck, and again, and again. Taking a step, Bask grabbed at the now wheezing boy's neck and pulled him closer, and they collapsed in a huddle, the zombie continuing to stab with the fury of a sewing machine gone berserk. Stepping forward, I placed my right hand under the head of the fallen zombie to prevent him hitting his head on the steel floor. The kid snapped out of his trance, struggled, and began to act. And he acted quickly, despite his good dozen puncture wounds. But he didn't manage to tear himself away as the screeching Bask struck and struck again, pinning him down with his other hand, wrapping his legs around him, and even sinking his teeth into his bloodied throat. Stab, stab, stab. Yorka stiffened like a statue and uttered, "Whoa!" Realizing he wasn't going to escape, the victim opened his mouth, coughed up some blood, and squeezed out, "He's still alive! He's alive! Down there! Under... oh!" The zombie didn't hear. The zombie stabbed away like something possessed. "He's down there! Have mercy!" The zombie wasn't listening. The zombie was stabbing with his awl, and the dying kid was grabbing at the awl. I didn't want to intervene, but this impossibly tenacious dick might shout for help and manage to pierce Bask's side. The fucker's not dying. A knife would be better, but also bloodier, I thought as I applied a short strike with my club, hardly any backswing. The boy went limp, his head flopping and taking with it the club whose spikes it was impaled on. His legs twitched several times, and he croaked before finally falling silent. "Whoa," Yorka repeated eventually. Did she actually draw it, or is everything happening super fast for me? From the shock. I took my club in both hands and pulled hard and steadily. My left elbow twinged, forcing me to unclench my bad hand, although I did manage to drag the body aside. "Get up," I barked at the paralyzed and heavily breathing zombie. "Yorka, Goblin, snap out of it." "Yes." "Help Bask regain some composure. Wash the blood off, use all the water, don't leave a single drop. Don't bother with the t-shirt, it's black. If there's blood on anything light, put it in his backpack. He can continue naked so long as he's clean. And don't get any on yourself. Step lively, come on." She shook off her stupor and began to stir. I myself, throwing a quick glance in the direction of the main hallway, dumped the body, skipped over to the mouth of the recess, and had a good look around, including the ceiling. The nearest beings were a trio of orcs trekking along the other side of the corridor. And the dome. Oops. Run, Goblin, run. The dome was just over 100 yards away and approaching rapidly. Diving back in, I rushed past Yorka, who was pouring water on Bask's face and neck, and shouted, "Let's get them both onto the bench. Now, Yorka, wipe off the blood first." Groaning from the pain flaring in my back, I hoisted the kid onto a bench, face to the wall, lifting his feet off the floor, too. I extracted my club, gave it a quick wipe, and hung it on my belt. Bending the corpse's legs, I forced him into an embryo position, which the width of the bench allowed. Then I picked up Bask, who staggered like a drunk, turned him around, and sat down next to me. Yorka plopped herself down on the other side. I gave Bask's face a slap, before cursing to see a trickle of blood from his empty eye socket. "How the fuck did you manage to get someone else's blood in your eye socket?" I wiped it off with my t-shirt. Black attire was definitely the choice for us. Glancing behind us, I checked that the curled-up body was well hidden behind our backs. "Sit still. We sit and look serene. Yorka, relax your face." "It's all so unexpected." "Dig around in your belt bag. Bask, take off your backpack and root around in it." I busied myself putting salt tablets in a bottle. We scarcely made it in time before the dome went past. Then it pulled to an abrupt stop. A second passed before the monorail eye continued on its way. I leaped into action, helping the guys up and pointing them toward the exit, before patting down the corpse and relieving him of his belt bag, awl, and water bottle. I removed his neck scarf to cover his perforated head, and under it was a fair-sized tattoo. I pulled the skin to smooth out the image and needed a brief second to remember. Catching up to my fighters, I ushered them on with a prod, muttering, "Walk steadily, don't look to the sides. We go straight to where we spent last night. Bask." Silence. "Bask." "Yes, Commander." "Oh, sorry." "Shut up." "Yes, sir." "First we have our lunch briquettes. Then you quickly treat Yorka and me to some roasted bones, and a shot of moonshine for everyone. Do you understand why?" "No worries." "Do you understand why?" "The kill?" "No, because you gave in to your emotions. You worked clumsily, and I had to finish it off. You didn't think about escape routes, witnesses, or spy domes, and we had to clean up after you. That's why you're treating us today." "Thank you. In Yorka at lunch today, you will be treating us to ASCO-2 vitamin tablets. They're on sale everywhere. 1 sol apiece. Do you understand why?" Because you fell into a stupor again," I barked, not hiding my anger. "You act first, goblin. Then you can fall into a stupor if you need it that badly. Got that?" "I wasn't in a stupor. I just couldn't understand what to do. Blow up and die." Yorka flew into a rage and smacked the zombie's shoulder with a flailing arm. "There, I hit you too. Are you gonna stab me? I couldn't figure out who to help." "What do you mean you couldn't figure out who to help?" I said, looking at her irately. "Remember this once and for all. You help your team, always. You know Bask is okay and he's never shown any crazy thirst for murder before, so it follows that there's a plausible reason. Isn't that right, Bask?" "Yes." The zombie raised a hand and pointed at the empty eye socket in his disfigured face. "This. You see?" I said to Yorka, satisfied. "A perfectly plausible reason. Listen, zombie, given that we've become embroiled in your vendetta, how about you give us all the details? The kid you killed was no lone wolf, and it follows that someone will come looking, first for him, and then for his killer. So we expect one long story from you over lunch." "I'll tell you everything, Commander. Thank you. Thank you very much." "Get a move on, blind murderer," I sighed, glancing briefly behind us. "We should get off this main road quickly and onto a narrower path. Yorka, what are you up to?" "Cleaning blood out from under my nails." "Absolutely correct," I said, nodding. "Everyone do the same. We don't need to be leaving unnecessary clues." Current time, 15:09. Balance, 23. Job completed. Patrolling is freaking interesting when you have to kill and rob smiling orcs. For the first 10 minutes, I could sense the approach of a dome with the back of my head. 5 minutes later, I relaxed and removed the looted belt bag from under my arm to my backpack. Job done. Yet again, we'd avoided witnesses. Much now depended on who found the body, when, and how. I'd wanted to remove his pants and leave them, together with the blood-covered awl and a couple of things from the belt bag, strewn on the floor as bait, so that the system would clock somebody leaning over the body with a bloodied weapon in his hand. Let him try and prove his innocence. But I didn't. You could never tell who might stumble into the trap. Perhaps some complete asshole who deserved to have his hands cut off. Then again, perhaps a common zombie who had managed to earn a crumb but spotted an abandoned t-shirt on the floor. I didn't slow the pace, and half an hour later we darted into a side passage. I announced its number, and Bask, who had brightened up at being back in familiar territory, immediately told us which way to turn in order to make it to the Jolly Plucks quickly. I checked my interface and sighed with relief. No jobs yet. Lucky us. One look at Bask's face was enough to understand that he urgently required a large dose of moonshine. Then he would relax. After necking his drink, Bask froze with his head still tilted back. Watching Yorka gnawing bones, I drank half my shot and put the glass aside. The zombie reached out, found my glass with his fingers at the first time of asking, and drained the remains of the moonshine. Well played. He'd realized it wasn't empty from the sound it made when I put it down. How is that even possible? Chortling to herself, Yorka stared at my plate on which 5 roasted Plucks ribs were huddled forlornly together. "Geez, you're like a frickin' animal," I grumbled, shunting the plate over to the girl. "Can't you just ask?" She took my plate and scraped the contents onto her own before licking mine clean and returning it sparkling. "It doesn't need washing. Waitress, take this clean plate." Massaging my left elbow, I leaned back against the wall. From where I was sitting, I could see the entrance, and by shifting my eyes slightly, the door through to the back room, which was partitioned off by plastic and metal panels. At the top was a laconic sign which read, "Kitchen." To the left of the door was the similarly punchy "Unauthorized." Confusing, yet clear. Such is life. Satisfied the zombie had finished his moonshine meditation, I knocked on the table to attract his attention. "Respected ghoul, it's confession time. I like my underlings to be rabid murderers and bloody psychopaths. But I also love an engrossing and tragic story. Do tell, in detail. Even if a detail seems insignificant, tell us anyway." "What is there to tell?" Bask sighed. "It's short and sad. Just the way I like it," I said encouragingly. "Go ahead, and I'll order another 3 Yorka, will you have a firewater? Moonshine? No, I want meat. Bones, to be precise. Something to gnaw on. You're beginning to scare me, I said. Bask, give her your ribs. Let her gnaw, and I'll order us another shot. What do you say? Hell yeah! After gesturing to our waitress, who nodded her understanding, I shifted slightly away from the munching and slurping Yorka so as not to get sprayed. So this is life? I can't go a day without dirtying my clean clothes, and it's nearly always blood. I'm beginning to miss the gray slime. Just the facts? The blind zombie asked. Just the facts, I confirmed, fighting a desire to check my interface. I'm becoming interface dependent. There were two of us, Bask began, foregoing the usual preamble tradition for a story. Me and Stock. I wouldn't have called us friends, and we weren't a group, but after a day's work, we would often hang out together in Cluck 17. Sometimes we did some hauling. I was trying to save as much money as possible, but Stock, he always lived for the day. He preferred to live it up and not think about tomorrow. Maybe that's right. I used to try and plan, but now, maybe it was worth letting loose. But that's not the point. One time, we helped the Rusty Brigade transport a couple of heavy items and then wash them. We were generously rewarded, and Stock persuaded me to go drinking. Let's go, he said, to the asshole, and so we went. I'm sorry, I blinked. Where did you go? Some kind of bar, an establishment, just like this, only cheaper, not far from here. Above the entrance was a picture of a butt with "the asshole of the world" written above it. Right across the cheeks it said "Outskirts," and beneath that, "Welcome to reality." Aptly named, I said enthusiastically. Although if the map I saw today is to be believed, the outskirts are not the center. We are a butt cheek, the left one, and Drainage Town, that's the center. And that's where it stinks, Yorka slurped. So you went there, and what happened? We made the acquaintance of that... Well, you saw him today. The one we laid on the bench for arrest? I lowered my voice. That's him. His name's Lados. A jovial fellow, good company. I didn't notice I was telling him everything and more about myself. He didn't stop talking either, but he didn't say anything about himself, and I only realized that later. I've run through that evening hundreds of times in my stupid head, every second, every word, trying to figure out if I might have spotted something amiss back then, to understand that they were cooking up something terrible for me and Stock. But you couldn't. Nah, and I know why. Why? That bitch Eve. Yorka nearly choked on a bone, and I raised a surprised eyebrow. I'd become accustomed to the zombie's composure and external indifference, but there was so much anger inside. Was she beautiful? I asked. That's putting it mildly. Bask snorted joylessly. I can assure you of that, and you know why I'm so sure that bitch was beautiful? I wouldn't even hazard a guess. Because her face was the last thing I saw before I went blind. As soon as I try to remember what the world looks like, I see her fucking face. Bam. Fist on the table. Clink. 2 shot glasses of moonshine land on the low plastic table. Chug. 1 glass is emptied, and the zombie shakes his head with a growl at the throat stinger. Alongside him, Yorka returns to her food and begins purring again. I feel left out of the goblin-zombie company. Perhaps I should join them, belching and smashing glasses on the floor in the goblin spirit. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Rewind. We sat in the asshole from 7 till midnight, and at midnight she showed up, the frickin' succubus. Her tight-fitting shorts were so short that... Go on, I encouraged him, taking a sip of moonshine and washing it around my mouth. Disinfection. Toothbrushes and paste were not on offer in the shower block, and I always forgot to buy them. Although most of the local goblins displayed teeth that were not even yellow but dark brown going on black, the color of rotting bark or extremely well-brewed tea. Crop top, shorts, thick blonde waist-length hair, tits, ass. In a word, she had it all. It's not what you think. She turned everyone's head, including mine. But I saw her and understood straight away that I had no chance. It was writ large all over her face that the sexiest thing about a man for her was the size of his bank balance. And we were merely orcs with dreams of being repainted as halflings. But Stock, he was already half-cut, and he immediately went nuts over Eve. She took one look at him. I told you she was a succubus. I spotted it immediately. Although it's better not to speak of girls like that. You might cop it real bad. Why? That's what they call hookers in Drainage Town. Succubuses or suckers. Yorka explained, wiping her mouth. Great, I'm full. She's full. How the hell? She's eaten nothing, just the aroma and taste of fried meat. Prostitutes? I asked, just to be sure. Exactly. And they call them succubuses or suckers, if I understand correctly? Yes, we were goblins and we became orcs. Now we're fighter orcs, and they are suckers, succubuses. That's the girls. Rent boys are called incubuses. Incubuses and succubuses, I snickered. Incredible. Although understandable. Let's continue the story. This Eve is a sucker, yes? Not really. She was just dressed in a way... Well, you get the picture. And she'd gotten lucky with her arms and legs. They may as well have been her own. They were so perfect. I see. Continue. What about another drink? Are you sure you'll be okay? I'm sober. Actually, I can see that, I agreed. He had killed, perhaps for the first time. In cases like that, alcohol often capitulates and has virtually no effect on the body of a freshly baked robber and murderer. I'll pay, the zombie said. Get them in, I consented. But don't knock it back in one this time. Just take small sips. Then it will do its thing. I'll order, you keep talking. Stock couldn't take his eyes off her, and she was just repeating that fucker Lodos's questions. How much did we earn? Had we managed to put anything aside? What about our personal effects? All this with a little joke and a sweet smile so it wouldn't even occur to you that you were telling a strange girl about your plans and savings. I managed to hold my tongue, but Stock was gabbling away and burning soul, and his balance was approaching zero. I bit my tongue in time and said I'd got no money. My head was buzzing, and it was time to hit a capsule for some kip. But that animal suggested a nighttime stroll around the outskirts to get some fresh air. I didn't have time to say anything before Stock started nodding. So she poured out what was left, and we raised a toast. Guess what, too? You'll never guess. What? To fateful acquaintance, and guess what? We drank and smiled. I even thought what a stupid toast it was. Then I figured she was just trying to be enigmatic, or she was already drunk. So we drank, stood up, and left. We were all reeling, me and Stock genuinely, but they, as I realized later, were faking it. Bask hung his head and clenched his fists, reliving his past again. When he heard the waitress approach, he nodded toward the glasses and raised an invisible soup spoon to his mouth. The girl nodded her understanding. That'll be 7 souls. He gestured to her to bring the order. 2 shots of moonshine and a bowl of hot soup, or broth, that would do just as well. I managed to drag Stock aside and tell him to calm down, but he just embraced me and whispered in my ear, "This is love, bro." Then he pushed me away and went back to them, and I followed. I couldn't just ditch him, could I? So we set off, and I was feeling worse and worse, my head pounding. I didn't want to throw up just yet, but it wasn't good, suspiciously not good, so I decided to get my shit together. They were staggering foggily down the corridors, giggling, Stock and Eve already arm in arm. Lados didn't seem to object, smiling and giving him the thumbs up, winking to me and quietly indicating how the lad had struck it lucky and evidently wasn't going to spend the night alone. And with a gal like that, Lados even kissed his 5 fingers to show what a great catch she was. And I nodded like a bobblehead, feeling worse with every minute, strangely sluggish. So I opened a bottle of water and rooted around in my belt bag for a tablet to dissolve in it. Nuts, energy, caffeine with vitamin C. I shoved everything in there, shook it, released the gas, and walked on, drinking slowly. We walked and walked. I didn't really know the corridors back then. Why study a map when there are signs on the walls? That's why I wasn't particularly suspicious. After all, we'd turned onto the paths leading to Main 30. I finished my invigorating cocktail, and the interesting thing was... Bask stared at me with his empty socket. I was just draining it and beginning to feel a bit better when she, that bitch Eve, turned round as if she had sensed something, and she clocked the bottle. Her lips smiled, but not her eyes. She stared at it and asked what I was drinking and why I wasn't sharing it around. Breaking off, the zombie went quiet for a moment and sipped at his refreshed glass before continuing. It was like the cat had got my tongue and wouldn't let me speak the truth. "Nuts," I said, draining the last drop and discarding the bottle. She fixed me with a narrow stare before resting her head back on Stock's shoulder. Her legs were wobbling. She whispered something to him, and he turned round and looked at me with these crazy eyes, just evil. I wondered what she'd said to him. Maybe she told him I'd been eyeing her tush and he'd gotten jealous, and I had actually been doing just that, so another corridor later I noticed Stock was all over the place. He couldn't walk at all. Suddenly Lotto skipped around to his other side in a kind of studied fashion, as if he propped up drunk people every day. And he gave me a look of surprise even, and again it was like somebody had jolted me. I reeled, grabbed at the wall, unsteady on my feet, feeling really slow. But I managed to walk on, and in my head, you gotta believe me, Elb, there wasn't a single truly fearful thought. I didn't feel like walking, couldn't be bothered, wanted to sleep. I was angry at Stock, but also a touch jealous of him. Everything was confused, but not even a trace of fear or the understanding that something was seriously not right. Bask took another sip of moonshine. The soup arrived, and I pushed the bowl toward him. Simple broth with a couple of chunks of meat and a bone. It smelled good. The zombie took a spoon and tucked in absent-mindedly. It seemed he was so engulfed in reminiscence that he wasn't even appreciating the taste. We walked the last 100 yards or so. The corridor ended, and I realized where we were. Cursed Bridge. That's where we ended up. But nobody ever goes for a walk around there next to the stench over the stagnant cesspool. There's so many horror stories about those places. Lotta suggested having a look down from the edge of the canyon. I stepped back, looked around, and said, "Let's go, guys. Have you gone mad? This is Cursed Bridge. Let's leave." But Eve pouted at Stock like she was offended and said, "Your friend is spoiling all the fun. I don't like boring company. Either we all do it together or I leave." Stock reacted like he'd been stabbed in the butt with an awl, staggering toward me, grumbling, barely audibly, winking, hiccuping, and hanging his head over the canyons as if to say, "Are you my friend or what? We have one quick look and step back." They promised to keep treating us with some really special firewater. Proper strong stuff, apparently, stronger than moonshine. And I succumbed. I walked to the edge of the fucking canyon to have a look down. With 3 steps to go before the edge, he grabbed us by the arm and purred, "Wait, look at the bridge. Is somebody coming?" Being obedient cretins, we stopped and stared at the empty bridge. But out of the corner of my eye, I spotted her looking up, so I followed her gaze and saw a dome turning slowly. "Have you seen the dome there?" "It's big, and hangs crookedly," I said, nodding and picturing the enormous old spy dome hanging over the canyon. "I only found out later that one half of it is blind." "Really?" "But she knew, and she was waiting until we were out of the system's view. Then it all kicked off. What saved me? Stock fell. He just zoned out and collapsed. I tried to hold him, but we fell together. I fell onto my back and heard the whistle of a club above me. I gasped, and Lotto swung again. I rolled to the side, and Stock got a club in the stomach. He groaned. I tried to crawl away on all fours, but got a kick in the ribs. I cried out, fell, and rolled over. My body was on autopilot, so I got up and ran, but I only made it 10 yards before I remembered Stock. I turned to see Lados pushing him down the slope. Eve came into me with her hand inside her unshouldered backpack. A red backpack with a long black lid with a buckle. I wanted to run past her, push Lados' side, pick Stock up and leg it. But she shook her backpack casually off her arm, and I saw this terrible thing in her hand. 2 claws on a stick, like a thin club, but with claws. And she scraped it across my face, really skillfully, and her eyes were crazed as she did it. And that's all. That was the last thing I ever saw, her face and the shadow of that clawed thing as it slashed across my face. The pain. So I fell and grabbed at my face, and my finger went into my eye. I screamed, jumped up, and ran. I heard Lados behind me shouting, "Eve, stop! Mother will see! Let him go! Let's get this one under the bridge!" And I ran, at full tilt, into a wall, head first. I fell, stunned, jumped up again, leaned my shoulder against the wall, and slid along it until I collapsed into 30. I started running again, still sliding my shoulder along the wall. But Stock. He got dragged down into the canyon. And that's my stupid story. The zombie finished his moonshine, quickly ate the rest of his soup, and pushing the empty bowl aside, said with a sigh, "And that's how I went blind. And it serves me right. It was my fault. And Lados. A couple of days later, he found me lying on a wall ledge with my head all bandaged and glued. I was trying to imagine how I could live now. He crept up quietly, because before I didn't listen in so closely, didn't pay attention to the sounds around me, and he whispered in my ear, "You are one lucky motherfucker. Now live and be afraid every day. We'll get you anyway sooner or later, and we'll cart you off and make burgers out of you." I swear that's what he said, burgers, and he added, "If you want to live just a day longer, don't say a word, not one word." Then he left. Before that, I thought I should just quickly die somehow. What's life without eyes? But everything changed after what he said. I decided I wasn't going to die. I was going to survive. I would save money and find a way to fix my eyes, at least one of them. And someday I would kill that bastard. And then that bitch. I began to learn how to live again, how to walk, how to navigate, how to listen, and how to cope with the incessant bullying, how to live in constant expectation of Lados creeping up to attack me or that bitch Eve. Maybe that's how I got the hang of it and learned so quickly, because I was always waiting for the attack. But the funny thing was that he spoke to me, threatened me, and disappeared. That was 6 months ago, and he only showed his face again today. You were there to see it. "We saw it," I confirmed. "Oh, we saw it all right," Yorka concurred. "That's all clear then," I said. "A cracking story. No more Lados. Congratulations, you did away with a sworn enemy. It only remains to eliminate that bitch Eve, and I'll help you do that. Meanwhile, let's have a look at what that son of a bitch Lados carried in his belt bag." I put the trophy bag on the table and began to inspect it. From the outside, it was nothing special. Before I could open it, however, the zombie shuddered and slapped his hands down on the table. "I forgot something. A voice, a third voice." "Explain," I said, putting the bag to the side. There would be time for that. "When I jumped up and ran, when Lados shouted, 'Eve, stop, Mother will see,' just then, a couple of seconds later, before I cracked my head on the wall, there was another voice, a husky voice, commanding, and it came from below, from under the bridge, shouting, 'Quicker, bring the meat here, meat!' Later I had nightmares about that moment, and in them I didn't manage to escape. In the nightmares, those animals dragged me down into the fog, and from the fog came a voice saying, 'Meat, bring the meat here!'" "Another one of the band of body snatchers emerges," I said, "and he doesn't even go out hunting for his own prey. Lados had a tattoo on his neck, under his neck scarf. It was a whole composition, quite a beautiful image of cursed bridge with a crooked surveillance dome above it, and below it a silhouette of a large man with his arms spread out. The man seemed to be standing on a legend that read, 'Meat and Freedom.' Of course, it may have been an abstraction, but looking at it more simply, the tattoo was an image of a boss. Nobody would get a portrait of a flunky or a private on his neck, but it's just the place for a boss. It was probably his voice you heard, which begs the interesting question, goblins and zombies, how long is this story?" Seeing Yorka's blank stare and Basque's head hanging, I explained. "The fairy tale races and classes continue to rule the roost. Zombies, goblins, orcs, halflings, succubuses, incubuses, and then there's the real classic, the troll." Silence. "The troll," I repeated. "A terrible fairy tale giant living under a bridge and collecting payment for crossing it. Body snatcher, cannibal, malefactor. It fit your description perfectly." "He sounds odious and forbidding," the girl said, nodding. "That's what we shall call him." "Under no circumstances," I replied. "We shan't call him anything. If I can draw an analogy like that, a troll under a bridge, someone else can do the same. If someone who knows what goes on under and around the bridge overhears us, they'll understand what we're whispering and muttering about. Anything else, Basque?" "No. But thank you again, Elb." "Thank me later, after we find blonde Bonnie Eve and have a chat with her about meat, eyes, and bitchy behavior. Now let's take a look at this bag." Flipping the bag open, I peered inside. It was immediately clear that this was not a personal item. In fact, the bag had not belonged to the late Lados. It was unlikely that even a complete miscreant or bloodsucker would stuff a purse exclusively with stacks of medium-sized gray tablets. Nothing else. I showed the contents to Yorka, who whispered in Basque's ear while I returned the bag to my backpack. Drumming my fingers thoughtfully on the table, I said, "We slaughtered a courier, and this is either some new kind of food ration or tablets that reliably dispel grief and melancholy. You swallow one and journey for a short time to a bright and colorful world where you are not a goblin, but a human." "Narcotics," Yorka whispered. "More than likely. I nodded. What else could it be? An experimental remedy for hemorrhoids? Drugs, as we know them, impersonal, sweet, and dangerous. Lotus remained a helpless pawn. At first he worked as an enforcer, ensnaring and delivering live meat. Then he was dealing tablets. Yorka, Basque, if I remember correctly, Lotus was walking along 29 away from Cursed Bridge, yes? Yes, I guess. The bag's full. He'd replenished his supplies and was out distributing his goods to small-scale dealers. With a quantity like that, he probably wasn't dealing piecemeal. This is clearly small wholesale. If he offloaded 20 or 30 tablets to a single client, he'd be finished in a day and return. Return where? Yorka was following my train of thought with interest. Drainage Town, I replied without thinking. All the shit of the world flows into Drainage Town. That's what they say, isn't it? I doubt the tablets are pressed in the outskirts. No, they're delivered here and sold to those who can afford such a luxury. That is, of course, if they really are drugs. Have you heard anything about gray tablets before? I was mildly disappointed with a negative shake of their heads, but not entirely discouraged. There were plenty of ways to find the necessary information. But was it necessary? I was now far more interested in something else. Let's pay up and move out, fighters. The kind system has given us another combat task, and we cannot turn it down. Patrol? Yorka groaned, rubbing her legs. Oh, my thighs. But if it has to be done, it has to be done. Patrol, I nodded. But frankly, it's a weird kind of patrol. Listen. Job. Patrol Section 5 of the EPXN perimeter. Important additional details. Be at the location no later than 1730. Description. Patrol Section 5 of perimeter. Eliminate any pluxes on site. Upon receiving a system indication, destroy the target indicated. Location. Zone 3, Block 9, Central Hall 12. Deadline. Continue patrol until the triple audio and light signals. Compensation, 90 sol. No, the system was not kind. I had a bad feeling about this. Why such a big reward and the strangely imprecise deadline? And why the gloomy fixed expressions on Yorka and Basque's faces? I'll have 2 shots of moonshine, the girl sighed. I'll pay. Shit. Not good, said the zombie in support of the goblin. A memo to both of you for the future. I like reports to be short and informative. I just love 'em that way, I said, taking my glass. What's the problem with this job? Why such a big reward? Danger money. EPXN is not a patrol. Absolutely not a patrol. You just have to stand there and wait, and either you get wiped out or you get lucky and survive. What do the cheerful letters stand for? EPXN stands for Elimination of Plunar Zarl Nest. The system found a Plux nest and delegated a brigade to crack it open and eliminate it, Yorka said. And we're on standby. Combat groups stand at the perimeter and simply wait. The brigade opens up the nest and the Pluxes come hurtling out. The brigade bears the brunt of the attack and some will slip through. If the fighters don't stop them, it's up to us. Pluxes run? I asked in disbelief. Even the gray ones? They're mental. They only know how to attack. They're getting their eggs out, the zombie explained. They're saving their eggs. It's a nest. I've never been on a cleanup job, but I've heard a lot of stories. Some of the Pluxes attack while the others sneak the eggs out under their bellies. If you stand in their way, they steamroll you. Are there many Pluxes in the nest? It varies. They say it depends on the age of the nest. The older the nest, the bigger it is, the more Pluxes there are, and the bigger they are. I've heard tales about Pluxes the size of orcs. Have you been on even one cleanup job? No. Once more, they answered in unison and with the same emotion. But you've heard about them. Too much. We've heard, Commander, but they're just bloody horror stories. In the evening, there'll be at least one person in every clux in the outskirts talking about the latest cleanup, describing with a relish how many orcs and halflings were felled, how the blood flowed from ripped-open wounds, how the dying shrieked and gurgled. But there's nothing to be gained from these stories. Nothing at all? Well, the zombie set to thinking. The worst thing is when the nest is in a hallway. There's not much room but a whole wave of Pluxes. That's what they say. The more space, the greater the chances of survival. The job description says Hall 12 of Block 9, Zone 3. That's a big hall, Basque responded instantly. Like the one where we met. I see. Setting my glass aside, I said. No more alcohol, no more food either. The system gives cleanup jobs to a brigade? Definitely. The last 2 were carried out by the lamers. And the result? They cleaned up. Casualties? Last time not too bad, something like 10 orcs killed, but the previous time was really bad. They cracked open an enormous nest, and as the Pluxes surged out, everything was awash with blood. I couldn't tell you how many fighters the brigade lost, but hired orcs, goblins, zombies, and worms. Altogether, there were about 50. What? I said disbelievingly. 50 souls were killed? Wait, worms? What were worms doing there? Pluxes aren't fussy about who they bite, Yorka said, almost whispering. Throw a squalling worm in their path, and they're on it like flies on shit. Convenient. You take your club or awl and strike the stationary target to your heart's content. A good worm will attract up to 10 Pluxes if they're not too big. Are you joking? No, Goblin, I'm not joking. When I heard for the first time, I threw up. When I saw my first spent worm, I threw up again. I couldn't put a single crumb in my mouth for 2 days without my stomach immediately spasming. There wasn't a single spot of live flesh left on that poor beast. Riddled with holes it was, like a chunk of chewed cheese. But the face was intact, albeit scared to death, literally. A worm is a worm, living garbage. They get called all sorts. You hear that and you understand that there's nothing worse than us in the world. We are not people. We're the scum of the earth. We deserve to live here in these conditions of filth and fear. Blow up and die, Elb. You should hear what they call the worms. I'll tell you what I've heard. Sanitary pads, shields, kamikaze tanks, Plux, Velcro, buffers, chief volunteers, bravehearts, most often knights or cavaliers. Why? As I understand from the tales in ancient times, so as not to spill blood in vain, the strongest warriors were sent from each force. I see, I nodded. A battle of knights. It's a sensible approach. Big gains achieved for little blood spilled. Better to let one strong man die than a couple of 1,000 weak ones. Someone has to produce children and work the land, and a worm is a legless, armless knight who will defend a whole group from injury and death at the cost of his own life. What was it you said? A good worm will attract up to 10 Pluxes if they're not too big. That's obscene, but if you judge it purely from a tactical point of view, it's undoubtedly a successful method. Frankly, it's an amazing method. Don't get me wrong. Blow up and die. They're living beings, Elb. No arms and no legs, but still alive. They still have rights. They still want to live. And maybe they've never done anybody any harm. Maybe one just drew the short straw, and drew the triple short straw when a gang of motherfuckers bagged and gagged the poor thing before dragging him down the dark paths and launching him at a horde of attacking Pluxes. You got bitten by a Plux, Elb. Did it hurt? That's an understatement. See? And a worm might have 10 Pluxes on him. They say that when a Plux is merely taking his fill, the pain's not too bad. But the bite of an irate fling Plux is truly incredibly painful. Either it injects more poison or something else, but there's nothing more excruciating than that pain. I'm not about to do anything like that, Yorka, I said softly. I'm just gauging the situation from different perspectives, although it's still difficult to believe. It's true, Commander, Bask said, coughing. A Plux doesn't care how many arms and legs you have, it just attacks instantly. That's why many take a meat shield with them, especially on an EPXN. They're heavy to carry, but if you want to live, you take one. And if you can't find an unclaimed worm, you grab a one-armed, legless, weakling zombie. But there are always plenty of worms. Every dark alley is teeming with them. I've no idea what they live on, but you select the fattest one and off you go. You give your worm a crack on the head and gag him so he doesn't scream, then drag him off down the twilight paths. At the location, you hide him under a pile of rags or backpacks and you wait calmly. As soon as you see the stampeding monsters, you throw the worm into their path. And you wait again. When the beasts have just gotten their teeth and claws in, you approach quietly and strike with your club or awl. I once spoke to one of those degenerates. I told him he was a bastard. He told me he just wanted to live and a worm has nothing to lose. They don't live, they survive. He said the most important thing is not to look the worm in its eye when you're massacring the Pluxes on its body. Even better is to cut out its tongue beforehand so it can't distract you with its entreaties. You can pluck out the eyes, too. It's easier if it can't see its own death. Fuck, I said through gritted teeth. What about fishing? Yorka said with a jolt. You fish around here, too? Of course, worms are good bait, Bask said, smiling humorlessly. It's very simple, Commander. We will come across it, and very soon. The essence is easy. When Pluck's visits become more frequent, or after a nest is cracked open and some of the fuckers manage to escape, the system gives a special bonus job to all combat groups and even thuggish lone wolves, killing Pluxes. On those days, some of the wall hatches even open now and then to check for Pluxes inside. The more you kill and the more dead Pluxes you deliver to the room appointed by the system, the bigger the reward it gives you. Basically, the system sends you on a hunt. That's a more appropriate name, I said, nodding. It's not more fucking appropriate at all, the zombie cut in. This is more like fishing. Hunting is, of course, more common. Seek out, then attack with a club, followed by an awl or a knife. But why take the risk? It's easier to go fishing. It's more lucrative and safer. First, you take a long, strong fishing line, a rope. Then you buy or dig for worms. Do you know the difference? Explain. Worms have their own communes. Remember this, Commander. Worms always live with zombies. Sometimes they joke that they live in a zombie or on a zombie. Worms are beggars, after all. Yeah, I've seen them. So in the morning, the zombies deliver them to their places. In the evening, they take them back. They eat together and sleep together on wall ledges. Zombies wash the worms, take them to the bathroom, protect them. The better-looking ones are sold for cheap sex. A zombie won't hit a worm for no good reason because he understands that he could become a worm himself at any moment. How you treat a worm is how you will be treated later. Each cave, along with the community in it, is called a coffin. Coffin? Yeah, coffin, you get the idea. In their cave, it's dark and teeming with worms and the undead, and it smells just like it does inside a coffin. Abominable and precise. Each coffin has its leader. He'll sell you a worm to use as bait. If you have money, that is. He will always be happy to sell you a feckless worm, the loudest or most discontent one, or one not generating a profit. With each new day, my hatred for this magnificent place intensifies. I smiled widely. The Outskirts is heaven for volitional nullforms. Life is like in that picture in the next clux. Volitional nullforms. Be happy in your work and play. Let me guess, if you've got no money for a worm, then you have to go digging for them, the zombie said, nodding. Meaning steal them. There's always security at the entrance to the coffin. Wrap your face up in a rag, and in you go. Then you act as the situation dictates. Either you snatch the security guy himself if it's a worm on lookout by the wall, or you go further in and grab a fatter one. You smack him around the head, carry him outside, and turn and burn. The main thing is not to be recognized. They're vengeful. I should think so, I blurted. Imagine sitting at home drinking tea with your wife when suddenly, bang, the door flies off its hinges, they smack your wife around the head, grab her and carry her off to feed Pluxes. What is wrong with this freaking world? That's not how it should be. How do you fish, then? Actually, I think I can guess. The hatches? Uh-huh. They tell so many fishing stories in the evenings, so many hellish anecdotes. They don't seem to be talking about themselves, and they do it with humor, but you realize they're actually talking about themselves and describing the day's dreadful fishing grind. A group of friends dig up a worm, female. Not bad, too, everything in the right place except for the missing arms and legs, and she's delighted to have a bit of male attention. It's a long way to go, so they stop a couple of times, but they eventually get there and begin fishing. They tie up the worm, two of them lift her, swing her, and in she goes. Whack! Then they sit and wait, holding the rope in their hands. The worm sobs and squeals, and they sit and wait. They listen to her wild howling, and as soon as the howling turns to screeching, they pull her out, and two guys are standing in wait with clubs and awls because she's covered with riches. If they're lucky, she doesn't die after the first round, and they can use her again. They say it's a good idea to take plenty of medicinal glue to pour over the worm's wounds so she doesn't lose blood, and back in she goes. Female worms are better. They're more lively, and if the group is male, it makes the journey sweeter. But a good female worm doesn't come cheap, and spending a lot of money. That's why it's good to keep an eye out for a pretty lady worm and dig her up. That's the kind of fisherman's tale they tell of an evening. That's how they fish in the Outskirts, Alb. Those are fishermen. What do you think? I take all those fishermen and... Never mind. Their time will also come. Everything's going to change. Nothing ever changes in the Outskirts. It will, I said confidently. Things are definitely going to change. How's that going to happen? I'm here, I smiled, and I do not like this shit. Just like those fishermen's tales. It shouldn't be this way. Now, guys, let's talk about your attitude to tasks and complications. I don't like it, your attitude. From now on, when we come across a difficult or dangerous situation, and we have a ton of them ahead, I promise you, I want you jumping for joy. I want you rubbing your hands and licking your lips in anticipation. Danger at last. Hardship at last. Why? Because it gives us the chance to overcome a new obstacle, thanks to which we will become stronger, smarter, and more capable. That is the correct attitude to adopt. When I told you about the EPXN job, you should have been delighted, baring your teeth like rapacious, self-confident wolves. You should have recalled instantly everything you know about cleaning up nests and wondered, how and where do we take up our station, and how do we act in order to survive? So henceforth, that is your only attitude. Got it? Yes, sir. Yeast. Move out, I ordered. But we still have time. We'll make it. We'll make what? The start of the pluck stampede? I don't think so. I want to be there beforehand. We'll carefully check out the positions given to us by the system, have a look around the hall, evaluate the situation. Oh, and Bask, Yorka, I haven't forgotten that you're picking up today's check. Of course, Commander. The zombie nodded. Guilty as charged, the goblin sighed. And as soon as we're done cleaning up the nest, we move on, I added, by which I mean that today is going to be a long day, but interesting. We have to survive the EPXN first. We will survive, I said brusquely. All other outcomes are not up for consideration. Chapter 3. On reaching our destination, we soon found the section indicated in the job description. After deciding to check out the hall later, I first studied Section 5, and one glimpse was enough to understand that our prospects were not the most rosy. I didn't know what guided the system, but I would have been happy to challenge the day's decision. The zone entrusted to us was a length of wall just 8 yards wide. What nonsense. The only real problem was that bang in the middle of our section was a corridor that was clearly visible from a distance. For any fugitive, Plux or goblin, a corridor was the best means of escape. Better than crashing into a wall at full force. There were plenty of corridors in the hall, but it still niggled that my small and hitherto disorganized group had been allotted such a section. My upset only grew when I saw the well-equipped and joyfully snarling group of 5 orcs next to us. Section 6 was solid wall. Their chances of avoiding attack from runaway Pluxes were far greater than ours. And when I saw on the other side another 4 orcs armed with clubs, exhibiting the same gleeful, toothy grins, and gently stroking a wall lacking the merest hint of an opening, my annoyance increased tenfold. Where's the justice? Actually, screw justice. Where's the cold mathematical calculation? I was dumbfounded as to what could possibly guide a system to put 3 ill-equipped orcs on guard duty at the entrance to a passageway that was an open invitation for Pluxes, while the much safer neighboring sections were defended by groups of 4 and 5 well-protected orcs. Fuck it. Yelling tearfully at the ceiling was pointless, as was demanding anything of the local senior judge. It was easier to accept the reality of our situation and begin to act. Although it wasn't yet clear how, I would continue my inspection while there was time. Current time, 16:53. The orcs next door, whose grins had already changed from joyful to spiteful, had begun to bore. I solved the problem by smiling widely and gleefully back at them. My glee disheartened them, fading their smiles. They were offended that a future corpse was not weeping but smiling. He had ruined all their fun, the douchebag. The hall. Square. Empty. Floor bulging slightly in the far corner. Rows of sealed-fast openings in the walls. Grills everywhere. Square grills, large and small, were set into the ceiling, floor, and walls, steam wafting from several of them. Behind others, the darkness smiled enigmatically. 17 corridors led away from the hall. 2 domes adorned the ceiling, a large one static in the middle and a small one running around the perimeter, occasionally disappearing into the corridors but soon returning. A crowd stood in the center of the hall, a densely packed group of self-confident-looking individuals. Approaching, I immediately noticed their familiar flame emblems. The cleanup of the Plux nest had again been assigned to the Solar Flame Brigade. Was this cause for joy or sorrow? There was no way to tell. I had heard tell of 2 cleanup operations, the last of which had gone relatively well, but the first of which had ended in a hall flowing with blood. The third operation, to days, would make the statistics far more precise. What am I not seeing? The nest. Obviously, it was hidden somewhere behind the walls or grills. That was the essence of secrecy. This was no anthill or wasp's nest, which would be immediately visible. Although how then did the system find it? Off the top of my head, I could see a couple of possibilities, but I couldn't understand what method the system had used. There was just the one solid fact. A huge Plux nest had been discovered, and an emergency call put out for forces to liquidate it. Great. So here we all are. What next? The problem was that the section concealing the nest was not marked in any way. Surely they could have put a chalk cross or something, or illuminated it in red. That would have helped us psych ourselves up and measure the distance from the nest to our position, and the brigades would have been able to position their troops in advance and plan their first movements. But no marks. After singling out several of the brigade's top dogs, judging not by their attire but by their facial expressions, gestures, and behavior, I had a closer look and whistled in surprise. Either I'd forgotten how to read faces and gestures, or the brigade had no idea where the Plux nest was hidden. Figuring I wouldn't be able to ask anybody, I decided to wait. What if those in the know were planning to make a grand entrance just before kickoff? It was silly, but what if that was the order of things around here? I looked around and frowned to see 2 grills in close proximity to our section, although at least we had no hatches. The first piece of good news. Moving closer to the center, I began casually to inspect the brigade fighters, compiling a list of facts in my head. I looked around the rest of the hall, too, inspecting the gathering groups. I counted 60 brigade fighters with an air margin of 10 since they were constantly moving about. Most of them were heavily equipped. Sensible. It was absolutely realistic to kill a common Plux with just an awl if your actions were well coordinated. Were I in good shape, I would try my hand just to gauge my level of skill. Possession of a spiked club provided a huge advantage in a one-on-one situation. For this reason, fighters didn't need to be heavily armed, but good protection wouldn't go amiss, letting attacking Pluxes chew metal and plastic rather than tearing live flesh. The fighters were divided into squads of 10, well equipped. On their shoulders I could clearly see yellow stripes with red markings. Ranks. Aside from his stripes, the squad commander was distinguishable by his yellow helmet with its plastic visor, like that of a motorcyclist. Several of the troops had varying numbers of red stripes on their helmets, which was not a common sight. Even more unusual were the plastic yellow tongues of flame attached like lateral plumes. 2 of the squad had a third plume, a tall red flame, standing proud on the tops of their helmets. This was a mark of distinction, something like a medal. The junior members had only their shoulder stripes. Do they not get head medals? After all, they did have to wear the impersonal gray helmets. I immediately envied the fighters their helmets and the collars worn below them. They looked like cut-off corrugated plastic pipes, only more flexible, and were worn round the neck despite being a bit tight. Mind you, they had no problems turning their necks. Many had homemade plastic shields, some very ordinary-looking. Others, however, were very unusual, warped, narrow, and with a vertical slit on the middle, and the fighters carrying them had long, wide, heavily toothed hatchets hanging from their belts. Looking closer, I more or less understood the idea. Very sensible in a battle with a small group of Pluxes. Clever, even. Weapons. Mainly clubs and short darts with crossed flights. This was the central group of heavyweights, the nucleus. But a second, wider ring had begun to form, consisting nigh on exclusively of females. They were armed with darts and those same boards that distantly recalled children's guns roughly fashioned from wood. The nucleus and the outer circle shifted constantly around the hall. A bird's-eye view would look like a eukaryotic cell being battered by an electric charge, the nucleus tearing around madly and bouncing off the cell membrane, which was keen to evade contact. The reason was obvious. Nobody knew whereabouts in the hall the Plux nest was hidden. An inspection of the perimeter guards didn't help. Some were better equipped, some worse. Threesomes, foursomes, fivesomes, several squads. All had assumed their positions, and a few orcs were wandering about with a look of interest like my own. All males. Just give us proud males an excuse to walk around in circles, wearing the bored and assured faces of weary top professionals, checking everyone out with a mix of mild condescension and gloomy resignation. Yet again everyone was an amateur suicide assassin. Now there was no telling who was a proud stag and who a frightened little monkey. The battle would show. It would give everyone a precise label that would be all but impossible to remove. 20 yards away were two groups engaged in a lively debate. Two neighboring sections. Particularly vocal was a short but thick-set man whose prominent eyebrow ridges made him stand out even at a distance. Then I noticed the other insignificant details: clubs, orcs, goblins. Moving nearer, I listened in, but didn't slow my pace as I continued on by. That way I would not appear to anybody who noticed me to be doing anything other than simply walking past. "Are you discussing anything interesting?" "No, just buddy aid should it come to it." Current time, 17:02. There was still time. I spent the next 15 minutes investigating the corridors that led off the hall. I entered each of them to a distance of 20 or 30 paces, until I ran into a living, flickering, loitering barrier. Dozens of goblins and zombies were jammed into the corridors like corks in wine bottles. Idiots. A Plux breaking through a perimeter hatch would find at least one victim. It wouldn't kill, just have a good chew. After which a dozen or so zombies from the rear and middle ranks would be swiftly dispatched to Kingdom Come. They would be knocked down first and trampled underfoot when there was a mass break for safety. The front ranks usually contained the bravest and the strongest, the weaklings shuffling their feet timidly behind the leaders. And it was the weaklings who would die. But I wasn't here to preach morals or to recite safety regulations. I conducted a rough assessment of the front ranks, accordingly latching on to a frightened and crooked, or mean and bullish, or inelegant and chummy smile, and striking up a conversation. After about 3 minutes I left, escorted by mocking wishes that I shouldn't die. After gathering information from the fourth corridor, I walked to the far corner. Returning just before I regained my patiently waiting group, I stopped and thought. Interesting. "And you haven't lucked out?" a familiar voice asked sarcastically. First I casually assessed the booty, and only then did I answer the question with a question. "Why haven't I lucked out?" "Well, for a start, you're here, the threat of danger and all that." Mads rolled her eyes and opened her mouth slightly in an incompetent parody of fright. No, I'm hanging on in there." I smiled. "Do you want to offer me some encouragement?" "Do you need it?" "Not particularly." "I want to apologize." "Now that is a surprise," I admitted. "What for?" "For entertaining bad thoughts of you. They appeared and disappeared just now." "You surprise me again," I said. "What thoughts would those be?" "I decided you are a consummate coward." "Could you explain? I'm not overly concerned yet, but still." "I noticed you about 15 minutes ago, just in passing." "And?" "You posted your group, wandered around the hall a bit, checked out our brigade guys, and then, whoosh, you slipped unnoticed into a corridor, sneaking a surreptitious look at your group beforehand, and I decided that I was scared of the looming cleanup and decided to flee." "That's right, but you came back. I was just beginning to change my mind about you when you dived into another corridor. Well, I thought, there's a crush in the first corridor and you couldn't get through, so you decided on a different escape route. And then I see you back here with no suggestion of fear in your face, more like contemplation. Diagnosis, you're no coward, and there's something on your mind." "You'll go far, Mads," I said, bowing my head in almost serious respect. "You managed to carry out your own duties, not forgetting to have a snoop around. You formed an opinion, changing it after seeing it contradicted, and in accordance with your principles, you decided to apologize. You have a strong core. In the future, your principles will do you more harm if you remain in the brigade. It's a big collective with its own immutable rules of survival. They will try to break the core inside you, and in time, you will cease to apologize. You will be unhappy in the depths of your soul, but you will never stop smiling." "Holy shit, Elb, you've got some nerve. He's prophesying over here, guys. Brr, I even believed you for some reason. That's awful. You can't see into the future by any chance, can you? That would be cool. You could tell us where this freaking nest is." "I can't see into the future," I smiled. "Pity. What section have you got?" 5. "The one with the corridor," Mad said, understanding instantly and frowning. "And there are still just the 3 of you?" "Affirmative." "Sorry, Goblin, I can't help you. I'm on standby myself, and the chief won't give you a hatch because you're nobodies. If you die, the brigade won't cry." "Goes without saying," I shrugged. I think the same way about you. Why would I help you and tell you where the nest is hidden? You're nobody to me. If you die, my group won't cry." I hadn't seen such an astonished expression for a long time. Smiling as we parted, I turned around and went back to my group. We had to think of a tactic in the case of 2 or 3 pluxes breaking out. Maybe 4. Okay, 5 at the outside if they were small fry and my legs didn't let me down. But what if 10 large ones break through and all come for us? There was only one option. Get them into a guarded corridor and immediately set upon their flanks with our clubs. Pin 2 or 3 to the floor, quickly finish them off, then chase the others down the corridor. I'm not about to sacrifice myself and my team for the sake of a herd of dumb rubberneckers blocking corridors, but I'm also not about to let pluxes escape from the corridors. We would catch up to the escaped beasties, by now attached to goblins' bodies, kill them and drag them out to show the system, which would decide whether it saw the task as a success or a failure, although to me there was no difference. I didn't send myself and my troops into unwinnable battles, but it sounded like an absolutely viable plan. The main thing was to pin down at least a couple of pluxes as soon as they entered the corridor, so the system could see we were fighting and not fleeing. We would fight it in the hall. And as for the fact that the pluxes broke through in the first place, well, we aren't magicians, are we? We're filthy outskirts goblins. What do you expect from us? I had to quickly explain the plan to the group, and explain who would go where on my command. I would take care of myself, while Yorka and Bask worked together. I dropped my shoulder and stepped aside to avoid a hand approaching from behind. Mads was trying again. I took another step away and requested politely, "Hands off. I'm not your evening's entertainment, although you could treat me to some meat and moonshine." Am I only of use to you after moonshine? Women, huh? How could that even occur to you? What do you want? The Plux nest. Did you say you knew where it was? Mads, are you in charge here? No. Can you give us a hatch, in case a swarm of Pluxes breaks our way? I can't, I told you. Do you know something? Come on, fess up. If your information checks out with ours, that's excellent. We can regroup with confidence, and we'll be ready when the system opens the hatches. After all, we don't know. I can see you don't know, I said. It's bullshit. Does the system not announce the exact position of the nest? In the case of halls, never. With corridors, it gives an approximate area. Bullshit, I repeated. Crazy bullshit. It's like if I've got flesh-eating bugs under my skin and I know exactly where they are, but I smile at the doctor and say, "Have a stab in the dark, my friend. I'll give you a clue. They're not in my head. I'm a dumbass by nature." The nest Elb. What do I get? You'll be helping a bunch of folk. You'll be saving lives. But you don't want to help save my life and the lives of my group? I laughed. If that's the way it is, why should I tell you anything? Because you bought me lemonade one time? Because you answered a couple of little questions for me? Listen, Elb, we're nearly out of time. While I'm looking for the chief and convincing him, we will be out of time. So that's just bad luck. But at least I don't lie. I don't make promises. Come on, Elb. The system is about to open the hatches and a burst net is going to crawl out from under the floor, and we don't know where. Why burst? It's a ball of flesh, stuck fast to a wall or a hatch. When the floor hatch opens, the nest bursts and all that squealing, blood-sucking shit spills out under our feet. It's a nest, Elb. Pointing a finger at the floor or a wall. Show us, and explain where you got the info. Then I'll treat you. A mound of roasted meat, a bottle of throat stripper, 2 bottles. She didn't promise. She didn't lie. She would bring a lot of trouble on herself with her honesty and principles. Fuck it, you've convinced me. This is what we'll do. I point a finger and explain how I come by my guesses. I don't ask much in return, just 3 pairs of boots like yours, 12 pairs of standard thick long socks, and 3 knives. That's chicken feed for the brigade. And the dinner you promised. That's if my info proves true and we survive and make it to the Jolly Plux after the cleanup. Deal? Yes. Where? The wall? The floor? The ceiling, I said, pointing upward. The far corner over to our left. That corner grill is the one the system will open, upon which you all shout, "Pinata!" in joyful unison, and the Pluxes come crashing down on you. The ceiling? That's rare. How come you're so sure? I was chatting with some curious suicide killers in the corridors. Nobody's seen a Plux around here for a long time. Not a hint of the fuckers. 3 zombies got an easy job wiping muck from the floor in that corner under the grill. The usual goo, slime mixed with dust. They got the same job a few days later and found some teeth in the muck. They kept hearing a noise coming through the wall from the next corridor round that corner. But the only thing on this side of that wall is this hall. There are no cavities. I checked. The wall is thin. It's either below or above. Maybe below too, but there are no grills in the floor, just a mass of metal, nothing for the system to open. I've just been over to that corner. I touched the walls and they're warmer higher up. Only by about 2 degrees, but they're warmer. What, that's it? Teeth and warm metal? Uh-huh. Not enough info. Have a look at that corner. And now have a look at the other corners and compare them. Will she get it? No. The seconds were ticking and 299 was taking a look around. That corner has the fewest people in it. Correct, I nodded. That's no evidence. Surely you don't believe in the sixth sense. I believe in observing and collating facts. It's easy. Nobody's hanging around that corner. For some reason, they're trying to stay away from it. Even the groups posted there are not standing under the grill, they're sticking to the wall. But it's your call. I'm 95% convinced. That won't rub. Mad shook her head. They won't believe me, and time is running out. Is your chief a man? Yes. How old? 50-something. Why? Just answer the question. Has he fought with Pluxes before? Yes, often. Is he always in charge of fighters? Yes. Has he been here long? He's an old-timer. Does he drink in the evenings? Come again? Does he drink in the evenings? Yes, in moderation. Who does he drink with? Your bosses or with his commanders? With the commanders, maybe even with the rank-and-filers. Does he take care of the fighters? Does he give them supplies? Does he drive them to do the necessary? Does he drill them? Does he punish them? Yes, he does, big time. What's the score between you and him? It was him who promoted me. He compliments me, but only for my eyes. Does he consider you brave? Yes. How quickly do the hatches open? It varies from 3 to 10 seconds. Here's what you do. Go and report, calmly and concisely, that you have reliable information from a reliable source. There's a 70% probability that the nest is in that corner. Say just that. If they ask about your source, say your informer has often proved his reliability and you personally believe the information. Don't ask them to change the formation, but advise them to be ready to move into that corner and allocate a few fighters to look very carefully at that grill. Volunteer to go yourself. Say you want to manage the situation and you think the information is reliable. Take some fighters with you, and be prepared for the worst. You'll be in the front ranks. See you in the Plux. She about-faced and ran toward the nucleus of the brigade's forces. After watching Little Miss Principles go with a sigh, I returned to my group. Bask was waiting patiently, leaning against the wall and frightening our orc neighbors with his mangled face. He no longer hid his handicap, but he was missing one thing. With such a relaxed face, nobody was going to take him for a trembling, helpless blind man anymore. You are growing into your role badly, zombie. Yorka was antsy with impatience, scooting about our section like a wind-up toy and practicing her club strike every 20 paces. One of the orcs to the right had one hand deep in his shorts, scratching his crotch, while the other hand scratched the back of his head as he watched the girl pensively. Inching closer, I could hear his critique. Dumb girl, take the club in both hands and stand still when you're striking. If I could just have you for a couple of nights, in case... I had just decided to give the doofus with a mangy crotch and head an earful when Yorka turned around and rendered my interruption unnecessary. I'm sick of you already. Shut your stupid cake, old goblin. Shut up and die. The other orcs laughed. Now blushing, the dumbass stepped angrily over the invisible boundary between the sections, and his flabby belly ran up against my inadvertently placed elbow, which I then drew sharply forward. He groaned and doubled over. I just about managed to hold the poor thing up with a hastily raised knee. The orc straightened himself up briskly, clutched his bruised nose in his hand, and aggrievedly mumbled something incomprehensible. You were scratching your balls with that hand, I said, shaking my head. What does it smell of? Throwing a glance at his buddies and not raising my voice, I requested politely, Gentlemen, no more advice or wishes for us, thank you. And that was the end of that. My fame had done its thing. That group hadn't known, but the group on the next section called the angry orcs over and whispered something urgently in their ears, chilling them out in an instant and turning their hopeful heads in our direction. How's it looking for us, Elb? Bask peeled himself away from the wall and Yorka stood next to him. Excellent. I said to their delight. "The nest is so far that we might be considered simple spectators who are getting paid extra to boot. But don't relax your ass cheeks. Nobody canceled the stand to. Be prepared, look around, keep your weapons close at hand. Bask, keep close to Yorka at all times and listen carefully. You know what to do." "I finished them off with my awl." "And you do not do it half badly," I said encouragingly. "Yorka, hold your club in one hand. The other must always be free." "Of course, Goblin, one hand." "Excellent. Time?" "Current time, 17:29. So we wait and watch, wait and watch." 30 seconds later, the hall went quiet. Nearly all the voices died down and movement ceased, and another 30 seconds later a deathly silence hung over the room. At that moment it became clear who was worth what, as sham bravado was instantly wiped from most of the faces present, replaced by sincere feelings, fear dominant among them. With widened eyes, pursed lips, heads shrunken down into shoulders, and hands tight on weapons, many looked yearningly at the exits from the hall, which seemed so far away, while others clung to their neighbors. I looked about. Bask stood with his back against the wall, his head bowed and his hand on his awl down by his thigh. The zombie was waiting. Yorka was hopping nervously, her shoulders twitching, throwing her club from one hand to the other. One time her fingers clenched too soon, and the club crashed to the floor, causing 100 jittery heads to flinch. Current time, 17:30. A triple signal, and a scraping sound. The system was nothing if not punctual. In the corner I had indicated a square ceiling grill slipped sharply to the side. The sound, the strange, crackling, damp, and oddly loathsome sound. From the hole flooded a torrent of green liquid dotted liberally with black blobs. Or rather, it didn't so much flood as plummet downward in a sheer liquid column. A wink, and another. The column wasn't weakening. I drew forward, counting the seconds in my head and making a note of the width of the liquid column. It wasn't tapering off. Just how big was this nest of flesh? A familiar voice shrieked above the massed ranks. No reaction. The shriek repeated and was supported by other voices that were rougher and snarlier. The immobile and contemplative brigade members eventually reformed hastily, shifting the nucleus into the corner. The first wave of heavily armored warriors, now charging, rode down the lady archers who were too slow to make way, and the next wave washed over the spread eagle bodies. A tremulous scream of pain announced the first victim before the battle had even begun. Raspy invectives, irate growls, howls, barks, and attempts to make loud vocal contact. Everything was drowned out by the sonic chaos, a hellish cacophony denying the commanders the opportunity to fulfill their chief function, that of commanding and directing. They simply couldn't be heard. One after another, fighters slipped on the green slime, grabbing at others as they fell and dragging them down too. Quickly they rose, those that hadn't already been trampled. An exceptionally loud and wild scream ripped through the din as an arm, broken at the elbow, was raised above the heads of the fallen. Somebody was trying to protect a crippled limb. A shove, and the crowd stirred as one huge, live, angry organism, and the broken arm disappeared among the sweaty, snarling bodies. The column cascading from the ceiling narrowed, and a wink later the first pluxes appeared, falling as hideous predatory rain. I tried to do an approximate head count and get some idea of their sizes, but it was useless. The bodies flashed by in freefall, often in enormous and tangled lumps. The pluxes had been sleeping peacefully in their warm nest of flesh, slumbering untroubled like babies in their mothers' wombs. And suddenly they were born by unsanctioned C-section. They didn't understand. They were sleepy and confused. But how long would it take them to understand? 1. Above the heads of the huddling fighters, I see clubs and darts whizzing up and down, and a number of long-handled axes. 2. The swipes increase in intensity, large weapons shimmer, and the fray is joined by new fighters arriving. But it's a corner, so you can't squeeze too many people in there, and what are the archers supposed to do? 3. As though upon the sound of a gong inaudible to us, the pluxes leap into action. The first phase is marked by a polyphonic howl of pain and a decrease in intensity of weapon strokes. The overly dense nucleus begins to sway, followed by the main body of the brigade. Snapping sounds can be heard as the archers join in. I see those boards in action for the first time. Quick, no recoil, nearly silent. Snap, snap, snap. A weapon is lowered and something clicks out of it, a clip, before another is inserted. Snap, snap, snap. Evidently, the rate of fire is limited only by the speed of the finger on the trigger? Button? Most likely a button concealed beneath the grip. Snap, snap, snap. Reload. A clip holding 3 rounds? Not enough. Seriously not enough. They don't fire bullets since I see no shells flying out, although it might be a mechanism similar to the extractable barrel of a revolver. Unlikely, however, because the noise is too quiet. These are not powder charges. Something different. I need to hold one in my hand. I don't see the results of the shots as the archers are shooting downward and my view is obscured by the lurching fighters. But judging by the way the archers are turning round, at first they stood with their backs to us, now they are side on and continuing to turn, simultaneously stepping back. Damn. 2 archers are jerked upward, jerked around, jerked upside down, and dropped. And meanwhile the riflemen are... Fuck, as if things aren't bad enough. I draw back to my group, pull them down, and shout over the insane hullabaloo. Get down and stay down! I crouch with them and slip forward and sideways on my knees. The view becomes considerably worse. I risk it and half stand for a quick glimpse around before kneeling once more. A nearby wall rings out. That's what I was afraid of. Another clang. The shouts are getting closer. Apparently the steady stream of living shit from the ceiling is spreading itself wider. At least we won't be left jobless. Clang. Very close by. With a twitch of the head, I see an elongated object rolling across the floor. I pick it up. It's hot and barbed. I'm holding a fat 5-centimeter needle studded with spines, externally undamaged. So that's it. A shout, bleating and sorrowful. A nearby orc collapses, clutching his head. 20 meters further on, also by the wall, a woman suddenly doubles over, clutching her belly, and falls to her knees, burying her face in the floor. Shit. There is nothing worse than friendly fire, and nothing more terrifying than the phrase, attendant unavoidable losses. Putting the needle in my bag, I continued to observe. The walls of the hall were ringing more and more frequently, and the shots were getting lower and lower. I turned round and gesticulated in order to lie down, flattening myself to the floor as well. Curses burst ceaselessly from my lips, cursing the dumb fools unable to do battle. They were popping shots off in all directions, unaware of where their weapons were aimed. Clang, strike, pain. Shit. I twitched and grabbed at my shoulder. My fingers also burned with pain. Removing my hand, I looked and carefully pulled out a needle that had thankfully spent most of its force by the time it hit me. Sensing movement, I flicked my hand. Spines clanked against the floor, and a tiny plux the size of my fist was pinned noiselessly to it. I finished it off with my awl and half stood. Pluxes scampered at full pelt toward the passageway we were guarding. Lame small fry. Just a couple of larger survivors. Yorka crept closer and struck my Plux with her club, the zombie holding onto her shoulder. Another strike and Yorka reined in the impaled creature before elbowing Bask, who instantly caught the position of her arm, reached out with his awl and plunged it into the twitching beastie. Lowering my club to the floor and leaning forward, I drove my awl into several Pluxes so tiny you might even have called them sweet. One stab and they were dead. And only after death did they release from their maws 1 or 2 greenish, slimy balls. Eggs, the size of a thumbnail. The ringing sounds did not stop as the archers continued to successfully hit the walls. The general clamor was intensifying. A glance at the clock indicated that the battle had been raging less than 3 minutes, during which time the Pluxes had managed to snatch up their eggs, break through the enemy ranks, and fan out around the hall in search of an exit. I started forward, picking up my club, and used it to knock the living daylights out of 3 scaly Plux babies scurrying toward the corridor. I rolled over, leaving a large gray Plux pawing at the air instead of my side. A club flew down and the beast went limp, its spine broken, but Bask gave it a few awl stabs for good measure. A short breather. For us. Our screaming neighbors were fighting 3 medium Pluxes, and coping not too badly, but the devil was in the detail. 2 sluggish, backswings too long, and one of the orc's legs was trapped in a living, toothy trap. A howl of pain, club flung aside, and the fool grabbed the Plux with his bare hands and tried to tear it off. Cretin. After making short work of his own enemy, a second orc decided to help. First he took a backswing with his spiked club, only then did he shout, "Hands!" as he was already hammering his weapon down. The first orc didn't hear the late warning, and the club skewered both his hands and fastened them hard to the Plux's back. The howls were now loud enough to break all records. The frightened assistant released the club, and the orc sandwich hopped squealing toward our corridor. He was helping the enemy, the bastard, helping it escape. I wasn't going to let that happen, so I dragged him away from the passageway by the scruff of his neck, freed the club from his leg, and shielding myself from friendly fire behind the screaming idiot, dealt the final blow to the Plux, which dropped to the floor. The orc fell to his knees, holding out his hands, which were rigid and numb from the shock of the pain, and tried to say something. Instead, he twitched and fell flat on his face, the tip of a deeply embedded needle protruding from the back of his head. I crashed down next to him and jostled my way along the floor to my team, hands signaling to hit the deck. Upon reaching them, I spread myself flat, showing by example exactly what to do. Lie on your belly, legs together and against the wall, arms around your head, club held in front of you. Bask required help, but with a little effort he was soon positioned correctly. And just in time. Indiscriminate clanking sounds indicated that every man and his dog was firing in our direction. Evidently, the Pluxes were once again scampering toward us. How the hell are you missing so many targets, you idiots? Added to which missiles were ricocheting all over the freaking place. Shit. Our own forces were laying down suppressive fire against us, forcing us flat to the floor and spread out like jellyfish while the Pluxes continued their sprint. A medium-sized yellow beastie, as though making use of our own necessitated immobility, skipped lively toward the corridor, towing a whole cluster of eggs behind it. 2 needles protruded from its back. I managed to reach it with my club, catching a paw and pull it toward me, before Yorka whacked it with her club. Bursting the eggs with our elbows, we clamped the Plux to the floor and finished it off with our awls. Peeling it off the spikes, I threw it in front of Yorka, but she had barely hidden her head behind its corpse when she took a needle herself. 10 seconds. 20. The ringing walls fell silent. I waited a few seconds before half-standing to take a look from a higher viewpoint. No Pluxes within 20 meters. Beyond was the battlefield, sloshing with green and red blood and awash with the unmoving or twitching bodies of Pluxes and orcs. Geez, what a glorious fight. Crawling through puddles and crushing eggs, fighters cried out in pain, picking perishing Pluxes from their legs and arms and plucking steel needles from fresh wounds. And the smell, the coppery smell of blood, the stench of real shit, sweat, and something chemical. My nose, blocked and quailing, refused point-blank to recognize anything. I stood up fully and looked toward the far corner before ordering my team. Gather the needles in your backpacks, but discreetly. Put our Pluxes over by the wall, but stay on the alert. I moved carefully forward, stepping over corpses and ignoring fighters thrashing around on the floor and trying to grab at me with bloodied hands. I crouched down and removed 2 steel rectangles from a dead lady's hand, putting them in my belt bag. A few steps on, I collected 5 needles and 1 rectangle. I threw a cursory glance at a rifle lying in a pool of blood. My hand reached out all by itself, but I couldn't take it, for I was no looter. And anyway, what was the point? If they found it, they would confiscate it. A weapon like that could not be unaccountable. And they were already standing in wait in the corridors beyond the hall. I was almost sure they had already removed the corks from the paths leading to the hall. They had inevitably kicked out all the loiterers and moved them on, for there was too much stuff scattered around. For this reason, we would not take much. The needles and clips, although it was better to call them cartridges, were compensation for the shambles caused by friendly fire. I'd stand all the section leaders against the wall for that, although shooting would be too soft a punishment. But the rifle. I would definitely procure one of them. In fact, not just one, and very soon. A scraping sound. Casting my eyes around, I saw something huge and black falling out of the hatch. It fell with such force that I felt the vibrations in my feet. The relatively hushed hall exploded in a new wave of shouts as a larger Plux emerged from the ceiling. It crept out slowly, but was soon peppered with arrows, and beginning to twitch, it fell downward. Lively small fry flowed out like liquid, followed by an enormous cluster of green eggs. An orc shot up to the ceiling, tossed there by a monstrous strike. Its body, strangely folded in 2 at the waist, somersaulted before falling on the heads of roaring fighters. Their roars washed like a song into my ears, the roar of predators finally rousing themselves and thirsting for more blood. They ran to the center, where a fight ensued with two enormous black pluxes. The ring of archers ceased its reckless firing and slowly peeled itself away from the nucleus. Rifles cracked and dead pluxes lay motionless on the floor. Eggs exploded under feet, and their remains were carried away by the thickening blood slowly flowing into the grills. Returning to my group, I plunked myself down wearily on the floor. The floor by the wall gleamed a silvery cleanness, while the center was a gooey mess with a bunch of corpses floating in it. We had battled. Congratulations. That was an outrage, Yorka informed me. Fuckery, Bask the zombie added. Yes, I said, nodding. That was 6 minutes of outrageous fuckery. 6 minutes, maybe 8. I can't even figure. Maybe it was planned like that. Maybe along with the nest cleanup, the system also requested a decrease in the orc population. Jeez. Current time, 1738. Are we done fighting? I nodded gloomily with complete confidence. Yeah, there's nothing coming down from the ceiling. 2 late bloomers are being seen, too. No crawling small fry. Any second now. The triple horn blast and accompanying flashes from the ceiling gave us to understand that the cleanup of the Plunar Zarl nest was complete. In the interface, the job winked and disappeared. Balance, 53. Let's go. I jumped to my feet and snatched up the body of a yellow plux. As quickly as possible before the ranks of the inspection team close in. I'm not letting anyone paw me, Yorka said brusquely. I was pleased to hear notes of iron assuredness in her voice. We skipped past the corridor, turned hard, and ignored the shouting uniformed orcs making haste down the corridor. If the lamers are going to start shooting at us, let them learn how to do it first, the freaking idiots. We took a short, narrow path, bypassing an empty hall, and came out into the finishing straight, which led to the shower block near the Jolly Plux. We needed to wash off the disgusting mixture of crushed eggs, slime, blood, and adrenaline-heavy sweat. Chapter 4. Current time, 1927. To say we were eating would be a lie, and to announce confidently that we were stuffing our faces would also not be true. We were gorging. It was closer to the truth and more neutral. When a wild beast uses its fang-filled jaws to tear apart a victim's still warm body and throws its head back to swallow huge pieces of bloody flesh, it is gorging itself. This is exactly what we were doing. Sitting around the table and leaning our elbows heavily on it, ignoring the meat juice dripping from our fingers and chins, we growled as we snatched chunks of meat from a large tray, tore bits off with our teeth, and chewed quickly and sloppily, before forcing down pieces too big for our throats. When an unmasticated lump became stuck in a throat, a large mouthful of fatty broth would help to lubricate and swill it down. After each piece successfully eaten, a pause would be taken, and a glass of lemonade half emptied to be refilled from a greasy and slippery plastic jug. Then the gorging would continue. Interaction? Yes, interaction was attempted, but it was reduced to primitive guttural snarls and savage barks in reaction to someone else beating you to a chunk you had your eye on, enhanced by the occasional openly scathing word. Freaking bitches. Fuckers, half-wits, fuckwits, bitches! Grogh. Our hunger was bestial. Grease solidified on our hands, a whitish, fatty crust formed on our wet chins, our greasy hair twinkled, and our backs became wet with sweat as the food warmed us. Approaching unnoticed, the waitress set down another jug of lemonade. She took the empty one and immediately dropped it when the greasy handle slipped from her clean fingers. Bending gracefully down, she batted her eyes, and straightening up leisurely, she slunk down the aisle toward the back room. Still chewing, I watched her go. Hunger. It just wouldn't be satisfied. My belly was swollen from the meat, broth, and lemonade, but I continued to stuff it until it was like a tightly skinned drum. Perhaps that's enough already? No, don't touch that piece, it's mine! Hands shoot out as Bask and I grab simultaneously. We pull. Nobody gives any ground, and lips stretch as we display fierce primal scowls. My hand slips and the zombie seizes the capture with a contented growl. Hissing my discontent, I grab for another piece, beating Yorka to it by a second. She snorts irately, licks her fingers, which have slipped into the fat collected in the tray, and lingers for a moment, deciding she is actually replete, before leaning slowly back with a long groan of gratification, her hands crossed on her distended belly. The goblin is alive. The goblin is sated. The goblin is content. Hiccuping my own content, I stubbornly chewed to death my piece of meat, spraying its juice everywhere, and threw my hand up to order a bottle of moonshine. Now we could have a small drink. Really small. 2 doubles per goblin head. No more. The day wasn't over yet, and we still had business to attend to. I forced myself to stop eating. Enough. You're full. My stomach was overfull, and when I took a few sips of lemonade, I stopped at the realization it might all come back up. My body was content. My body couldn't care. My brain demanded one thing, a double shot and off to bed. And somewhere deep, deep down inside, a thought smoldered weakly. Hunger like that is no accident. It was the body's reaction to stress endured, both psychological and physical. We had participated in a massacre. Orcs had been torn to pieces, rivers of blood and slime had flowed, and I was being shaken belatedly by a dose of adrenaline administered. We had spent a heap of energy, which needed recuperating. But there was something else, something that had appeared after our status was promoted to ORLB. After an ostensibly standard injection, for a while you feel a soft, burning sensation under your skin and in your joints, while wounds heal in double the normal time and itch mercilessly. And the hunger. The hunger. Your body demands more food. It demands protein, lots of animal protein, and the attendant fatty lubrication. The juices were just the ticket. The moonshine was delivered by a girl, but not our waitress. The bottle was placed on the table by number 229. A smell of freshness and flower-scented soap, short hair styled prettily, t-shirt, short shorts. A sweet, sporty girl. It was strange to remember that some 2 hours previously, when I'd caught a glimpse of her before I left, Mads had looked like a dressed corpse risen. I had been taken by a contrast. She was covered in green and red blood, leaning in exhaustion on a dart, a helmet with a shattered visor at her feet and a broken club hanging from her belt, yet her sweat-dampened hair showed not a trace of blood, and as it was drying it billowed out in the breeze from the ceiling grills. Mads joined us silently at our table, took the nearest piece of meat and chewed it frenziedly. Nobody said a single word. Bask turned on to his side and was quiet, covering his face with his baseball cap. Yorka was already asleep, snoring barely audibly, her new tattooed arm twitching spasmodically. She was dreaming, and judging by her constantly changing facial expression, she was reliving the Plunar Zarl nest cleanup. I poured 2 glasses of throat stripper. Right to the brim. We drank together without clinking glasses. A large plate of meat with an overpowering aroma was delivered along with a jug of lemonade. Silence continued to hang over the table, broken only by the chomping of the gorging she-warrior. Gorging. Everything around was pervaded with a craving to gorge. The Jolly Plux was overcrowded. Orcs and halflings sat in the aisles, fatigued legs outstretched. Waitresses busied about, carrying trays loaded with meat. One hurrying girl slipped and the meat flew from her careening tray, but not a single piece made it to the floor, because a dozen crooked paws swooped greedily on the falling delicacy. One guy didn't get any, so he swiped a jug of broth and began drinking it down insatiably, hurrying to take on board as much as possible. I mean, what if they snatched it back? The place was thick with steam, which slowly descended from the ceiling and left condensation trickling down the walls. 100 gurgling fighters insatiably wolfed down freshly fried meat. There was lots of it today, for today had been a glorious hunt. Some guy arrived bringing a carefully tied bundle. Without saying a word, he put it down next to Mads, gave me a brief once-over, and left. Mads nonchalantly pushed the gray cloth bundle over to me, and I threw it over to the wall. I would open and check it later, although I could have leaned on it to relieve my aching back of part of its load. We drank another shot before I closed my eyes and sank into a restless drowse. Bright images flickered in my head of dying fighters with impaled stomachs, wounded pluxes dragging their eggs over the crimson floor, a falling orc with a needle in the back of his head, the wavering, malicious faces of loiterers. Mads drenched in blood, an enormous black plux falling from a ceiling hatch, basques all plunging into Lodos's neck. My mind scrolled through the memories again, and not without reason, for with each new screening, the images grew dull and ever less detailed, ceasing to conjure emotions. This is how the psyche protects itself, even in hardened veterans accustomed to all sorts. The sated Mads nodded briefly to indicate she would pick up the tab, before huffing her full-bellied satisfaction and slipping down from the ledge. For some reason she didn't leave, merely looking long and hard at me. She fondled the baseball cap hanging at her belt, running her fingers over the flame emblem, and said quietly, "I'm proud of my brigade." I returned her gaze silently, expecting her to continue. "We only recently began going on combat missions, not enough experience, but it gradually increases. Today's shootout produced a lot of casualties. But the archers are learning too. You just have to understand that and accept it. Nothing happens without teething problems, and next time the archers will act with greater deliberation." Do I remain silent and just nod, or respond? I'll respond. The point is that they shot willy-nilly, Mads. The point is something completely different. What then? Do you really want my opinion? Yes. I don't give it for free. So what do you want? Today I saw lots of your guys had shields with a vertical slit, curved shields that look like a section of pipe cut in half lengthwise. There were steel ones and plastic ones. I want a steel one. Deal. You surprised me, I admitted. Do you value my advice that much? So far you have proven yourself competent. I like learning new things, and I understand that learning costs soul. I owe you a shield. Your archers were absolutely surplus to requirements at the cleanup today, I said openly and directly. It's a common mistake with beginner-level strategists. They're very afraid of losing, and that's why they take all the forces at their command and fling them headlong into the bubbling cauldron of battle. You know what pluxes are capable of? As I see it, the ideal ratio is 4 medium-sized pluxes to 1 trained fighter. The main factors are speed and the ability to handle your weapon. How many pluxes fell out of that nest today? Not including the heavyweights and small fry. Medium-sized? A little over 100. 130? Less, 110, 120 mediums. Divide that by 4. 30, not enough. No, the pluxes fell out 10 at a time. Was it the same all the other times? Give or take, yes. 30 soldiers would have been enough. 30 strong, experienced fighters divided into 10 groups of 3. That's the central nucleus which should have been stationed right by the nest today, but not bunched up together. 10 paces apart to provide freedom of movement. Each trio has its own narrow sector. As for arms, only close combat. Darts, clubs, knives, and awls. Reliable protective kit. And well-practiced cohesion. 20 paces from the central nucleus, a widely spaced chain of 20 clubbers. Behind them, 10 bowmen, and only 10, but the very best. Bowmen who are guaranteed to hit a small moving target from a distance of 20 or 30 meters while monitoring the movements of their comrades. So they don't fire at their own guys. Screw all the rest of the archers. Let them sit at home and practice. In the corridor, station fighters with narrow shields and hatchets. And why on earth would you need hired groups? You'd cope without them. And next time, the system might give a cleanup task to you alone without engaging outsiders like us. It will pay more. It's always better to get by with minimal forces because it provides tactical breathing space. It's easier to retreat or reform. 3 triads can unite to make light work of fighting an enormous plux. When the danger is gone, they split down into 3s again and topple a medium. As for the small fry, ignore it. Today I saw a massive orc from a very central position run out to the wall in pursuit of an itty-bitty plux. He was so immersed in the chase that he took down 2 archers without even noticing. Were I his commander, I would personally cut his throat in front of the assembled troops. The same goes for the bowmen who were shooting blindly. And after that, if today's slaughter had happened under my command, I'd shoot myself in the head, and that's for each man to decide for himself. So, what conclusions? Conclusions? You clearly didn't appreciate today's embarrassment of your beloved brigade, and you're a girl with ambition, so I would advise you to find 3 squads to work under you and begin to break them in. Day by day, week by week. 6 hours a day of drilling, 2 hours of weights, 2 hours of sprinting down corridors. Add to those a squad of archers. Train together, and when the time comes for the next cleanup, there won't be the same abysmal bloody chaos. But only if you can justify to the High Command your claim to full control of the operation. Total responsibility must be yours. Are you listening to me, Mads? I hear you. Thanks. I owe you a bottle, too. 3 jugs of lemonade sounds better. Coming right up. In bottles, and each with a salt tablet and an energy tablet. No problem. Anything else? Where can you buy those rifle things? And what are they anyway? Needle guns? In Drainage Town. The Red Weapons Trade Points, only for fighter halflings and higher. HFLB? That's right. Private sellers? No point. The weapon can only be used by its owner, and there's a sensor. Clips hold 3 needles. The battery built into the stock is good for 30 shots, then you need to recharge. Any weapons trade point will do. Recharging costs 5 sol. A needle cartridge, 25 sol. Spent needles and cartridges can be exchanged for new ones at the trade points at a cost of 5 sol, but that means hauling ass to Drainage Town. You can charge the battery in the outskirts, but nothing more. Sounds like a motherfucking pain in the ass. It is, and the weapons are unwieldy to use. How much does a needle gun cost? 300 sol. Can you get bigger clips for 5 needles? 10? Nah, 3 needles. A couple of weeks ago, rumors about 10-needle clips did the rounds again, but they didn't check out. Mind you, recharging is quick, a few seconds once you get the hang of it. Yeah, I saw. Okay, thanks for the lecture. Be seeing you, Goblin. The enhanced lemonade is on the way. I added a quick recovery tablet to each bottle, a personal token of thanks. Mads left. I drank my lemonade, checked my interface, and closed my eyes. I needed a couple of hours shut-eye. Those dart guns sound more trouble than they're worth. A battery for 30 shots? A clip for 3 needles? You can't reload the cartridges yourself? You can't change the battery in the stock? You have to take the whole weapon along for charging? It's some kind of joke. They're messing with your head. The screen above my head blinked and I squinted up. 92 was highlighted. Should I wake Yorka for a game challenge? It wasn't really worth it. On the other hand, you couldn't ignore the chance to earn some soul. Game challenge. Chinese checkers. Select number 1191. Apart from 11, everyone was asleep, but it was a game of Chinese checkers, more logic and tactics. It could only be encouraged, for it was always useful to exercise the brain, even for goblins. Chinese checkers. 1 game. Choose level of difficulty. Easy, normal, hard. A good question. The game seemed familiar, and I vaguely remembered the rules, but I wasn't sure. I would choose easy. Surprisingly, nobody was interested in what was happening on the screen. For the first time. 2/3 of the orcs had stuffed themselves silly, had plenty to drink, and flaked out, the walls shaking with their snores, while the rest were polishing off the remains of the food and drink. And I was playing Chinese checkers. The game dragged on, though not too drastically, because the timer did not allow me to think too long about each move. As the game progressed, I remembered the rules and was able to overcome and beat my opponent. Game challenge completed. Outcome, win. Reward, 4 sol. Win streak, 3 of 6. Reward bonus, GC, 5%. GC selection chance bonus, 10%. Extra prize chance, 5%. After studying the information, I closed my interface and couldn't help but think, these cutesy old games are absolutely not in keeping with this cruel and bloody place. Is there any point in these game challenges, apart from a nice reward and win bonuses? Next time my financial reward will be 5% higher, and there's a minuscule chance of getting an extra prize. And that's all? What are these tests for? To make goblins strain their brains just a tiny bit, so they don't stop thinking and dehumanize themselves once and for all? If that's the case, who thought it all up? Whose was this genius idea? If it is indeed genius, it's total crap. By some miracle, I had escaped another bloody massacre with my life. I was shaken, and here was the system offering me a game of tic-tac-toe. Are you serious? May the elves... Balance, 57. Settling myself more comfortably, I dozed off again. My torpid belly rumbled with difficulty and began to digest the excessively heavy food. Let it make some effort. Let it recharge my body with energy. We had to take care of important business and check how true the legends were concerning trolls living under bridges. I had a few hours to come up with a simple yet effective plan to penetrate the stagnant cesspool, including preliminary reconnaissance to check out the local presence of malicious townies denied their substantial plunder. What if they harbored serious animosity toward the insolent goblins who had dared to disrupt their plan? Somehow I didn't want to fall into their ill-disposed hands, for they might impulsively turn us into pork. And just try to turn yourself back before you get eaten. Current time, 1:12. Sleep wasn't happening. I wasn't surprised. We had snoozed until just before midnight, and now we were waiting patiently and chewing slowly. I didn't ask the fighters, but when I awoke I understood with surprise that my stomach was empty and my bloated gut was demanding an urgent visit to an important place. My dry throat was praying for moisture, the same thirst tapping the inside of my skull. My eyes produced a blurry picture, and the skin of my face was so dry it crackled under my touch. Added to which there was the writ large mild hunger. I drank my bottle of quick-fix lemonade, spruced myself up, and waited for the others to do the same, shivving along the listless and sleepy Yorka. We tumbled out into the corridor with a leftover meat, lemonade, and half-bottle of moonshine in our backpacks. At the closest trade points, we acquired a food cube each and topped up our water reserves before nipping into the med block for additional injections. Separately, I spent 2 sol on 10 meters of thin but strong rope, immediately cutting it into 10 1-meter lengths, which I then wrapped around the straps of our backpacks. While I busied myself with this, the fighters changed their footwear and stowed their spare socks. Yorka got a narrow shield, and everybody got a knife. So as not to carry too much extraneous stuff, I made an advanced payment for 24 hours' rent of a living capsule, into which we put the clothes we wouldn't be needing, our empty bottles, the looted belt bag, and the steel needles and cartridges. Balance 47. We decided to eat when we got to the location, Main 30 being within spitting distance. When we arrived at the significant junction of 29 and 30, we made our base on a wall ledge, choosing one that was under the system's surveillance most of the time, provided a good view, and was not too conspicuous. Yorka laid her shield next to her and covered it and her legs with the material from the package, after which she laid the table, slicing the remains of the cold meat with her new knife and setting out the briquettes and lemonade. Bask helped her while I carefully inspected our new gear. Boots. Wooden, heavy, uncomfortable. As a long-term solution, they weren't even worth considering. The soles were reasonably thick and very dense, which was certainly an advantage. The same could be said of the plastic hook and loop fasteners. The stitches were narrow and soaked in something. In summary, medium-quality working footwear. Knife. Thick 15-centimeter blade, gray plastic handle. Steel and plastic, lower than average quality. Narrow shield, homemade. 1.5 meters of a thick pipe cut in 2 longitudinally. That makes 2 shields, each with a narrow 0.5-meter slit and a handle on the inside. Not a loop which you could put your arm into up to the elbow, but rather something like a vertical door handle. The shield was light and not overly convenient to hold, but you'd get used to it. Its intended purpose was obvious, and it was perfectly adequate for that. Buffer yourself from a leaping Plux, and when the beastie clasps its limbs around the shield and tries to gnaw a hole in it, stick your cutlass through the slit and right into its maw. You could also caress it from the other side with your club. A light and convenient bit of kit. It remained to familiarize myself with it, then teach the rest of the group. I immediately informed the fighters that until we had gotten to grips with all the nuances of our new acquisitions, the knives and shield, it would be strictly prohibited to use them in battle. We would fight with the good old weapons our hands were already accustomed to. Full of meat and lemonade, I forced down a standard food cube. While the zombie and the goblin were still busy crunching and slurping, I carefully examined my body. I checked each joint, paying particular attention to my knees and left elbow, and not being shy of removing my pants, boots, and t-shirt for a short while. My knees were in working order, the caps having ceased to bulge grotesquely, and beneath my now slightly smoother skin I could feel evidence of stronger and slightly bigger muscles. The painful weakness was all but gone from my limbs, although they still weren't mine, and it felt like I was walking on Q-tips inserted into my pelvis. After dressing, I dived into my interface. I chuckled quietly. "Hmm?" Yorka looked at me, a string of meat hanging from her lip and being hastily sucked into her mouth. "God assists the active and not the sedentary," I said, immediately repeating the odd expression which had just swum up in my head. Or in words more applicable to us, the system assists the active goblin. Job: wipe markings. Description: procure special sponges from chemical vat 167F 29M and wipe the wall and floor markings in sections 95 to 110. Job location: main hallway 29 from section 95 to section 110. Deadline: evening end of work alarm. Compensation: 15 sol. "Markings," I explained with a grin. "In main 29, you should have the same task." "Uh-huh, the same one. Not much compensation." Yorka frowned before immediately adding in surprise, "And I think I used to jump for joy when I got 10 sol for a day's work." "Same here, before I never even tried to do tasks like that on my own. But, Commander, did we come here just to wipe walls?" "No, we just got lucky with a task, and aside from additional earnings, it will allow us to become invisible. Finished eating? Then let's go get sponges from the chemical vat." I was delighted nobody argued. The leftovers were quickly packed away, and 2 minutes later the group was ready to move out. And this time Yorka didn't forget to carefully check the ledge for anything we might have forgotten. Taking a sponge each, we returned to main 29 and set to work with scrupulous diligence. The numbers, letters, and arrows became brighter, while the minutes ticked slowly by. I insisted we did Yorka's sections first, because they were furthest from the intersection. Then we freshened up the markings and Basque's sections before finishing off with mine. While we were wiping away, I explained, "A working goblin is an invisible goblin. You get a cursory glimpse of someone polishing a floor and you immediately forget him and continue on your way. It doesn't occur to you to ask the awkward question, what could 3 goblins possibly be doing in the middle of the night in one of the Outskirts' most dangerous corridors? You see the sponges in their calloused workers' hands and it's immediately clear they're carrying out a system task. They were counting on an additional group job, so they got up early." "The question doesn't occur to who?" "Think about it. Who didn't get their important expensive merchandise today?" "The drugs," Basque said, quick on the uptake. "Exactly, the drugs. Tablets bestowing oblivion and displacement are always in demand and never lie around unsold for long. They sell in a wink. An excellent, fast-moving consumer product. The problem was that the new shipment of tablets had not been delivered. Those kinds of delivery are not made without prior arrangement. The courier was expected, but he didn't show up. At first the recipients no doubt figured he was just held up, and figured that until late evening. But what had they done then? This was where the shaky and gratuitous suggestions began. I figured one of the buyers would send out a runner. The distances weren't great. What if the courier had gotten into a scrape? They might have gotten wind of the bloody Pluck's Nest cleanup. Not a good coincidence. What if the delayed and smiling Lados had been walking past at the time and been injured or killed by escaping Pluxes? Whatever the case, it was worth checking out. Who was I waiting for? Somebody a tad more serious than a simple errand boy. Somebody sufficiently competent. The dealer himself would never go out rambling since he had a business to run and no time to wear out his slippers in the corridors. Either he or they, if the buyers had been in contact with each other, would send out 1 or 2 unremarkable-looking goblins, dumb but not loose-tongued, and sufficiently competent to know what the necessary contact looked like, where to find him, and how to speak to him politely. Would they send them out today? The chances were 50-50 and depended on one factor: if there was still any merchandise left. The gray tablets had either already finished or were running out, so we would soon be expecting visits from sprightly hobbling goblins. The supplies would last for a couple of days, and they would wait another 24 hours before giving up and sending out a runner. That was the first possibility. Action would be taken by the buyer. But there was also the seller. And theoretically he should be much more impatient, since the tablets had been shipped out, but the money had not yet jingled in the ATM. And you couldn't pay for tablets with T-shirts. With no money and no courier, like it or not, you would begin to fret. And again, I didn't know their customary time frames. What if the late Lados had been in the habit of spending the night at the last point on his route and only heading back in the morning? In that case, the buyer would still be soundly asleep and not even suspect that the courier had been taken out. A third possibility was that Lados's body had already been found, but the news had not reached us yet. But a rumor had already crept around the outskirts that a courier had been found dead. Somebody had recognized him and complained to the buyers or the seller. If the news had reached the buyers again, they would send out a runner to announce the death of the courier and request that another shipment of magic tablets be sent out. Had news of Lados's death reached his boss? There was no telling, but if my hunch was correct and Lados's boss was ensconced under Cursed Bridge, it was unlikely that the information service worked well down there. And my hand, wiping the penultimate wall number, shuddered but didn't falter. Turning my head, I looked nonchalantly and sleepily down the corridor and caught sight of two purposefully striding figures. With the same indifference, I turned back and calmly finished wiping the number. Yorka finished cleaning a long, light blue arrow and rose wheezing from the floor. She called to Bask, who, having no peripheral vision, had continued his methodical wiping of the wall and left the enormous red legend 29M a little too far behind. Task complete. To receive our money, it was enough to return the sponges to the chemical vat, and I would become 15 sol richer. Without a word, I gave my sponge to Yorka, who grumbled loudly in ill-disguised offense. "What, I take the sponges back again? Why always me, huh?" "Because chicks are stupid." The answer was unexpected, but it didn't come from us. Instead, it came from one of a pair of the most ordinary-looking, mediocre orcs who drew level with us. They were the same height, the same build, astonishingly similar-looking and identically dressed. Had I not known that it was impossible to have children around here, I would have taken them for father and son, and it was one of those instances where the son takes after the father. Even their worldviews were doubtless the same, and the younger would laugh lustily at the thoughts of the older. I looked with great interest at the sponge-wielding Yorka, who hunched her shoulders, turned away, and stamped off at a pace in the direction of the chemical vat. The orcs followed her, still laughing, but they didn't notice how hard she was squeezing the sponges in her hands. A reddish-brown slurry was running out through her whitened fingers, and those sponges were not the easiest to squeeze, I can tell you. She was clearly making no small effort to keep her thoughts to herself. "And this one's blind." The younger orc displayed his powers of observation while passing the zombie, who was pulling his already trademarked grimace. A killer mix of helplessness, bafflement, and fright, with his empty eye socket staring into nowhere and his white eye winking repeatedly. "Blind, stupid, and—" They looked me over lazily. I looked at the floor and walked slowly after Yorka, counting my steps. How many steps to the crossroads? "And stupid," the orc concluded, turning away from me. "Maybe he's deaf. Maybe he's deaf and stupid." More laughter. Deranged laughter. The lads were feeling really good, which is why they were so loud, free, and jolly. After all, it was pretty boring to walk kilometers on end down identical corridors. They must be on something. "What are you off to, merry fellows?" They turned toward Cursed Bridge. I slowed my step and watched the potential sources of information recede into the distance. Was it them or not? They could just as easily be workers heading into town in search of fun. Sure, they'd given us some static, but a retaliatory punch in the face was one thing. It was another thing entirely. "Do we go down straight away?" "No, I'll say when." Quickening my pace slightly, I began to gain on the now silent orcs. I grabbed the zombie's shoulder and muttered, "When? Don't whisper. Answer calmly, just lower your voice a touch." "Twilight will be here in 3 minutes, for 2 minutes. In 5 minutes, it'll be in 97, for 32 minutes. But in 29, in 4 minutes. Then there'll be no twilight for 23 minutes, and they're getting away." They were getting away, and quickly. It was just over 200 yards to Cursed Bridge, and if they got too far, we wouldn't be able to drag them to 97 in the twilight. How can we waylay them without causing suspicion? Easy. Just take the bait they had thrown us. "Hey, scumbags!" I chewed my words on purpose so that my voice was practically unintelligible, but the anger behind the words was plain enough. I stressed it, flaunted it, just like the nearly empty bottle of moonshine clutched in my hand. "Hey, you clowns! Who are the stupid ones around here, huh? Did you call me stupid?" The young orc turned around immediately. The older one took his time, turning with faux deliberateness. I leaned forward, but Bask grabbed my shoulder and pulled me back, muttering an appeal. "Don't, Delb. They were joking, just joking. Why are you so wound up?" They called her stupid. Don't, Elb. Let's go. He's definitely stupid, the younger orc said confidently, fixing me with a threatening stare. Clowns, did you say? Scumbags? He glanced at the ceiling just as a dome passed over our heads with a droning sound. Upon hearing it, Bask panicked seriously and began to pull me 3 times harder, hastening to lead his drunk idiot friend away before he got maimed. A knife twinkled in the hand of the younger orc. A left-hander. He wasn't holding the knife correctly, and his stance was wrong. In fact, it was no stance at all. On the other hand, his lower jaw jutted out so far that you could hide from the rain under it. "Come here," he ordered, brandishing his knife invitingly. "What did you mumble?" Now it was my turn to glance at the ceiling, and I stepped back and shrank into myself. I smiled and looked around nervously. That was enough. All you have to do is look around, and most people will think you're looking for an escape route. One more step backwards, and a strong hand grabbed me by the shoulder and jolted me, the knife blade dancing before my eyes. "Sobered up, have you? I'll kill you with my fucking eyes closed. I'm gonna stick my knife in your eye and twist. Fucking twist. I'll pluck your fucking eye out and make you eat it. Well, you wanted to have a go, didn't you? So carry on. Finish what you started." "You can go ahead now, Commander," Bask said, straightening up and restoring his face to its usual expression. "Okay," I said, and looked at the younger orc, who was still confused. "I killed Lados. There will be no more tablets." The orc froze, eyes bulging. There couldn't be even the slightest doubt that he knew who Lados was and which tablets I was talking about. "You killed—" The awl entered his left eye up to the handle, which was followed by a sharp thump with the heel of my palm, plunging the handle in after the shank. I grasped my hand, which was beginning to go limp, and withdrew the knife. The younger orc was nearly dead, but remained on his feet, his legs just beginning to buckle. Skirting around him, I skipped over to the older one, striking the base of his skull with the handle of my knife. The impact was not strong, but it was sharp, and it knocked the orc out and plunged him forward, his forehead on target to collide with the floor. I quickly grabbed him and held him up. I couldn't allow that, not yet. Instead, laying him down gently, I gripped his feet and dragged him after me as I tried to catch up with Bask, who was pulling the corpse of the younger orc. It was like a game of chase. We made it to the crossroads, turned sharp left, ran 40 yards along 29, and flew into path 97. Yorka was there waiting for us, holding at the ready, the meter-long pieces of rope she'd unwound from her backpack straps. She handed them to me before running to the other side of the corridor to give us good advanced warning of passers-by. It was the middle of the night and the place was deserted, but you could never exclude the element of surprise. I had just begun to bind the older orc's hands when the younger one started thrashing about in his death throes. He was alive. The awl had drilled a tunnel through his brain, yet his legs continued to jerk. Or was it death throes? He was trying to stand up. I squeezed his throat with my hands and leaned on him with all my weight. Bask felt the victim's face before thrusting his awl into his second eye. "Lean on it." He leaned all his weight on the awl and sank it into the orc's skull. The bucking stopped. While I wasn't about to slit his throat, I was already tired of washing blood off. I returned to the older orc, and this time without interruption managed to bind his hands and feet. I sighed with relief at the successful completion of this part of the plan. Bask sat leaning over the dead orc's face, imagining how to remove the awl from the enforcer's eye socket. They would need wiping too. I poked the orc between his nose and upper lip. 0 reaction. I poked harder. 0 reaction. I straightened his left arm and lay it on the floor before hitting the nail of his left little finger with the handle of my knife. Crunch. "Ah!" "Good morning, guide," I said, smiling with crazy goggle eyes. "Let me live." He surprised me. I had to grant him that. I'd been expecting a threat or a prayer, but had gotten the strange but very sincere, "Let me live." It came as a demand mixed with an insane desire not to die. Was it some sort of local universal expression? "Live to your heart's content. Answer all my questions, take us where we need to go, and you'll be free to go wherever you choose, goblin. What's your name?" Bask eventually realized he wasn't getting away without getting mucky, so with a bitter sigh he began poking his knife round in the dead orc's eye socket. It was an unusual job, and he was blind. Blood sprayed, unsavory sounds were heard. The deeply entrenched all did not want to leave its warm and humid nest of brain. The zombie applied ever-increasing effort and, unable to see properly, leaned in so closely that his nose nearly touched the orc's monstrous wounds. From the side, it was difficult to tell what the zombie was doing, retrieving his all or sucking fresh brains through a straw. The older orc, observing this well-illuminated hideousness, began to nod his absolute willingness to cooperate. What choice did he have? It was silly to think someone might be scared of him or would not want to inflict unnecessary pain on him. A prime example was lying in the corridor with disemboweled eyeballs. "Where were you on the way to?" "Under the bridge." The orc fixed his eyes on my lips, trying not to miss a single word. Luckily, he really wanted to live. He would try to be a good boy so as not to incur our wrath. "Who's down there?" "Troll." "Troll, huh? Tell me more about him. Give me details, but fast. Is he your leader?" "No, Pete is the leader from Clux 15. Today's shipment didn't arrive and he sent us to find out what happened, me and Croc." We both glanced at Croc's corpse. Sensing the pause in our conversation, Bask looked up for a second before returning to his work. He'd managed to get blood on his chin after all. The older orc hurried on. "The courier was new, which is why we were concerned. Pete wormed the old one for thieving, so we thought maybe Troll had gotten angry and decided against sending a courier since the old one was one of theirs. And Pete cut his paws off without permission, went a bit too far. So here we are." "Who's Troll?" "Everyone deals with town via him. He takes a small cut of every deal." A genuine troll. Takes payment from anybody passing over his bridge. I asked a dozen more questions, and with each answer I got more and more words and less information that interested me. The older orc didn't know much. He stood at the left shoulder of Pete's boss, fulfilled his tasks conscientiously but without imagination, wasn't interested in extraneous knowledge, did exclusively what he was supposed to do, and spent his spare time in merrymaking establishments. He considered what he did to be routine work, and he made a point of stressing this. It was boring and low-earning. He didn't cripple anyone for no good reason, didn't ruin goblins' lives on purpose, tried to maintain equal relations with everybody, and reined in presumptuous young newbies so they didn't let themselves go too much. Today it might be said he had inadvertently been rude. But he hadn't insulted us. He'd only taken a fleeting potshot at a stupid chick. What was wrong with that? Whoever called a chick clever? And anyway, what were chicks actually capable of? He'd heard of Troll long ago. Each rumor about him was worse than the next, and he had more than enough nicknames. Goblin Muncher, Mangler, the Fiend, Troll Psycho, the Fogman. Few had actually seen him, and those who had preferred to keep their own counsel. And who were we talking about anyway? He lived outside Main 30, worked as a cargo hub, never went anywhere, never left the fog, and if he needed to dispatch something, he sent out a runner. Fog? Yes, fog. Little was known for sure about Troll, but one fact was never disputed by anyone. He never left the fog of the stagnant cesspool. Never. Why not? Fuck knows. But he wasn't known as the Fog Man for no reason. How did you get to Troll? Where did he live? The same story. Who knows? Troll was definitely not a fool, and nobody knew where his lair was. There was a procedure, such a simple one that even a chick would cope. At exactly the right moment, you went down the side of the canyon, and you had 3 minutes to negotiate the path marked in yellow and dive into the fog. You fought for the stretched rope and held on to it until you got to the second bridge support, where you found a large bolt hanging from the end of it. You struck the support 3 times with the bolt, waited a few seconds, then struck another 3 times. Then you waited to be collected, after giving the password, and taken further. You were taken to some kind of negotiation area where Troll's voice would appear and you could discuss everything at leisure. What would appear? Troll's voice? Are you sure? That's what Pete had said. Troll's voice would appear. You couldn't confuse it with anything else or even describe it. You would understand. When you heard Troll, you immediately got down to business and didn't under any circumstance demand that he showed himself. Tell him the courier hadn't shown up, find out why, receive a shipment of tablets, a double shipment would be better, and leave the same way. Most importantly, on no account threaten him, not so much as a hint. Don't big yourself up, speak calmly and evenly. If he didn't give you the tablets, don't argue, don't demand. Just end the conversation and leave. That was all he knew. What do the tablets do? Are they a fast-moving item? Are you kidding? They sell out instantly. He likes one himself every 3 days. Who doesn't want to relive their previous life? Who doesn't want to remember? Remember? I didn't try to hide the interest in my voice. But the old orc was only happy to hear it, happy to be of more use. Remember, they get you high and they break through the blockage in your head, but they're dangerous things. Looking occasionally at the clock, I listened carefully to the revelations of this veteran junkie, who in 1.5 weeks had completely given up the old tablets and moved on exclusively to Membak, the plain gray tablets that had taken over the market with lightning speed. The first trial batch had appeared 12 days ago. First day sales had been slow, but by the third day every last tablet had gone. They took a second batch and sold out in 24 hours. Lados, the new courier, was due to deliver the 6th batch today. Membak had surprising qualities. The usual trippy high, bright, powerful, coming on in waves, lasted only about 2 hours, maybe 3. But during the following 24 hours, while the Membak was still in your brain tissue, you would be overwhelmed with incredibly bright flashbacks. A goblin wiping dirt from the floor would suddenly see himself walking out onto the porch of a large house, hand in hand with his laughing daughter. He knew she was his daughter and that she was 4 years old, and from behind he heard his wife's agitated voice reminding them not to remove the plasters covering the scars left where the chips had been implanted. A one-armed lady goblin carrying a bucket of gray slime would suddenly cling to the wall of a corridor in fear as a cargo drone flew slowly past, carrying a bright red container bearing a white emblem. Blue rain lashed against the descending drone, and the wet concrete steamed as she, standing in the shelter of a large portico and holding a smart umbrella fitted with sensors, inched back from the approaching water on slinky high heels. The shoes had cost so much that she didn't want to remember, but surely style was worth any money. On top of which, the shoes superbly accentuated her thighs, which were figure-hugged by her scarlet skirt. An unconscious orc would suddenly jump up, look blindly ahead, and begin shouting unfathomable orders, demanding that the valves be immediately shut off in hallways 7 to 11 and the pressure be lowered in the cooling mixture pipe. The orc shouted, checking the coordinates of the fast-arriving brigade of repairmen, and demanding that the lowered levels be warned of an approaching wave of poisonous liquid. A pathetic worm lying in a pool of shit and piss, on receiving half a tablet of Membak from a more successful friend, would see himself standing behind a bar, skillfully working a shaker and pouring cocktails, smiling discreetly at elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen, and would overhear the voice of a famous female television presenter opening the 24th annual award ceremony. Sitting at dinner, a halfling would zone out of Outskirts reality and find himself standing toward the back of a nervously quaking mob cutting off the main street. They stared as one at the enormous shimmering screens claiming there was a means of salvation, but they would need lots of volunteers willing to forego all civil rights from memories. There was one problem. A memory appeared, got you all worked up, and was then erased, traceless, from your memory. The goblin was informed of his memories by those who were there to hear what he said when he had a flashback. Sometimes it was just a conversation with his boss, his wife, his lover, his valet, some office worker, and the person having the flashback often enacted the conversation, speaking for each of the participants, be they men, women, or children. He lowered and raised his voice, changed the tempo, croaked, squeaked, cried, and laughed. His expression changed dozens of times a minute. He was living his life speeded up, whizzing through half-hour memories in a matter of minutes. Somebody would describe in living color a place he had once been, a magnificent building of steel, glass, and concrete, towering kilometers into the gray, cloudy sky. Valleys and hills covered with dead, gray-brown soil, chemically greened seas topped with black foam. Upon waking, he would remember nothing. But with all his newly emasculated soul, he sensed that just now, for literally a few seconds, the Membak had returned to him something that had once been taken away, blocked. His brain shook in paroxysms of mental rapacity. Give it back, fill the fucking void, give it back. And the only thing he wanted, the goblin, orc, or whoever, was one more tablet of Membek right now. Better still, too, so when it kicked in, it would be brighter and stronger. 3 tablets meant death. While we sat in the nighttime corridor, sizable numbers of goblins were having rainbow dreams, living their own amputated memories. And when they came down, they would search for soul to buy more Membek, discuss with like-minded people ways to extend the memories and increase their frequency, and develop strange courses for taking the tablets. A whole one, a half in 3 hours, another half in another 2 hours, come round, drink some sweet lemonade, and have another half sublingually. And never after eating, always on an empty stomach, for the come-up was brighter on an empty stomach. Despite being patchy, the method worked. The memory stayed in the brain long enough that some of them were re-recorded. The old became new and did not leave as a tiny particle of your past life was returned to you. With each trip, the high became weaker, but the memories lasted longer. Was it a drug? Or was the high merely a side effect, not eliminated either accidentally or deliberately? There was no telling, but Membek had already conquered the outskirts. "And that is Membek, killer," the old orc said, frowning, wiping the bruised back of his head and licking the crushed nail of his little finger. "What's your name?" "It's better for you not to know my name and number." "Oh, for God's sake, we both know that. At first I believed it, thought there was a chance. But no, I've got no chance," the orc said, sitting up and looking me in the eye. "Name?" "Elb." "No one needs to know my name, especially my local one. I don't remember the old one, but in my memories I am the driver of an air limousine. I ferry VIPs from one roof to another, parked next to celestial orangeries twinkling below the clouds. Through the glass I see hundreds of huge orange fruit jiggling on branches thick with leaves. I see children, my own, playing inside concrete boxes with ugly metal mushroom-shaped filters protruding from the walls, and others way up there, running around orchards along white sandy paths. Seeing I have no life, let me escape another way. 4 tablets of Membek and 2 sips of water. I ask for nothing else." I looked the old orc in the eye. I looked at Bask, who was listening intently. I gauged our location, and I nodded slowly. "Okay, you got lucky, old man. We don't have the tablets on us, but they're not far. Bask, hold the fort." "Sure thing." "Don't do anything stupid, old man." "I shan't budge an inch. Membek, 4 tablets, I want to see again." "Have you told us everything about Troll and how to find him?" "Everything I know." "Hold your hands up. I'll retie them. My friend here is I told you I'm not—" The old orc sniffled, then shuddered, before his head flopped onto his chest. Without removing the knife stuck between his ribs, I raised his head a touch and closed his eyes. "Sorry, old man. You didn't get lucky." The tablets were actually close by. 4 minutes there, the same back, and a couple of minutes at the capsule. But all that running down the corridors would attract unwanted attention, and I was not prepared to leave a living enemy under the watchful eye of an untrained blind lad and a nervous girl, despite his memories of heavenly greenhouses and children playing in concrete boxes. Withdrawing the knife, I wiped the blade on the dead man's clothes and stood. The zombie rose too, handed me my awl, and tucked his own behind his belt. In his hand he held the younger orc's belt bag. The older one had no bag, and his pockets produced nothing but a food briquette wrapped carefully in a clean piece of cloth. 2 strikes of my knife handle against the wall signaled to Yorka that it was safe to come back. 3 minutes later, after checking ourselves meticulously for blood spots, we exited the corridor where the corpses lay and returned to Main 29, timing it just right to avoid being spotted by the observation dome. How strange. We used to try to stick to the light all the time. Now we strive to stay in the twilight, and we use the paths of death. "Bask, tell Yorka what you heard. We're going to make an impromptu descent into the cesspool." "Aren't we going to wait for the blind spot?" "What do we have to be afraid of?" I asked. "Let the system see our route. Let's walk unhurriedly down the middle of 30. Yorka, Bask, how are we doing?" "All okay, Commander." "I just don't get what all this is for. Troll, cursed bridge." "It's all very simple, Yorka. We have begun to break the existing world order." "I don't get it." "You'll get it later. Meanwhile, just trust me." "Burst and die. Have you got a problem?" "No, I'm with you, Goblin." I nodded and upped my pace slightly, leaving them behind. Bask retold York of the conversation with the old orc, and I walked at a leisurely pace, checking my interface every 3 minutes. Empty. Empty. 20 yards later, Main 30 was behind us, and we came to Cursed Bridge. Not stopping, I led my group straight to the edge of the canyon. We had no difficulty finding the first yellow mark, which was just a splat on the sloping metal surface. Feeling for a foothold, I began the descent. Check. Empty. Yorka stepped down, held out a hand to Bask, and whispered where to hold on. It was hard for him, but 10 or so steps below us a dense mist wavered, so dense that Yorka and I would soon be on level pegging with the blind zombie. Check. Empty. Check. Empty. I leaned my head back to look at the ceiling, and saw the system looking back down at me. The enormous listing dome had frozen almost above us and was monitoring our descent. Check. Empty. Come on. Check. A job appeared in the interface. See, you can do it, I said, smiling at the dome before diving into the mist. The stagnant cesspool welcomed me with open arms, following which it swallowed the remainder of my fighters. I held my hand out in front and could hardly make out my fingers. It was an unusual mist, and I was distinctly aware of a chemical smell. A couple of steps later, we ran into a metal open-work construction, and my fingers happened upon a damp rope. This was the beginning of the path that would lead us to the troll who lived under Cursed Bridge. Chapter 5. When we got to the end of the path, I was relieved to let go of the rope. I wiped my hand on my t-shirt, for I fancied that the rope, steeped in foggy effluvium, had been burning my skin. My clothes were heavy, I was covered in sticky perspiration, my eyes stung, and when I ran my fingers along my arm, I felt a soapy slipperiness. The stagnant cesspool was a strange and sickly place. A sinister place. We'd come across several collections of bones on the way. If the number of skulls was anything to go by, the count came to 9 dead men. It was like a dead forest, enshrouded in a mist that preserved some of the enchantment. Tenebrous structures towered all around, supporting the weight of Cursed Bridge. Here and there light shone and lamps flashed, and we perceived them as diffused orange dots. They reminded me of the old orc story. Celestial orangeries, blue rain, slinky high heels. Pressing myself to one of the bridge supports, I checked that the goblin and the zombie were doing the same. We were merged with the constructions and would not stand out to the untrained eye. I warned Bask to listen out and use his blind man's heightened sense of hearing to the max. Then I waited patiently. There was nothing to be gained from hurrying since we were on someone else's turf. And even if I'd known which way to go, I would not have gone anywhere. The stagnant cesspool was an ideal place to position simple but murderously effective traps. They wouldn't even require camouflaging, as everything was masked by the pungent mist. And the blood-curdling howls of the poor creature impaled on the sharpened device would only add to the terror of the place. I just can't understand what's with the name. Yes, the air wasn't the freshest, but it certainly wasn't unbearable. It was nothing, really, but my mind kept drifting back to the strange name. Perhaps it was the surroundings. The mystical twinklings, the thick fog, and the wet black trees, their roots entangled with the mortal remains of unfortunates who had become lost in this weird forest and died, and the string of dreadful names assembled into a strange, long, recitative-like phrase. In the stagnant cesspool under Cursed Bridge, in the thick, impervious mist, a troll repugnant lives. But what about a description of Troll himself? The bridge-dwelling troll never left the acrid fog, never showed his face. During negotiations, you only heard his voice, which was impossible to describe, yet also impossible to confuse. With the assistance of the smiling Lados and the bitchy Eve, he lured still-living meat down under the Cursed Bridge. He made deals, ostensibly returning memories for a time using the new drug Membac and taking his cut from many of the deals. And I had a hunch what his cut was for and from which deals. He was a troll under a bridge, and trolls charge fees for crossing bridges. But this troll was different. Not a magical troll from the ancient legends, not by a long shot. He was an absolutely real bastard son of a bitch who had set up home in the stagnant cesspool and now demanded a toll of those passing through his territory. Not all merchandise could realistically be carried over Cursed Bridge under the system's eyes, which were quick, unwinking, and rarely reverted. There were bound to be publicly proclaimed criminals who were better off not showing themselves to the cameras, and much could be concealed in this dense fog. The location of the cesspool was monumentally advantageous for Troll. All the twilight paths converged there, but even the most malevolent wretch would need a reliable guide to overcome the cloudy, steely chaos that so stung the skin and eyes. The dark and terrible chaos so similar to the ravings of a tranquilized lunatic man-eater. The strange thought occurred to me that the fairy stories we now tell children before bedtime were bloody and macabre horror stories in ancient times. Those tales involved nasty witches eating little children, princesses being ravaged by wastrels, and princes being disemboweled by brigands. And it was exactly this kind of grim horror story that we had stumbled into. The main bad guy had already been identified as the hermetic troll inhabiting the cesspool under Cursed Bridge. From the mist-concealed Basque came a scarcely audible, "Nothing." Not bothering to respond, I felt for the bolt hanging nearby and struck it hard 3 times against the steel upright. Then I waited 10 seconds before striking again 3 times. After a short pause for thought, I waited another 5 seconds before giving it another 3 clangs. After all, who were we? We were the epitome of impatience, irritation, and acrimony, for wholly understandable and admissible reasons. Our drugs had not been delivered on time, and our clients were complaining. Hence it was absolutely fine to strike a little louder and a little more than was necessary. It was no use rapping your knuckles on the door when what was really called for was several thunderous fist-poundings. I hoped that the missive had been received and correctly understood, and that the gatekeeper would not make us wait, for the fog was a serious concern. We were made to wait for 7 minutes and 34 seconds. I counted, in order to estimate how far Troll's lair might be once we knew how fast the gatekeeper moved. Basque heard him first and shifted in distress under an arched sheet of metal that looked like an enormous piece of dead bark peeling from a tree. Dead bark, dead water, dead ground. The phrases struck me as familiar, close even. One of the orange light spheres shuddered before dropping nearly to the floor and rolling slowly toward us with a chirping sound. The mist was gradually infused with light, reluctantly revealing a strangely low, hunched black figure. Soon the gatekeeper appeared before us, his lamp raised above his head. Yorka mumbled something quietly. Basque and I remained composed, he because of his blindness, I out of indifference. What is there to say? The gatekeeper was equipped with everything necessary for him to perform his duties most diligently. 2 hands, 1 eye, 1 ear, a few black teeth projecting from his mouth, and a squeaky hand-cart to ride. On the cart was a torch mound with a long electric cable stretching behind it. How was this a secret path? We got here by following a rope. We can do the next section by following the cable. Maybe the real secrecy begins in the 3rd section? "Volitional nullforms." The gatekeeper's voice squeaked just like his cart. "Originally hires," I replied, adding a note of petulant rage to my voice. "What's going on with these tablets? The memback hasn't been delivered." "I am nobody. I am meat on wheels, the gatekeeper in the mist, and it is not me you need to speak with." "So you're just—" "I'm nobody. I'm meat on wheels. I'm the gatekeeper in the mist. Don't speak to me, beast. He hears everything. He sees everything. I need another eye. I need that fucking eye." "Lead on." I was not surprised at the outburst of emotion. Living in a place like that, it would be odd if his psyche wasn't shaky. Somehow this zombie did not appear to be happy in his work. And what were those 4 parallel scars on his right cheek all about? And why did he scratch himself all the time, obviously oblivious of the fact? The lamp was lowered onto its mount. The gatekeeper turned the cart around, kicked the cable out of the way, and set off, pushing off from the muddy floor, which became muddier with every meter. In fact, it was no longer the floor, but more like the ground. How many years' worth of dust was agglomerated and compacted here? The humidity, however, was most welcome. Otherwise, it would be impossible to breathe. I stepped closer to the gatekeeper and looked over his shoulder to see clear cart tracks forming a very muddy road. Evidently, meat on wheels always used the same route. There was also the odd fresh footprint here and there. At last I understood the level of secrecy in these parts. 0. Furnished with a tiny torch and an ounce of patience, you could easily get to any location in the stagnant cesspool. The whole defense system was grounded on the darkness and fog. The reason most of the lamps didn't work was that they had been specially deactivated. Following the squeaky cart, we arrived at the source of the portable lamp's cable. Leaving it behind, the gatekeeper continued for several meters, stopped at a wall strangely illuminated around the edges, and jerked his arm somewhat theatrically. The disfigured zombie appeared to uproot and cast aside a wall, but it turned out to be a close-fitting plastic screen hanging on rope loops. "Enter." "In here?" I asked, intently studying the plastic-walled box room that had opened. Was this the negotiation room? A small square room, 3 by 3, ceiling barely 2 meters high, walls covered with plastic sheeting, yellow lamp hanging from the ceiling, cable disappearing through a hole in the plastic. 3 red crates, also plastic, formed a low table, and several others were strewn around. That was it. Okay. Suppose this was the height of business hospitality in the stagnant cesspool. After all, this was not a place of entertainment. This was where prices and deliveries of narcotics were discussed, and weedy little pigs requiring many weeks' fattening were railed against. How long would that take? An hour. You met, you chatted, you agreed, you parted. It was unlikely anyone would want to hang around. But this room looks... "A creak," Bask said, not lowering his voice. "Did you hear it?" "No," I answered for myself and Yorka. "A creak?" "Metallic. The sound of the clattering plastic nearly drowned it out, but it was there." "Uh-huh. So..." I stepped forward but didn't enter the room. I grasped the plastic wall and pulled it slightly toward me to have a look inside. A mesh. A fine metal mesh ran inside the plastic walls, fitted with a splendid small sliding door. Slide the door. 2 seconds. Close the bolt. Another second. And guests remain inside the shoebox for as long as the master of the cesspool desires. I looked at the gatekeeper, who was waiting patiently. Seeing me not moving, he motioned once more toward the entrance. "Enter." It's a cage. I wanted to bend down, take the zombie gatekeeper by the shoulders and give him a good shake. But I didn't. He looked contagious. And he might have stabbed me. "It's always like that. Enter. I close the door and lock it. I must lock it. I still need my fucking eye. I must have it. Just one time, I forgot to lock it. Troll went ballistic and I lost my fucking eye. It greased the boss's throat, and I went 2 days without meat. I will never forget again. I lock the door, then I call him. He comes and speaks through the wall. Enter. All of you fuckers, get in there." They had an interesting way of going about things. What was the problem with this troll that he didn't allow himself to be seen? Impatient at our inaction, the gatekeeper pointed dramatically at the door and screwed up his unholy face. As I contemplated the black-toothed scowl, my answer remained the same. No. It was out of the question. Crawl involuntarily into a steel cage in the hunting ground of a sadistic murderer and allow the door to be locked behind us? You must be mad if you think I'd sign up for that. If the slightest little thing went wrong, Troll wouldn't even need to kill us. He could just wait for us to die of thirst and he'd get a kick out of watching us suffer. No. I'm not signing up for that shit, I said, shaking my head. Fuck that, we're not going in. Get in there! No. I'm meat on wheels. Get out of here then. Go. Scram. Skedaddle. Okay. I wasn't joking. I about turned, gave my fighters a nudge, and we set off on the return journey, navigating by the light of a lamp that was getting brighter. The gatekeeper eventually understood our intention, and behind us the cart resumed its melancholy squeak. He moved quickly and soon caught up with us. But he couldn't overtake us, because the track ran between the bridge supports and there was no space to pass. It didn't stop him trying. He clipped Bask's thigh and immediately received a boot to the chest. He barked and choked, and the cart slipped backward. Grinning to myself, I walked on. Should I pity the poor invalid gatekeeper? What for? This mangy rat was a regular witness to dreadful dealings. He lighted the way for creatures dragging hysterically writhing kidnapped goblins down dark, misty paths, and for creatures carrying shipments of narcotics, and he attempted to change nothing. Why? Because he was a piece of mongrel meat on wheels who thought only of himself, just another freakish spawn of this ugly world. I would very gladly have kicked the cart from under the beast, broken his elbows, and watched him crawl back, thanking me every other yard for my kindness and not poking out his other fucking eye. The rope became taut and trembled in my hand. It had been cut to a precise length and was stretched very tightly. I looked at Bask and Yorka and said, "Go on up. Wait for me at the top." They asked no questions. How proud I was, but felt for the rope and headed off. I waited a few seconds before stretching the cable tighter and pulling it hard. The cable rang out, making the gatekeeper shriek in fright and almost fell from his cart. He extended his hand to me and said, "Give it back! At once!" "At once?" I repeated ominously and gave him a sharp kick in the stomach. The gatekeeper bent double and was lost in a fit of coughing. I knocked over the lamp and its plastic lid burst with a crack. I squatted down and waited for the legless bloodsucker to stop coughing before promising him, "I'll be back soon. With my guys, I'll find you and your master and I'll cut you both into thick slices of pork. What for? For your discourtesy and your avarice. Tell your master troll this, his time is up. It's time for him to give up the cesspool and perish. Give him this too." I punched him on the nose. I punched hard to be sure of breaking it. The zombie cried out and grabbed at his face. Then I boxed his ears, making him double over and fall off the cart, nearly crushing the lamp with his head. I rose, not waiting for any reaction, and followed my group up the rope. After 5 steps, the twilight became paler. Another 10 steps, and it was paler still. My 30th step brought me out of the mist and at the end of the yellow-marked path, where I found my group waiting for me. Putting my hands on their shoulders, I murmured, "I'm going back down. You wait here for 15 minutes, no less, then come back down the same route to the cage. Be as quiet as possible and don't hurry. Don't think about speed, but about noiselessness. If you don't find me by the cage, just wait. Don't make a sound, and don't even think about looking for me. It's easy as pie to get lost down there." "It smells of Pluxes down there, Commander, and old blood." I pulled a wry face and nodded. Some of the plastic screens in that little room had claw marks on them, and 2 of them were a different color to the others. They had been replaced recently, and the mist hadn't had time to do its work on them. Why had they been replaced? Had they been lacerated to shreds? Let Pluxes into that cage, and they would soon bring negotiations to a conclusion in favor of Troll. It was perfectly realistic to control the beasties on your own turf, although I would add a small door to the cage, too small for a goblin, but big enough for a medium Plux, and let them in one at a time, turning a dismal day into a sumptuous meditative treat. "Are you going back for that weirdo on wheels?" Yorka had caught on. Waiting for my nod, she warned me, "He might hear you." I broke his nose and gave him a good slap on the ears. Right now he's thinking only about the pain and the ringing sound. He's also very angry and hurrying to complain to his beloved master. "Be careful anyway, Goblin. It's rotten down there." I nodded again and repeated the keywords. 15 minutes. Don't stray from the path. Don't make a sound. Don't touch the lamp. We meet by the cage. If I'm not there, wait. Don't make a sound, and most important, don't come looking for me. If I don't show up in half an hour, come back up by the same route." "No," Yorka scowled. "No," the zombie said calmly yet categorically. With a long sigh, I explained, "I might change my plans along the way and pop up on the other side. I know it's eminently possible, which is why we stick to the plan, yes?" I waited for their nods, sighed my relief and glanced at the mist billowing beneath us, stepped back down into it with ill-concealed reluctance. It wasn't even real mist, but some kind of chemical haze hanging at a certain height. The closer you got to the center and the bottom of the stagnant cesspool, the thicker and damper the haze became. And I wouldn't have been at all surprised if the squeaking meat on wheels wasn't rolling precisely there toward the center of the cesspool. Descending 20 paces, my hunch was confirmed. The lamp was gone. The gatekeeper had made himself scarce. I picked up the pace slightly and soon saw the glimmering, swaying, blurry orange ball up ahead. When I caught up to him, I slowed down to match his speed. The gatekeeper was speaking to himself. I couldn't make out the words, but I could hear his voice clearly. The intonation was hateful and rabid, the zombie on wheels boiling over with rage. The orange ball of the lamp shook above his head. I suppressed the desire to draw closer and listen in, for I doubted that a gatekeeper with a broken nose would reveal his master's backstory and secrets. He'd probably give me a good tongue-lashing and promise me a horrible death. He stopped a couple of times, and I was spared by the squeak of the wheels, for no sooner had he gone quiet than I squatted down and froze like a statue. 10 seconds, and the squeaking resumed, along with the sound of his voice. And I followed that double squeak, one angry and wistful, the other aggrieved and unoiled. We passed the place where the lamp was kept. The gatekeeper did not replace it, but continued with it, lighting his way. This only made my day. I counted 30 small steps before slowly and surely drifting to the side away from the route I knew. It was dangerous, but I had no choice. Very soon the cable would tighten, and then... The orange sphere dropped to the floor and froze. I was about 10 meters to the side, taking microscopic steps and hoping against hope that I would not tread on a dry bone or skull. I knew that a skull rolling along a steel floor would create a loud cracking and rumbling sound. Squeak. Then 2 minutes without a squeak. The darkness and fog were so thick that were it not for the orange light of the lamp on the floor, I would already have lost my bearings. Another step. A pause. Step. Pause. The next squeak came from unnervingly close by. I shuddered involuntarily, feeling my already damp back become instantly soaked. Are you waiting in ambush, you little shit? I stepped further away from the light, froze, and waited to see if the dark, treacherous shadow of my stalker would appear by the abandoned lamp. That's why I had changed course. I'm not that stupid. The squeak of the wheels, the squeak of the voice, the spiteful, breathless mutterings, the doleful, sniveling whimpers, the orange spheres of distant lambs slowly crawling past to the side. I counted my 300th step. How far was the gatekeeper going? It couldn't be too far, for Troll wouldn't bother tramping a kilometer each time just to conduct negotiations, would he? He would have gotten sick of that long ago. After all, sooner or later we all get lazy. We passed another lamp and continued onward. Just over 2 minutes later my guide became surplus to requirements as a second voice made itself heard. No, that's not quite right. Another voice made itself heard. And judging by the way the squeaking stopped, the gatekeeper had also heard it and frozen in indecision. Making use of his hesitation, I came closer and stopped still 10 yards behind him, listening. Is he angry? Happy? Angry? Happy? Fucking eye. I have one fucking eye. I can hear him, and that meat won't go in the cage. I didn't lock the door. Is he angry? Of course he's angry. Hungry again. And I was promised her arm, her soft, tasty arm, but now I won't get it, and they asked me to pass on bad words. I shan't. So be quiet, I whispered, stepping up behind him and squeezing my fingers around his thin neck. The zombie died quickly, and somehow willingly. He didn't even put up a fight. He twitched once, clutched at my hands around his neck, then let go and went limp. Lowering him softly to the floor, I was surprised to see the dead zombie smiling. And it was no post-mortal grimace. Quite the opposite. His face became smooth, the bitter wrinkles on his forehead ironed out, the dreadful black snarl was gone, and the gatekeeper was now an unshaven man of about 50. His appearance was such that you would never suspect him of doing anything bad. He should have been watering the flowers in his front garden from a green watering can and squinting at the sun, not gorging on arms in the stagnant cesspool. Wrong. Everything was wrong in this world. I was being broken, twirled around, and mangled. With every day, the coil inside me was being compressed tighter and tighter, and with every day it was becoming harder and harder to contain it. For every bubble of pus I burst on the face of the world, I experienced brief relief. And the bigger the bubble, the bigger and longer the relief. After dragging the corpse aside, I squatted down to look at the floor, and my cheek twitched in vexation to see a clear footprint in the dirt. If I was being tailed by an attentive but as yet unsuspecting individual, they could easily spot it and follow the trail out of interest. If they saw it, that is. My nose was nearly on the floor before I was able to make it out. Standing up, I laughed silently to myself. If. I had every impression that I was being lured into something, and time after time I barreled ahead regardless. I didn't give a damn about the clarification of nuances. I didn't think about less dangerous ways to solve problems, and I forgot all about diplomacy. I charged like a bull at a gate, and each time it became clear that nothing was ever as terrible as it seemed. Enemies. Not enemies. Not enemies. Doe. That was the most suitable description. Approaching the latest threat, yet still at some distance, I would see something dangerous and grotesque, which would now pounce, dismember, trample. Tiger and Buxa, Johnny the Lion. They had all seemed like predators. They had all seemed big and strong. But the instant I displayed an ounce of bravado and resolve, the instant I approached and simply poked them to test the water, the illusion would dissipate and they would take on their natural guise, two rusty pots with heads of compliant, putrefying dough. Time after time, it would turn out that the latest problem could be solved with very little bloodshed. Not even blood, sometimes even so much as a bead of sweat. If you just made a comparison, you would see that Pluxes were way more dangerous. Just switch their personalities, give Big Johnny the disposition of a gray Plux, and he would have launched himself at me the first time we met, and not let go. That was bad. I was becoming relaxed, paying scant attention, gradually turning to dough myself. And that was a very bad combination, a tightly compressed steel spring inside a languid lump of dough. Surely in this world there must be a worthy adversary capable of both outplaying me and defeating me in battle. I could guess where the real resistance would begin. For all the shit of the world flows into Drainage Town. Whereas in the outskirts there was just a spot on the rim of the toilet. Lost in thought, I didn't hang around. I moved on. Slowly and calmly, not tiptoeing skulkingly, but moving at a sure and unhurried pace, avoiding close proximity to the dust-covered lamps flickering on the floor. Then I got a whiff of something. The place smelled of Pluxes. Bask had said as much, and I trusted his ears and nose, but so far so quiet. I was almost sure there were no Plunar Zarl nests in the stagnant cesspool. They were animals, and nothing would make them live in that poisonous mist, although when they went hunting as a pack, their routes might run through here. Tangerines were no fools, being able to hide from the system's eye. The only creatures who might settle in the cesspool of their own volition were trolls and their minions. Yes, trolls. And I was able to confirm this a minute later when I came across the first statue. I say statue because it was actually 3 plastic crates standing end on end and one atop another, and decorated with bones affixed with wire and rope. Skulls adorned the top. The whole structure was so thick with dust that the skull and bones appeared furry, and it was lighted from above by a dying green lamp, like an exhibit in an art museum. The light was feeble, and rather than illuminating the statue, it highlighted it in the thick of the fog. I wasn't impressed, but I inspected the statue extremely attentively, brushing dust away in places, touching the wire and pulling at the rope. I was utterly satisfied and delighted with the inspection. A person may be judged by his belongings. Trolls and elves are no exceptions. The statue had been erected there as a deterrent to goblins weak in spirit, and perhaps it had even worked one time. But now the statue had become a graveyard of dust, long since cleaned and spiffed up. The wire and rope rusted and rotten, the bones fallen to the floor. The scene spoke volumes. Turning slightly, I walked away from the green light and parallel to a well-worn wheel track that looped between the pathetic plastic ornaments. There were another 4 of them, and up ahead a yellow blaze flamed up so large it was immediately clear that this was the bastion of the idle troll. In earlier times, when he'd only just made his base here, chances are the lighting didn't suit him. Back then, puffing and grumbling, he had fidgeted around in the dark, placing crate on top of crate, laboriously preparing this gruesome scenery. But now, what's this? My surprise grew stronger still, along with my revulsion. The wheel track had led me to an opening in a low, narrow, bony rampart. Here I tarried, studying the astonishing discovery closely in the dull light, not afraid to brush the dust away. I walked along the construction, inspecting with great interest the heaps of bones, all limb bones, picked clean and bearing teeth marks. I cannot comment on the cooking process, since I am no expert, and the bones were covered in dirt, but I was definitely looking at an arm and leg bones and scattered phalanges. And every last one, even the smallest ossicle, showed signs of having been gnawed. I had arrived at my destination. I was standing at the entrance to a man-eating troll's lair, which was encircled by skull-topped statues and a bony rampart. The troll had no intention of keeping a low profile. He was celebrating something. First there was the illumination, and now this. The grave silence of the stagnant cesspool was broken by a piercing female cry. A cry of pain and anger, and it was followed by a familiar voice. "Fuck! You ugly motherfucker! Bastard! Beast! You're gonna die! Bandage the wound again! Bandage it! My fucking arm! I'm gonna kill you, you stinking ugly fucker! You Gorgon! Ah!" And that voice again. This time I could make out every word spoken by that incredible voice. "Shut your trap, you piece of meat! Otherwise I'll cut off more than a fucking arm! A pig can live with lots of body parts missing!" "Ah! You're pulling too tight! Fuck!" "Shut up!" Followed by the sound of a slap, made with a hand, the back of a hand. Nobody can talk with a voice like that, even with absolute control over their speech organs. It's just impossible. Let me hear a recording of it, and I would praise the fine computer processing and ask which fictional movie monster was to be voiced by the voice now indelibly embedded in my memory. But there was no evidence of special effects here, no computer manipulation. Even the decor was just the old classics, skulls, bones, and dust, all real. The most interesting of chat subsided for a while. Buxa, and it was her voice for sure, blubbered, and the master rattled something and grunted. Still crouching, I waddled closer to the source of the sounds and froze, looking and assessing. A shack. A hovel. Another construction with plastic walls, a flat roof, and square features. But this construction was bigger, approximately 8 by 8. The shack was illuminated on 2 sides by lamps. Another one, brighter, burned within. Beams of light shone from frequent cracks in the corners and roof, clearly outlining the closed door. The walls were piled with garbage, a lot of garbage, mostly bottles, but also clothes, a lot of clothes, lying in piles not far from the door. "Listen!" Buxa's voice sounded different, somehow enhanced with ingratiating and exhortative notes. "Listen, I came to you by myself. Myself!" From that one word, myself, it was clear how deeply she regretted her stupid decision. The master of the house did not respond, continuing to rattle whatever he was rattling. I stole closer, and after successfully avoiding the illuminated part of the courtyard, hid behind a pile of decaying clothes, and was silent as I continued to study the hovel and its environs. "Oh God, what are you doing with my arm? What are you doing?" "See for yourself. I'm cutting the skin off. I don't like fried skin. It doesn't get rid of the hairs, even from women," Troll said perfectly amicably. Buxa vomited. She heaved everything up, and if I understood correctly what Troll was currently doing with her arm, it was completely understandable. Suddenly, Troll began chatting. Evidently, the anticipation of his impending repast had mellowed him. "You say you came by yourself, but why? Because you had become a murderer. You did away with your man, got clocked by the system, and had nowhere to run. The stench. You would be allotted to the pig farm straight away. Drainage town? That's where you should have run, if you had anyone there to run to. Otherwise, you'd be found there and turned into the system. That's why you dived down here into the cesspool. You shouted and shouted until you got an answer. You were brought here and invited into my house, and what did you do, you bitch, when you saw me? What did you do? Nothing to say, huh? I'll tell you, you puked right on my table before I'd hardly come out from behind the screen. So what does that make you now?" "Shut up," Troll roared. Under cover of his roar, I managed to skip over to the cabin and flatten myself against the wall. Close by, I found a hole and peeped through it. Just a darting glimpse, and I didn't see anything, but it was enough to be assured that nobody was sitting on the other side of the wall with an awl in his hand, ready to jab it into a curious eye that might appear at the hole. "But I did restrain myself," Troll continued, and his dwelling was filled with the sound of metal being ground. He was sharpening a knife. "I restrained myself. I understand, for I have been here many long years. The mist has worked on me, and worked well. You are an unusual girl, so I have pardoned you, although I have a fragile fucking soul. Fragile. But I held back. I wiped your vomit from the table and offered you water. I behaved hospitably, offered to tell you my story. And what did you ask of me? Oh, you asked a lot. Sanctuary and payback. You asked me to hide you in my fog." "In my fog? Did you spawn it or something?" This time I put my eye boldly to the hole in the wall, looked inside, and nearly sprayed the wall with spew. Right before my eyes, a gigantic naked corpse was rocking evenly. The troll sat with his back to me. And he really was a troll, massive and obscene. How much does he weigh? 150 kilograms? More? Probably closer to 200. But it wasn't fat and it wasn't muscle. It was tumors? On the other side of the wall sat a giant hulk whose body was entirely covered with giant red-brown tumors. Veins roped his body, snaking around the tumors and clambering up them, and his skin was pocked with open weeping sores. Not a stitch of clothing. Well, why would you bother? He sat with his back to me, but I could not see his buttocks, for below his spine was nothing but gnarly knots and strange protruding dark growths that looked like bony spines. Troll twitched, raised himself, and scratched what had previously been his left buttock. The skin burst and sprayed a sticky pinkish ooze. Troll wiped his hand on his back and turned slightly, continuing to rise. One hand held a metal bar, the other a huge hatchet. A classic scenario, except that the monster was just too disgusting. His head, most of it was covered with long black hair which descended to his shoulders, while the bald patches were more tumors and veins. His face. He had no face. I could make out just the one facial feature, protective goggles which had cut deeply into the knobbly flesh, their straps sunken into the skin of his temples and disappearing under the huge sac of an occipital cyst. "Yes, the mist has worked on me." Troll nodded, not turning the lenses of his goggles away from a metal table that bore a single plate. On the plate, palm upward, lay an arm cut off at the elbow. I could guess whose. "But I am only disgusting on the outside. Inside I am all soul. What makes you better than me? Nothing. The smoothness of your skin. If I tie you up and down here for several years, you will become just the same. Maybe that's what I'll do, cut off your arms and legs and turn you into a sweet little piglet. You can grunt affectionately as you eat from my hand. I shall not pardon you. You regret it now, isn't that right? Are you sorry now?" "I'm sorry. Forgive me, I'm sorry." "You lie, bitch, you lie." The flickering hatchet stabbed the arm on the plate and began to furiously rip open the skin. "I heard you out. I listened to your spiteful serpentine hissing. You asked me to hide you and help you kill one fucking goblin, and I thought, why not? Outlaws can always strike a bargain. I help you, you help me. And I asked you for something for myself. I asked politely, and I asked for the bare minimum. To do me a kindness with your pink lips and mouth. And what did you do? Once again you vomited on my table, and then, wiping your mouth, you began laughing. And now, are you laughing now, bitch?" I cast my gaze around and in the corner saw Buxa, naked and hanging from chains. One arm was missing from the elbow, and she was splattered with the same substance that was dripping down the troll's back and backside, mixed with her own vomit. "Same as always. No tenderness, no kind words, no sweet chat. But I got what I was due. And it seems to me you even liked it, too. Did you like it?" Yes, I liked it. I loved it." "Once more you lie, bitch." In his ire, the troll threw the hatchet aside, grabbed the girl's slashed and amputated arm, and peeled a piece of skin from it. Buxa instantly shuddered in a fresh wave of nausea. Beginning to cackle, Troll launched the skin accurately to the other side of the room, where it stuck to Buxa's chest with a slap. The flattened and lacerated finger seemed to fondle her right breast before creeping slowly downward. Buxa threw her head back and produced a shrill and fateful scream. Roaring with laughter and brandishing a bloody chunk of flesh, Troll stamped over to her. Idiot. On reaching the suspended girl, he took aim and slapped her face hard with her own severed and skinned palm. Her cheek reddened with blood. Slap. Now the other one. The screaming stopped and Buxa dropped her head to her chest and began to bawl viscerally. Troll grasped her hair and made her look up. Her hopelessly clouded eyes expressed nothing. She had thrown in her hand and now wanted only one thing. Opening her eyes wide, she looked ahead over the giant's monstrous, hummocky shoulder. She blinked back the tears, blurring her vision. A second. Another. and her biled, bespattered lips spread wide in a crazed sneer. "What are you grinning at, bitch? You won't honeyfuggle me. Nobody loses their mind that quickly. You'll have to crank it up a notch." "Turn around," Buxa said. "Huh?" "I said, you dumb cocksucker, look behind you. A fucking goblin has come to pay you a visit." "Huh?" The troll turned his head sluggishly, by 10 degrees. His neck refused to turn further, and he was forced to swivel his entire corpus. And he swiveled. His gaze came to rest on me, standing in the center of the hut, looking repulsed and wiping the handle of a stranger's hatchet with a rag I'd found outside. When I was done, I raised my eyes to the troll and smiled. "Hi, I am a fucking goblin. I hear you promised to kill me for her. Is this true?" "Hey, cocksucker, skank!" Buxa was lost to raucous, yelping laughter, and she poked the troll's back with a foot. "You know what? You're right. I didn't like it. The most cringeworthy 3 seconds of my life." The troll did not react to this most terrible assessment of his capabilities. He stood petrified like a rock. The only sign of life was his pupils darting about behind his goggles. A glance at the hatchet, a glance at the door, in my eye, hatchet, door. "Take a seat over there," I said, motioning to the floor by the wall. "Take a seat on your festering ass, legs out in front, hands tucked under your tush." "Huh?" With a swipe of the hatchet, I hacked off a tumor growing from his shoulder. Not all of it, I just grazed the surface, but it squirted remarkably, blood mixed with brown mucus. I had to give him his due. He hissed and clutched at it, but he didn't bawl. His leg muscles tensed. Was this corpse capable of jumping? I took a step back just in case. If he fell on me, that was the end. I was dead, and not under his weight, not simply choking on the goo from his cysts, which would undoubtedly burst if he collapsed. Not the best way to die. "Don't make me repeat it," I smiled again. "You see, I just realized I hate rapists and cannibals, and you, as ill luck would have it, fall into both categories." Strike. "Ah!" A scream eventually broke through. Buxa's skinned arm landed on the floor with a slap, where it was joined by another slice of lopped-off lesion. "There are fucking veins in there! Veins! I'm losing blood!" "Sit down over there." "Nothing out of the ordinary happened here. That bitch came by herself. It's not my fault they let her slip away. Nothing intimate, just business." Strike. Sobbing heavily, Troll collapsed to the floor and managed to crawl to the wall. He sat up, and I winced to see, sprang from under him all sorts of... Troll stuck a hand into the mass and froze. "How many of you are there down here?" I began with the main question. "Lots, and they're already close. Listen, it's nothing to be afraid of. Don't fret. Now we'll all sort this out peacefully. You can finish the bitch off yourself. You'll get gifts. Have you heard of Membak? It's wild stuff. We can load you up to the max, send you back quietly and calmly." "I see," I said, nodding. "Not many of you here, almost nobody. I killed Lados. Meat on Wheels kicked the bucket too. Who else? And where the fuck is Eve?" "I've got 9 fighters, 9 big strong men, but I'm not going to bother unleashing them on you. Why would I?" Troll's announcement was accompanied by what seemed to him a confident and composed smile. But he couldn't control his eyes. Reminded of the murdered Lados and gatekeeper, he blinked. Not wanting to argue, I took another tack. "And where do these 9 big fellows sleep?" I looked around in affected surprise. Everything about the hovel screamed, here lives, or rather resides, just the one troll. This is his lair, and he will not permit anybody else to reside here. This was underlined by his lack of desire to show his ugly mug. The monstrosity was embarrassed of his own zits. I had to give him his due, though. He did understand that I couldn't not notice the absence of rumpled beds, and so he jerked his head awkwardly and accidentally butted the wall in his attempt to show me the way. "There." "Where there?" "It's, let them come. My fighters are also close at hand." "Your fighters?" The troll became sullen. Hanging from her chains, Buxa grinned silently. I inspected her chains closely. Once I'd figured it out, I pulled out a couple of short bolts, and Buxa collapsed to the floor. She didn't just lie there in her own vomit, but struggled to her feet, clutching her stump, which was bound in rusty wire to her belly. It was wound tightly, but the blood continued to flow. Buxa looked me in the eye. Pausing for several seconds, I pointed the hatchet toward the door. Go. But shut up and go. I've already been through this once, Goblin, Buxa hissed, looking askance at the fog. Who's out there? Are they lying in wait? When you come out, head for Drainage Town. Follow the lamps. Do not return to the outskirts. I find you, I kill you. I'm nobody because of you. An outlaw. What am I going to do in Shittown? The system is there, too. Let's ask. I shrugged. Hey, Troll, where does a fugitive go in Drainage Town if she's afraid of the system? Have her seek out Ren the mechanic. He'll help, but not for free. I haven't got anything, and you took my arm, you animal. She tried not to look at the piece of dead flesh at her feet. I'm fucked. Everything's fucked. Go, I repeated. Drainage Town. Ren the mechanic. I haven't got anything. So bargain or die, I said harshly, and cleaved the air by her face with a whistle. Get out of here, and quickly before you lose all your blood. If you're still here in 5 seconds, I'll kill you. Wait, take me with you, Goblin. I know you have a group. Take me with you. I would, I said, nodding, but you're lacking something, ever so slightly. What? I can do anything you say, anything, without exception, anything you want. The troll snorted. I shook my head. That's not enough. Run, Buxa, run. Get to Drainage Town, survive, bargain. Use every chance you get to survive. Goblin! Go. 5, 4. Stepping over to the door, the naked girl snarled hotly. I will survive, and one day I'll find you, Goblin. I'll find you, you fucking bastard. I'll be waiting, I snarled in response. I'll be waiting. 3, 2, I'll find you. Be afraid, motherfucker. Be afraid. The possessed girl was lost in the foggy dark. Presently, I heard a rattle of bones approximately 3 meters from the house. Then a bout of thunderous crashing as the frenzied lady cripple destroyed everything in her path. And there you have it. I could return to working over Troll. Time was pressing, and there was too little to find a correct approach. It would have to be head-on. Hey. I didn't even shudder when the malformed mug responded to my call and stared at me. I was getting used to it. Let's not wait for your imaginary men. Here's what we'll do. I ask some quick questions, you give me quick answers, and we part. If it occurs to me that you've told me even the smallest lie, I cut off your arm. And I'm not convinced you have an account to pay for another limb. I'm not at all convinced the system will let you go if it takes your fancy to pop to the med block. After all, you're a troll, a bizarre creature. But we'll talk about that later. So, do you understand me? Yes. Are you going to give me answers? Are you going to let me go afterwards? Will we part? Not just like that. I shook my head. You'll have to procure something for me, something rare and remarkable. You're well-connected, aren't you? Hell yeah, man, believe me, befriending Troll is a useful thing. Ask anybody. You think so? Your gatekeeper complained you'd gouged his eye out and swallowed it. That was his fault. He didn't lock the door on a bunch of stupid goblins. I arrived and found them sticking their curious faces out the door. It was his own fault. Let's not talk about your son. He's not my son. He looks a bit like... Never mind. My voice became cheerless, but gained a metallic quality. Remember, Troll, you owe me, and until you pay me back, I'll be coming back here regularly. You get me? I get you, man. We can come to an arrangement. Troll tried, but he couldn't contain the joy fighting its way out of him. Of course he would agree. It went without saying. Now, for show. But I worried that when I came back next time, I would be met by an updated security system, dozens of hired hands, and a vengeful troll with his newly sharpened hatchet, dreaming of a piece of pork. And if the goblin didn't show up, a hunting team would be dispatched after him. He would be dragged back here, kicking and screaming, and then... But that was later. Meanwhile, it was about nodding and agreeing to everything. After all, what was the main thing? The main thing was to answer questions quickly and be granted freedom. And then... I was no telepath, but the thoughts roving around his disfigured head were obvious, and that was fine by me. Let's begin the quiz. Answer quickly. A 2-second pause and I shove the hatchet in your belly. Where the fuck is Eve? In town. She ran away to Drainage Town. She settled there, the bitch. Why? She didn't like it here. Dark and murky? Dark and murky for Eve? What are you talking about? This is like home for her. The fog. She was afraid of becoming like... Like you? Yes. So why did she leave for the town? She left with Lados. She spread her legs for that fuckwit, and he grew all soft. She molded him into what she wanted, and took him with her, and he promised passionately to take care of her forever. They both left you? For Drainage Town? That's odd. I killed Lados in the Outskirts, and he just left you, is that correct? She ditched him, and he came back. Troll laughed gruffly, his mouth wide open. I peered with interest into his maw and saw what had some time being a pharynx, but was now it was hard to say what, an interlacing of agglutinated whitish and pink growths narrowing the pharynx. The fog had changed not only his appearance, turning him into a troll, but also his insides. It had changed everything it could reach. I had to vacate the area at once. My brain understood that in order to change so radically, one had to live in the fog for many months, years. But my instincts did not want to listen. I would have to bridle them with a cold mental order and stay here until the conversation ended. Ditched? Eve ditched Lados? Stands to reason. She's a beautiful girl, clever, and he was cheap and dumb. He helped her settle into Drainage Town, and as soon as she found work as a dancer in the Diamond Bowl and met some better-heeled guys, she kicked Lados's butt and told him to sling his hook. He tried to talk her round, so 4 bouncers had a chat with him, broke a few bones, and tenderized his guts. Lados got himself back on his feet, got wise to the situation, and got out. He roamed Drainage Town for a while before he realized it wasn't for him. He came back to me a broken goblin, and I took him in because I'm kind. Kind? You had no way out, more like. Who would live voluntarily in the cesspool? I doubted there was a daily line of folk yearning to join the ranks of volunteer fog dwellers. Eve stayed in fucking Drainage Town? She's a townie now. Outskirts whore becomes townie whore. So if I want to visit the townie whore, I just have to pop into the Diamond Bowl and ask for that bitch Eve, yes? Troll's eyes wandered, and his black toenails twitched. Well? Answer. She changed her name. She's not Eve anymore. So what name does the expensive townie whore go by? Lilith. Lilith, I repeated thoughtfully. Eve becomes Lilith. Somehow it isn't very canonical, is it? Something isn't quite right. What? Nothing. Is she a dancer or a succubus? I don't know. Lados didn't tell me anything else. He cried at the drop of a hat. He loved that bitch and did everything he could to forget. I see. Women are the root of all evil. You and I had that fight because of a woman's words. The troll said suggestively, pointing his eyes at the deformed, amputated arm on the floor. But men don't fight over women, right? The root of all evil in this world is people like you. The hatchet moved within a hair's breadth of the troll's throat and pressed on the soft flesh. Not wily girls dreaming of bright city life, troll. Don't get me wound up, man. If it weren't for me, someone else would occupy this place. I'm not the first troll under this bridge, I'm the third. Anyway, what do you want with Eve, man? She stole something from me. The lie was effortless. Something dear, that's why I have to find her. I'll help, Troll promised willingly. I played along again, smiling ironically. Of course you will, Troll, you owe me. Of course. How do you live outside the system? I just live. Your set of limbs is rented. You need medicine. I don't believe you don't need painkillers every day. You live on them, and on medicines. What about immunosuppressants? They need injecting every day. Are you lying to me, Troll? I just didn't understand the question. Look in that plastic crate, it has everything. The system. What the hell do you want with it, man? Stay here if you like. We can work together. I can get any medicine. Shifting slightly, I used my foot to throw back the rag covering the red crate and had a quick look inside. Plastic syringes, vials, bindles, bandages, those familiar multicolored isotonic and energy tablets. Yes, this was definitely a medicine chest. Where are the medicines from? Town, the troll said curtly. They have everything in Murkwaters. They say that even elves occasionally drop by. Elves? Full forms. We're null forms. They're full forms. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's interesting for them to see how the rabble like us live. You believe in elves? Do you believe in goblins? What about trolls? Look at me, you fucker. Look what happened to me. Do I look like a person? The troll screamed, becoming agitated. I'm a monster, a troll living under cursed bridge. I can't show my face. I can't scratch without dozens of pustules bursting on my back. Every morning I wake up in a puddle of pus and blood. And the pain, the constant pain outside and in. I'm a troll, and you ask me if I believe in elves or not. Breathing heavily and with difficulty and making no attempt to stand or retrieve his hands from under him, he rocked from side to side. The slab of mutilated flesh wobbled, something ruptured with a squelch and a pop, exuding ooze down his shoulders and chest, and a trembling, piteous roar broke from his deformed pharynx. I was unconcerned, passively observing the troll's internal anguish, and as soon as he calmed down just a touch, I continued with my questions. Who do you get the medicine from? And Membak? That's not my secret, man. And this isn't my hatchet. I shrugged my shoulders and used my eyes to indicate the weapon in my hand. But I can do some mean chopping with it. Would you like me to show you? Wait! The secret isn't mine, but it's not that big either. I get everything delivered by emissaries from White. Who's he? She. A woman? Yes. Did I detect a note of apprehension in the troll's voice? And if you need something specific, go to her, right? To her emissaries. A delivery service? Emissaries. Again, that mild apprehension. Why not delivery service? She calls them emissaries. And do the emissaries also deliver the drugs here, Membak? Yes. Just to reconfirm, the great tablets are from White. Correct, man. Who else? She's White, that figure. Have you seen her? Are you kidding? Nobody's seen her, but they say her beauty is divine. I see. What do you know about her, about the chemistry? Listen, I know little about Membak. I just pass it on and take a couple of %. I play fair. White's emissaries will find anyone and anywhere. You die in agony without any discernible cause, and they don't like people asking about them and their mistress. Ask something else. Let's talk about transporting pork, I suggested, waving the hatchet at Bucks's body part lying on the floor. Listen, I get the beginning. You and your bully boys, when you had them, lured helpless wretches down into the fog. The rest is also abundantly clear. I saw the jolly wall of bones around your shack. There's just one problem. There are plenty of thigh bones and radial bones, all limbs, but very few skulls, leading me to conclude you are accustomed to feeding on the arms and legs of others. But the living carcass is with stumps all bound up. Where did they go? Listen. Where did they go? The stench. I put the news out, and a few guys came from the stench. Up the stairs? How? They're flights, you wouldn't have time to get them up. In sacks? Also risky. No, from here under the bridge as far as the gutter, then up the ropes. Under the gutter there's a couple of rat holes concealed by steel and mist. The system can't see them. Bogmen take the pigs and haul them up. They put them in pens, make them stupid and blind, and fatten them up. What did you say? They make them stupid? I heard that. How? Chemistry? A thick awl, through the eyes and into the brain. 2 stabs, and the pig immediately acquiesces. Seeing my expression, the troll began to hustle, bawling. It's better for them like that, man. It's better. Merciful. They don't even understand what's happening. They just eat, put on weight. They get washed, stroked, massaged. They're happy. They didn't do that before. And there were problems with the pigs. A couple managed to escape, with no arms or legs. Of course, somebody was prevailed upon to throw them in the gutter. I'd rather have an awl in the brain. I tried to do it myself once, but the pig started to shake and then died. You have to know how. Wait, what? It's better. Better for who, you fucker? I hissed. Chill out, man. Think about it. They're happy like that. They're not afraid. They just eat and put on weight. Everything here's rotten because of you, and the world is rotting because of people like you. Bogmen, fogmen. You're the scum of the earth, parasitizing the innocent. You deform their bodies and then eat them. What's wrong with you? An awl in the brain is merciful? It's a lobotomy, you bastard, a lobotomy. It's not enough for you to kill their bodies so you shred their intellect, too. They're fucking people. People, not shitty goblins or orcs or trolls or anything else. They are people, with their dreams, plans, and hopes, small and large. And you give them an awl to the brain? 2 stabs? Amputate their arms and legs, squeeze out their eyes, tongues, treat a living human like an animal being fattened. How is that even possible? Wait, we had an agreement, wait! But the hatchet was already in motion. Pulling it out of his squelching flesh, I brought it down again. Pull out. Chop. And the troll's ugly head fell to the floor with a dull thud. Blood spurted from his mangled neck, drenching the wall. Strange brownish blood, very different from the bright red arterial stuff. Reeling back and breathing hoarsely, I squatted down for a while, unable to take my eyes from the abandoned piece of flesh on the dirty floor. What's not right here? There was no hunger in this world. Even zombies had a chance to move up. Everyone received a perfectly ample standard nutrient ration every day. And balanced to boot. Vitamins were injected by the system. Why the fuck would anybody eat human flesh? Open real pork farms. Drugs were one thing. You couldn't count the shit which intoxicated the brain. Everybody wanted to add a splash of color to the gray reality, so there will always be demand for that. But cannibalism? Rising, I stepped over the head which had stopped rolling around and out of the troll's shack. I had to hurry to find the guys before they, contrary to orders, began searching for me throughout the stagnant cesspool. Group discipline was still far from perfect, but I was not about to tighten the screws and nurture them with screams and shouts. I had no use for obsequious, spineless dummies. I needed fighters, aggressive, wild, intelligent. I needed predators. But what about me? This was a nervous breakdown, pure and simple. I'd killed the troll too soon. I still had a ton of questions to ask, but that chance was now gone for good. Curses. I didn't know I was capable of such intense emotion. Blow up and die, you're alive! From Yorka's voice when she saw me, it was hard to tell if she was pleased or disappointed that the stagnant cesspool hadn't swallowed me up. And so what? If I died, her life would become dramatically safer. How are you? I asked. Okay, Commander, although 5 minutes ago we did hear some pretty wild screams, but they were very soft. I didn't hear them, only Bask. Did anything happen down there? I got a bit carried away, I admitted sheepishly, observing my fighters in a business-like fashion. I killed the troll. Follow me. Yorka, I warn you straight away, bones are just bones. The same goes for skulls, and you will achieve nothing by piling them together or making a totem pole. What are you driving at? The girl sounded nervous. Just forget about it and see it as cheap decor, but describe everything to Bask in detail, every little thing you see. Let's go, the girl sighed. You shouldn't have mentioned anything, Elb. Now Although, is what I'm about to see worse than the lamers free-for-all yesterday evening? No, I answered curtly. No worries then, because yesterday, calm down, there's nothing like that here. What about the fog? It'll sting my eyes and armpits. It's a nightmare. Yes, I nodded, fighting the desire to rip off my t-shirt and give my own armpits a good scratch. That's exposure to the fog. It corrodes the skin, penetrates the throat and lungs. But we have nothing to be afraid of because, judging by Latos's fresh complexion, it needs time to make irreversible changes. And the system can always provide medical treatment. And here we are in the court of the dead troll. To give her her due, Yorka reacted just so. Mild squeamishness, surprise, anger, incomprehension. How many have been eaten down here? It was her first question after she described everything thoroughly and in color to the zombie. Elb, there's a ring of bones around this filth. Too many, I replied, stopping by the entrance to the hut and looking at a mound of waste. The stagnant cesspool has killed many, Bask said, nodding. No, I retorted dismally. It's not the cesspool. This is people's doing after they turned into mythical beasts. Goblins, orcs, trolls. This is merely the bottom of a steel hollow filled with acrid poisonous mist. Nothing more. Are you ready for tasks? Tasks? That's what I said. Yours? Mine too. Check your interfaces. And try not to be surprised, although I warn you it'll be impossible not to. I promised, pulling on 2 pairs of gloves and setting about sorting through the piles of garbage around the mound. Job. Patrol. Important details. Be at the location no later than 2 o'clock. Description. Patrol the buttresses of main 30 from 1 to 15. Eliminate any pluxes on site. Upon receiving a system indication, destroy the target indicated. Location, Zone 0. Deadline, 30 minutes. Compensation, 120 sol. Additional reward, free medical tests and assistance for the group upon completion of job. Job, reconnaissance. Description. Inspect the bases of the buttresses in main 30 from 1 to 15 and the adjacent area. Documentation and assessment of findings using natural biological mechanisms. A 2-minute concise and detailed report in any format to any functioning SDOD. Location, Zone 0. Deadline, 30 minutes. Compensation, 120 sol. Additional reward. Extraordinary triple group equipment according to status, ORLB. Job. Repair of SDOD number 497-0 Alpha. Additional, important. Description. Patrol buttresses of main 30 from 1 to 10. Location. Main hallway 29 from section 20 to section 40. Deadline, no limit. Compensation, 600 sol. Blow up and die. What's with the numbers? What's with the compensation? Pitiful compensation for work like that, I said, frowning and not looking up from my work. What's SDOD, Commander? I'll tell you in a second, I wheezed, throwing my shoulder against the mound and heaving off a pile of clothes eaten away by the fog. Yes, SDOD. It's the system's Department for Observation and Documentation, or in layman's terms, the observation domes, Mother's Eye, etc. And right in front of your very eyes, fighters, lies dishonorably deactivated dome number 497-0 Alpha. It's a big bastard. Do you realize how lucky we are? I put my hands on my hips and looked at the steel side of the standard medium-sized dome that was visible among the garbage. A clear inscription ran along its edge. The Systems Department for Observation and Documentation, number 497-0 Alpha. Of course we're lucky. Money, Yorka announced cheerfully. Nearly. Bask? A lot of money? I repeat, a pitiful amount, and almost certainly due to our status. If we were halflings, we'd get much more. There are minimum and maximum levels of compensation depending on status, I'm sure of that. The system has done everything it could to draw interest, minimize the deadline for the first 2 jobs, while simultaneously increasing the compensation and adding a maximum bonus to the 3rd compensation. After all, what if we're tempted? It could have added more, although the fixed limits don't allow it. And no, we didn't get lucky with money. Look closer. The system is stringing us along most industriously, cheating us. And while you're having a closer look, help clear this shit up. The group eventually began to muck in, and I waited patiently. Bask was the first to react. The first and second jobs are the same, but we get paid twice. Exactly. The system clocked our descent, and at the last moment offered a big sweet treat. We've been given 3 jobs, not 2. By completing the patrol, we'll also be completing the reconnaissance. What else? Silence. With a sigh, I explained. We don't have to complete the 3rd job at all, and that tells us something very important. The system knows or can guess what goes on at the bottom of the canyon. It understands the extreme danger down here, so it doesn't insist on completion of particularly dangerous tasks, and reduces the deadlines for other tasks to a minimum. All we have to do is go back up right now, and the first job is complete. Then we lie on a metal couch, tell a bold tale about the cesspool, the fog, and the second job gets notched up. This tells us that the system wants to know what's going on, and that it has absolutely no surveillance down here since the domes are out of action. The trolls broke them, and we shall fix them. Maybe. Aha. Aha, the zombie said, seconding me after doing a lap around the now garbage-free dome. It's huge. Oh shit, it seems I stepped on a mine. Yeah, definitely a fresh one. Ugh. What do you think, Commander? Did they do it on purpose? Take a dump here? Yorka guessed. Does a bear shit in the woods? Blow up and die. I'm gonna hurl. Most likely on purpose, I agreed. The local inhabitants had arranged their toilet behind the mound. I say toilet, but it was just an upturned crate with a roughly round hole in it. You sat down, did your business, and removed the crate to the next spot. And the fact that the crate was covered in it was nothing to worry about, since they'd crapped in front of the severed dome on purpose to display their attitude to the system. While the fighters were finishing up the cleaning operation, I clambered up onto the dome. Balancing on the slanted bottom part, I looked up. Was it empty, or... I jumped up and waved my right arm. It was a blind wave, and the mist in my hand slapped against swinging wet metal before catching something flexible and cold. Shit, a snake. Then my rational mind graciously explained. Relax, Goblin, it's just tubes or cables wrapped in a corrugated metal sleeve. The wet metal was a bracket swinging on a softly jingling chain. Scrambling back down, I lost my footing and nearly went ass over tit. I landed at the edge of the minefield and froze on half-bent legs, praying that my knees would hold out. If I collapsed into the troll's poop, I would have a valid reason to victimize a certain headless corpse. My knees held out. Standing and looking thoughtfully up, I announced, "We have to somehow raise the dome about 2 meters, better still 2.5. "It weighs a ton," Yorka said resentfully, but dialing it back a notch, she rested her shoulder against the SDOD and applied a little pressure. A metallic scraping sound. "Well, it's giving just a touch. 300 kilograms?" 100, Bask and I replied in unison. I confined myself to that, but the zombie explained. "The casing is big but thin. Protection from goblins throwing things. 100 kilos, maybe 150. With a little effort, we can lift it. We shall apply maximum effort, and we're not leaving until we've hung the dome back up," I added, immediately closing the door to any idea of retreat. "We must seize this opportunity, fighters. Lots of folk have received the same job for sure. Most will have bottled out. Somebody must have taken the risk and agreed, only to flee, unable to hack it, or actually got as far as here before turning from a dashing hero into a pathetic, grunting pig. Or lucked out and perished straight away. What does that tell us?" "May he rest in peace?" Yorka inquired, no hint of sorrow in her voice. "Aha, I've got it. They weren't able to do it because the level of difficulty was too high, and the system takes that into account, and even kind of remembers?" "Wow." I nodded my surprise. "Double wow. Bravo, Goblin." "I'm not dumb," the girl snapped. "My brain is always simmering, if it's well fed, and recently it's not been badly fed at all. So what does this kudos from the system give us?" "What does it give us? Well, constant unnecessary risk, extra problems and new strife with the strong of this world, serious injury, loss of limbs, perhaps even death. And that's just the tip of the iceberg." Silence. Bleak silence. While the fighters were silent, I ran to the shack and retrieved 4 plastic crates. Then I went back for the remaining 3. I estimated their height, squinted at the brown toilet crate, and decided to make a quick round of the troll's hovel. I came across new bones, but no more crates. Wiggling my fingers in their gloves, I raked together an armful of thigh bones and returned to the group. Spilling the bones before them, I ordered, "Bring more, only thigh bones, and I'll get busy with the ropes and chains." "Wait, Elb, what do you mean by injury and death? Is that some kind of bonus from the system?" "No, the bonus will be various benefits. Free injections, medical assistance, diagnoses, perhaps even free replacement of limbs lost while completing jobs. Perhaps the grateful system will screw some new eyes into Bask's empty sockets. But you are not children, goblins. You must understand that the only thing that comes free is shit, and look how much of it there is. So get scraping, and you don't get all the rest for nothing. If the system spots us and gives us a digital tick for being a successful team capable of completing deadly tasks, it will definitely throw us into this kind of nastiness at every opportunity. This is a trial balloon, cautious and probing. The system is studying us, testing our strengths, but not pressuring. Yet. Which is why it gave the task additional status, with the possibility of refusal. But then be prepared for the worst. This... With the sweeping arm, I indicated the curling fog, piles of dried shit and gnawed human bones beneath our feet. Is nothing. Consider this a jolly weekend for true heroes of the system. Unforgiving weekdays lie ahead. "If this is a jolly weekend," Yorka said, looking around gloomily, "what are the weekdays like? Never mind, we're with you anyway, Goblin, till the very end. Remember that. Bask, let's go get bones. Only thigh bones, only male, and only sexy-looking ones." Watching them go off, I chuckled to myself. Till the very end. Delighted to hear it, Yorka, delighted to hear it. But anyone can say that. Time and circumstance will put everybody in their place and affix them a value. After leveling out the bones, I went back to the shack. The clock was ticking. Who knew, perhaps the next courier was already on his way here. Even a loner was capable of inflicting irreparable damage in this mist if he clocked us before we clocked him. We had to hurry. With the aid of bones, chains, ropes, plastic crates, strenuous effort, and gruesome, viperous cursing, we constructed a pedestal, surprising even ourselves. And a monument, the dome, was already rising on it, now lying crookedly at a height of almost 3 meters. We hoisted the dome up gradually by trial and error. Twice the fucking thing fell with a derisive crash, and we started over. By the end, we looked like trolls ourselves, covered in a thick layer of grime, bone dust, and something else even more unpleasant. But we got the dome to the necessary height, after which, allowing ourselves a couple of minutes' breather, we set to work on the next stage. Yorka and Bask leaned against the sides of the dome and froze there like miscreated titans supporting the sky, while I, hissing from the pain in my crushed and slashed fingers, climbed up it. At the top, holding the edge with my left hand, my freaking elbow once again making itself known at the most inopportune moment, I began to feel my way around the dangling gizmo. A wave of relief washed over me, and when I soon found the most important thing. The lower part of the hanging chain was an approximately 2-meter section of steel pipe, which ended in a massive locking device with a single handle. All the wires were inside. Outside curled just 2 fat ones in metal sheaths. One seemed to be intact, the other was all but severed. Bad news. The good news was that standing and hauling myself along the pipe at my own risk and peril, I could make out through the pissing fog that there were more than 2 cables, and 3 of them led into the pipe. Theoretically, there was a chance, because haste and negligence had been employed during the sabotage mission. For sabotage was precisely what I figured this had been. How the hell could a dome situated under a bridge unwind a hoist and lower itself almost to the floor? I could see only one way, a scheduled tech inspection or minor repair work, in which case the dome would logically be lowered to a certain height and probably onto a high platform, a simple cart on wheels. Technicians shin up to inspect the unit, carry out necessary repairs, and give the signal to raise it again. The dome is raised to an unattainable height, and the procedure is complete. By this time, somebody sabotaged the process by simply chopping its head off. We were unlikely to ever know the details, and what good would they do anyway? Feeling the end of the pipe, I made sure I was hanging on tightly, checked the lever throw, and shouted, "Go for it!" After a jolt from Yorka and Bask, the dome swung. And again! This time I helped rock it with my legs, just so long as it doesn't fly off. Again! Harder! Jolt. The dome straightened with a creak and balanced on its crown, the metal of the pipe screeching. Jolt. Creak. I leaned on the lever, locking the handle, and the dome froze, secured. Seizing the wires, I fed them into their connectors. Then I froze. We'd done all we could. If the system was dead. A flash. A bright flash. My blinded fighters recoiled, while I hastily swung my body over the edge and hung there, looking down to check I wasn't about to fall on somebody before unclenching my hands. Perfect timing. With the piercing metal screech of its chain, the dome shot upward. Rise still hanging on it, a powerful light shone from above, forcing its way through the fog and illuminating the dirty goblin staring wearily from beneath. The dome was lowered with a buzzing sound, the lights became brighter, and we shielded our eyes with our hands. Except for Bask, who continued to look straight ahead. "Interface, goblins, interface," I croaked, tired but happy. In the job section, there remained just one system errand, reconnaissance. 2, patrol and repair, had been credited as successfully completed. I should fucking think so, too. We'd busted a gut. Balance, 287. Damn, I said gloomily, the joy in my voice diminishing. Look at the interface. We've got another job. It just appeared. What are they asking of us this time? To rummage around and troll shit looking for diamonds? Worse, we're being asked to seek out and switch on the main ventilation extractor. Why is everything Maine around here? Yorka dissolved some isotonics and energy tablets. I'm dead on my feet. Why the ventilation? Here's why. I clenched my fist, but the fog easily evaded my grasp. I see no other reason to switch on a powerful extractor. Why? The blind Basque asked. The system is asking us to chase the fog away, Yorka explained. Blow up and die. Maybe we should clean some troll shit as well. What is it with you and shit? I asked, unable to contain myself. I'm caked in it, all of me, from head to toe. I've got my nose in it. If it isn't just the fog burning like that, why does it have to be this way, huh? Because we're true fairy tale heroes, I said, chuckling and looking myself over critically. Yes, washing may not help. Burn everything. I'll have a 5-minute dance in the fire, too, to burn all of this muck off. Which way, Commander? As always, the zombie demonstrated pragmatism. Well, we have 3 jobs. The first and the last are completed, but we still have the second one. Job: reconnaissance. Description: inspect the bases of the buttresses of Main 30 from 1 to 15 and the adjacent area. Documentation and assessment of findings using natural biological mechanisms. A 2-minute concise and detailed report in any format to any functioning SDOD. Location: Zone 0. Deadline: 30 minutes. Compensation: 120 Sol. Additional reward: extraordinary triple group equipment according to status, ORLB. Job: restoration manual commission of main ventilation extractor system, BREZ-12.7. Description: restoration manual commission of main ventilation extractor system. Location: Zone 0. Buttress 7 of Main 30. Deadline: no limit. Compensation: 300 Sol. Additional reward: extraordinary triple group equipment according to status, ORLB. Job: search and destroy, additional. Description: search for and immediate elimination of volitional Nullform number 1749, a.k.a. Ugly the Troll, has serious damage to the skin covering. Location: Zone 0. Deadline: no limit. Compensation: 600 Sol. Additional reward: free additional strengthening and recovery injections, O. Search for and elimination of a volitional Nullform? I already eliminated him accidentally. I furrowed my brow in vexation and threw a glance at the troll's shack, scarcely visible through the mist. Move out for Buttress 7. The buttress was pleasingly well lit and situated in the center of a web of cables that converged in a steel hatch hidden in the solid metal base. Squinting and cruelly rubbing my mist-swollen eyes, I gazed for some time at the plexus of wires in an attempt to understand its logic. No joy. So I began switching off everything indiscriminately, guided by the simple principle that if a wire ran along the floor, it was a new build. And they were held in place by simple twists, and continually produced the sparks typical of minor short circuits. The more wires I pulled out, the thicker became the murk surrounding us. One by one, the orange spheres of the lamps were extinguished, along with the light of the troll's hut. With a long, protracted sound, setting our teeth on edge in the manner of a toothless saw, the reanimated dome hanging above us shed some extra light. It wasn't a strong effort and diffused weakly in the mist, but the system did not give in. Another long, vibrating sound and light fell on the stagnant cesspool from an even greater height, for the enormous dome hanging above Cursed Bridge had intervened. The system was trying to improve conditions for our toil. But those sounds. We had to hurry. While the fighters dragged aside the cables I'd pulled out, I studied the now junk-free, crackling electrical innards. Tumbler switches. Lots of tumbler switches. Large and small, some pointing proudly up, but the remainder drooping sadly under little piles of dust. Blowing the dust off and sneezing, I set about switching them on one after another. Click, click, click. And light began to return to the cesspool, though not the dull orange light of the old lamps down on the floor. Those remained dead. No, it was the lamps directly beneath the middle of Cursed Bridge that were beginning to light up, blurry yellow stars shining out of the mist. Yorka, who had forgotten about everything else, was holding Basque's hand, looking up and observing with acute fascination the birth of stars in the misty black firmament. I should have yelled at her, but I was gawking upward myself, and my hand just kept flicking switches up. My ears were strained to the max, but the first to shudder and smile was the zombie. He stuck out a dirty thumb, which was immediately licked by the curious mist. "Yes!" Click, click, click. We soon heard it ourselves. Somewhere on the other side of the walls, dysfunctional machinery was starting up. The noise was strained, thrumming, and wailing. The engines had been unused and unattended for too long. What they urgently needed now was to be switched off and dealt with by a team of mechanics who would carefully disassemble, clean, and grease them. That would happen later. Meanwhile, the now working main ventilation system was doing its thing, extracting the stink and fog from the stagnant cesspool. The fog. Cupping my hands, I raised them to my face and saw the mist drifting over them and shifting to the moaning sounds of the ventilation engines. Thick eddies tried to cling to my fingers, but constantly slipped and darted away. The entire mass of acrid fog began to flutter and gain momentum. Another couple of seconds, and the engines became a touch quieter, following which the noise of one motor stopped suddenly, only to instantly reappear. Then a second died down and picked up again. The system had regained control of the ventilation and was trying to optimize the work of the dusty and rusty motors. And if that was the case, a quick check confirmed that the ventilation recommissioning job had disappeared and my account had been credited. Balance: 387. 2 jobs remained, one of which demanded loathsome work, but we wouldn't have to get too used to it. Returning to the hovel, we looked inside and saw that the homemade lighting had died out. Not a problem. Armed with jaded grumpiness, we began ripping the plastic sheeting from the iron mesh walls, allowing the insubstantial light in. The effect was minimal, but the impenetrable dark was replaced by a thick gray twilight that permitted us to find our bearings. We got to work, 3 no-nonsense outskirts dwellers frenziedly scouring every corner of the hut. Anything we found was immediately assessed and either binned, 95% of cases, or consigned to a backpack. The first thing my backpack was treated to was the Troll's entire medical kit. Our packs and belt bags were filled with some rather surprising finds: homemade knives, awls, short swords, darts, shields, both narrow and wide, and protective helmets, with and without visors. In one corner, which was equipped as a primitive kitchen, I found a familiar metal block with a plastic safety tab and a sheet of steel bearing clear traces of burned fat, a homemade frying pan, and a block used as an electric hot plate. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jolly Plucks used precisely the same stoves. The block was placed in a backpack while I delved into a large plastic crate in the corner of the kitchen. I cursed violently and thumped my fist on the floor. The crate was full of food briquettes, isotonics, and energy and vitamin tablets, all carefully wrapped in transparent film. Full. Without counting or even looking particularly carefully, I estimated there were no fewer than 300 food cubes of various categories, like an island of tablets surrounded by deposits. And that was just the upper layer. I shouldn't wonder if the crate held more than a year's supply of rations for 1, maybe even 2 people with good appetites, on a diet of 3 briquettes and 3 tablets a day. On the whole, the Troll and his acolyte had no worries as far as food was concerned. But despite this, they both dreamed of human flesh. And it wasn't just empty words, for I had seen the anticipation and insatiability with which the disgusting Troll had hacked at Buxa's severed arm. He didn't like fried skin, and had I not interrupted him, he would have briskly fired up the stove and fried the manacled girl's arm for breakfast before her very eyes, and eaten it. But why the fuck do you beasts hunger for pork when you have an enormous supply of food? Checking that the provisions were well preserved, I took the whole crate and put it by the entrance to the shack. We spent another 10 minutes rooting around, but found nothing more of use. Next up was transporting the headless corpse. York and I held it by the feet and in 3 big heaves dragged it outside and dumped it. Due to his poor eyesight, Bask nearly slipped on a glinting trail of goo left by the corpse. All the cysts had begun to burst, some with an unsavory popping sound, others spilling like an egg yolk prodded lightly with a fork. As Yorka took the Troll's heavy head outside, I observed her with interest. Grimacing in disgust, she carried it in both hands by the hair, and once outside she looked at its wavering face before throwing it on the floor with a contemptuous harumph. Clever girl. What about his goggles? In my fatigue, I attempted a joke. Troll's goggles would be a true capture, no? +5 to protection from poisonous fog and all that. Who wants to give them a wash and use them to shield their eyes? Gross, Yorka uttered and returned to the shack, saying, There's still some stuff in the corner among the bones, dishes and blocks." The teetering Basque came out on his second trip, dragging a crate full of small arms which hadn't fitted in our backpacks. He sat himself down on the floor, dropped his hands to his legs, and fell silent. The zombie was resting. Due to his blindness, he didn't witness the amazing effect of the fog swiftly disappearing. For the first 15 minutes it hadn't been noticeable, but it was now clearing remarkably quickly, and I could see the supports of Cursed Bridge and the piles of bones and skull-top statues. The stagnant cesspool was clinging diffidently to the remains of the fog that had sheltered it for so many years, but the system was determined, and the air was being quickly purified. A bright spot of light roamed from side to side, furrowing the heaps of bones. It stopped on the spread-eagle corpse of Troll the Troll. Red and green lights blinked several times, and the job section was emptied completely. They'd even counted the reconnaissance, and for the absolutely understandable reason that the system could now see everything perfectly, it conveyed its obvious displeasure in a protracted alarm signal from above, which was not merely a signal, it was a call. The system was rounding up its faithful zombie, goblin, orc, and halfling servants, and was ready to give them a whole load of urgent tasks. Middle of the night? Fuck it. The signal would wake those not averse to earning an extra soul, of whom I was sure there would be no small number. The first to react to the alarm would not be loner Nullform goblins and zombies. Oh no, the brigades were the first to sniff out an earning opportunity. They were already drawing near, seduced by the smell of money. Balance, 627. The job section was empty. Apparently the system had a sense of decency after all, and had decided not to overload folk who had been under orders to do the practically undoable. The dome disappeared with a buzz and I hurried to examine the chaos. In parting, it flashed bright green right in my eyes. To be on the safe side, I decided to check my interface. The surprise didn't wait long to show itself. Number, 11. Rank, Nullform Volitional. Current status, HFL-B. 4 enhanced meals a day, enhanced water ration, enhanced additional supplies. It didn't even ask, I sighed. Didn't even congratulate. Hey, fighters, check your status. Blow up and die, we're halflings. Whoa. We're combat halflings, I corrected her. But we are goblins and zombies in spirit. Ready for the next dash before medical checks up and a bountiful breakfast? Yes. Ready to move out, Commander. I'll take this crate. Are you sure? I want to load my muscles to the max, and I want to be of greater use. You can forget that nonsense right now, I snapped. You both have excellent productiveness. Let's move out. And smartish. I've had enough of the cesspool for today. The stagnant cesspool is no more, Yorka said with a certain nostalgic sadness in her voice. She immediately perked up, however, and added, But we still have Cursed Bridge and the stench. What on earth do they need with so many weapons? The heavily laden zombie puffed. Knives, awls, more knives, shields. Were they planning to go to war? Those are the weapons of the poor suckers who were lured down here and turned into pork, I replied. Something like a quarter of this junk no doubt used to belong to heroes. To who? Ah, meaning folk like us. Correct, I nodded. We are definitely not the first to be enticed down to the cesspit by a generous system task aimed at restoring order. Armed groups have come down here and not returned, and judging by the appearance of their weapons, it was a long time ago. Nobody has risked venturing down to the cesspit in recent years. It's certain death as evidenced by the example of the fallen heroes. We were also taking a risk, and it turned out that the cesspool is merely a stale, smoky putrescence saturated with a bloom of fear and terror remaining from earlier times. We struck it lucky, fighters. Were it not for us today, a different group, a fiercely inclined combat group, would be making its way down into the fog tomorrow and leaving with all the loot. This is pretty freaking heavy, Basque admitted, adding straight away. But I can cope on my own. It could be worse, I noted. How? The system could have demanded that we take the troll's body to the med block. I snickered. Ooh, Yorka said. Blow up and die. Don't say things like that, Goblin. Shut right up. It might hear and... Apart from us, there's nobody here. Look up, I advised with a smile. Huh? Wow. What is it, Commander? Yorka? Basque sounded concerned. There's a slowly growing crowd of extremely surprised goblins, said Yorka, recovering her senses. Holy cow, they keep coming and coming. You just try not to hear the call of the system. Look at the town." In Drainage Town on the other side of the canyon, bright lights were sparking up one after another. The town was waking. The outskirts had already woken. We climbed the last 30 meters under the gaze of several hundred pairs of eyes. The edge of the canyon was jam-packed with gawking onlookers staring unblinkingly down. And not at us. Oh no, they were staring into the stagnant cesspool. When we reached the edge, the goblins obediently stepped aside to make way for us, but nobody was looking at us. Not a word was being said. To a man, they were all gazing into the cesspool. I turned around and peered down. And I understood they were not actually looking into the stagnant cesspool, for the stagnant cesspool no longer existed. The fog had not completely dispersed, but all that remained of it was a nearly transparent haze disappearing fast under Cursed Bridge. The bottom of the steel hollow was laid bare, and even from high on the side of the canyon, everything was clearly visible. The mounds of bones and skulls, the monstrous statues, the abundance of mud, the piles of garbage and clothes, the twisted corpse of the zombie gatekeeper, and the headless, fat, naked remains of the troll stretched out by the entrance to his demolished hovel. There were certainly things to be seen down there, cursorily, and forgotten before you moved on, which is precisely what we did. As we walked away, I and indeed the rest of my fighters understood clearly that from now on we were local celebrities. By the end of the day, every last worm in the outskirts and not few residents of Murkwaters would know about us. Everyone would know our numbers, and everyone would tell the tales connected with them, not omitting the odd embellishment. The system identified the troll easily. I noted quietly, hunched under the weight of my backpack, which became heavier with each step. The ascent had finished me off, and my belly was grumbling like a hungry dog. "So what?" Yorka asked, leaning against a wall. Bask tilted his head questioningly. "He had no number on his chest," I explained. "No number at all. I looked, specially, just an accumulation of tumors and veins all bathed quickly in mucus. And his face was no face, but a mug, and you can't identify someone by a mug. But the system identified him instantly and ticked off the task. Which leads us to the simple conclusion, fighters, that inside each of us is a bunch of electronic stuffing. Not only in our rented limbs, but also in our bodies, and most likely in our heads." I tapped my forehead with a finger. "So what?" Yorka repeated, clearly trying to catch the sense. "Does that tell us anything?" "No, it's just useful and validated information. Hey, Bask, slow down, you're going to collapse." 340 steps to the capsule where our things are," the poor zombie wheezed. 333 steps to the capsule." "Hang on in there," I said, encouraging my troops and carefully running a hand across the inflamed skin of my dirt-caked cheeks. "Think positively. Just imagine another sizzling hunk of fried meat and a large jug of cool, sweet lemonade." "I'm out of here." Bask leaned forward and almost broke into a run. "Lemonade! Meat!" "There's no need to go mad," I began, but checked myself, watching it gape as Yorka ran after the zombie, repeating his slogan. "Lemonade! Meat! Lemonade! Meat!" I looked down to find that my own legs had also sped up by themselves. "Lemonade! Meat! Lemonade! Meat! Blow up and die! I'm nearly running." Chapter 6. I was the first to eat my fill. I paid no attention to the somewhat turbid moonshine that had been placed delicately on the table in a dulled yet still pretty carafe. I was too busy paying attention to the girl who had brought it. We had not ordered the hooch, and it wasn't on her own whim that the waitress had brought it. She had been sent, and there's much to be learned from a runner's appearance. Her appearance. Her entire look. The hot pants, the thin, tight-fitting top attempting to cover breasts too large for it, the loose hair, the smiling painted lips, the coyly downcast and heavily mascaraed eyes, spoke volumes. But the message could be interpreted variously. A smart person would understand that the group's presence was welcome. They were being served the best drinks by the best of the personnel, and they would not have to worry about paying for what they ate and drank. Everything was on the house. A goblin of average intelligence would figure much the same, but he would also figure that the waitress was on the list of freebies and try to give her more protruding body parts a squeeze with his randy paws. Or a lingering slap. A dumbass would consider that his valiant deeds had so rocked the community that the waitress had fallen hopelessly in love with the mighty hero, and grope her with his randy paws. There were other reactions, for example, send the carafe back, or accept it, immediately pour the moonshine out, and quickly neck the first shot. What did this afford the senders of the scantily clad girl? Well, it afforded them an evaluation of the temperament and intellectual capacity of the leader of a group of heroes. Right now we were being evaluated, and I could even guess by who. That foursome of serious-looking halflings, serious and amusing, dressed uniformly in trench coats, excessively laid-back sitting postures, faces grave and intent, the whole resultingly amusing. Their look brought the strange phrase clone clowns to mind. They were sitting 4 tables away in all but empty jolly plucks. The lack of customers did not concern me, for it was very early morning. The work-shy were still asleep, and the eager beavers were already hard at it. What is more, they were hard at it down at the bottom of the steel canyon, laboriously clearing away piles of bones, scraping troll shit from the metal, sweeping muck, wiping walls, and doing a load more unthinkable dirty work provided by the system. Also arrived from Shittown was the wagon you will remember from earlier, now standing in the middle of a cursed bridge. Chains lowered equipment down from it, and welding tools soon began to sparkle at the bottom of the gorge. The system was hustling to patch holes and fix what was broken. We saw all this for ourselves when we returned to the cesspool 90 minutes later. We surveyed the site and reported everything to Bask. We hung around for a couple of minutes, observing 4 poor creatures wheezing, groaning, and gurgling as they hoisted Troll's corpse up, stopping occasionally for a breather, and while they were at it, spraying the metal with fountains of vomit. The tenacious pukers were nearly at the top when the dead Troll turned out to be more deceptive than in life. He had been biding his time, and 20 yards from the edge of the abyss, he used his slippery superpower to slither from his carrier's grip. He shot down, almost bouncing, and his luck ended when he landed on the first metal strut protruding from the wall. Crunch, growl, pop, slop. The pukers expressed the full extent of their disappointment with a couple of barfs before slipping and sliding mirthlessly back down. We omitted this part in our report to Bask, sparing at least one appetite from being spoiled, because the popping and slopping was so. But the zombie had guessed for himself by the sounds, and all the way to the Jolly Plucks he shook his head dolefully and scratched himself nervously. In fact, we were all scratching, but it soon passed. The system administered us 15 jabs apiece. Injections were made into practically the same spot, and later I even checked to see if they could possibly have attached a thread to the needle and embroidered a daisy on my skin. Aside from the injections, we were given eye drops from a scary-looking mechanical metal arm. Before all these procedures, when the hawk-eyed system demanded that we hit the shower block, we were doused not with water, but with a strange off-white solution, after which all our hard-to-reach bits were thoroughly scrubbed, particular attention being paid to our armpits, groins, and toes. Was I afraid of such a long procedure to wash away the misty residue on my skin? No, I wasn't. After meeting Troll. As I admitted honestly to the group, I was impressed with the quantity and quality of the medical procedures. The system did everything to make sure its hero combat halfling didn't kick it or turn it into tumorous trolls. It didn't take a single soul from us, counting everything as an additional reward. As always, I was delighted and mildly amused by the concise diagnosis. Evidently, I would have light toxicosis for life. Overall physical condition, normal. Limb condition and status. URL, normal. ULL, normal. LRL, normal. LLL, normal. Additional information. Body fighting the consequences of acute intoxication, light toxicosis. I had a sneaking suspicion the system might count the essence of moonshine circulating continually in my blood as a toxin. After our med block visit, we returned to our prepaid capsule and rooted through the loot. I laughed quietly at some of the finds that went to York and Bask and put them to one side. I added one more item to them, and we left for the Jolly Plucks, where we were expected, and not even asked to order, but shown straight to a table that was gradually piling up with plates of fried meat and jugs of broth and lemonade. Then an all but naked, yet all dolled-up girl arrived, bearing a carafe of moonshine, and stood there staring at the floor and wiggling her hips. Yorka growled her angst at the floozy, then looked at Bask, who was chewing indifferently and, sighing in relief, returned to her food. A reaction was expected of me, and so I provided one. I looked at the waitress, shunted myself up half a buttock to free a seat, slapped my palm down, and with a wide smile asked, "Are you not going to call Mads?" With pleasure, but we're not permitted to sit with a Huh? What? York began to grouse, and Bask kept his face diligently concealed, while I kept a steady gaze on the fast-reddening girl. When she'd reached a bright shade of that color and her eyes welled with tears of discomfiture, I repeated, "Call Mads. Tell her Elb the Goblin would like a word with her, if she's not busy." "Of course. I'll... quickly... probably not busy. Mads... mine are still bigger." With this delightful phrase, she parted, immediately ditching her classic nubile wiggle. She parted like a soldier, scowling, fists clenched, eyes dead ahead. I didn't touch the moonshine. Yorka looked thoughtfully at the carafe, but I shook my head. No. Maybe in the evening, but not now. Pouring myself a glass of lemonade, I leaned back against the wall and stretched out my legs to chill in silence. A tiny dome passed above our heads, hovered a moment, winked a thoughtful green wink, and moved on. Idly checking my interface, I openly sighed my relief that there were no tasks yet, neither working nor combat. Mads appeared after 20 minutes, exchanged brief glances with the trenchcoat halflings, threw her backpack down on a neighboring ledge, and joined us at our table. As if on command, Yorka and Bask left the table and lay down to sleep. Does Mads have a soporific effect on them or something? I was interested in the reaction of the ambitious she-warrior. Would she react? What would be her opening gambit? Mads did not disappoint. Leaning closer, she said quietly, "Holy shit. Thank you. How did you decide?" "Who could refuse such a superb opportunity?" I said, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "A superb opportunity?" Mads's voice dropped lower still. "Are you kidding? That's death on a stick. They say death springs from out of nowhere down there. Blink once and a member of the group drops to the ground and disappears in the fog. When the rest of the group get there, the floor's covered in blood, but the body's gone. Then another one goes, like it dissolved into the mist, and you can hear squeaky laughter loud and clear." "Let me have a wild guess," I snickered. "These are tales told by groups who have been to the cesspool and returned with far from a full complement and having failed in their mission, and it was a long time ago." "Well, the last instance was within the last year, and yes, only 2 of the group of 5 returned, nearly intact but scared witless. One got away with a broken nose after running into a buttress while trying to escape. The other required stitches from the system. He only just made it, and he's got gouges very like claw marks on his chest, neck, and the side of his face. His blood was everywhere." "Uh-huh. What was their task? Reconnaissance and patrol?" "Something like that." "Did they tell anyone before going down there?" "Are you kidding? A crowd gathered to see them off. They spread the news about their imminent trip as soon as they received the job. Then they stood at the edge for 2 hours, psyching themselves up, drank 2 bottles of hooch between the 5 of them, and dived in." "That's the whole problem," I said, shrugging. "Tell me, Mads, could you, knowing the cesspool like the back of your hand and making good use of the fog, overcome a bunch of staggering drunk interlopers in such a manner that they didn't notice you?" "I could," the girl replied with near confidence before thinking for a second and nodding more assuredly. "Yes, if I had advanced warning of a planned incursion, and I'd be able to dispose of the bodies. I know what the fog is like down there." "Have you been down?" "I dived down for a couple of minutes, just to experiment." "Experiment with what?" "With who? With me, but I was confident in myself anyway." "So what the hell did you go down there for? That fog is not good for the skin." "To prove something." "To yourself?" "To them." A faint nod in the direction of the trenchcoats. "You see, Elb, all too often you proud sperm shooters consider girls to be weak creatures, timid, even helpless. You prefer to see us as hiding timorously behind your muscular shoulders and nestling against your chests, not forgetting to thrust out your magnificent butts at the same. But that doesn't rub with me. My biceps are like some men's necks, to say nothing of my thighs and their powerful kick, and I fight no worse than the rest." "That's why I called for you," I nodded, pouring lemonade. "Let's have a chat." I didn't believe it straight away when I was wrested from under the bridge and told my presence was urgently requested by the hero Elb. "Were you given instructions on the way?" "Naturally. Begin with gushing praise, perhaps even hint you're so cool that I'd give myself to any time, any day, and then gradually turn the conversation in the necessary direction." "Trying to pass the new topic off as insignificant, yes? So, it's trivial, but the Lamers Brigade will be pleased. The Solar Flame." "The Lamers?" "It'll do. And yes, you guessed correctly again." "I wasn't guessing. It's just the only explanation for us suddenly being served by a pretty waitress who forgot to dress." She will cling to your shoulder and thrust out her magnificent butt, Mads said, curling a disdainful lip. Is this what we were talking about? I asked, folding back the edge of a dirty rag to reveal 4 gun stocks. Taking a quick look to check, the lady warrior nodded. It is 4 brigade needle guns. What's so important? The lamers are unlikely to be concerned about 1,200 soul. The solar flame. I see. So what's the reason for the waitress's naked frame? Those are brigade weapons, Elb, not personal. The system produced them at the request of the brigade leader. They can be used by any member of the brigade who has fighter status. Looking at the stocks, each decorated with a painstakingly affixed yellow plastic tongue of flame, I scratched my head and shrugged once again. And? So you lost 4 guns, what of it? The system keeps a record. Each time a needle gun gets clocked by their sensors, it relays the data from the chip. As was explained to me, the needle guns relay data on every shot fired, including the precise coordinates and time, so even firing them on the twilight paths. Sooner or later, the system will find out. I twigged. And find out everything. Number of shots fired, where, what intensity. All the info enters a collective database to be cross-checked, and if they should find a dead goblin in the given area with a needle in his throat. That's one possibility, yes, one of many. Even a random firefight in a regular corridor will not be well received by the system. But, Elb, our brigade is big. Everyday infighting, everyday real fighting. Every now and then a brigade member disappears only to appear a couple of days later with a post-Bender puffy face. Imagine a brigade needle gun falling into his hands. He starts blazing away and drops a few goblins, and the system instantly has some serious bones to pick. First and foremost with the brigade. Severe fines, fallen status, and so on. And you can't argue that the punishments are absolutely just. If you've gotten a hold of a weapon as an individual rather than as a brigade member, you'd better look after it. Agreed, I nodded. How did the weapons disappear? Together with a group of brigade morons who decided to team up with a patrol to prove themselves conquerors of the entire stagnant cesspool and pass under Cursed Bridge. That's what witnesses said. A group of 6 went down, never to be seen again. They were heard, as was the shootout. Several needles flew out of the mist and hit the ceiling. A few hours later, one body was thrown out to the edge of the fog, all hacked up, minus arms and legs, covered with claw scratches. At first we thought he'd been worked over by an enormous plux, but there were no teeth marks, and there were too many claw marks around his crotch, as though it had been slashed at 40 or 50 times with some force. When was this? 7 months ago? Despite the group acting stupidly, many of the brigade are still grateful to you for doing away with whoever killed our guys. I doubt that. How so? You killed the troll. His corpse was brought to the med block 10 minutes ago. Well, what's left of it. Was it you who cut off his head, skewered his body, and broke his limbs? I cut his head off and sliced off a few tumors out of sympathy for the poor thing. I didn't do anything else. Bad delivery, then, but you killed the troll, that fucking bastard who killed our guys. He walked with the grace of a gluttonous pig, Mads, and the speed, pouncing stealthily in the fog and killing one vigilant fighter after another, is not the work of that fat troll. That was somebody else's hard work, somebody armed. Did you see the guy who survived, the one who needed stitches? I did. And? What about the body thrown out to the edge of the cesspool? Yes. Were the weapon marks identical? Wait, I didn't even... Mads furrowed her brow, trying to remember. Yes, they both had these double marks, puncture wounds and lacerations. Did the troll have a weapon like that? No, and you won't find it in the cesspool. The murderers split long ago and took their favorite toy with them. Where did they go? Where does all this shit of the world flow? Drainage town. What do you know about it? Nothing yet, only speculation. I took a quick look at the sleeping zombie, his disfigured face covered as usual by his baseball cap. Thanks for the story, Mads. Keep the needle guns, and thanks for coming. Wait, what, it's that easy? It's that easy, I replied. But don't tell your guys that. Say that all this time you were trying to win me over, playing on our long-standing acquaintance, reminding me about us scratching each other's backs, and that it would be most convenient for me to befriend and develop business relations with your brigade, and that I capitulated and gave you the weapons as a token of our friendship. Say just that. And in reality? And in reality, you prove to them that you, a fragile girl with a magnificent butt, are worth way more than any number of men. Careful, though. Then it'll be too late to bargain. Have you found your 3 squads of courageous guys to command? I dropped a few hints. I was told to wait for a more suitable moment to have a conversation. Well, give them the needle guns and a suitable moment will appear. I smiled. Mads fell silent and tried to spy something out in my eyes. Failing, she asked directly, "And what do you get out of it?" "You climb further up the brigade ladder," I replied readily. "I get that, I'm not stupid, but how does that concern you?" "You're smart, and lots of things don't suit you," I said. "That's not an answer." "It's all you're getting. The only place to find free meat is in a Plux's stomach." "I'm not asking anything of you, Mads, and you don't owe me anything. Consider it a no-strings-attached friendly favor. But if one day I or one of my guys should get into trouble and you can help—" "I understand." The girl sprang up, whisked up the bundle of needle guns, and fixed me with an unwavering stare. "I understand, and just to remind you, everything's on the house. I'll even let you in on a little secret. The waitress fancies you. In fact, lots of them do. If I could only see why." "Have a nice day," I said, smiling, and the conversation was closed. Mads left the Jolly Plux and was followed a minute later by the trenchcoats. Another 5 minutes later, the previous waitress approached our table. She now wore white pants, a blouse, and a headscarf. The erotic element of the service was over. "Wipe up your drool, goblins." She was at pains not to look at me as she cleared the table and, without a word from us, set down 3 bottles of lemonade. The sweet drink had a familiar shade to it, already chock-full of energy. Mads had worked her magic. With a subtle cough, the waitress motioned toward the entrance and said, "There's a halfling who would like to speak with you, from our brigade, if it's convenient for you now." "Well, I'll be damn—" How unusual it was to hear polite speech in the outskirts. "If it's convenient for you now." "It's perfectly convenient," I replied with a polite but neutral smile. The girl sighed her relief, nodded, and left, to be immediately replaced by a smiley man into his 40s. The first thing that struck me was his muscular build and thin hair slicked down to the side in a vain attempt to hide a huge bald patch. His eyes were kind and, at the same time, warned, "Pay no heed to my bald patch, man. Don't do that foolish thing or one day I will slit your throat." Stiffly swallowing the bubbling urge to take a sharp knife and snip the agonizing brushwood from his head, I cast a cursory glance at the yellow lick of flame on his chest and smiled expectantly. He got straight to the point. "We'll buy it." "What?" "Whatever loot you're selling. Everyone saw you climbing out of there, hunched over with the weight of your backpacks and those crates, loading them into the capsule. By the way, some free advice, although maybe you already know." "Yes?" "If you stop paying for the capsule and it goes back to the system, you'd better make sure it's squeaky clean. The system values hygiene, and a grimy capsule is like a kick in the balls to it. It has been known to punish offenders." "Punish seriously?" "It depends what kind of state you're in. If you're in the red and looking at sleeping in a corridor, the punishment won't be too harsh." "Lose the capsule?" "Uh-huh. Something like you can't use a capsule for a minimum of 3 days. Maximum, I heard, a month. But that was some guy who had a meltdown and stuffed his capsule full of flesh that was sucked dry. 3 men got bloodlit by Pluxes. By some miracle, one guy survived, somehow wedged himself in beneath the ceiling, maybe suckered his ass to the wall, and prayed to maintain the pressure in his tensed buns. After that, we all went there to have a look and even try it. There was no way to support yourself more than a couple of minutes by just hanging on. It's just bare metal with nothing to hold on to, but he hung there for half an hour. We even sniffed the walls to see if he'd glued himself up there, but no trace of any adhesive, although there were traces of salt and the light whiff of men's "it happened" cologne. He hung, he sweated, and he shit himself. But how he hung up there is the conundrum of the outskirts. Anyway, while he was hanging there, he saw and heard all that shit going down. And when he came down, by this time all jaunty and babbling, he began stuffing the corpses into a capsule. And all the while he was gibbering something about a paradise columbarium. The system did not take kindly to the steel pie's deceased filling, so it cracked it open, issued a cleanup and removal task, and the man was denied the right to use a capsule for a month. He didn't survive anyway, because after 2 weeks of sleeping in corridors, he got dragged down from a ledge by some Pluxes and phlebotomized. And here's the next enigma. Witnesses confirmed that it was exactly he who the Pluxes selected, ignoring a couple of zombies sleeping right on the floor, homing in on his cologne, something like that anyway. A touching story. Relatable. What if I pay for a capsule and somebody banned from using them gets in it? It won't shut. I see. Thanks for the advice and the story. So what about the spoils, or do you want to choose something for yourselves first? I had a look. I nodded, but only briefly. so we could combine it with the evaluation process. Excellent. When would that be possible? After lunch? Right now? Fine by me. What about your group? Looking at the slumbering fighters, I asked the nameless bald head who had attained average proficiency in the masking of bald spots. They won't be disturbed here, will they? The cesspool heroes? Never. Let them sleep soundly. Neither the staff nor the guests will trouble them. I'll see to that. If anybody disobeys the order, the bouncers will quietly and politely lead the offending goblin outside and jump up and down on his rib cage. I appreciate the quality service. Shall we go? I slipped quietly down from the ledge, tuned into my sensations, and realized I felt fantastic. The itch was completely gone, as were all aches and pains, and my eyes had stopped watering from the fog. The graceful system had injected something really and truly efficacious, yet there was not the slightest hint of narcotic euphoria, that frequent companion to powerful medicines. I wondered how I could possibly know this, for I had checked carefully and found no old scars on my body. But there shouldn't be any anyway. Since they wiped your memory, they ought also to wipe all other external signs of your former life. Tattoos, scars from bullet and knife wounds. Missing fingers and limbs didn't count because they cut off arms and legs anyway, and you could use your issued set to dream about somebody else's life, but certainly not your own. Eyes. I caught up with the muscle man by the exit, where he was exchanging words with the quick-witted bouncers. Each of them extended me a hand, shook mine reverently, and said a few encouraging words, and sincerely, too. Not merely because we were regular customers who hobnobbed with the brigade leaders. Once more I was convinced that this world contained more sincere, more loud. I could not find a more concrete description for the state, but at that moment I had bigger questions to concern myself with. As we walked to the capsule, I began with the first thing that entered my head. Does it ever happen that goblins show up in the outskirts with one or two eyes missing? You mean straight after they're woken, from birth? Uh-huh. I never heard anything like that. No, never, and everyone is born with arms and legs. I understand. Any problems with eyesight? Short-sightedness, long-sightedness, crossed eyes? Never. Until a Plux claws your eye out, you've got the sharp eyesight of a corridor hawk. I never even thought about that before. I'm interested myself now. Let's have some more questions. Give my brain cocktail something to work on. What? I snickered. Brain cocktail? That's a very unflattering thing to say of your own brain. All of us have a brain cocktail bubbling away inside a coconut on our shoulders. Have you not heard of red Pluxes? Tell me all the grisly details. They always attach themselves to the head, Elb. He stopped, a surprised look on his face. What? More often than not, red Pluxes find their way to the outskirts from the stagnant cesspool. There's a passageway there somewhere. We also come across them in nests when we crack them, but not half as many. If a normal Plux just suctions itself onto any part of your body, anything to get blood and minced meat into its chops, reds need brains. They're quick, they jump far and high, and they're never too big. If you find them teamed up with tangerines, they can even drop out of the sky onto your head. These are real verified facts. On the mythological side, apparently a red can cut a chin strap and remove the helmet from a fallen fighter to gain easier access to the head. I haven't seen it myself, but we often find dead goblins and orcs in the more remote corridors, and occasionally their ripped-off helmets are lying near them. Wait, you went down into the fog knowing nothing about red Pluxes? Apparently, I said, chuckling. If we'd known about any bloodsuckers, we would have thought twice about it. How many different kinds of Pluxes are there? In the outskirts, gray fighters, orange commanders, red bloodsuckers, gray homebodies. The homebodies never leave the nest. Why not? How should I know? Drones? Why do you say that? But there's no queen in the nest. No? Not even a whiff of a female presence. The strong man chuckled. Paradoxical, huh? Plenty of eggs, but no queen. So if the Greys are drones, who are they vibrating so passionately with in the nest? Each other? Then where do the eggs come from? Just don't say the males can do that themselves if necessary. How did you figure out there was no queen? And why do you think the gray ones are male? Well, the queen should be huge, yeah, with a long belly. No, I said confidently. It doesn't quite work like that here. Pluxes are not like ants or bees. I don't give a shit, to be honest. Pausing, the sturdy fellow looked me in the eye and repeated, Not one shit. As I see it, they simply need destroying, quickly and methodically. Every egg squished, every Plux chopped. There's no need to look for a specific approach to those nasties, no need to study them. To them, we are simply food, and we can't get rid of them all. They'll still come crawling out of somewhere, and that's excellent. More work and meat for us. Get it?" "I get it," I agreed, studying the big man's eyes intently. "Are you aware that your eyes are slightly different colors?" "I am. The girls go for it. My eyes are actually both hazel. Some have one eye green and the other blue or gray. That looks even cooler. Jealous?" "A smidgen," I chuckled. "Are there many folk like that?" "It's not so rare." "I see. Speaking of pluxes, a nest is something like a sack of skin and meat, right?" "Oh, don't even go there," he said, shaking his head. "Now tell me that a meaty nest of pluxes is the queen. Yeah, right, and they all live happily together inside her. That's impossible." "Tell that to the kangaroo," I shrugged, "or the other marsupials. That's evolution, and it's not without its idiosyncrasies. Although, to be honest, I'm more interested in something else. What the hell are pluxes? Our memories are blocked. Fine, but I remember about bears, rats, spiders. If I rummaged around in my head for a couple of hours non-stop, I could name a bunch of animals and insects." "Me too. Don't think you're unique, hero. I remember kangaroos, too, and marmosets. Those little things always eating, shitting, and scratching their assholes before sniffing their fingers, just like one of our commanders when he thinks nobody's watching. And then we have to shake his hand. I also remember chimpanzees, so what? Where do kangaroos live?" "In zoos, where else? Occasionally with rich fuckers, no?" "And where do pluxes live?" "You won't catch me out, Elb. You're not the first to try the softly approach, and I've asked many. None of us knew anything about pluxes before we awoke in the outskirts. It's a local beast, alien to us." "It's a local beast," I repeated. "Alien to us. That's what I'm talking about. What do you understand by the word local? And how do you explain their ability to distinguish? Why do they suck out brains? I have no memory of any normal wild animals who hunt for brains. It's bullshit. Think about it. The brain is positioned up high, you have to jump up to it, and it's hidden under natural armor which requires penetrating in order to get at the semi-solid goodies. How on earth could red pluxes develop the incontrovertible instinct to hunt for brains? Is it really worth filling your head with thoughts of biting parasites hiding in the walls, Elb? Everything has its use, even brain suckers. Red pluxes are particularly flavorsome, their fat simply melts on the lips, the tastiest meat I've ever eaten, and I don't care what they were fed on to fatten them up. Kill, fry, eat, forget. Live simpler, live longer, live happier. Simple as that." "Simple as that," I repeated. "Your guys are here." Turning around, the muscle man gestured, and 3 lamer privates hurried over. When I opened the capsule, I involuntarily wrinkled my nose at the dreadful smell. The rotten smell of decomposing blood. I demonstratively made way for the muscle man, saying, "Take a look, I can see from here." "Just like always." "There's an additional point in our deal, thorough cleaning of this capsule, so there's nothing for the cleanliness-loving system to find fault with." "Deal." He nodded with a heavy sigh and pulled on his gloves. "Something's dripping from the hatchet." "Slime and troll blood." "Yes, well, I can tell you straight away the weapon is in terrible condition, rusty, not worth 5 sol. Do you know an establishment by the interesting name of the Asshole of the World?" "The competition? What of it?" "Only that this evening that cheap rusty weapon will be hanging on the wall in the Asshole of the World with an inscription beneath it saying, 'This weapon was used to behead the terrible troll who lived under the cursed bridge.' That's a lot of letters, I'll grant you, but a crowd of curious goblins and orcs will still come running to have a look, bringing with them a few sol for a couple of shots of hooch. So don't waste your 5 sol on a chunk of metal. Throw it on the floor and I'll deal with it later." Standing there and breathing heavily, the brigade man didn't throw the hatchet down. He twiddled it in his hands for a while before asking the inevitable question. "How much? How much can you offer for this truly unique artifact?" 50? 200. "How much? Have you lost it?" "Absolutely, but what's new? They'll come running to look at this hatchet from Drainage Town itself. Maybe I should sell it in the town. Here's what we'll do. Offer me 300 sol and 2 bottles of hooch. Then maybe I'll agree." "Well." He looked to his assistants, who hadn't taken their eyes off the ordinary rusty hatchet, before spitting and saying, "Elb, listen, let me have the artifact for 300 sol and 2 bottles of hooch." "It's a deal," I said with a wide smile. Then I made a sweeping gesture with my hand and continued, "And 200 sol for this whole pile of rusty scrap. Off the top of my head, there are just over 100 items of weaponry. I could put myself out and sell them individually in the nearest corridor, but I can't be bothered." Deal, 200 for the lot. He made no attempt to hide his delighted smile, and I understood him. There were no fewer than 20 knives, nearly 50 awls, and a certain number of clubs and darts. Although it's true it was all in a terrible condition, covered in a crust of grease and dirt, some items broken, some merely dented, it was still a bargain as far as the brigade was concerned. They would wash, clean, sharpen, and issue to newbies, eliminating the need to buy tools or weapons at trade points, which would charge thrice more. Might this be of interest? I indicated the crate of food briquettes and tablets. Are you kidding? The brigade man's eyes bulged. You want to sell a rainy day supply of food like that already wrapped? You should prepay a couple of months' rent on a capsule. And don't forget to make the next payment in time and check, if anything happens. A cannibal's grub? I screwed up my face. Who knows when the crate was wrapped? Look at those brown and yellow spots. Can you tell me what shit has been dripping on that high-quality food cube? The drops were yellowy gray. What does that make it? Troll snot? Troll piss? Troll diarrhea? The cerebral fluid of a victim slain with his head caved in? All of the above? Perhaps the crate stood by the bed and the fat little thing had a tempestuous erotic wet dream inspired by the fog, and you expect me to eat that? You're advertising your merchandise pretty badly. The brigade man's grimace was more distorted than mine, and his assistants didn't hide their emotions either. I will not eat that, and I don't advise you to. I'm not giving it away for free, but I'll sell it for half its value. A quarter. A third. Deal. Are you sure you won't regret it? I had a look. It's mostly food, some good quality, some briquettes I haven't seen before. The tablets are nothing special. Take it. 1 second. The strong man turned to a black-haired, dystrophic man and ordered, Into the breach, valiant warrior. Let's do a lively count. Why me? The unlucky man said. I didn't even bring gloves, and the troll dripped on the briquettes with all sorts of... Take these. The skeleton was handed some gloves, and he sighed as he made his way toward the crate. How quickly our squeamishness appears and disappears. I was sure that if he was a worm and I threw a briquette in front of his snout, he would very quickly scoff down the food offered and not stop to think about the origins of the strange spots. But there he was, a stickler for cleanliness orc, and he wouldn't even touch the contaminated food without gloves. He counted quickly and held up 3 fingers to his boss. The latter turned to me and said, 300 sol. Deal, and don't forget to clean the capsule. It will be done, just don't go anywhere for 10 minutes. I threw the medical chest and various leftover bits and bobs into the neighboring capsule and closed it, putting a couple of things in my backpack. I stood by the first capsule, watching 2 lads who had arrived wash it deftly with rags and huge sponges. It didn't take 10 minutes because the capsule was already sparkling after 5. As I took my leave of the brigade man, I quietly added, There's something else a little more valuable, a hot block, great tablets. If that's of any interest, I'll be in the plucks. I understand. You can withdraw cash there. 800 sol. We pay the commission. That's the way of things. He was quick with his that's the way of things. If only I hadn't mentioned the more interesting and expensive item. On that note, we parted. I was soon sitting on the ledge next to my snoozing fighters, with an arm resting on my heavy backpack, and expecting a second round of favorable negotiations. Right in front of me, by the opposite wall of the corridor, stood several lads trying to figure out how and where to secure the troll's hatchet. I eavesdropped out of idle curiosity. The key point of the conversation was the wise observation that there were often plenty of drunk people about. No shit, Sherlock. For which the reason the hatchet would have to be secured very tightly. On the other hand, you didn't have to hand in your weapons at the entrance, and the hatchet needed quickly safeguarding against theft, otherwise the goblins would definitely pilfer it. While I was at the AMT withdrawing the money I owed, I got a short polite nod from a mind-bogglingly beautiful and well-groomed worm girl with white hair and cornflower blue eyes. Balance, 1,424. Returning to my supercharged lemonade, I added a salt tablet I'd bought along the way. A positive soul balance was an important thing, but health and strength were way more important, which is why I was cramming my body zealously with restorative chemicals and nutritious substances. In appreciation, my body became more obedient and stronger with every day. My body. Over the top of my glass, I glanced at the worm girl who was beginning to drop off. Well-groomed, made-up, beautiful, and dressed in sexy hot pants with a pink vest and pink ribbons in her hair, she looked sleepy and at peace. smiley. Fair hair and half-closed, bright blue eyes. Prior to her, another amputee had sat at the cash desk of the Jolly Plucks, a one-legged, armless chap with light hair and blue eyes. He had also been surprisingly well-groomed, cheerful, relaxed, and smiley. Last time I dismissed him as insignificant, but he'd had lightly mascaraed eyes done so professionally as to be scarcely noticeable. I had made an interesting observation. Was it significant? Marginally significant? Insignificant? Why wouldn't the observation leave me alone? Because of its significance? No. More correct would be because of the distress it was causing. There was something distressing and unsavory about good-looking, bright but helpless dolls with fair hair and blue eyes working a cash till. Unsavory not because of the lack of limbs. After all, none of us goblins was indemnified against becoming a zombie and then a worm. Everyone was well accustomed to it, and nobody cast any unwanted eyes. A worm was a worm. It's just that the Jolly Plucks ATM was in plain view of everybody, and folk would use it and walk past it, each time walking past the smiling blue-eyed dolls on public display. Displayed by the owner. It was too much like somebody's fondly gathered pleasure collection. But I was being quick to judge. Two of them with bright blue eyes and fair hair might simply be a coincidence. "Good afternoon, may I?" The female voice revealed a mild, tired huskiness. "Good afternoon." I had to make a small effort to maintain my external indifference. "Please do." Bending gracefully, a gorgeous blonde sat down opposite me. She shifted, making herself more comfortable while preserving her posture, and settled in a pose that highlighted all her loveliness, as though she was saying, "Look at me, for I am beautiful." And she wasn't lying. She truly was beautiful. Dressed simply, but not lazily, she wore pink pants that had clearly passed through the hands of a capable goblin tailor, and a blue crop top emphasizing her pert breasts. Her bright blue eyes were kindly and peaceful, and she looked so natural that you wouldn't necessarily notice at first that she had no arms. I smiled politely at the beautiful zombie and with a hint of expectation, but she didn't react, continuing to regard me with a dreamy smile. What the? "Lana." The soft, quiet voice was filled with tenderness and steely intransigence. A man approached. Nothing unique to look at, a 50-something judging by his face, but with the body of a 30-year-old fighter who worked out every single day. It looked as though every step was an effort of self-restraint not to display his true speed and strength. White vest, gray pants, laced-up sneakers with the laces cut short, and unkempt fair hair making it look like he was fresh from the shower. His clothes bore no marks indicating membership of the Solar Flame Brigade, although if the reaction of the staff was anything to go by, he had a direct relationship with them and held a high position. Shifting her gaze to the man, Lana began to stir unhurriedly. She rose gracefully and, with the trusting smile of a child, fell into the man's timely outstretched arms. He lowered her gently to the floor, kissed the submissively proffered downy crown of her head, and with a light slap, dispatched her to the ATM, where another blonde was sitting and smiling. Taking the girl's place at the table, the man held out his hand to me. As I shook it, I felt his reciprocal grip, also restrained. "The world is like a bunch of steel pipes stuffed with plasticine, do you not think? Everybody sees the world in their own way. I'm Elb. I'm Lon, world view. We all see and understand identically, but we express our view in different words and colors. What do you hear when someone says plasticine?" Not exactly the icebreaker I'd expected, but why not play along? Checking with my interface that the system had nothing new to report, I lingered for a few seconds with my response before saying casually, "Pliable, workable, capable of taking any form. You can pull it apart and stick it back together. You can mix it. You can sculpt with it." "You can sculpt with it." Lon nodded and smiled widely. "Well done, Elb. You should have chosen yourself a name beginning with another letter." L, Lon, Lana. The best of the best in terms of letters, Elb. Do you see how easy it is to understand someone by asking them just the one question? What do they hear when someone says plasticine? The answer will unerringly determine the value of the responder, rendering all further questions unnecessary. Elb, do you know what good old genuine plasticine is made from? No. Pity. You see, plasticine is us. We are very similar to it. We are just the same ideal material as plasticine. Genuine plasticine is made from clay, wax, animal fats, and a few drops of water. Naturally, clay is white. Very white. Naturally. All you have to do is add a bit of colored pigment, and plasticine can be molded into different colored human figures. But who needs such impurities? Flawless white skin, white hair shot with gold blue eyes. Is that not the paragon? I silently shrugged my shoulders and didn't ask where the blue came from if the base was just white clay. How sad that our mother, in her impulsion to augment us with movement, sews on our new limb so recklessly. Leaning forward, Lon put his hands on the table. How can you attach revoltingly ugly black arms to a fair maiden with snow-white skin? Is that not distorting the paragon? Is it not destroying natural beauty? I've never thought about it, I replied calmly, casting an eye at his arms. White, ideally color-suited to the skin of his body. His legs were hidden by his pants, his feet by his sneakers. Plasticine is soft and pliable. One strike and the figure is squished into a pancake. But hold plasticine in a scorching, fiery heat and the figure becomes hard and resonant. It'll break, but it will not bend. I didn't blink when a tiny white figure appeared in Lon's hands. Body, arms, legs, faceless head. Judging by the contours, it was a woman. After flattening the clay with delicate movements, Lon slowly and gently pulled. One of the arms became very thinly stretched out until it broke off. I observed these manipulations immovably, leisurely pouring lemonade. A sharp movement, and the figure was scrunched in a clenched fist. At the same time, I pulled the backpack with the goods toward me. A heating block. Not a new one. Remaining resources unknown? Correct. 500 soul. Deal. Tablets? Which and how many? Memback, 100. A glorious trophy for the head of a troll. Was it difficult? No, too easy if I'm being honest. The fog ate his intellect, chewed up his brain. I heard a rumor that his favorite orders were for dozens of pain relief tablets and drugs. I'll give you 5 soul per tablet and take the lot, and I'll pay the ATM commission. Agreed, but with one small addendum. My backpack contains some empty cartridges, needles. You can have them too in exchange for loaded cartridges. Okay, Elb, is that all? Yes. He left the table in silence. Kissing the head of the girl sitting by the ATM, he embraced the blonde who nuzzled up close to him, and the two of them disappeared into the back room, leaving behind the scent of flowers and a touch of frost. Several minutes later, 2 guys arrived to silently collect the backpacks. After another quarter of an hour, I paid a visit to the ATM and paid 1,000 soul into my account. On my return, I found the backpacks lying next to the table, one of them now containing 20 loaded needle gun cartridges. Balance, 2,424. Felling man-eating trolls is a profitable business. Felling man-eating trolls is a necessity. Just like everyone else that fancies themselves powerful enough to destroy others' lives and fates, turning their own brethren into brainless swine or bizarre, smiling dolls. I'd had a few questions to ask, but my plans for the conversation had gone awry from the start, when we chatted about the qualities of plasticine when in contact with steel piping. Although I was sure of one thing, that the Memback tablets I had sold would not find their way onto the open market. It wasn't that I discriminated against users, but sometimes it really was a little too conspicuous. Summoning the waitress, I requested some writing implements. I received a strange pen that looked hewn from a hard blue sponge and a large plastic tablet. After jotting down a list, I stowed it under a plate with a pen beside it. I took my lemonade and went back to the ATM, after which I exchanged a couple of words with the orcs by the entrance, receiving their assurance that the sleeping customers would not be disturbed. I took my backpack to the capsule, where I dumped it on one bed, and tucking the bottle under my arm, climbed on to the next bed. Then the door closed, and the capsule was plunged into darkness. This didn't stop me putting a quarter of a Memback tablet in my mouth and chewing it. A sharp, bitter-sour taste. Unpleasant. But junkies don't care much about taste. I am no junkie, but I was duty-bound to verify my information about flashbacks. It was one thing listening to other people's revelations concerning certain breakthroughs in the blockade of recollection. They might be the usual narcotic vision, bearing no relation whatsoever to reality, but the description of Membank sounded too profitable for the dealers, a mild high that doesn't last long, but with the added bonus of bright memories. And all at a price affordable even for goblins. You couldn't make up a better advertisement. I had to know for myself. Pressing the open button, I turned onto my side and spat the sweet bitterness out through the narrow gap of the door. I rinsed my mouth and spat that out, too. And again. Tumbling out of the capsule, I made sure the dome wasn't around for the strict system to catch the uncouth violation of cleanliness. Discarding half the tablet, I set off down the corridor, rinsing my mouth out for a third time. No, narcotics were not the right way to go about reinstating memories. After all, even a mentally regurgitated tale about the wonder of Membank would resound with mocking giggles. No, I very much wanted to remember everything. But I would do it via different means, not like that. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a zombie pounce on the half-tablet I discarded. I watched as the Membank disappeared into his mouth, an act that was also observed by a disappointed and angrily grimacing goblin in ripped shorts who had lost out to the zombie, and I continued watching as the goblin now glanced at the ceiling before rewarding the lucky winner with a good hard kick. Spitting out lemonade, I laughed quietly, wiping my eyes, which had begun to pulse. They are afraid of God, yet still they sin. They are fearful of divine retribution, yet still they sin. They laud the electronic goddess, yet still they sin. No, humanity has not changed even remotely in the millennia since a caveman who had killed a fellow tribesman over some rotting fruit noticed the fast-darkening stormy sky and, conceited enough to consider the change in weather a consequence of his action, fell to his knees to express the full depth of his remorse with a frightened yowl, only to be fried alive by a lightning strike. Chowing down on the poor creature's crunchy and lightly charred flesh, his tribe saw the now calming sky in a different light, believing from that moment on that fearsome judgment may well come from above to brutally and agonizingly kill someone, but on the bright side his compadres would be gifted a crispy treat. The same was happening now, only this time the steely sky could give a shit about your doings. The system was not God. It was more terrible. It was real and merciless, and it brought justice. It removed arms and legs and would turn you into a worm with an unvoiced command. With his second kick, the goblin was busted when a dome flying into a sight from around the corner captured the act of violence and abruptly stopped. A red light came on, and the perpetrator, now highlighted in red, dropped to his knees with a frightened howl and raised his trembling mitts to the ceiling. He repented his sins and begged for forgiveness. He was sorry. So what inside us has been changed by the progress of these past millennia? The same answer: nothing. Yet progress there is in some things. Nobody would now dare question the reality of the divinity. Nobody would dare pose the seditious question, is there a God? For there is no point in a question that everyone knows the answer to. Yes, the system is real. And I understand something else. I was high. The Membank had managed to infiltrate my blood system, via which it was instantly propelled to my brain, where it was now frolicking gratuitously and summoning weird and asinine thoughts. The world had become brighter, and the corridors no longer seemed so samey and dispiriting. As I walked, I grew conscious of being under the minute, if not microscopic, influence of a drug. This could not exactly be called a sober thought, but I had not completely lost touch with reality. I understood that the picture had not distorted, and I could see, as before, the austere, insipid corridors. However, now they captivated me, and I wanted to walk and walk down those corridors for miles and miles. I wanted to. Realizing exactly what I wanted, I froze like a stupefied statue. The desire vanished in a flash, but it wasn't forgotten, for it was too strong, almost overpowering, and was not deleted from my memory. The same happens when you look at a brightly burning lamp. You've already averted your gaze, but the flaring white spot remains swimming on your retina. This was the same. It happens. I drank half my lemonade, looked around to check no one was watching, and threw a hefty punch at the wall. My knuckles imploded in pain, but I was more concerned about my wrist, which produced a disgruntled crunching sound. My hands were not accustomed to such hectic stress, but it sobered me up, which I understood from the fact of the corridors becoming abruptly depressing again. Inspecting my damaged hand, I found a graze and washed it with lemonade, that truly most universal of beverages, the miracle-working elixir suitable for all occasions. But wait, I wasn't completely off the hook just yet. I was being urged to do something important and practical, and to that end, the trade points a few steps away were perfect. I did not intend to obtain anything serious, because later that day we would be visiting places with a richer assortment of serious items. It was silly to shop in the village when the town was within easy reach, but I had to do something, so I decided to follow the advice of the experienced brigade man. I spent 50 sol, procuring 30 food cubes, 15 salt and vitamin tablets, and 5 bottles of water. Another 15 sol went on an awl and a club. Fashioning a bundle from a t-shirt, I put my purchases in it and lugged it to our chosen spine, where I paid another 60 sol for 2 months' advance rent on a new capsule. I stacked the briquettes and tablets in orderly piles, set out the bottles, and stowed the club and all. The lid of the capsule closed with a click of the lock. Job done. My personal rainy day fund was sorted, and I hoped to high heaven that I would never have to use it. What to do now? I was still buzzing. Perhaps give my body a physical workout so that the drug was flushed out quicker as it warmed up. Not an option. A long day lay ahead, and only the system knew how it would go and where. Fatigue and drowsiness were not what I needed right now. Interface? As though the system could tell that the loyal hero goblin had begun to dabble in narcotics, it offered 2 tasks at once: combat and work in any order. And toil assiduously for the good of the system, O denizen of the outskirts. Toil like fury, and one day it will notice your efforts. No, I was not out of the woods yet. Although a slumberous feeling now crept over me. I couldn't put it down to the effects of a microscopic dose of Membac, but it had been a rough night, so the tasks could wait another few hours. I opened the capsule containing the backpacks, shunted them aside, and collapsed, carefully holding the bottle of that wonderful and powerful sweet elixir. Sleep. Sleep, goblin, sleep. Chapter 7. Current time, 10:07. Balance, 1,598. Overall physical condition, normal. Limb condition and status, URL, normal. ULL, normal. LRL, normal. LLL, normal. Number, 11. Rank, Nullform volitional. Current status, HFLB. 4 enhanced meals a day, enhanced water rotation, enhanced additional supplies. Job, collect gray slime, group. Description, collect and deliver 480 standard containers of gray slime to the receiver unit. Location, Zone 3, Block 6. Deadline, evening end of work alarm. Compensation, 90 sol. Job, patrol. Important additional details. Be at the location no later than 1400. Upon the double signal, relieve the previous patrol. Description, patrol the buttress of Main 30 from Section 1 to Section 15. Eliminate any pluxes on site. Upon receiving a system indication, destroy the target indicated. Location, Zone 0. Deadline, until 1600, hand over duty to an incoming patrol upon the double signal. Compensation, 120 sol. The system had no favorites. It demonstrated this in no uncertain terms by returning me and my group to the very start, hurling us remorselessly into the vortex of gray slime, not forgetting to increase the workload into the bargain. Obviously, it's not quite like that. Having managed to sleep my fill in just a few hours, I allowed my unwinding mind a little freedom, and it immediately set about conjuring. And rightly so, for deep in our souls we all want to be of importance, and even in such a dirty task we try to seek out a non-existent subtext. It was a wise move by the system, which should give us to understand something important. But no, that's not the way it was. To the system. We were figures on a game board. In actual fact, the system merely set out priorities in an attempt to complete a whole pile of daily tasks. Given that the troops under its command were fallen zombies and lazy goblins, it was an extremely hard task for the system, while we orcs and halflings were a far more reliable source of support and hope for it. The system undoubtedly knew the statistics confirming that orcs and halflings were far more likely to complete tasks successfully, and the fact that we had been given a slime job meant there were problems that needed solving. What sort of problems? We would have to go and find out. But meanwhile, I strolled lazily down the corridor, enjoying the sweet, fruity taste of a raspberry food cube and washing it down with a large glass of water. Comparing HFLB-enhanced food and water rations to standard goblin and orc rations really was like comparing chalk and cheese. I wore a washed but torn black t-shirt, darkened and also slightly ripped pants, sneakers, a neck scarf, and a baseball cap. A knife and an awl hung from my belt bag, and on my back I carried an empty backpack. The belt bag contained the bare minimum: a pair of gloves, spare socks, a salt tablet, and an orange energy tablet bearing an interesting short instruction. At the dawn of the new day, this fighter halfling was alert, cheery, not badly equipped, and ready to complete his task. Truly the pride of the system. I found my fighters in the appointed place, sitting on a wall ledge, waiting patiently and chatting. Both had spruced themselves up and wore sneakers and their new gray t-shirts. The zombie was dressed in gray pants, and Yorka had found herself some gray thigh-length shorts. The dominant color was gray, meaning they had remembered my words and adhered to them. "Good morning to you." I joyfully greeted the members of my group and was not disappointed by their response. "Good morning, Elb." "Morning, Commander. What plans?" "Did you receive your share of the money?" "I did, thank you." "Yes." "The money is yours, but spend it wisely," I advised, before remembering myself, laughing and waving a dismissive hand. Giving advice to a blind zombie and a previously one-armed goblin girl who had lived their fair share of dark days. How stupid of me. Having known mockery, beatings, extortion, and all the hardships of starvation and survival, having been to the very brink, they knew the value of money better than I did. "Study your interfaces, and no sour expressions. The work must be done." "Blow up and die." Yorka sighed gloomily. "Gray slime. We'll have to change our clothes again, Elb. It's a good job our old rags are in the capsules." "Did you do what I said?" "We each have a supply of food, water, and weapons for a rainy day," the nodding zombie said. "The capsules are paid up for 60 days. On top of that, I added a pair of sneakers, a baseball cap, 3 pairs of socks, 5 pairs of gloves, and an extra awl. I asked Yorka to do the same." "Excellent. We don't need to bother changing. The slime washes off easily in the shower. Let's move out. I warn you straight away, be prepared for a long, hard day, fighters. Today is training day. Yorka, keep an eye out to the sides." "It's a shame about the clothes." "Women, huh?" Patiently, I explained. "Let's get rid of that habit once and for all." "Which habit?" "We're not going to worry about clothes, Yorka. If you want to spare your favorite t-shirt, don't wear it, ever. Well, maybe at night. The same goes for your favorite knickers and tights. Our current status as halfling fighters means we might receive an unexpected combat call at any moment, and we won't always have time to change our clothes and equipment. You have been warned, goblins. Do not relax. Dress to be ready for a task at any moment, meaning always have with you a weapon, an empty backpack, and your belt bags. Preferably means of protection, too. Is that clear?" "All clear, Commander. We would have bought protection, but you wrote us not to." "Exactly." Yorka supported Bask. "We shall kit ourselves up in the town," I explained. "Let's move out. We begin training from that turn just up ahead. You both know what to do. Bask, I have a task for you." "Yes, Commander?" His ugly empty eye socket trained itself on me. The blind zombie continued to wear his baseball cap, but he followed my order strictly, and his claw-slashed face was visible from a distance. "Your ability to pull pitiful faces and attack suddenly with a knife or an awl, keep them to yourself. However bad it sounds, I still want everybody to think we're supporting you out of compassion, and that you are a useless blind zombie just strong enough to carry a not-too-heavy backpack and clean our sneakers during rest breaks. Got that?" "Got it." Not bitter? Not offended? Every man wants to look like a fighter, not ballast. "I'm not offended, Elb. It's thanks to you that I understand I'm not ballast, but a fighter." "Don't even contemplate thanking me. The time will come when you regret becoming involved with me, zombie." "Ain't gonna happen." "We'll see." I snickered before returning to business. "So in order to make us not stand out, lead us to the job location via the very darkest death paths." "Should we not be afraid of the twilight?" "The very deadliest paths," I stressed. "There's a nearly straight route, very unpopular, involving 4 twilight, 3 mother, and 2 death paths. But goblins go missing down there, Commander. Sometimes ripped bits of clothing and spots of blood are found, and traces of green blood." "Small fry pluxes," I said, shrugging. Ideal. Lead on down this dark route. Dark route, Yorka sighed, curling her fingers around the handle of her spiked club. Fine, let's go. Every day we're going to be taking more and more dark routes, I noted. The cesspool is just one example. Are you not scared, Elb? Are you not afraid of the dark paths? Mother has no eyes there, and those beasties can do anything they like with you. That is their main weapon, Goblin, fear, and you are already carrying that fear with you. The instant you see a mob of knuckle-draggers up ahead waiting for their next victim, fear will paralyze you in a flash. It'll make you sluggish, submissive, and mawkishly smiley, and you will try to settle the matter peacefully. That's the reason, frankly, that as I walk, I entertain the sweet childish hope of running into aggressors and killers on the way. I laughed a wide and toothy laugh, clacking my teeth. We can amuse ourselves with them for a while, yeah? Coughing, Yorka looked ahead to the dark, unilluminated section of the corridor and tried to pull a profound face. Goblins really aren't suited to deep thought. It makes a mess of our unsophisticated faces. I didn't give them long to think. We got to the twilight path without incident, and as predicted by the zombie, it was deserted. The dark paths were no place for fools. 20 yards in, and a sense of some kind of irregularity began to creep in. Up ahead and behind were all clear, but from the side paths came a clamor of voices, laughter, and crying, and the creak of iron. It was teeming with life down there, while here it was empty, just as I had hoped. I gave them a simple task: squat, stand, fall, squat. Without breaking stride and strictly on command. Quick movements. Sit, stand, fall, stand, walk. Sit, stand, fall, stand, walk. Hurt yourself? Overestimate your own strength? Arms buckled, face meets floor? Fuck it. Get up and go. I was ruthless. Wiping blood all over his mug, the zombie sniffled through his broken nose, but didn't complain. Clenching his teeth, he sat, he stood, he fell, he stood. Time after time, he got himself back up. Yorka attempted to intervene on his behalf by requesting a breather, but I merely barked and doubled the pace. I did everything along with them. I moved forward, but not forgetting to look back, thereby setting an illustrative example to Yorka, and I was able to explain everything to Bask while monitoring the situation behind us. I also kept my eyes peeled on the road ahead, which helped me spot 2 goblins hurrying somewhere. The poor barefoot things in shorts and clean vests flattened themselves to the wall, sucked in their bellies, and stared at their feet as they led us past, on a path that would happily have accommodated 5 broad-shouldered men standing side by side. Their petrified faces, their unnatural statuesque poses, their skin wet with the sweat dripping from their beards, and their hands splayed against the wall as if to say, "We are unarmed, we are not conspiring to do anything." They probably didn't recognize us, but they did have time to get a look at us, and they couldn't not notice Bask's vacant eye socket and bloodied face. What if we'd knocked him senseless and were leading him deeper into the twilight to his death? Huh? But they remained flat to the wall in an attempt to merge with the metal. I couldn't stand the pathetic spectacle and barked angrily. "That's enough crapping yourselves, goblins! To work! Look lively!" Judging by a distinctive sound, one of the goblins was not able to fulfill my first polite request. The second, however, they both went hell for leather to carry out. In order to give the fighters a rest, I wrapped up the training session a kilometer from the job location. I hadn't been planning to stop, but Bask was sent a game challenge, and we were delayed 20-odd minutes while the zombie did battle with the system in a game of blitz chess. Not for the first time, I noticed that while Bask was playing a game, his somber face changed and he began to smile. At the end of the game, which went to Bask despite him making a bad move on Yorka's advice, we moved on. Along the way, we bought 3 bottles of water and dissolved 2 tablets in each, energy and isotonic. By the time we arrived at the location, we had all but drained them. The gray-slimed hull I remembered so well. After throwing my bottle with its remains of the supercharged water into the covetously outstretched arms of a bald goblin, I mused over the front we were to work on. We were halflings, and our workload had increased, as had our pay. Today we would have to toil, but who was to say toil couldn't be transformed into training? Not just training. It would be hell, and perceptible to nobody but us. After calculating the number of buckets for each of us, I arranged us in a chain, making sure that Bask and I got stretches of approximately 20 steps, while Yorka got 15. We took our buckets and got down to it, progressing strictly in accordance with my methodology. Yorka filled the buckets with the gray mass and carried them, grimacing from the pain in her hands and shoulders as far as Bask. He brought them to me, set them on the floor one at a time, and twisting and moaning under the gargantuan strain, raised them above his head. Then I took the buckets to the last stop, where I also lifted them over my head before placing them on the conveyor belt. I received empty buckets and gave them to Bask, who carried them to Yorka, who was already waiting with 2 full buckets. She was the only one who didn't have the strength to lift full buckets, so I made her lift one a third full. When we'd loaded 60 buckets onto the conveyor belt in this manner, I changed tactics slightly, so that each of us now did 2 squats with the buckets before handing them on down the chain. At this point, the falling began. But even before that, we were already substantially splashed with slime slopping from the buckets, so I wasn't overly concerned. After 150 successfully delivered buckets and 300 squats, we had a 15-minute break. We sat on the floor and stared in unison at the opposite wall for the whole quarter hour in silence, listening in to the abating pain in our shoulders and thighs. Approximately 10 minutes into our rest, we were approached by a presumptuous-looking goblin in green shorts and an oversized red vest. In his hands was a heavy club. Up at ceiling level, it was all quiet. The dome would be absent for about 3 minutes. The red-vested goblin kicked off in frisky fashion. Nodding to 2 friends who stood just behind him, he gave himself a sudden hard wallop in the crotch, stamped his foot so hard he nearly slipped over in a puddle, and asked, hands on hips and club swinging out in front, "Know who I am, do ya? Do you even know who you are?" "You are somebody who is about to remove his vest and shine all our shoes with it," I replied. "My name is Elb, this is Yorka, and this is Bask." The goblin said. "Shut your mouth, fool," Yorka barked. "Remove your vest and get fucking cleaning. If I have to get up, blow up and die." When I get up, I'm gonna stick your head in a bucket of slime and hold it there for precisely 2 minutes, the zombie announced calmly. "You have ruined my break." "I only wanted to ask a question," the goblin said, snapping out of his stupor and trying to rectify the situation. There was now nobody behind him because his friends had deserted him, and when he realized this, he wilted completely and tried once more. "I wanted to ask about—" Here he seemed to draw a blank. What did he want to ask? How to get to Cursed Bridge, the museum exhibit being demolished as we spoke? As soon as he understood the situation, he tore off his vest, fell to his knees, and flung the red rag down at my right boot, which I immediately used to kick him in the face. With a full soul and with relish. The goblin flew and landed with a splash in a puddle where he began whining and curled up into a ball, covering his mashed-up face. Hanging from my elbow, the red vest soon became gray while the goblin's fingers turned red, broken nose number 2 of the morning. "If I ever again hear that you've been using others to do your dirty work." I didn't bother finishing, since the goblin appeared to understand everything perfectly. He rose, nodded a couple of times, and trying not to look in our direction, hastened away. "What's with the strange fucking gestures?" I inquired the Hall of Grey Slime. The hall remained indifferent to my question, as did the fighters, who began to struggle, grunting to their feet. I also rose and squatted a couple of times to get my blood flowing again. The next hour saw us successfully complete the task, though not without me breaking into a sweat while showing my group how to crawl through muck correctly, pushing your heavy load before you. I went easy on them, and we managed 30 buckets crawling. We had entered the hall as clean and spruce halflings. We left it as featureless emanations of slime spewing heady invectives. Balance, 1,628. Shower required immediately. Who would have doubted it? While I took my shower and watched rivulets of slime flow into the drain, I contemplated the goblin's strange gesture. Was it strange? Or was it just new to me, making it seem strange? Or primitive? I had seen many different gestures. Goblins generally liked gesticulating, for they were a lively and rancorous bunch. Some gestures I understood, and internally they seemed familiar and everyday. The upturned middle finger, the index finger raised to the temple, the protruding tongue, the left lower eyelid pulled down by the middle finger of the right hand, but some. I had also seen some very strange gestures, such as the thumb or index finger prodded into the center of the forehead, while the little finger pointed to the ceiling. Walloping the crotch was a masculine gesture of a would-be alpha male. But it was a primitive and unusual gesture. We were a civilized society, supposedly. We had grown out of the habit of slapping our balls, and it was painful to boot. Failing to come to a conclusion, I finished washing, wrung out my clothes, and left the shower block. In the corridor, I was met by Bask, who was vigorously scrubbing his awl. Go for it. Yorka was still showering. We briefly discussed our location before deciding to head back to Cursed Bridge, stopping for lunch somewhere on the way. Then we could have an hour's nap to let our bodies recover. It might be boring, snoozing all the time, but thanks to the system's injections and our enhanced nutrition, our bodies recuperated quickly and were becoming stronger and faster. There were some very sharp and coordinated guys around. If we ever got into a rumble with any of them, we would have to not back down at the very least. At the very least. Current time, 13:48. Job, patrol. Important additional details. Be at the location no later than 1400. Upon the double signal, relieve the previous patrol. Description. Patrol the buttress of main hallway 30 from Section 1 to Section 15. Eliminate any pluxes on site. Upon receiving a system indication, destroy the target indicated. Location. Zone 0. Deadline. Until 1600, hand over duty to an incoming patrol upon the double signal. Compensation. 120 sol. The stagnant cesspool had transformed. The system showed how quickly it could heal the wounds of this steel world and prevent the development of new strange and ugly tumors. Using a workforce consisting of lazy, pilfering goblins and industrious orcs, naturally. We noticed the changes when we got to the bottom, while goblin thievery had shown itself as we were on the way down. At first we thought it was a bully beating a weakling to extort money, but it turned out to be an orc who'd caught a goblin and was beating him for the return of a stolen item. The orc was acting on the orders of the system, notifying it of the fact, easily catching up with the limping goblin, seizing him by the shoulder of his old vest and holding him against the wall. "Give it back, Mother is watching." So that's the way it is. Mother is watching. Give it another 100 years and the first temple dedicated to the system will be built, if it hasn't already, and if it hasn't already been demolished. "I haven't got anything," the squirming goblin squealed. "Don't make me ask twice," the orc roared, throwing us a sidelong glance before turning back to his victim. "Well?" "It's only a bone. Here, take it." The muscle-bound orc released his grip on the vest and took hold of the surrendered booty. Not remotely attempting to conceal my curiosity, I chuckled in surprise to see a cracked human skull in the goblin's hands. Taking the skull, the orc looked around before kneeing the goblin short and sharp in the belly. When the unfortunate wretch bent double and began to bring up his recently eaten breakfast, the orc stomped off, growling behind him. "Stupid idiot. Find something to pinch, did you? This is not a souvenir. All remains must be handed in to Mother." The vomiting goblin bleated. Straightening himself up with difficulty, he wiped his mouth and chin with the stretched vest, looking very sadly at the calorific yellow vomit splattered at his feet, and shuffled off, clenching his traumatized belly. The orc caught up with and overtook us, all but shoulder-barging me out of the way, and bounded his way lightly and quickly to the bottom of the steel canyon. As he passed, we exchanged glances as his face swam by about 30 centimeters from mine, and I couldn't help but make a number of surprising observations. "What does a goblin want with a skull?" Yorka asked rhetorically. "He stole a skull?" The zombie was astounded. "With a lower jaw or without?" "Without, although it did have a serious crack above the left eyebrow." "Fuck the skull," I muttered, staring intently after the orc hot-footing down the slope and thinking a number of simultaneous thoughts. The first of which was, could I run like that right now? Or would one of my legs give way, sending me clattering head over heels down the metal slope? The rest of the thoughts concerned the orc's appearance. "Fuck the skull," I repeated, and so as not to get stuck in a cycle of pointless repetition, hastily added, "Did you see the orc's face? That was an orc if ever there was one." "That's why he does it," Yorka said. "Although judging by his clothes, he's probably actually a towny halfling fighter. The system sent them down here to clean out and protect the cesspool." "What about his face?" Bask asked curiously, while following us adroitly down. "Fangs," I replied. "Not too big, but real fangs. 2 of them, sharp. And don't tell me they grew by themselves. Something daubed under his eyes, too, and a tattoo in his right cheek, yeah?" "Uh-huh," Yorka confirmed. "I've heard about that," said the zombie, nodding. "Details." "It's a towny thing," Yorka said, sticking her tongue out in disdain. They have more money than sense. It's all the rage. Green markings under the eyes means he's an orc or considers himself an orc, though his rank might even be higher. He also had black stripes under the green ones. That means fighter status, and the vertical tattooed stripe on his right cheek is a scale of evolution. It's a facial memoir. Repeat that, I said, about the scale of evolution. What's to understand, Elb? Blow up and die. The Tonys have more money than they know what to do with. They have more free time. It's us in the outskirts that don't have enough strength to do anything. Here Yorka's voice lost some of its confidence as she looked at her new clothes and remembered she'd only been awake half an hour. Well, it's still an extravagance. Perhaps it is, do tell. Yes, do tell, said Bask, seconding my request. I heard snippets, but I didn't see anyone. I only saw it for the second time. It's not done to paint your face like that in the outskirts, so there's nothing particular to tell. I saw one halfling's cheek decorated with a long line consisting of tiny little multicolored drawings. It actually looked quite funky, but later somebody explained the meaning of the scale. It's a memoir. You're born an orc, you creep up to goblin, you become a zombie, you muster the strength to rise to goblin, then to orc, and from there you become a halfling. I heard some even have worms depicted, and they get particular respect for leveling up, but it's all bullshit and lies. Why? I often hear it said it's just masculine grandstanding, and it virtually always begins with a worm. It goes something like, born a worm, grew perseveringly, tried hard, fought, survived. And the fangs? Artificial. Yorka shrugged her shoulders. Drainage town, city of fashion. I don't know, Elb, I'm a goblin. I live in the slums of the outskirts, and before you showed up, I tried not to show my face around here. Artificial, I get that, I said thoughtfully, stepping up the pace. But the question is, how do they stay in his jaw? If they're implants, then what, Commander? The blind zombie's interest was perfectly reasonable, and I wasn't about to disappoint him. Then there's a much wider spectrum of surgical services there, and the med blocks in Drainage Town are much more democratic in their attitude to citizens' inquiries. If it was done in a med block, where else could they implant teeth? We shall see, I smiled. We shall see. Don't fret, zombie. We'll go to Drainage Town straight after our patrol, and we won't forget to take a peek into the nearest med block. And a verdict will be returned. Bask tried to maintain an impassive countenance, but it wasn't happening. The zombie was afraid, very afraid, that he would be given a severe and impersonal sentence, making it impossible to restore his eyesight. We'll sort it out, I said, coming to a halt at the first buttress. A tired group was waiting for us to relieve them. 2 hours patrol, and perhaps they'd even had to work before that. If the dirt they were caked in was anything to go by, then yes, they'd already put in a decent shift. It occurred to me, as it had begun to more frequently of late, that the local population was surprisingly hard-working. They never turned down the opportunity to earn a little extra, and it was easily explained. Lack of finances and getting into debt were accompanied by the enforced amputation of one's rented limbs. Could there be a more convincing reason for maintaining industriousness? Scarcely had the double signal sounded than another group came running up, muttering something about being freaking tired, this damned voice, the shitty gorge and hatred toward the clean and smiling next shift. I didn't take it to heart, but Yorka couldn't stop herself, sending the ascending orcs off with 2 upturned middle fingers. When I saw her right hand, I chuckled inwardly to see that she'd bandaged it and donned a glove over the bandage. Yorka kept her inked arm out of sight, and wisely so, although it wouldn't save us. Sooner or later someone would have words with us on the subject of that arm. Poking her shoulder, I shook my head as if to say, "It's patrol time. Take up your position, fighter." Everything is agreed. Yorka on point, Bask directly behind her, me 3 or 4 paces behind him. Occasionally I would stray further back, but it depended on the terrain and the number of folk around. Here it was spacious and deserted, so I allowed the distance between us to increase to 6 paces. I stepped evenly, and my slightly unfocused gaze wandered around softly and constantly, for it was up to me to scan the rear. But I didn't forget to look forward and at irregular intervals so as to maintain maximum unpredictability. If somebody was following or hunting us, I was not going to display any consistency they could take advantage of. When we got to the 15th buttress, we about-faced and headed back. We moved absolutely freely, since the bottom of the canyon was clear. There they were, the changes, everywhere. Some completed, some still in progress. Floors were free of garbage, dirt, and bones, and the dirty walls covered with unsightly daubings were being given a going-over by goblins armed with sponges. The whole place was lighter, and some of the visible wall meshes now sparkled a freshly polished metallic sparkle. The stink of decay and chemicals was still in evidence, but significantly less so. I couldn't imagine how many folk had been down there the night and morning immediately after we reinstalled the dome. Everyone who'd come to Gop had been issued a task, and everyone who'd been down there had brought something back up with them. The cesspool has practically disappeared. Just here had been the negotiation room. In its place was a bare floor displaying evidence of recent welding. The lamps that had lain over there were gone now, too. On our second round, we saw two figures approaching slowly. We noted their presence and went back to the start. When we returned to the same spot 20 minutes later, we became witnesses to an obscene spectacle, the likes of which the Outskirts was renowned for. A lean goblin was picking on a zombie, although it was stretching the truth to call him a zombie, what with him having just the one limb, his right arm. This is no zombie. It's already a worm. But what a worm. As soon as I saw and heard him, it became immediately clear that there was a spark in all this filth after all. The goblin lugged an overstuffed wet backpack, and on his left shoulder was a pair of thigh bones. But I, and not only I, was interested in something else. An object, I remembered. The goblin was dragging behind him, on a rope, the gatekeeper's cart, piled high with dirt and bones. And he dragged it slowly, too slowly even for a deathly tired laborer. The reason for his humiliating sloth-like pace became immediately apparent, for were he to step any livelier, the legless one-armed zombie would simply be left behind. As it was, he somehow managed to keep up, growling, wheezing, and cursing as he hauled the cart, yet without a single abject supplication escaping his lips. The worm was not praying. He was requesting, even promising, but his requests and promises sounded like demands. "Give it to me. Give me the cart. It hasn't yielded to you, but it will save me. I'll be able to climb out of this dump and grow myself some legs. Then I'll give you back your shitty cart, goblin, but not empty. I'll fill it full of water and food. Give me the cart." "I would happily, but I can't," the goblin sang tunelessly as he moved backward a touch, vigilantly making sure the worm got within an inch of the cart but couldn't actually reach it. "Stop bugging me, worm boy. Get lost, get fucking lost." His curses also came out in a sing-song manner, and he contrived to beat a rhythm with a sticky slap. "Fuck, that's bullshit, just thinking about it. What if I crawl my way to your capsule one night and lie in wait for you with an awl in my hand? Why are you doing this? Stop, and let's come to some arrangement, one that benefits you. I need the cart. You did say up there that if I came down and helped load the cart, you'd give it to me. I held my end of the bargain, and you didn't. I helped load it again, and again you just walked away. Stop, goblin. Give me the cart. It's my life." "I would happily, but I don't want." Stepping slowly, I watched the exhausted, croaking zombie trying to gain on the mocking bastard. And with every second I became more convinced that the worm had that spark. His one hand was incredibly muscular and sinewy, looking like a root twisted multiple times, and just as dark and strong. His right shoulder was just as sinewy, and the veins on his neck bulged. His powerful torso was obviously disproportionate, the right side being way more developed. "Give me the cart. Fuck, I'll pay you back. That cart is my only chance." "I would happily, but I don't want. But if you suck my eye." The goblin switched into an abominable protracted squeal with a clear note of reverie in it. Without warning, I grabbed the singing goblin. From behind by the neck, I twisted him left, knocking him off his feet, and simultaneously raising his bent left leg sharply. His temple connected with my knee, and he barked and lashed out before collapsing to the floor. Kicking the rope from his hand, I followed up by crunching his jaw under my heel, then kicked the cart toward the zombie and stepped away from the prostrate goblin. "I would have coped by myself," the nearly worm uttered hoarsely, collapsing onto the cart and clinging on for all he was worth. "Why the fuck would I need your help, goblin? Get screwed, all fucking three of you." "I wasn't helping you," I replied, unhurriedly taking a bottle of water from my rucksack and a salt tablet from my belt bag. I just didn't like his singing. Listen, what plans have you got for the coming days and weeks? Have some of this." Screwing the bottle shut, I threw it at the dirty zombie, who caught and held it well. Gripping the lid between his teeth, he wrenched it off and upturned the bottle into his mouth, eyeing me over the top. I waited patiently. The zombie did not disappoint. In little sips, without spilling a drop, he emptied the bottle, then produced a long belch before setting about freeing the cart of its load of bones, grumbling as he did so. "Piss off before I break your fucking bones." "Okay," I said, nodding compliantly. "We're here on patrol. If you want to talk, you know where we are. I will say this. I need a brave, strong fighter in the group, a zestful, dogged fighter." "Piss off, piss off yourself," Yorka exploded, rewarding the grumpy fucker with a certain universal gesture. "Moron. Why are you wasting your breath on him, Elb? He's only good for bait. Let's go." "Elb?" the zombie asked. "The Elb, the one who killed the troll?" "Piss off," Yorka shouted, and we set off on another round. "Stay away from the singing goblin," I advised without turning around. "And if you change your mind, we'll be back in 20 minutes. In any case, we'll help you with a cart." "Piss off!" "And a very good day to you, zombie." After another round, we found the zombie at the 15th buttress, sitting next to the cart and cleaning the muck off it with somebody's shorts. The singing goblin was still unconscious, lying flat on his face, the pack on his back untouched and minus his shorts. A large thigh bone protruded from between his buttocks and pointed buoyantly upward to the steel sky, and above this anal still life hung our reinstated dome. "What a creative worm," I noted. "Yes," Yorka replied. "What did he do?" Bask inquired curiously. "Well," the girl said, faltering. "Elb, tell Bask." "Okay." I shrugged my shoulders, and we departed on another round without another word to the legless, one-armed zombie. When we returned, the worm repeated his question. "Was it you who clipped the troll?" "Uh-huh," I said, nodding. "Was it hard?" "Nah." I shook my head lazily. He was chilling and not expecting company. The zombie ran a hand over his face, brushing aside his matted black locks and revealing that he only had one eye. The other one was covered with a patch which had been invisible beneath his hair. He was displaying his partial blindness quite deliberately. "So, you need another fight, huh? No legs, no arms, no eyes?" "It's up to you," I replied. "Even your kind of dough is of use to me. Add a bit of this and a bit of that. I demand only one thing, subordination." "Piss off." "Ha-ha. Piss off." Same old story, huh? Another round. The zombie remained silent, but was not idle, continuing to scour the dead gatekeeper's cart and turn the senseless goblin shorts into a dirty black rag. I did not attempt to continue the chat, but hushed the angry goblin girl whose mouth was about to open. "Ungrateful jerk-off," Yorka mumbled. I say mumbled, but a strained ear might have caught her words from 10 yards away, and the zombie was much closer. Perhaps. I didn't bother arguing, but doing something for the sake of a quick word of gratitude. He could have said thanks. You gave him his legs. "Yorka," Bask cut in. "That's enough. Imagine what he's been through. You said yourself he's missing both legs, one arm, and his eyes. He's living on the verge. One more bankruptcy and he becomes a worm. A helpless worm." "Worm," the girl mumbled much more quietly now. "Yes, it's terrible, but still, why is he so bitter?" "He's a big man," I noted. "Even now he's big. He would have been a giant before. Big, broad shoulders and a long, powerful torso. He was over 2 meters tall. What's left of his very serious muscles is still impressive." "And? Blow up and die. What has that got to do with his anger?" "Everything." I turned to Yorka. "The stronger, heftier, and more menacing you are, the more distressing it is to become a weakling. I bet when he was at peak form and strength, few would have picked a fight with him. And to offend a Hulk like that, he used to be a notable character. And after turning from that into a zombie balancing on the edge, there's no way his psyche could remain stable." "So what the hell do we need him for? Let him continue struggling. What's it to us? If he doesn't cope, it means he's destined to live as a worm." "He can't," I replied immediately. "He can't. He'll kick it." "Why?" "Folks such as him are unable to beg," Bask said slowly. "It's true," I confirmed. "You're the same, Bask. You essentially have every reason to extend a shaky hand and start begging for handouts at the crossroads because you're blind. But you didn't start begging for handouts. You preferred to count steps and memorize the damned corridor map, including all the death paths and the times of the ebb and flow of the twilight. I've had to ask for help a few times at the beginning when I often used to get lost in the corridors. And this one can't. I jabbed a thumb over my shoulder. If he loses his last limb, that's the end. I don't reckon he'd even make it to amputation. He'd kill himself as soon as he saw a group approaching with a task to deliver zombies to the med block. Anything is better than perishing slowly of hunger and thirst. By the end of our next round, the disheveled zombie had found his voice. "Are you a combat group?" "Uh-huh," I nodded. "Orcs?" "Halflings." "I'm a legless zomboid." "I can see that for myself, but if I've made you an offer, it means I have my reasons. I'll fix you up." "Fix me up?" the zombie muttered. "Ha! In exchange for what? Do you need fighters or soldiers? Do you see the difference, troll killer?" "What makes you think I killed the troll? Who told you that?" "I guessed. Am I wrong?" "No, you're not wrong. What about fighters and soldiers?" "I see the difference. I need fighters and soldiers." We set off again. As expected, the zombie didn't ask us to hold back. He also didn't try to catch us up on his newly acquired wheels, for the perfectly sensible reason that it wasn't so easy to steer the flimsy vehicle with only one hand. Far more sensible was to wait for our return and not waste his physical resources. Another round. "I always have problems with subordination," the zombie admitted, avoiding my eyes. His single peeper was fixed on the whimpering goblin as he staggered away, one hand holding his head, the other his backside. It occurred to me to ask him which hurt more, but I couldn't really care less. There was, however, something else of interest to me. "Hey, bony bum, turn around." The order was heard and obeyed, and the lopsided goblin turned slowly around and looked at me with a frightened and extremely anguished look on his face. Part of his face had already turned blue and would soon be black. So be it. He fully deserved the torment. "Are you a goblin?" "Yes," he replied, openly frightened, lips twisting in a pathetic half-smile. "Name?" 335. Don't hit me anymore. It was you, yes, from behind. I'm not saying it's bad to strike from behind, it's just that— "Shut up. 335, you are stupid and spiteful. You think very simply and are not blessed with wisdom." "As you say, maybe." "But you do have the self-preservation instinct. Why victimize a legless zombie knowing you yourself might also one day become an amputee crawling around in the mud? Why?" "I'm only like that with him," the goblin said, tearing his hand away from his butt and pointing an accusing finger at the legless zombie. "It's the only way to deal with him, and I'm not alone in that. He'll do anything to get your back up, and it works. Everyone's had enough of the bitchy croaking ghoul. You're walking along singing and he shouts at you to shut up. Accidentally nudge him and you get punched in the knee, and the fucker can punch. One time he got me and I was limping for 3 days. Why are you taking pity on him? He's nothing but trouble. And the card will get taken from him anyway. Maybe he'll get a couple of fingers broken again into the bargain." "By who?" I asked, so surprised that I broke stride. We were speaking loudly. Actually, that's putting it mildly. We were shouting because there were now 25 yards between us. I said a couple of words to Bask and turned back to the goblin. "Who's going to break his fingers again?" "None of your business." The legless zombie spoke gruffly, but without his former aggression. "Although maybe they won't take the cot." Seeing a bottle of water in Bask's hand, the goblin stepped gingerly closer. "Have you got nothing stronger? My head's in pieces and my jaw— ouch." "I thought your jaw was broken," I said, before whispering another few words to Bask, who once more dived into his backpack. "No, it just dislocates very easily since a certain fight. Poke it lightly and it's gone, but it's easy to put back, although maybe it's cracked, and a couple of teeth are wobbling. Are you going to return the cot?" "What do you want with it?" "It'll come in handy." "I suppose so. Well, who broke his fingers?" "Isn't it obvious? The lamers." "The Solar Flame Brigade?" "Very same. Ah, now you're talking." The goblin clamped the bottle under his arm and carefully took from Bask a shot glass full to the brim. I wasn't going to ask how Bask had come into possession of a shot glass. After downing the moonshine, the goblin perked up, but then immediately gasped and reeled, clasping his hands over his mouth and struggling with his gag reflex. Concussion. So he did have a brain after all. And there was me thinking his skull was occupied by an evil pulsing lump of slime. "I'll have a little sit-down," the goblin said, exhaling heavily. Pull me another one, huh? I've still got to haul ass up there and tick off the job, and I can't walk." "Don't bank on any sympathy," I warned him. "I can't stand folks like you." "It's his own fault." "I don't care. If it really is his fault, if he doesn't let folk live in peace, if he doesn't stop and deserves punishment, why not kill him?" I glanced at the cringing man and repeat him. "Kill him, quickly, and if possible, painlessly." "What are you talking about?" "I'm telling it as it is. I just wanted to punish him a bit." "You were torturing him and enjoying it. I don't care, and I'm not about to teach you how to live. Why did the Lamers fighters do that to him? Break the fingers on his only hand?" "Because they were sick of him. You should have heard how he railed against everyone wearing a yellow emblem. Have you seen him?" "I have. No sooner does he see one, then he starts yelling. I've never heard cursing like it. What about that shot, huh?" "Here." The hooch gurgled its way down into the goblin's stomach, and forgetting about his pain and weakness, he poked the legless zombie sitting under the 15th buttress and shouted, "He's a spiteful good-for-nothing retard, and everyone in this part of the Outskirts has had it up to here with him, and he won't fucking leave. He hangs around this part of Main 29 picking fights with the lamers all the time. He's a masochist. I'm serious. He's a freaking masochist who gets off on being kicked in the ribs and teeth. I once saw 3 lads battering him in a corner, and he was croaking and hitting them back. A legless one-armed fucker against 3 bruiser orcs. It was a miracle they didn't kill him, but it's his own fault. I was there and I saw everything. They were just strolling past, and he slithered down from his wall ledge and started yelling obscenities at them. I didn't personally see how his fingers got broken, but I heard a story of him swearing like a trooper at a squad of passing lamers, and they just couldn't contain themselves. Do you get it? He's got no arms or legs, which is why we tried to put up with it. Let him get away with a lot. But this time he evidently caught them in a shitty mood, and while 3 of them held him, the 4th broke his fingers. 3 of them held him, and the 4th broke the fingers of his only hand," I repeated, slowing the pace slightly so that the teetering goblin could keep up. "Bask, pour him another shot." "Bask, pour me another shot, blind barman of fate." 2 shots of moonshine on top of a confused head. The goblin was already staggering, and the process was only gathering steam. "What of it?" he said, stepping toward me. "Surely it's fair. How long could you put up with a dickhead constantly swearing at you? I bumped into him once accidentally. He smacked me in the knee, and ever since then he hasn't stopped calling me a worthless bastard and a spaz. Am I a person or what?" "You're a goblin," I replied. "But I understand it's a deep ethical question." "Huh? Forget it. Don't explain. To my health. And you can drop dead." "Uh-huh." Now the goblin was well and truly drunk, and had ceased to hide his true emotions. But I wasn't offended. First I kneed him in the temple, then I kicked him in the jaw and arm, and then I continued with my questions. 3 held him, and the 4th broke his fingers. I repeated again. A one-armed, legless, one-eyed zombie had the fingers broken on the one limb he possessed to feed himself and get around. What an astoundingly just punishment. "And they kicked him all the way down from the very top." Cackling drunkenly, the goblin pointed upward. "A mighty kick, too. They say he made a hell of a noise crashing down there, smacking his head 8 times, but he fucking crawled back out. Now that's resilience. But worms, and he is all but a worm, they're all resilient. They don't die and they're still here. They want to live. Hey-ho, wormy worms. Fortune smiled on me once, and I managed to gag a pretty little lady worm and steal her away into a dark corridor. She was a local sucker, but who's going to willingly pay 15 sol for a couple of minutes? I can go longer because I'm a real man, but only if she is worth it. Why bother putting yourself out for no reason? And here was this dusky little worm maiden squealing and crying, and how I... This time I didn't take him by the neck. I put my hand on the back of his head and clanged his already bruised temple against steel buttress number 3. Embracing the upright, the goblin began to wheeze and slip slowly to the ground. Taking another look up, I gave his conveniently presented neck a quick kick, followed by another to the head, just for good measure. Waving my troops away to continue their patrol, I picked the goblin up, hoisted him onto my shoulder, and carried him deeper under the bridge, about 15 yards. Dragging was no good because it would leave marks, but this was simply a group leader straying from the path to check out something suspicious. What I found was as yet uncleared layers of trash and dirt. Holding the goblin in midair, I had a quick look around and berated myself scathingly. Bad timing. The system was watching. The goblin began to croak. I understood straight away that I wouldn't have to beat him again because he was already expiring. Death throes. But I had to hide the body so I wouldn't have to explain to the system how a dead goblin had ended up in a zone patrolled by my group. What to conceal the body with? I had 1 minute. There was too little garbage, added to which the system would instantly notice any change in the junkscape and might take interest. It would scan the surroundings, filter through the thin layer of debris, and home in on the chips in the body of the dying goblin. And then it would kick off. My gaze landed on a broken piece of plastic sheeting that had holes in it and was lying over a floor grill. Well, at least it was a solution. I approached, bent down, grabbed the edge, and lifted it. Then I recoiled sharply, dropping the goblin over a hole in the grill which had been concealed beneath the plastic, and from which a speedy dark shadow had pounced. The goblin flopped down and plugged the hole with his belly, and a second later began to twitch as his croak became a bleeding but fast-fading cry. "Over here," I called my team to heal. Clubs and awls were already in hand. I looked at the twitching goblin and the taloned paw which had crept out through a gap between his body and the edge of the hole and sunk itself deep into the victim's body. It was a chance. Stepping forward, I dropped to one knee and plunged my all into the darkness, knowing that the skulking down there was the stout, scaly body of a gray Plux. Strike. Another strike. Quicker, goblin. More strikes. A dome creaked as it groaned to a halt above me and instantly flooded the scene of the crime and battle with bright light, while a clamorous din kicked up. I didn't react to the hubbub. Another couple strikes and the beclawed paw went limp. My fingers were covered in blood. Red blood. The size of the paw spoke volumes. I took hold of it and pulled it toward me, not wanting to let go of the prey. "Elb!" "Shield, Yorka, shield! What do I do with it?" "Get behind it and wait." Jerk. The goblin's corpse crackled moistly and bent in the middle, trying to snap and slip into the hole. Another few terrific jerks like that and he would be gone. The goblin was being pulled down while I pulled the dead Plux up. Each of us would have our way. Spraying blood everywhere, the goblin was being squeezed into the narrow hole, leaving slivers of meat round the edges. I heaved the Plux out and threw it aside. Taking the zombie by the shoulder and hand, I helped him latch on to the dead man's leg. "On one." "Yes, sir." "One." Bask and I took the corpse by the legs and pulled upward. Then from the other end it was pulled in the other direction, squeezing back down through the narrow hole with a crunch and a squelch. We were making a vibrant-colored smoothie. Yorka froze by the side of the corpse, protected by her shield and with her club in the other hand. It remained to pull the dead fucker out of there. "One." "How's the fishing?" the one-armed zombie inquired, rolling near and forcing air into his lungs with a wheeze. Fuck! The cart's hardly moving. I see you got a bite." "Shut up." "It wouldn't have taken live bait," he said, nodding sagely. "That was a crafty way to lure the worm to the hole. Shall I take your club?" "Take it." Newly armed, the long-haired man froze, his single eye flickering. The zombie didn't show the slightest sign of fear or jumpiness, but he was itching to use the spiked club. "One." The crunch was harder this time as several claws dug into the corpse's sides. 3 gray, 1 orange. "Yorka, club the paws. Get the nails right into the corpse. And you, that goes for you too." "Into the corpse?" The zombie double-checked the order and let out a roar. "With pleasure. Take that." A hefty blow pinned the orange paw to the goblin's rib cage, while on the other side Yorka whacked repeatedly at the gray paws. Bask and I strained to heave the corpse out. The Pluxes didn't let up either, and as a result the dead goblin was raked back and forth over the sharp serrated edge of the hole, shaving meat off. The paws got it too, meat being scraped off along with scales. We got sprayed in the face, and as I spat some out, I knew it was useless trying to understand whose blood it was. I continued to pull and give orders. "Yorka, no, don't even think about it." "Better with an awl. Get the bodies, not the paws." "I said no, do not stick your hand in the hole." "Jesus, feet stink," Bask said hoarsely, seizing hold of the corpse's feet. "I'm gonna hurl." "One." When the corpse suddenly capitulated, springing squelchingly from the hole and skidding across the floor, we nearly went flying. The head hung suspended over the hole where a pair of bright red, scaly paws promptly clamped onto it. Priority target, spotlighted in red. The red Plunar Zarl must be eliminated. A thin laser beam shot out of the wailing dome and pinpointed the goblin's skull in the embrace of the Plux. "Shit," I said with feeling. "Now begins the real fishing," the legless zombie announced, smiling widely and delivering another blow to a messed-up yellow paw. "I'm in your group. It has been decided." "Then shut up and pull the yellow Plux out of there," I ordered, letting go of the corpse's legs and leaping onto his back, while simultaneously drawing my knife. "There's something big under the corpse. It's gnawing at the belly, Elb, and I've got a tiddler." "Pull it out. Bask, finish it off." "Yes, sir." "A dickweed, no legs. Pull the yellow one." "I'm Wreck, and I'm gonna squish this fucking tangerine." "Don't stick your hand in the hole, Elb." Now it was Yorka's turn to warn me. "I wasn't planning to," I puffed, wielding my knife. 1, 2, 3, 4, and jerk. I straightened up, jerked it toward myself, and the goblin's severed head hung in my hand, a small red Plux clinging zealously to it. The head jolted, the crunch of perforated bone sounded, and thick blood poured from the dead, half-open mouth, and right onto my boot. "You are one sick hombre, Elb," Rex said, cackling insanely while pulling a mutilated orange Plux from under the twitching corpse. "Hammer the fish before it slips away." "It's not going to slip away," I replied, taking a big swing and smacking the dismembered head on the metal floor. And again, and again. The head was squished, but the red Plux received a battering too, and it released its vice-like grip, peeled off, crashed to the floor, and twitched listlessly. Something was sticking out of its fang-filled mouth, which was also exuding a thick pink mass. I didn't bother to inspect it, instead plunging my knife into the vulnerable orifice and giving it a good slash around. The Plux began to quiver, ejecting a stream of food mixed with its own blood right into my face, and died. "Large gray Plux, large gray." Wiping myself down, I kicked the dead Plux away and turned back once more to the headless corpse. "Keep going." "Elb." "Yes?" "You can dispense with the head now," Yorka suggested, and I unclenched my fingers. The head landed face first with a dull thud. "I'm definitely gonna barf now," Bask said. "What's your problem? You can't see." "The fucker's feet stink." "Blow up and die. Enough sniffing the corpse's feet, you dumbass. To your left. The little one's still breathing." "Yes, sir." Strike. The shredded corpse flew half a meter before a hole appeared in its back and a long curved claw became visible. Jerk. And what was left of the goblin was finally sucked into the hole. His stomach burst, releasing a stink of hooch and shit, and thick dark streaks splashed across the grill. Spitting out a tiny piece of the goblin's pounded skull bone that I found scratching at my teeth, I once more swung my club. Fucking fishing. Dirty business. "We need a spear to stick the big one," Bask said, retrieving his awl from a small gray Plux. Homing in faultlessly on a sound, he grasped another still twitching beastie by the paw and stabbed it. "Stop," I ordered, feeling myself begin to slowly calm down. "The big one is no danger to us." "What do you mean?" Yorka shrieked. "It was really huge. Bask, it slashed a claw straight through the dead goblin and dragged him off." "I heard it. That's what I mean," I said. "It won't come back out now. Everyone take a step back. Don't go near the hole." Yorka and Bask obediently moved away from the unpalatably chomping bloody hole that looked like a gaping wound in the steel floor of our world. The wound pulsed, spraying out green and red blood as it crunched and swallowed the distorted body of the headless goblin. Jerk. One of the corpse's hands grabbed hold of the edge, and the arm was ripped off at the elbow, leaving the limb hanging there by its fingers. At once, from inside the now unblocked hole, 2 tiny gray Pluxes jumped at the seductively swinging piece of meat. Rek rocked towards them, the wheels of his cart squeaking. The club swung down and skewered the hand. The zombie swung again before gasping, dropping the club and grabbing at his chest, which had taken the full force of my boot. He glared at me angrily between locks of hair. "Do I need to explain why, soldier?" I inquired phlegmatically, wiping my face. A pause, then a grudging, "No. Show me you understand." "You said not to go near." The zombie took hold of the fallen club and pulled it toward him together with the attached hand. "Bingo." I nodded and handed him my awl. "I gave an order, and what did you do?" "I disobeyed the order." "You get the idea. Now finish off the small fry." As he got busy puncturing gray pluxes, I stood calmly next to the tense, unmoving Yorka and ordered, "Relax your buns and thighs, goblin, and unclench your teeth before they shatter." "Huh?" The girl stood taller, adopted a more natural pose, and untensed her jaw muscles. "You turned to stone," I barked, and squinted at the patiently waiting Bask. "All praise to you. Perhaps we should poke out everyone's eyes to chill them out, huh? Yorka, what about squeezing out your left eye, for partial pacification?" "Elb." "Why the hell should I destroy my vocal cords by repeating 500 times, 'Relax, relax, hey, legless berserker. Next time I'll put my boot in your mug, not your chest, and I'll jump on your rib cage. The same goes for all of you." "Yeah, I get it," Rek growled, carefully placing the awl and club on his cart. "I get it. I'll remember it as long as my chest hurts. It's been a long while since I carried out anyone else's orders." "That's all in the past." "I get it already," the zombie said, nodding and rubbing his bruised chest. He set about cleaning the blood and scales from his weapon, not forgetting to have a very infrequent look around and at the hole. Bask did the same, while Yorka stared at the winking dome. A metallic drumming sound, louder and louder. Stamping. Upwards of 20 armed troopers were running in our direction, enough to scare you if you thought they were coming for your soul. Remembering a certain recent conversation, I carefully inspected each of the troops to make sure there were no lamers among them, but I saw no yellow emblems. Excellent. For the time being, I was quite happy without unnecessary conflict. There were 5 groups armed with clubs, darts, and awls. One guy had a needle gun slung from his shoulder, stock upward. "We wait for the first of them, then do another round," I ordered. "As far as the first buttress. There we have a 5-minute breather and continue patrolling. Rek, you join the group as soon as we finish our patrol so you don't have to drag yourself from buttress to buttress." "That's not a problem." After a second's thought, I nodded. "Okay, part of the way by yourself, part in tow. Bask, the zombie over there will pull you." "I can manage by myself." "I'm not trying to persuade you, I'm telling you exactly what we're going to do and how, and I'm going to be doing that constantly until all my orders are carried out to the letter. I have just the 2 methods of persuasion, soul-destroying nastiness and the boot, and I'm perfectly happy applying either. I repeat, the easy life is a thing of the past. Gone are the days of flitting about like a legless, carefree moth and savoring the nectar of life. From this day forward there will be no more frivolity, only a wide black strip of joylessness. Got that?" "Sounds pretty crappy." But the zombie was smiling. He lowered his head to hide his face behind the greasy curtain of his hair, but he was smiling. I may have been mistaken, but it occurred to me that it was only now, after the fight and the kick in the chest, that he understood everything was serious and for real. The fire of distrust and doubt still blazed visibly in his head. After all, he was a zombie from the school of hard knocks. I approached him, crouched down, and put my hand on his shoulder, feeling the hardness of his muscles. After a moment's hesitation, he reciprocated the gesture, and we froze in an awkward half-embrace of congenial retards waiting. Add 714 to the permanent group? Yes, no. The choice was a no-brainer, and a second later, Rek became a member of our permanent group. I was about to check the group status, but was interrupted by a loud, demanding voice filled with no little self-confidence and effrontery. "What's going on here, asswipes? What have you gone and fucked up?" The first to arrive was a broad-shouldered young lad who asked the question with his hands placed somewhat theatrically on his hips. A long, thick club hung from his belt and beat lightly against his thigh. On autopilot, I appraised his condition. Not bad. Descending at a rapid-fire pace down a nigh-on sheer slope, before running a kilometer way faster than his compadres without even losing his breath. This was one well-trained young man. Muscular, too, and confident. His whole look said, "Don't get sassy with me." Wiping the blood from my face with a forearm, I smiled widely. "The one who fucked up was your freaking daddy when for the nth time he couldn't manage to hold back his stinking wad in the sleaziest whorehouse in the slum, thereby conceiving the schmuck that you are. That was the fuck-up to end all fuck-ups. He ejaculates, the scumbag that is you appears, and it's us who have to suffer." A second. Another. A repeated chomping sound came from the hole behind me. Rek the zombie began to laugh huskily, while Bask coughed, trying to maintain his composure. Yorka turned away to gaze dreamily at the powerful steel skyscraping buttresses of Cursed Bridge. The offended lad wrapped his fingers around the handle of his club, only to release the weapon a second later and shrug his shoulders. I overreacted, Elb. The rest of the crowd, who had lagged way behind the sprinter, ran up, all of them panting. Immediate battle readiness was a non-starter. Note to self, today is a cross-country day. The dome hovered above us once again, and the embittered and recently slated soldier continued to falter painfully. I just overreacted. Don't take it seriously. Can I owe you a bottle of hooch? We could go to the asshole and have a drink to forget all this. We could go to the asshole, I said. It sounds sweetly tempting, but no, and the subject is now closed. I hear you, Elb. Thank you. Oh, Mother's instructions are coming through. The dome was able to issue tasks. 30 seconds later, 3 of the 4 groups were standing guard by the long gap in the grill. I observed closely. Not all of them were orcs, most were halflings. Equipment, arms, undoubtedly fighter status, which was also evident from their dispassionate attitude to the shit, blood, meat, and guts that littered the floor, not to speak of the deformed, dismembered head. The 4th group, in a tight formation and holding their weapons ostentatiously and awkwardly in front, stomped toward the nearest wall, following closely behind a green laser beam that slid across the dirty floor. The system had given us a reconnaissance route, which made sense because ceiling rails had not been installed over that side, and there was bound to be the odd out-of-sight dead zone. Also on the other side, if you went to the wall and then sharply up, you would find a gigantic gutter pipe. Still further up was the stench. The dome lit up another spot and illuminated the woeful, flattened head of the dead goblin. Tensing inside, I first motioned the group toward the small gray pluxes sprawling around the hole, then gave a hand signal to move while I stayed put, observing. A second. Another. The spotlight withdrew from the decapitated head, but it wasn't extinguished, merely removed to a red plux lying close by. A second. Another. The light went out and a strict request lit up before my eyes. Immediate, concise, verbal report in any format concerning the death of 335 and the appearance of Plunar Zarls. Speak loudly, clearly, and upward. Upward. Of course, upward. The dome was hanging above my head and pinpointing me with one of its spotlights. Concise report in any format. Piece of cake. As it happened, to all appearances, the cheerful and lonely Goblin 335 was completing a garbage collection task. In search of the aforesaid, he strayed beyond the buttresses of Main 30, where he discovered a large sheet of plastic on the floor and lifted it up. Beneath the sheet was found to be a hole and a protective floor grill, whence followed an attack by Plunar Zarls. Raising the alarm with a vigorous squeal, the goblin fell over the hole, heroically plugging it with his body. On witnessing the incident while patrolling a prescribed route along the buttresses of Main 30 in accordance with one of the task's instructions, we immediately attacked the Plunar Zarls, trying to prevent them from exiting the hole. Comprehensive and courageous support was provided by Wreck the Zombie. I pointed at the bedraggled, legless creature. He participated in the battle, eliminating no fewer than 2 Plunar Zarls. We were unable to save 335. During the battle, in accordance with the system's orders, it was necessary to remove the head of the dead goblin, which was enveloped in the paws of a red Plunar Zarl that had attached itself, following which... My tongue was about to cramp from saying Plunar Zarl once too often. Discontinue report. Report accepted. Patrol task successfully completed ahead of time. 714 was not a member of the permanent group at the time the group received the patrol task, but he participated in the elimination of the Plunar Zarls. Compensation for the task will not be increased. 714 will receive compensation for his elimination of Plunar Zarls. Check task section immediately. Visual observation of 2 illuminated zones, actions in accordance with new tasks. So, I muttered, peace comes only in our dreams. Immediately. Task, Delivery A. Description. Deliver the corpse of the red Plunar Zarl to any med block. Location. Zone 0. The target corpse is spotlighted in red. Deadline. 1453. 1452. Compensation, 40 soul. Incentive. A game challenge for any member of the group. Task. Delivery A. Description. Deliver the head of 335 to any med block. Location. Zone 0. The target body part is spotlighted in yellow. Deadline. Before evening end of work alarm. Compensation, 8 soul. I snorted. Oh, the irony of life. A dead Plux was worth more than the mortal remains of a goblin, even if what remained was the worst part of him. I picked up the dead by the hair, the Plux by a paw. With my hands held slightly apart, I set off, leaving 2 dripping trails of blood behind me. I walked in a measured fashion, reckoning on catching up with the group by the first buttress. The weight of the load in my hands? The head was 3 or 4 kilograms, the Plux 10, maybe a tad more. Super. I had a 10-minute walk ahead of me, and I could get a half-decent arm workout with these meaty barbells. I must remember to swap them over. And 1, and 2, and 3. I wanted every muscle in a satisfactory condition as soon as possible. And 1, and 2. He's batshit crazy, that one. A fucking psychopath. The voice came from behind. Working out his biceps with a decapitated head. Hey, what's up, man? Shut up, you idiot. A second voice hissed. Do you want him to work out his biceps on your stupid head next time? I'll decapitate you myself and give it to him. I was just, shut up and clean these intestines from the floor. I grinned. Now that, I tell you, is how to create a reputation. And 1, and 2, and... The Plux is getting heavy. I might just show my left arm a bit of leniency, since I don't yet trust my deceitfully quiet bad elbow. Catching up with the group, I put my load down by my feet and stretched. Congratulations, we have several excuses to celebrate. The task was counted as successfully completed ahead of time, Rec has become a part of our group, and we have 2 new tasks. The head's not worth much, Bask noted, and there's a timer counting down on the Plux. Perfect, Rec croaked. I want to wash, Yorka sighed. We climb, I ordered, but we climb artfully. Yorka, you go first, club in one hand, shield in the other. How do I hold on? You don't. But forward. Blow up and die. She could not have the last word, but she didn't delay in carrying out the order. She held her club and shield at the ready, picked out a route, and began to climb the steep slope, placing her feet carefully. Bask, you're next. This is a simulated battle situation, and unfortunately you've lost your butt and everything below it. You ascend using your hands. Now on your front and up you go. Yes, Commander. The zombie hit the deck, threw his arms out in front, and began pulling himself along, dragging his legs behind him. He reached the slope and began slowly but surely to climb. I looked at Rec. I can't try without my arms, he gnashed, demonstrating a far from full set of teeth. He had received his fair share of boots to the face. You make your own way up, I said. Good cart, by the way. Yeah. And he cleaned it up not half bad. I tightened a couple of bolts, too. Now it just needs a blob of grease. Fasten here a couple. Now leave it there and get climbing. Huh? You heard me. Leave the fucking cart here and get up there. I don't need any help. I'll get it up there myself. I wasn't about to carry the cart, I sniggered. Leave the fucking cart right here and forget about it. Silence. The musclehead fixed me with a sulky stare, and his fingers clung vice-like to the edge of the cherished vehicle. Up the slope, Rec, I barked. Leave the cart and get up there. And next time, no frickin' hesitation when you carry out my orders. None, ever. If you would like to discuss my orders, that's possible, but only after you've carried them out. I hope I make myself clear once and for all. Now get on that slope, dig your teeth and your remaining limb into it, and get up there. And sharpish, let's go. His fingers unclenched, and the orphaned cart rolled away. The legless zombie began his ascent, deftly negotiating the first few meters without looking back. After a short wait, I set off after the group, which was now stretched out up the side of the steel gorge. I climbed as I had told Yorka to, hands tensed and holding weapons, playing no part in the climbing process. Only my legs worked and my torso had to maintain a certain angle with the slope to keep me from falling flat on my face and tumbling back down. Except that in my case, my hands held a Plux and a severed head instead of weapons. I was the last to reach the top. I surveyed my heavily breathing fighters and, smiling my satisfaction, said, Not bad, but we must not relax, for today we participate in the famous annual Cursed Bridge Marathon. We run from here right to Drainage Town, everybody, but after lunch and a rest. 5 minutes left on the timer, Commander. Roger, I nodded, to the med block. The shortest route is via Bask. Take us quickly, but make sure I get at least 2 minutes of twilight. Yes, sir. Lead on. But first give your backpack to Yorka and piggyback Rec. I cast a look at the silent Rec. He was slowly beginning to take in the group's methods, and the group's methods were simple. Do as Elb the Goblin says. "Do we have to do squats on the way, Elb?" Bask inquired, wheezing under the weight of the massive wreck. "Right at the very end, and only a couple," I said after a moment's thought. "Move out." Yorka fell in by my side and asked quietly, "Why do we need twilight, Elb?" The whole group heard her, but I kept no secrets from them, so I explained willingly, but also with my voice lowered. "I noticed something strange. It occurs to me that the system can't have identified the dead goblin by his flattened and decapitated head." "Because it was flattened?" "No, because before that the red plucks gave it a good sucking, and when the system scanned the plucks, it sucked out the chip," Bask said quietly, leaning down. "Yes?" "I think so, but thinking is not enough. We must check. How far till the twilight?" "A minute and a bit. Turn here." We had already covered the final section of Hallway 30, and were now on the very wide Main 29, the artery leading in an arc around the outskirts. With our appearance creating a furor among passers-by, we turned onto a narrow path. "Don't stop," I said. "Keep going at this pace as far as the med block. York could take the head by the hair." "Blow up and die. Gross, one of its eyes has fallen out. It's hanging by a meaty thread." "Twilight, Commander." "Forward." Watching a tiny dome speed away, I sat on the floor, lowered the dead plucks onto my crossed legs, and stared at the half-open and curiously small mouthful of fangs. A row of crooked teeth set at an angle looked more like hooks to help the creature's paws stay in place. Protruding from the center of the mouth was a muscular growth bearing four curved fangs that adjoined each other tightly, and together they looked like a miniature drilling apparatus. Several crevices in the body of the growth exuded a pale pink mass. And there's the brains. The drill pierced through the skin and bone, and inside the skull it began to pulverize and suck out the brain, the resultant mass passing through the outgrowth and spilling out of the crevices into the maw. Why not straight into the stomach? Fuck knows. Perhaps in order to titillate the taste buds? I didn't manage to see anything else, because the mixture of brains and blood filling the mouth began to thicken into a delightful aspic. It looked like a bowl full of some dish of Epicurean cannibals. Add a chunk or two of ice, drizzle with lemon, ladle it out. Avoiding the fangs, I shoved my hand into the mouth and felt around, filtering the ooze through my fingers in search of alien objects. How big is this chip? It must be minute. I must find it. If I did, it would be evidence of my hunch about chips and heads. Why did I need to know that? Because it was sufficiently easy to get rid of chips from your arms and legs than removing a chip from a head. Got it. Withdrawing my hand carefully, I unclenched my fist and stared at my bloodied palm. There it is. I spat on the teeny-tiny black object and rubbed it to clean the blood off. Was it bone or... In my hand lay a minuscule black object resembling a flat pumpkin seed shrunk to a half its size. The right shape with perfectly rounded edges. Microscopic white markings, too. I drew it closer to my eye, but could decipher nothing. I understood only that it was white letters and figures on a black background. "Commander, time!" The shout came zipping down the path, an echo of alarm bouncing off the walls. Stuffing the chip back into the brain porridge, I jumped to my feet and took a measured pace down the corridor to catch up with my team. Okay. One hunch confirmed. I don't know what that gives us, but information is rarely useless. Chapter 8. Membership of Group 11. HFLB. Leader of Group. Status Normal. 91. HFLB. Member of Group. Status Normal. 13. HFLB. Member of Group. Status Normal. 714. GBL. Member of Group. Status Normal. Current time, 16:57. Compensation for elimination of small red Plunar Zarl, 100 Sol. Perched on a warm wall ledge, I tapped a pondering finger to my left temple, and with my right eye on the screen, I contemplated our next move. Perhaps the system was dropping a hint by suggesting another game of chess. How many times in a row had it offered a game involving tactics? That's just a joke, by the way. On the next ledge, a reasonably dressed and equipped half-orc stared at a screen, deep in thought about his next move in a game of Go. He had Go. We had chess. Not blitz this time, but with a time limit of 90 minutes for the game. I seized the premium game challenge for myself. A game of unhurried contemplative chess? Who would refuse such a treat? I chose level of difficulty medium, resolving to challenge myself and the system, as well as to discover what sort of compensation a win would bring. Minute 69 of the game. As it stood, the situation on the board suited me just fine. The system was also in no hurry to respond. Basque and Yorker were held up, which was convenient for me, as it gave me time to think calmly. When they brought the food, my head would be emptied of everything rational and refilled with a howling hunger. The story with the chips was a strange one. How many did we have in our head? 3? One inside the skull and another in each eye to serve as information outputs? It sounded perfectly logical. Given the dangers lurking in the locality, losing an eye was an imminent possibility, as evidenced by the scores of one-eyed folk around. Duplication was nothing but sensible. But why put a chip inside the skull? Brain chip. Eye chips. Total quantity? 3, minimum. Also a minimum of 1 chip in each limb, though that was probably more for the sake of inventory management, origin, frequency of use, injury record, and so on. I would love to read the statistics of any of my limbs. I wouldn't be surprised if my arms and legs had been in circulation for 100 years or more. Immortality was also eminently possible around here, only not for the soul and the mind, but exclusively for the limbs. While intact, they would last an eternity. Was there a chip in the body? Somewhere beneath the heart? Or glued slapdash to the aorta? Was there any need to hide a chip in the body if there was already one in the head? What about guarantees in the event of decapitation? That's precisely what had happened today. The body went underground to feed the pluxes, and the head was left behind. Although in truth its contents were sucked out by a red plux along with the chip, but that essentially changed nothing. And was this not the system's means of calculating the locations of plux nests? After all, a chip-swallowing plux was bound to return to the nest sooner or later. The scanners were unlikely to penetrate the metal walls, but what was to stop 3 or 4 goblins removing a few panels and nipping behind the wall with handheld instruments? That was the most surefire way to detect well-hidden dens. So, chips. 1 brain chip, 2 eye chips, 1 body chip, and a chip in each limb. 8 in total. It would be nigh on impossible to remove them all, not that I was about to try. I did, however, set to thinking about the possibility of finding my own limbs, which, since the system kept an inventory, was perfectly realistic. 2 things remained to find out: how to make the system share information, and did I really need to? If just a couple of days ago I was willing to do practically anything to get my own limbs back, now, in view of the subsiding pain and my growing strength and speed, I was perfectly content with what I had. The only significant plus was that your own limbs did not require you to take immunosuppressants. Balance, 1,360. On reaching the med block and ticking off 2 tasks in a single stroke, I checked that we had been given another break before I began dishing out orders. First up, I sent everybody, myself included, to have a shower and do their laundry. Then I asked York and Basque to take the scaly pluck small fry to the Jolly Plucks. While they were there, I permitted them to quickly grab something to eat and also told them to bring the rest of us a triple portion of the meat and lemonade we were so fond of. And don't forget the broth. Lots of broth. Lots. Amazingly, my abruptly emptied stomach rumbled a loud demand for food. How many 1,000 calories were we using every day? A ton. Yet my ribs had not gained a millimeter of fat. Quite the opposite. They were now in sharper relief. My arms and legs were becoming more sinewy by the minute, and the general sagginess was disappearing, as were, one by one, the dark spots on my skin. From what I had seen, it was easier to kill fighter-orc halflings than feed them. To my surprise, I received confirmation of my musings when I dropped into the med block for a free checkup. I like lying prostrate and being examined by a cold mechanical intelligence with icy steel fingers and a sheaf of needles. Overall physical condition, normal. Limb condition and status: URL, normal. ULL, normal. LRL, normal. LLL, normal. Additional information: nutrient deficiency. Go figure. Every day I eat 4 or 5 food briquettes, receive vitamin injections, and drink at least a couple of pitchers of lemonade, and 1 of broth to wash down a kilogram plus of meat. And the result of all of my painstaking effort is a diagnosis of nutrient deficiency? Perplexed and holding my tongue, I hoisted Rek onto my back. I lugged him to the ATM, transferred 300 Sol to his account, and warned him that, considering he had not yet shown his worth as a group member, the money was strictly a loan to be paid back from spoils, although not from system tasks. Rek was even pleased and mentioned in his brazen husky manner that he wouldn't dream of accepting it as a gift. Returning to the med block, I had to wait for a goblin to come out, his face distorted and his right arm held out and covered in transparent glue. The glue was just like a shop window. You could see everything, but you couldn't touch. He was missing his thumb, index, and middle fingers, and chunks were torn in places from his upper arm. The end of his nose had also been lopped off, although quite cleanly, and a dollop of medicinal glue added so it looked more or less okay. The sniveling goblin walked away, posing hysterical questions to the ceiling, such as, "Why, Mother? Why?" Predictably, the ceiling kept its own counsel. Sighing my disappointment, I carried Rek inside, dropped him in a chair with holes in it, and left. I paid a visit to a food launcher, as I had mentally christened the vending machines, where I bought 2 standard briquettes, a salt tablet, a liter of water, and a strange yellowish bar which cost 3 Sol and called itself a protein bar. Laden down and ignoring the covetous eyes of the zombies and goblins passing by, I accepted a game challenge from the system. So there I was, sitting, chewing, and debating what to do with the enemy's bishop, which was sneaking up on my unsuspecting queen, while also sticking a finger in my eye and philosophizing about brain and eye chips. Realizing there was no question of implants for the time being, I recalled a line from a notification. Compensation for elimination of small red Plunar Zarl, 100 Sol. I wasn't going to ask why the compensation was so sizable, when it was obviously extra motivation to seek and destroy red pluxes. Also obvious was the system's relatively lax attitude to the rank-and-file gray pluxes. That was simple and logical, as nobody ever cared about the rank-and-filers, for they were merely cannon fodder. If you imagine the pluxes as an enemy force, so far I had come across 3 kinds of enemy soldier: rank-and-filers, officers, and brain-suckers. Those were the mobile ones. The 4th kind, the mainstay, was the nesting Plunar Zarls. Soldiers, officers, headquarters, brain-suckers. A certain analogy made me want to call the last of these scouts, but I did not believe that brains ground to porridge and swallowed could reproduce any information. My imagination conjured a red plux, replete with blood, returning to the nest to regurgitate still warm human brain mush into some kind of cavity, whereupon all the pluxes were advised of the informational content of the masticated gray and white matter, battle formations, secret hideaways, cipher codes, passwords. What gibberish, what nonsense, what could the brain of a rank-and-file orc possibly tell us? Obviously, the existence of red pluxes was no accident, but they were certainly not scouts, even though their raison d'etre was largely mining for brains, and at any cost. But the bizarre thing was, why were the brain-suckers valued so much more highly by the system than the officers? The command personnel had always been the priority target. The officers had to be exterminated, for it was they who coordinated the actions of the Plux privates, confining them to the twilight, monitoring the movements of the domes, and waiting patiently for the ideal moment to attack. That was the most frightening enemy. Yet the payout for a tangerine was less than 50 Sol, while red small fry was worth 100, over twice more. Why? No answer, yet. The medblock door opened, and over my shoulder I saw a huge man fall out of his chair and hit the floor with a groan. Turning away, I popped the last piece of food cube into my mouth and washed it down with a gulp of water. I then moved upon decisively 1 square forward, leaving the enemy's bishop open to attack while simultaneously threatening it. Run or attack. The choice is yours, system. This time the groan came from below. He'd made it after all. I can manage by myself. I wasn't going to help, I said indifferently, holding a bottle over the edge and squeezing the remains of the water out. Slap. I'll just lie here for a while. I need answers, Rek. You might think I'm taking undue interest in your private life, presumptuously raking up your precious past filled with bitter grievances and the caustic wreckage of broken hopes and dreams. But you'd be wrong. I don't give a shit for what's sacrosanct in your soul. Thank you for that, and for the legs, and for the arm. I checked out his new limbs. Thin legs, too thin and too long, projected from his shorts, the knees swollen. His new arm looked much the same. That wrinkled and visibly slippery skin which I'd nearly forgotten about, and those practically volitionless heavy pieces of meat implanted into your flesh. You're going to be paying this off for a long time. I'll give it back to the last soul. What was that about you shitting on my soul? You're a loser. The zombie grunted and muttered something indistinct, but took the hit and nodded slowly. Yeah, probably. But I divide losers into two categories, I continued. Those who are themselves to blame for their woes and those who received a great deal of help in their downfall. Which category do you belong to? I wasn't just helped, I was crippled. Your legs were cut off at the root, but the joints were untouched, I nodded. They were amputated later. Yes. The system took your arm, the whole thing. Bankrupting a legless, one-eyed zombie, yes. How exactly did you get caught up in this shit, and what is your connection to the lamers? That's my business, Elb. Let's do it this way. You don't meddle in my affairs, and I carry out all your orders precisely and diligently. If I die in battle, I die. But when I pay you back for the new arms and legs in whatever way I can, I will ask for a day off to pay a visit to some of my old friends. A failed visit. If the system doesn't catch me in the act, I will return and we can continue partying. Sound good? After a second's thought, I shrugged. It might have done, but I heard from the now-deceased goblin that as soon as you clap eyes on anyone from the Solar Flame Brigade, you become afflicted with the most terrible verbal diarrhea. Insults fly, they all give you a collective kicking, and you wave them away. That's my business. No, I cut him off. It isn't only your business now. If you get tangled up with the lamers, I can't just pretend nothing's happened. Even the usual verbal conflict will have repercussions for our group. From now on, every word of yours is the word of the group. Your every strike is a group strike, and it's me who will have to pick up the pieces. It's me who will take the rap should anything happen, and nobody will give a shit for your, it's my business. That's the first reason I must know everything. After lying still for a few moments, Rek raised the bottle to his lips and took a couple of thirsty gulps. He held it in his trembling new hand. It was hard, but by tensing his flabby muscles, he just about managed. And the second reason? Your conflict with the lamers may be of some interest to me. How so? You first, then me, I said, smiling and turning back to the screen. Get up on the ledge, stretch out, wait for your food, and start talking. Mildly hesitant, Rex set about fulfilling my orders. After 2 minutes, he had managed to stand up and literally collapse onto the ledge. He required another minute to haul himself onto it and settle into a lying position. He carefully stood the empty bottle by his side and was silent, gazing at the ceiling. I didn't hurry him and managed to make 2 moves before the food runners returned. Plastic bowls and jugs were placed close by, and an unbelievable aroma struck the nostrils. "Did you eat?" I inquired rhetorically of the puffing and clearly sated Yorka and Basque. "Uh-huh. Can we go for a stroll?" "You've got an hour. If anything comes up, I'll find you myself. Whereabouts will you be?" "Clock 17. "I hear you." After they put down their backpacks and left, I noticed Rex sitting and unable to take his eyes off the meat. He was waiting most impatiently and drooling on himself. "Eat and talk." A sinewy paw grabbed a hot chunk of meat, pressed it into a ball, and shoved it whole into a hospitably gaping mouth. His lips had problems connecting, his cheeks inflated, and when his jaws squeezed together, they spread meat juice everywhere. "Geez," I grumbled, taking my plate and moving away. "Eat normally. You can tell me your story later." "Mgoo." "And mgoo to you, too." I put my bowl down and surrounded it lovingly with lemonade and broth. Aha. A system. What are you doing leading your raven Black Knight here? What if I take your bishop and... Rick hiccuped and folded his arms across his distended belly. It was a strange sight. One hand was sinewy, blackened, crisscrossed with scars, and sported cracked, deformed nails, while the other was pink, void of even the slightest evidence of injury, and sported perfectly manicured nails. "So," the former zombie began, his breathing labored. "Hang on," I interrupted. "What do you feel like?" "Huh? York is a goblin, Bask is a zombie. What about you?" "Orc," Rex said, stretching his lips into a predatory grin and displaying his few, though large, teeth. "I'm an orc." "I see. Well, tell me about it, orc." "So, hang on, let me just put the system in check, then checkmate. Do you want to hear my story or not?" "Don't be such a touchy girl. You're an orc. Grit your fangs and have some patience. Check." "I don't freaking get you. Either you're demanding I tell you, or do you really want to know?" "Just a second. And checkmate." Game challenge completed. Outcome, win. Reward, 30 soul. Win streak, 4 out of 6. Reward bonus, GC, 5%. GC selection chance bonus, 10%. Extra prize chance, 5%. Extra prize? I waited, only to find out I wouldn't be getting it. Sighing, I turned to the zombie with an expectant look. "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing," the orc barked. "You won't even let me begin." "I'm all ears." "So." He stopped himself short and stared at me. Raising a surprised eyebrow, I waved a hand as if to say, "Speak, orc, speak." "So, screw it. I was one of them." "A brigader?" "Affirmative, although I'll say this straight away. I never rose higher than private. I was often reprimanded for picking fights and not obeying stupid orders. But I wasn't afraid of pluxes. I never fled from battle, and day or night I was ready to fight whoever with whatever. Maybe that's why the squad boys put up with me, and I was able to flit from squad to squad. Got a chip on my shoulder, I have." "How long did you manage in the brigade?" "Half a year." "As an orc?" "Orc all the way." Making no attempt to conceal my mistrust, I repeated the question. "Orc all the way?" "I don't know about now, but at the time the Lamas had a policy of maintaining a neutral status, not having too many combat groups and squads, no cohorts at all, and putting emphasis on production tasks." "I see." "Yes, many of the fighter guys didn't like that bullshit, especially the status jumps. As soon as you get up to HFL, they make you miss out the next job. The whole brigade loses status, receives fines here, there, and everywhere, and you plunge down to ORL along with your group. For some reason, my attitude to all that horsing around was indifferent, but any complained and then switched brigades all moved in a town. Most often, they were put in a Pluxfeller combat group, and it was easy to get out. Back then, many fighters didn't support the flame. One squad and 2 groups, maximum. They point-blank refused any serious bloody work." "It's all changed now," I said, remembering Mads' recent words justifying that fiasco of theirs. "We only recently began receiving combat tasks. Not enough experience, but we're slowly gaining it. Many suffered from today's shootout, but the archers are also learning. We just need to understand that and accept it. Nothing's ever perfect." "Yeah, the Lamas have reigned in the lame and are gradually becoming a combat brigade." "I've never once seen anyone from the Pluxfeller Brigade. Don't they have an emblem?" "And you won't. They left. The entire brigade just got up one day and took off." "Where'd they go?" "Now, who would tell me that?" "How long ago?" "I was already crawling around as a legless, one-eyed zombie. A month ago, maybe 5 weeks." "And nobody actually knows where the combat brigade went? How many of them were there?" "Up to 200 fighters, and nobody actually knows. Although there's a ton of rumors flying around the outskirts. What we do know for sure is that one day in the middle of the night, they all opened their capsules, cleared out anything of value, loaded themselves up, fell into rank, and departed silently over Cursed Bridge. Most likely, one of the local rich kids offered them an unrefusable contract." "They're halflings that rich in Shit-Town?" "Are you kidding? Have you not heard the expression, all the shit of the world flows into Drainage Town?" I suggested. "All the soul of the world, too, Elb. That's crazy money circulating around there. The Plux fellas are now in the service of one of the local big shots and have no everyday worries. Big shots? That's a question better not addressed to me. But everyone knows Murkwaters is divided into disc quarters, each with its own boss and plenty of big shots and mini big shots under him. Am I to understand that the quarters are stacked one on top of another and the town stretches downward? And upward. I've heard it's best to imagine Murkwaters as a column of thick steel washers with the center occupied by a fantastic number of pipes. I see. Now let's get back to you, fighter, orc, private wreck. Service wasn't your cup of tea? Camaraderie wasn't my cup of tea, Rex said, sniggering. Seriously, not my cup of tea. Let me put it this way. Whichever local witness you asked about what happened that evening and who was to blame, they would all without question point the finger at me. Without collaborating, they would all point the finger at me and say, he started it and he went at it like a bull at a gate, so the question is closed and don't go dredging it up. And in actual fact, that's how it was. I did always start, and I always went at it like a bull at a gate. Whichever way you look at it, it was always my fault. Technically. I want specifics. I'm argumentative and rude. Sometimes I can't hold my tongue and all sorts comes at. Are you going to get to the point? Did you tell them to go fuck themselves? And was that the reason? And the reason for what? No, fuck themselves. Well, yes, fuck themselves. But that was later. Anyways, I repeat, I am a legit orc. I'm a loud, champing hoodlum with a proclivity for drink and raucous laughter. Well, I was, and my jokes are like me, loud, champing, and raucous. And the more I drink, the dirtier and more offensive my jokes get. It's my shitty nature. So I always used to warn everybody in the new brigade squad that I was an impudent and pugnacious orc. I'd warned them 10 times, and the last 5 would be as we were sitting down together in the Plux after a beastie battle. The tactic worked. I must have warned my last squad 40 times, and been out drinking with them 10 times. And in my sweet and tactful manner I joked, "Hey, 20, your face looks like a Plux's arse. Let's drink to that. Hey, orc, you're as thick as a club." And the squad? They got used to it. We had the odd minor scuffle out in the corridor, and I had to pick up the check a bunch of times as punishment for being rude. I always apologized as best I could when I got sober the next day. And then it somehow happened that at 2 Plux raids in succession, I managed to shelter several squad guys from attack. I saved one of them when a Plux jumped right for his throat. Another would have lost his face, but for me getting my shield in the way so the Plux's fangs skidded on metal rather than sinking into flesh. It seems trivial, but the ladies go for a handsome face, as I'm sure you know. Tell them Plux shit is good for wrinkles, and they'll be cracking nests with the bare hands and slapping it on in thick layers. I shielded another pair from a minor strike, too. And the upshot was that I remained just as rude and cheeky, but the squad got completely used to you. Accepted me. Rek corrected me. Accepted me, and I was glad. I can honestly say I was glad to realize that I, this prickly, obnoxious orc, had been accepted for what I was. It was almost like having a family. And now comes the sad part of your story, yes, where you let an obligatory tear roll down your unshaven, grumpy cheek, orc on the outside, wistful little tyke on the inside. Fuck you, Continue. A wistful little tyke? Yeah, maybe, and you guessed right about the sad part. How do I begin? By not mincing your word, let's have it short and to the point, like a report. Only the facts, and quickly. Ma'am, it was an ordinary night in the Plux. There were 8 of us, not a full squad. 5 guys, 2 older chicks, and 1 little girl. The guys were sculling moonshine and energy. The girls were doing the same, only mixing it with lemonade. We ordered some more meat and a 3rd bottle, and I was surprised how quickly it went down. Normally we'd have a liter of moonshine on such an occasion, maybe a bit more. But there we were, polishing off the 3rd bottle in 2 hours. You'd think a 1.5 liters between 8 fighters was nothing, but this was going too quickly. Were you drinking? They were drinking more than me. Yeah? Yes, Brett confirmed. They were sinking 4 shots to every 2 of mine. Go on. When the 3rd bottle and the half of the 4th was gone, I started with my inimitable, grotesque, innocuous, and rhapsodizing jokes. I joke, they drink. I give somebody's face good slap, he wolfs a shot and pours another one. I was beginning to think something bad had happened that I didn't know about. But I didn't have time to ask because after the next stroke I got flak from the entire squad. 7 larynxes against 1. 7 simultaneous rounds of flak, one voice shouting over 7 others. Have you ever tried that even once? I don't remember, but it would have been easier to shoot the loudest one in the head. Then the rest would have quietened down and been more receptive to your gentle smile. Perhaps I should have done just that, but I carried on shouting and the situation heated up. 2 of the squad guys suggested we take a stroll down a twilight path, to which I responded wholeheartedly, drained another shot, stood up, and followed them outside. You and those 2? Are you kidding? The whole squad bundled out into the corridor. No one stayed at the table? I asked. No chance. They all rose as one. Even the girls trotted out into the corridor to watch the impudent orc get pummeled? You betcha. Did anyone at all, try to ease the situation so it didn't turn into a twilight melee? Did no one from the squad ask everybody to chill out and not spoil the evening? No, not from the squad. From the neighboring tables, yes, but the squad just told them to butt out, me included. We told them not to stick their noses in all squad business. Maybe someone asked you to leave? The most sensible of the squaddies, the commander? That's usually what he did, send me off to get some sleep, and the next day I would apologize. But not this time. I told you everyone was drunk. Moonshine is the root of all problems, Elb. Everyone went nuts on it and... Continue. We went out into the corridor, but the domes move according to their own schedule, and there was no twilight, so we had to move further away. Coincidentally, there was no twilight zone anywhere near the Plucks. Coincidentally, I chuckled. Do they not usually coincide? Has there ever been even one dark spot near that place? Sure, there's a ton of paths and tracks around there, but the stars were aligned differently than evening, so we had to plod further, more than a kilometer, and somebody had brought another bottle with us, so we drank on the way. You all drank together? They did, but they wouldn't let me. I asked, but they refused. Anyway, screw them. We got to a dark corridor and... Let me guess. They all beat you up together. Yeah. The orc lowered his head to hide the burning anger in his eyes under his mane of disheveled hair. Yeah, they all beat me up together. After the first punch, they all piled in as one. Who threw the first punch? The commander. I remember that very clearly. Then it was just a free-for-all. I managed to smack someone myself, but then I hit the deck and it went black. Go on. I hastened to encourage the suddenly silent orc. Well, pack it in with the girly pauses. I came round in the same corridor. My head was a mess. One eye was foggy and the other didn't see anything at all. I put a hand to my eye and found a hole, and the blood was already clotting. There was a gash in the back of my head, and my hair was stuck to the floor and took me a while to free myself. I got up, fell, got up, fell. Then came the nausea, and I blanked out again, right in a puddle of vomit, blood, and hooch. I can still smell that stink on occasion. Concussion. Yeah, they battered me around the head, with a club most likely, and hard. They don't beat their own kind that hard, I said. Alcohol. They were all drunk and angry. They were all frightened, aggrieved, and ashamed in front of you. Huh? I'll explain later, but you continue for now. You blanked out again. What happened then? I came round in pain, being eaten by pluxes. I came round, but I couldn't do anything. Everything was swimming in front of my eyes. I was vomiting, and the freaking plux poison added to my already shitty condition. Plus, you still had a none too small dose of moonshine in your blood. Concussion, intoxication, the start of a hangover, poisoning, and partial disorientation due to the loss of one eye. How did you survive? I was saved. A group of lads from the Pluxfella Brigade. They killed the Pluxes, tore the corpses off my legs, applied tourniquets, and dragged me to the med block, where they left me with the words, "It's your own fault, fool. What did you freaking expect, getting hammered like that and wandering around dark corridors?" And your legs? Amputated. They were a mess, I saw. There was a gaping hole in my belly, too, and one arm was all chewed up, but that just needed stitches. When I walked, or rather crawled, out of the med block, I already knew I didn't count among the glorious ranks of the Solar Flame Brigade anymore. After lying low for a while, I tried to find out why. By that time, I was already a GBL. Some shrimp of a man explained to me, speaking through his teeth in disgust, that I'd been exiled from the group in disgrace for constantly creating an uncomfortable working environment, as well as for my propensity for conflict and rudeness, my unaccommodating disposition, and the onset of alcoholism. I lost everything: legs, status, savings, and I was kicked out of the brigade. After that, everything went down the pan. I understand it's my own fault. I started the row. The squad were fed up with my personality, and they gave me a good working over. A surreptitious clip round the back of the head is something you can forget. Put it down to the booze. The eye was probably just the result of a boot in the face when I was already on the deck. A shame, sure, but why dump me there? I fought a lot, Elb, a lot. But every time I failed a goblin who was bugging me, I slung him across my shoulder and carried him to a safe place. I would never leave him in the corridor, even an outsider. If you came across a drunk lying in the corridor, you take him to the nearest wall ledge. But I was just left. Have you tried to speak to the squad? Of course, but they just walk on by as if they haven't heard. You know how it is. It's hard to run after them with no legs. Then they get posted somewhere further out, and I didn't see any of them for a month. When they came back, there were only 2 of the 7 left. They got caught up in an acid spill, and then the Pluxes found them. Any survivors? The commander and Barbary. The commander got promoted. Barbary disappeared, and I lost one arm, quit drinking, and made a grab at every single passing lamer I came across, frequently getting my teeth kicked in. Once again, the orc grinned and displayed the gaps in his teeth. Nobody's answered my question yet. Why they left you in a corridor? Yes. Would you like an answer from me? Just no guessing games, Elb. The story's known by many, and if you were to collate all their answers, the result would be something like, I was dumped because I'm a cantankerous twat. No, they dumped you because they were worried about the act they'd committed and unbearably embarrassed in front of a comrade in arms who had saved their lives. A slap round in the head? That's nothing. Look at me. Why? Look at me, orc. Well, Rek reluctantly looked up and stared at me. What next? Brush the dreads from your face. Why? The orc failed to check himself again, but nevertheless obediently drew his hair aside. Studying his face, I noted indifferently. There's a scar across your empty eye socket, a deep one. Not across, over the top, Commander, Rek growled. I pretended not to have noticed his commander and waved an encouraging hand for him to continue. Over the top, the orc repeated. The scar is very old. I had it when I awoke here. The eyebrow it plows through itches sometimes, but it's nothing. Perhaps I'm wrong. I didn't bother arguing. You had the scar when you were born here, and the eye, yes? Naturally. Your undamaged eye is a strange color, kind of bright grayish-green. What about the other one, the one that was kicked out by that courageous kick to your unconscious face? What color was it? Some different color, yeah? Who told you that? Yeah, my other eye was blue. Pure blue? Blue as blue can be. I see. What about it? Your commander, the one who got promoted, where is he now? What's his name? He hangs around here, mostly over by Clock 17. He wears a trench coat and looks down on everyone. Number? Name? Morris. Buona Morris? I smiled joyfully. Oh, what a small world. You know him? Oh, yeah, this lowly goblin has had the honor of rubbing shoulders with the great Morris. Thanks for the banal, heart-rending tale, Rek the Orc. Now get your ass up and start moving all your appendices vigorously. We're about to begin our journey over Cursed Bridge, and you need to do at least part of it by yourself. And on your feet, not your belly. Why the question about me other eye? The blue one. The orc's enormous paw took hold of my wrist. Is it important? Tell me. A short pause was followed by the constrained word, please, which was clearly unusual for Rek. Please. You figure something out, yes? I can tell. After a moment's thought, I nodded. I figured something out, yes, something important, but let's not forget our agreement. Something from me, something from you. I've fed you, watered you, and fixed you. It's your turn to pay me back, by obeying orders, training hard, and being fearless and capable in battle. And I ordered you to begin moving your appendices vigorously, yet you continue to lie there. I understand, Commander, I understand. The orc turned over onto his side and began to rise. I stopped him. No, begin with push-ups, slow and steady. I understand. I'm on it. Rolling onto his front, the orc placed his palms against the metal, tensed his arms, and began to rise slowly. I was immediately interested to know how many push-ups he could do. It was boring to just watch. I think I'll do a few myself. Breathing heavily, I grabbed hold of the start of the steel railing. I leaned my side heavily on it, froze, and listened into my sensations. A harsh stabbing pain in my right side. My knees hurt, my feet hurt, my lower back ached, my breath came out labored and wheezing from my parched throat, and such rivulets of sweat ran down my face that my t-shirt would soon need wringing out. Curses. Just a 2-kilometer run. Wow. It had been so hard that for the last 400 meters all I could think about was not falling. There was no chance whatsoever of enjoying the view, but I so wanted to bathe in the glow of civilization and hear the intensifying rumble of progress. While I was resting and catching my breath, I did not turn around. I knew that somewhere about 1 kilometer behind me, 3 fighters were approaching and working industriously on a training situation called "One of us is injured and requires urgent transfer to a med block." I had made it expressly clear that the key word was urgent. Bask and Yorka were now dragging the scarcely moving wreck, cursing, coughing up their lungs, feeling a welling nausea, and gaining on me as quickly as their situation would allow. But the real fun would begin approximately 200 yards from the end of the bridge, where Yorka would become absolutely helpless, and Bask would lose his left arm. I didn't care exactly how they coped with the situation. I stood at the end of Cursed Bridge and, hanging on the railings, surveyed Drainage Town. So, here at last. And what was the first thing I saw? Something astounding. If not absolutely mind-blowing, moving beyond Cursed Bridge, I found myself at the beginning of a road that bisected stunning views. To my left, an endless field of wheat stretched as far as the horizon, ripened heads bowing to the ground. Dark storm clouds gathering in the distance promised heavy rains, perhaps even a devastating hail, and several trees rocked their magnificent red crowns in the gathering breeze. Fall was upon us, a time for harvesting, girls' resounding song, and heavy manual labor. I saw a couple of carts with scythes and rakes lean against them, and no sign of any huge combine harvester parked close by, with its obscure shadowy ghost swimming somewhere in the fringes of my consciousness. To my right was the steppe, an as yet uncultivated and somewhat arid area of virgin land that extended into the distance as far as a range of gentle green hills. A thicket of small prickly bushes, grass yellowed by the heat, the barely noticeable blue thread of a stream winding among the rocks. Wonderful panoramic views. Painted on the metal walls, they greeted everybody stepping off Cursed Bridge and entering the town. Even stretched along the roadside were tens of meters of bedaubed wall, although the word bedaubed did no justice to the artist's endeavor. The bright, lush colors and fresh look of the landscapes spoke of regular monitoring and touching up, and they were evidently a sight to behold, for facing the high walls that encased Drainage Town sat no small crowd of people with their backs to the metal canyon. It was none too comfortable on account of a fairly strong wind, which added a hint of realism to the landscapes and whistled down into the gorge. A similar wind played against the opposite side of the chasm separating the outskirts from the town, before also blowing down to the bottom. The system had switched on and radically increased the power of the ventilation system in the former stagnant cesspool, and the canyon was now greedily sucking in stale air. The tiny figures of orcs and goblins continued the cleanup at the bottom of the steel gorge, while 2 combat groups stood motionless on guard by the hole we discovered in the grill. And this is what occurred to me. A whopping Plux would not fit through that gap, but even a large orc would have no problem. The even shape of the hole suggested it had been made intentionally, just as it had been left open intentionally, for even the late troll, had he so desired, would have been able to block it up most firmly, and without the aid of a welding apparatus. Had he so desired. But the hole remained open, and that was food for thought. If I had a detailed map of the corridors, the outskirts, and the canyon. Right now, however, I was more concerned with the entrance to the city of Drainage Town. Leaving the bridge, I turned right and sat down next to an emaciated and reeling goblin who was sitting cross-legged, restlessly rubbing his stomach and thighs, yanking at his big toes and unable to turn his inflamed gaze away from the painted step. Occasionally, he brought his right hand up to his lips and licked the skin with his dark tongue, as though lapping up invisible crumbs. He would then repeat this with his right hand, before resuming the belly-rubbing and toe-pulling. He mumbled, too. Catching his rhythm, I began to rock along with him, admiring the step, but not forgetting to look upward and at the road. A rather large group of confident-looking fighters stood on the road. They were not blocking anyone's way, but their collective stance made it immediately obvious that they'd been posted there deliberately to keep watch. The ceiling here was as high above the canyon and furnished with a large dome, but it was painted bright blue with a sprinkling of pretty white clouds, the dome in yellow. And a sparkling sun ran across the sky, keeping close watch on the goblin, orc, and halfling inhabitants of this fine city. The rocking goblin began to speak faster and more clearly, and I was able to make out the words, but they made no sense to me, despite the clear preamble. Membak is just the ticket. A mother's smile, a father's frown. But he's pretending, he's not angry. And soon we will set out together for the underwater farms. But first I must read another 3 paragraphs of the important book. Read contemplatively and aloud. Remember. Yes, Dad, I'm already reading. I shall remember every word. At that moment the goblin broke into a loud sing-song voice. The cut rye, the coarse steppe grass, the milkwort, the wild hemp, all withered from the sultry heat, turned brown and half dead, now washed by the dew and caressed by the sun, revived to bloom again. Arctic petrels flew across the road with joyful cries. Marmots called to one another in the grass. What comes next? I've forgotten. Don't be angry, Daddy, don't be angry, I'll remember. Hey, I've remembered. Lapwings cried. If I could have another tablet, even just a crumb. Yes, Dad, I like this book very much. It's so old. Is this paper real paper? Perhaps we can go to the farm super quick, like a bullet, just like a bullet, given that it's nearly a vacuum here. And you, Dad, yes, I'm already reading. The cut rye, the coarse steppe grass, the milkwort. The goblin's plaintive monologue and recitation was making me drowsy, so I turned my attention to the road and ceiling. Convinced that the entrance to Drainage Town was freely navigable and that no checks were being carried out, I stood and returned to Cursed Bridge. I made it just in time to see my sweat-dripping fighters cross the finish line and greeted them with a disappointed grimace. Well, it'll do for a first attempt. So be it, the croaking Basque said. It was all the exhausted wreck could do to shake his head. Why the elf did I bother dulling myself up? Yorka said dolefully, wringing out the hem of her t-shirt. My own sweat is one thing, but I'm drenched in these guys, too. And what about my hair? I shan't read you a dismal lecture on the benefits of stamina. I laughed and helped Rek to his feet. Basque, get up. We enter Drainage Town in a respectable fashion. Can I crawl? Rek asked, swaying. No, we enter with conviction. And how do we leave? That remains to be seen. As I shrugged my shoulders, I glanced up at the mechanical, eagle-eyed sun hanging beneath the steel sky. What happened here? It seems so beautiful all around. Uh-huh, geared toward unassuming redneck morons, I agreed, although it's cheap and angry. Wreck. Yes? As I was running across the bridge and you were hobbling along behind, I was struck by a genius and very simple thought concerning you. Which is why I'm giving you this simple but extremely important task. Within the shortest possible time frame, you must become an inconceivably massive hulk. You're an orc? Of course I am. So you need to look like an orc. We'll find you some suitable clothes. From this moment on, you walk with an air of importance, hold your arms out wider, clench your fists more often, chin up, lower jaw out. Speak slowly and hoarsely, but follow the conversation and filter it. If somebody seemingly important approaches you, speak to them calmly and don't turn to me or any of the group." "Will do. Can I ask why?" "Several reasons," I replied, "but most importantly, to let everyone think you're the boss." "Until it's time to sneak hastily behind your back at the click of your fingers." "You're quick on the uptake, I see. Any problems with that?" "No," Rex said, sticking out a disparaging lower lip. "No problems." "Marvelous. Bask, remind me of your role." "Sure. Coy, blind, timid milksop." "Bingo. Hold onto Yorka's skirt, smile more, and grope her openly. But don't overdo it. It's not always worth groping strange women's delights. That goes for men's, too." "Uh-huh." "You got it," Yorka added. "All clear, Commander," the zombie said, nodding. "Better not to grope, display helplessness. Although everything's new for me here, you could say I've gone blind again." "Switch your brain on and start remembering. Yorka will describe the terrain and the numbers, and don't consider yourself helpless, Bask. No matter how blind, anyone capable of quickly and competently dropping a sighted person has no right to consider themselves helpless." "Thank you." "Yorka." Who do I play?" "You just be yourself." Staring hard at Bask the zombie, who was trying to conceal a smile, the girl slowly nodded. "Okay. Keep your arm frescoes under wraps. Don't remove the bandages." "I remember." After surveying my fighters, whose senses had recovered and whose sweat had nearly dried, I examined myself. We looked shabby, even wreck. We had this amazing ability to wear out new clothes in double time, leaving them in a terrible state after a matter of hours. 2 goblins, an orc, and a zombie. An interesting team. A promising team. "Let's move out. Rek, you go in front, stick to the wall. You know the rest yourself." "Just a second." I could imagine just how hard it was for him, and I couldn't not notice his incredible die-hard doggedness. Weaving, he reached the wall and very occasionally holding on to it while leaning slightly forward, plodded steadily ahead. Dirty black locks concealing his face, powerful torso, T-shirt partially covering unhealthily thin arms, wide-legged gray pants. Next went Yorka, followed by the ambling Bask. I brought up the rear, keeping a distance of a couple of steps. An inexperienced observer might have taken me for a goblin loner. We passed untroubled by the combat group standing at the entrance, although I did notice their attentive eyes, and the lion's share of their attention was directed at the gloomy and very tall orc. Nobody asked a single question, and I didn't even understand why they were standing at the entrance to Drainage Town. I also noted the half-masks hanging around their necks and the protective goggles on their heads and helmets. And their weapons, 3 needle guns, 7 spiked clubs, and a couple of shields between 7 of them. Interesting footwear. Heavy boots with spike-steel toe caps, the tops and sides covered with a fine metal mesh. 10 paces on, and Yorka began to grouse. A smell had arisen in the air. No, not even a smell yet, but rather a scarcely perceptible hint at something way more serious, something heavy and putrid. The orc slapped a heavy paw against the wall, which wiped the smile from the face of a jaunty, tousle-haired fellow standing close by, who held in his fingers a long test tube containing something brownish. Behind him stood a shapely maiden whose short robe was powerless to cover her. Opening her startled, blood-red mouth, the girl drew one leg back and looked in panic at the green puddle on the floor, and at the legend beneath the picture messed up by the orc, which read, "We cleanse." The smell was becoming headier, and there was no need to clarify what the brown substance in the jaunty fellow's test tube was. Drainage Town. All the shit of the world flows here. Oh yes, and while we're on the subject of effluent. I looked up and spent the next 15 paces studying the ceiling. It curved and rose, a humongous dome reaching skyward. The blue paint disappeared, giving way to the usual pipes and silvery tarnished steel. Only a small section of the dome was visible, the rest concealed by pipes. Pipes, pipes, pipes. A lot, an awful lot of pipes emerged from the ceiling and stretched downward. Way up there was an entire forest of horizontal, slanting, vertical, and weirdly bending and intertwining pipes. A veritable labyrinth dotted with dozens of shining points, some of which were moving, some slow, some fast, upward, downward, and to the sides. 2 tiny clusters of lights were plummeting groundward, and I thought it was a fairly safe bet they were 2 large elevators. They raced down what at first seemed a poorly lit curved wall, but several seconds later revealed itself to be the side of a very thick pipe, about 20 meters in diameter. The steel coating was covered with traces of multiple leaks, and it was precisely in this part of the forest of tubes that the twinkle of distant welding arcs was most concentrated. What kind of intrepid wretch would want to dangle from a wet rope high above Drainage Town? And what were they breathing up there? Even from down here, I could distinctly make out among the pipes the grayish-white swirling bulk of a huge thundercloud, which was rattling down heavy drizzle in machine-gun bursts. The rain was unlikely to possess medicinal and rejuvenating properties. Might a drop even make a goblin's skin smoke? Once again I remembered the old dead orc's tale. Blue rain lashed against the descending drone, and the wet concrete steamed. The rain here was not blue, nor was there any hint of concrete anywhere, only steel all around. The only orc had also spoken of smart umbrellas fitted with sensors. I now realized why I had recalled his story. Some kind of association was kicking in as we walked past inconspicuous-looking blue trade points decorated with pictures of long, transparent capes with large hoods. Rain capes. "Halt," I ordered. Immersed in contemplation of the pictures and pipes above their heads, the group did not react immediately, and I didn't blame them. I had admired the view myself, for we were all rednecks. More time was required to get used to it and stop noticing the beauty. "We've got to buy them," Yorka said, nodding enthusiastically. "Buy what?" "Protection from heavenly poop," the orc replied crocally to Bask and began guffawing. "Huh? Don't listen to him," Yorka said, and unceremoniously shoved the arc in the shoulder. "Move. Bask above our heads are hundreds of pipes, some big, some massive. A whole labyrinth with twinkling lights and elevators beneath the sky. There's also an enormous and kind of unwholesome-looking cloud, and it's pouring down almost real rain, very fine drizzle, atrociously foul weather." "Atrociously foul weather," echoed around my head, and I fell. My hand slapped against the wall. I froze in a lopsided pose, and a wink later I found myself in an entirely different place. Extending a hand, I grabbed the brown-eyed, mini-skirted Goldilocks by the neck before pressing her against the window and leaning my body heavily on her. Gasping, she wriggled her shoulders free of their straps, and her silk dress slipped softly to the floor, where it was soon joined by her snow-white lace panties. Seizing her bare, tender earlobe in my teeth, I cannot stand all that jewelry crap, I bit gently. "Ow!" Sharp nails dug vengefully into my shoulders. I growled and pressed her harder to the glass as she impatiently ripped off my jacket and tore the buttons from my shirt, the heavy cufflinks clattering to the floor. Inhaling the scent of her impassioned flesh, I gave my hands free rein to glide over her yielding body. And I froze, peering up over her shoulder through the glinting blue rain-sluiced glass at a heavy red carcass with a distinctive white emblem on its side, which was muscling its way through the layer of cloud. Portholes twinkled, awash with caustic rain, and the storm cloud gave way further to give passage to an entire atmospheric satellite. Elb! Huh?" I shook my head to regain lucidity. "Fuck me. What's up?" "Low blood sugar," I mumbled, smiling somewhat crookedly. "Evidently the system was right. Acute nutrient deficiency." "I got the same diagnosis." Yorka sighed, regaining her composure. "Don't scare me like that." "I'll try," I promised. "Now then, let's buy raincoats. I'm not about to get my bald patch wet in this rain." "They sell masks, too," the girl noted. "Do we buy them?" "Definitely." "I'll lose my sense of smell," Bask said. "In this town, that's not a great loss," I said. Rek laughed an ear-splitting laugh. "Buy one for me, too," I said, and leaned against the wall. Observing the group buy their rain capes, I attempted to replay what I had seen. In vain. My memory had retained only measly snippets, and mostly not visual ones. Tactile, olfactory, and auditory, but not visual. The girl's moans, her smell, the silky feel of her skin, something red among the billowing clouds. What had I seen? What had I just seen but could not now remember? Gritting my teeth, I took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm myself. My hand somehow slipped into my pocket by itself and felt the two plain gray tablets in there. My fingers stroked the tablets, ran along the lightly ribbed edges, pinched off a tiny crumb, and, as of their own accord, rubbed it into my palm. I withdrew my hand and licked it, tasting a very faint bitterness. Then I rubbed my bitter tongue over my gums, licked my palm again, and wiped it on my pants. What had I seen? Something so bright and amazing. Surely I can remember. "Take this, Elb." "Uh-huh." I nodded and took the transparent rain cape. "It'll hardly be any protection against acid rain." "But it's just the job for heavenly piss," Rex said, climbing into his enormous cape. "It's a good job we'll never have to climb up there," Yorka said, looking at the metal sky dome through her plastic protective goggles. "To those rainy heights." "Never say never," I replied, taking receipt of a mask and goggles from Basque. The mask and goggles were fitted with wide elastic straps and were well made. The gray plastic half mask had 2 round black filters. The goggles fitted snugly to the skin, and the wide straps did not press too tightly on the back of the head. Quality gear. The Tradomat also had cheaper versions, but one look was enough to know they were shoddy and uncomfortable, the straps narrow and hard. They would pinch and rub the skin and cause headaches if you wore them for extended periods. I adjusted the straps and donned my purchases. I gave my similarly and newly kitted-out fighters the once-over and beamed a smile. They looked excellent, and we were unrecognizable. The half-masks, goggles, and hoods concealed our faces, and the only things poking out were our plastic-covered noses and the peaks of our baseball caps. Yorka's arm was well hidden beneath wrapped layers of bandage. Even in this guise, however, Rex stood out a mile among the faceless group, what with his height, his heft, and his hair, which stuck out long and black from under his hood. An unrecognizable, forbidding giant whose appearance alone triggered anxiety and a desire to stare all the harder. Test. One deep, full inhalation confirmed that the filters worked and completely blocked unpleasant smells. At the edge of town and away from the rain zone, that is. The situation closer to the center of Drainage Town remained to be seen. Nonetheless, our purchases were useful. I had no particular desire to be constantly breathing the smell of someone else's feces, nor to bathe my skin and corneas in stinky rain. I put 40 sol in the machine and bought 8 pairs of replacement filters at 5 sol a pair. I handed them out to my fighters and put my own in my belt bag. A cursory, swooping glance over the cheaper end of the machine's selection landed on some tiny nondescript plastic boxes that were furnished with a short description of the contents. Special scented ointment for topical application below the nostrils. They came in 3 different aromas, eucalyptus, pine, and pineapple, and were a cheap alternative to the half-mask. The ointment would not obliterate smells, but it would tinge them with zesty pineapple notes. Also for sale were gas masks that completely covered the face, and the next machine offered 3 kinds of drops, for the eyes, ears, and nose. Oh, what a joyless place this was for life. Oh, the life there was among the lucid pictures in the poisonous rain. All set? I waited for their nods, then turned to the orc. "Rek, how are you?" "Lousy," he admitted. "I'm going to collapse any moment now." Examining the walls of the corridors, I saw only insignificant numbers and signs. Far more informative was the figure of an armless hawker shuffling slowly down the corridor in an old red half-mask with holes instead of filters and a plastic sign around his neck. A few gray hairs hung from the inflamed skin of his head. Every 10 or 12 paces he shouted nasally, "Gleet! Roll up for Gleet! Weapons, food, drink, ATM, young inkers and suckers on the cheap. A huge selection. Gleet is the choice for you. The best trading intersection in Drainage Town." Another 10 paces and another nasal whimper. "Gleet, roll up for Gleet. Weapons, meat, drink, and sexual nirvana await you. The best trading intersection in the Drainage Town. Security. Copula the Nymph guarantees your security. Security. Capsules for relaxation and more. Zombie dances." "Sounds tempting, huh?" I said, staring after the stumbling waifish hawker. "Did you see the cankers on his head?" Yorka asked, adjusting her cap and pulling the hood of her cape down tighter. "Shall we check out Gleet, Commander?" the zombie asked. I hesitated a fraction with my answer, but just then the hawker renewed his lament, and that decided the matter. "Gleet, roll up for Gleet. Weapons, meat, drink, and sex. Tradomats, ATMs, medblock, and rampant loins. Lusty suckers craving and throbbing. Gleet, the best trading intersection in Drainage Town. Just 300 yards along Path 41. Gleet, Gleet." "Let's hit Gleet," I said. "I want to check out these rampant loins. And while we're at it, we can pop into the med block." "Damn," the zombie said morosely. "The moment of truth, right, Commander? Will I recover my sight or remain blind?" "What are you on about, Bask?" I asked. "It's just the next stage. We know eye surgery is available here. We just need to find the right med block. If not here, we'll search elsewhere." "Where else if not in Drainage Town?" "The world is unlikely to end at Shit Town," I laughed. "Onward, fighters, we move as one toward Gleet." "I'm hungry," Yorka the Lady Goblin sighed. "We can buy something to eat there," Bask said, perking up. "But no meat," I said. "We can make do with briquettes and protein bars." "Is meat more expensive here?" "Meat is more human here. I'm not in the mood for chewing lobotomized pork," I replied. "Hold steady, Rek. What's making you limp?" "My left foot is bending under, Commander, but I can handle 300 paces." "Elb, what plans have we got?" York asked, drawing closer to me. Her head turned here and there as she watched with childlike fascination as one wall fresco replaced another, all of them depicting a completely different life. "Weapons and equipment," I answered readily. "Gathering information on the Drainage Town med blocks. Reconnaissance. We have tasks aplenty, Goblin." "And after that, home, to the outskirts?" "What's the hurry to get back there?" I asked the girl, who was obviously feeling out of sorts in a new location. "Well, everything's so alien." "You surprise me," I laughed. "In this world, everything is alien to us. Everything is wrong. Everything is warped. The strange thing is that nobody notices. Everyone happily accepts the monstrous imposed rules and just gets on with life, scurrying timorously along the twilight paths and committing acts of villainy with astounding ease." "Are you okay?" Yorka's attentive eyes glistened behind the lenses of her goggles. "You're so animated." "I'm fine," I nodded, and made a mental note to be more reserved. My bloodstream contained only the tiniest dose of Membac, but the drug was making me speak louder and more openly, and I could no longer look at the pictures on the walls, for it seemed they were coming to life. We passed a row of floor grills cutting across the corridor, and something began to bubble beneath our feet. Another few steps, and Rek was the first to step into the rain that hammered down from the steel sky. Teeny drops pelted the hood of my cape, and I pulled my hands into the sleeves. The rain became quickly heavier, and soon we were entering a dirty white mist which partially obscured our figures and filled our ears with white noise. Faces from the wall pictures loomed out of the mist, winking and sniggering at me before disappearing in a flash. The legless, brown-eyed beauty lying beneath the rain-drenched glass smiled and raised a glass of golden champagne in salutation. A goblin lying in a puddle tried to swim, tenaciously paddling the water, which was simultaneously blue and green. Eventually, twigging that it wasn't happening, he decided to take a breather and rolled over onto his back. He smiled contentedly, looking up and catching raindrops in his wide-open mouth. We walked on by. All the shit of the world flows into Drainage Town, and vents onto the heads of the sinners who live here, to stop them even daring to glance up at the sky, for fear the caustic rain might burn out their over-curious and probing eyes. Keep your head down, Goblin. Keep your head down and work hard, for you are a volitional Nullform, and that is your lot. This concludes Nullform number 2 by Dem Mikhailov, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Copyright 2021 by Dem Mikhailov. English translation copyright 2021 by Colin Parker. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.